single and overweight, lacking both a car and a home. At the age of 25, Tang Song sees no glimmer of hope in life. After enduring workplace bullying, the male god cultivation game he had played for 3 years suddenly materializes in the real world. Along with it appear his vast assets and elite talents from a game. This is a tale of cultivating a male deity. Chapter 1. Game Completion. Yinqing, Tianji Barbecue Restaurant. Tang Song patted his flushed face and exhaled a breath laced with the scent of alcohol. He turned on the faucet, cupping his hands to splash his face with the refreshing cold water. Checking the time on his phone, he noted 22:02. The departmental team-building event that had lasted all day was finally drawing to a close. Returning to the private room, he feigned a swift integration into his colleagues' conversations. With an innocuous smile adorning his face, Tang Song chimed in from time to time. The atmosphere was lively and harmonious. Director Chun Yunting raised his glass, his face aglow, delivering a few platitudes before drawing a metaphorical pie chart, thereby perfecting the conclusion of today's gathering. As he stepped out of the barbecue restaurant, a brisk evening breeze greeted him, while colleagues exchanged farewells. "See you on Monday. Bye. Remember to let us know when you get home. Drive safely, Director Chun. Goodbye." "Come on, Tang Song, we're heading the same way." Inside a black Nissan Tina, 2 female colleagues in the back seat were engrossed in animated conversation. Tang Song leaned against the passenger seat, half closing his eyes, his expression blank. Having spent over 4 months at Jinxiu Trading, all his energy was devoted to the development of the company's new SCM supply chain management system. Juggling multiple roles, he independently handled everything from requirement analysis, system architecture, to functional development and code deployment. Upon the system's launch, it significantly enhanced work efficiency and effectively reduced procurement costs, earning him high praise from the upper management. This filled the new employee, Tang Song, with a sense of accomplishment as he envisioned the promised promotions and salary increases. However, reality dealt him a heavy blow. The success of the SCM system ultimately became credited to Director Chun, with announcements of rewards, promotions, and rumored stock options. The maintenance of the project was handed over to Du Xiaokai, a colleague with connections. Tang Song found himself assigned to the development of a new project, continuing to contribute to the company's success, but a series of inequitable treatments weighed heavily on his heart, igniting thoughts of resignation. Perhaps sensing his discontent, during the team-building event, Director Chen privately indicated that he would apply for a 10 salary increase for him next month. He encouraged Tang Song to work diligently, assuring him he would not be shortchanged in the future. After much inner turmoil, Tang Song ultimately accepted. Having just completed his probation period over a month ago, he rented an apartment near the office, purchased an electric bike, and fostered camaraderie with his colleagues. To resign now would incur too high a sunk cost. Moreover, given the challenging job market, Jinxiu Trading was already his most ideal option. A few days prior, his mother had called, mentioning a new housing development back home and urging him to visit when he had the chance. Lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted by Zhao Yu in the back seat, who playfully tapped his shoulder. "Songge, you seem a bit down today. Could it be a heartbreak?" Tang Song masked his emotions with self-deprecation, replying, "First, I need to have a partner." Zhao Yu giggled. "Songge, you're quite remarkable exceptional abilities. Good looks, tall stature, though perhaps your weight is a tad excessive. Hurry and lose some weight and build muscle. The young ladies in our company will surely flock to you." Tang Song patted his belly, thick with fat, and sighed, "Will do my best." "Go for it." Zhao Yu clenched her fist, making an adorable expression. Beside her, Hu Mingli winked and teased, "Xiao Yu, with Tang Song being such a promising prospect, why don't you make a move?" Minli Jia, "I suspect you're testing me. You wouldn't happen to have feelings for Songge, would you?" "Haha, how about we compete fairly? In that case, I concede, since you're the bear." The 2 slightly tipsy female colleagues playfully shoved each other, but none took it seriously. Indeed, Tang Song was an admirable person, enthusiastic, sincere, and diligent. With undeniable work capabilities, he had previously worked at a large internet company in the capital, recognized as the best back-end developer in their department. However, his family background was somewhat lacking as a typical rural youth. Owning a home in Yinqing seemed a distant dream. His appearance also lacked any striking features. His attire was casual, his hairstyle unkempt, and he was somewhat overweight. As colleagues and friends, there were absolutely no issues. But as for deeper developments, he preferred to abstain. At Qingxin Garden Community, Tang Song casually tossed his backpack aside and collapsed onto his bed. The effects of the alcohol began to rise, engulfing him in fatigue, disappointment, and helplessness. After a considerable pause, he turned onto his side, opened WeChat, and announced in the departmental group, "I'm home." He then clicked on the lucky red envelope sent by Director Chun, claiming 3 yuan and 20 cents, and sent a "thank you, boss" sticker. Opening his moments, he aimlessly scrolled through the screen. He felt like an outsider, silently perusing the updates of familiar yet distant friends. Some shared mundane moments. Others showcased their partners some basked in tranquility, while others strove for progress. It seemed that everyone, except him, was leading a joyful existence. Unknowingly, a familiar photograph caught his eye. Deng Yaji accidentally stumbled upon our high school graduation photo. "How are you all? Old classmates?" His finger instinctively halted its scrolling. Tang Song quickly spotted himself in the picture, his gaze momentarily lost in nostalgia. At that time, he was on the brink of entering university, brimming with youthful exuberance, optimism, and surrounded by his first love, feeling that life was full of promise. Yet at 25, he found himself single and overweight, lacking both a car and a home, with his work and life entangled in chaos. He casually liked the post, then set his phone down, moving to his computer desk, donning his headphones, and preparing to indulge in some gaming for relaxation. Every stage of life offers its own unique experiences. In the years since graduation, he had come to terms with reality, and life had smoothed out his rough edges. To put it more elegantly, he had matured. The things he once loved remained dear to him, yet he no longer felt compelled. Thus he departed from the capital, bidding farewell to his first love. The things he still disliked were tolerable now, allowing him to blend into the group and accept the inequities of life. The game Male God Growth Plan appeared on Tang Song's computer during his senior year of university. Perhaps it was inadvertently downloaded while browsing study materials. The large, white icon caught his critical eye, prompting him to click in for a closer look. Little did he know, he would end up playing it for 3 years, significantly contributing to his weight gain. This game centers around simulation and management, revolving around the cultivation of a male deity. With exquisite graphics, top-tier sound effects, a comprehensive setting, and an exceptionally unique gameplay experience, all without requiring in-game purchases. The game's narrative unfolds against the backdrop of the real world. Maps, events, financial markets, enterprises, policies, and environments all align with reality. More crucially, the game's timeline commenced in 2016. Now residing in 2020, armed with a search engine, Tang Song held a prophetic advantage within the game. He was aware of stock and futures trends, the upcoming industry booms, which companies would become unicorns, and which films, songs, and artists would achieve great popularity in. The future, moreover, each character within the game possesses their own narrative arc, allowing players to witness their growth, lives, and the spectrum of their joys and sorrows. The immersion is truly profound. In the game, Tang Song fulfills his dream of having an idol, relishing the pleasures of being a billionaire surrounded by beauties and basking in the zenith of power. Yet, a game is ultimately but a game in reality. He is merely a beleaguered worker, devoid of a home, a car, or a girlfriend, navigating a chaotic existence while enduring the indignities of his job. Tang Song shook his head, dismissing such futile thoughts. He entered the game, checked unread notifications, claimed task rewards, and purchased new items. With practiced ease, he returned to the main interface. Tang Song paused momentarily, his gaze drifting to the timeline within the game. April 1st, 2023. At present, the online time reads April 1st, 2023, 23:50. Due to the differing flow of time, the timelines of the game and reality are on the verge of convergence. As a game set against the backdrop of the real world, Tang Song is intrigued by how the ensuing narrative will unfold. He licked his parched lips, casually reaching for a bottle of soda. He summoned his beloved assistant, Secretary Jean, to report on work matters. While sipping the fizzy drink and admiring the screen's depiction of alluring legs and stockings, a slender waist, and a curvaceous figure, his worries dissipated and his spirits soared. Though everything within the game is fictitious, the joy it bestows upon him is undeniably real. As the clock struck midnight, the rhythmic background music abruptly halted. The date within the game swiftly changed. April 2nd, 2023. Immediately thereafter, the screen began to automatically showcase a stunning game animation. Starting from a narrative of 2016, one character after another emerged, with captivating storylines unfolding as achievements, titles, badges, and items scrolled past. Reflecting on the entirety of his gaming journey, the visuals gradually quieted, leaving only the sound of footsteps approaching from afar. The player, Tang Song, walked slowly into view. Dressed in a sharp suit, his posture elegant and poised, he strode with confidence and composure. He paused before the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor of the building, gazing down at the dazzling cityscape illuminated by night, exuding an ineffable allure. The camera panned from above, ultimately capturing his silhouette. A striking line of text appeared in the center of the screen. It seems the story here has reached its conclusion. You awaken from a long dream and embrace the real world once more. Congratulations, player! What the hell? Could it be that I've completed the game? Is this really the end? Tang Song exclaimed in shock, leaning forward and frantically clicking the mouse, followed by a heavy rap on the keyboard. The game screen remained unchanged. A chill coursed through Tang Song's heart. He had invested a profound emotional attachment to this game. The authentic backdrop and unique sense of immersion made him feel as though he were truly nurturing elites, developing enterprises, amassing wealth, and enhancing himself. And now, the tumultuous tale within the game had come to an abrupt halt, severing his connection to the vivid characters. A surge of intense loss and disconnection washed over him. Tang Song's breathing grew labored. Ding, a crisp notification sound suddenly resonated. The game vanished from the computer screen, replaced by the Windows desktop. For a fleeting moment, Tang Song's vision blurred. With a swish, a sci-fi luminescent screen unfolded before him. Player confirmed. Loading system resources 150100. Completed. Chapter 2. The Halo of the Male God, LV1. The familiar gaming interface materialized before the luminous screen. At the center of the display was a remarkably lifelike 3D model of Tang Song, clad only in a pair of shorts. Hovering above him was a striking line of golden data. Charm, 24. Tang Song rubbed his eyes vigorously, doubting whether he had imbibed counterfeit liquor the previous night, compounded by overwhelming sorrow, leading to a mere illusion. Yet, the screen remained suspended before him, visible even when his eyes were shut. Although the male god growth plan primarily revolved around simulation and management, it fundamentally remained a game focused on cultivating a male deity. The principal quest was to enhance the character's charm, ultimately evolving into a true male god. The evaluation of charm within the game was remarkably comprehensive, encompassing appearance, aesthetics, demeanor, upbringing, abilities, assets, social standing, and more. A charm value of 24 could only be deemed rather ordinary. Tang Song lifted his hand, yearning to touch his character's model. The moment this thought arose, a clicking effect manifested on the model, and the game interface promptly transitioned to Personal Center. Player, Tang Song, 24 foot. Character, Jin Xiu, Commercial Development Engineer. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 90 kilograms. Physical condition, 56. Stamina, 55. Agility, 48. Insight, 76. Asset status. Balance, 4, 522, 031 yuan. Enterprise, none. Property, none. Vehicle, Yachty electric scooter. After a cursory glance at his personal information, a crisp notification chimed. Ding. The main storyline has commenced. Shortly thereafter, a magnificent progress bar appeared above the Personal Center, evenly adorned with 9 nodes. 24 foot, starting charm, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. From 30 onward, a swaying golden treasure chest hovered above each node, seemingly awaiting collection. Plot summary. Upon reaching a certain threshold in charm rating, corresponding assets and privileges will be unlocked in reality. Note 1. Perhaps your achievements within the game are not as ethereal as they seem. Consistently completing system tasks and enhancing yourself will yield the rewards you have longed for. Note 2. Achieving a charm score of 30 will officially unlock the growth plan task. What is this? Tang Song stared ahead in a daze. Having played the male god growth plan for an extended period, he had undoubtedly entertained similar dreams, and not just once. Yet, he had never experienced such clarity and realism. If given the chance, who wouldn't desire a magnificent transformation? Male god-level looks, a vibrant and healthy body, boundless wealth, and a life devoid of regrets. He thought. It was a dream he yearned for. Tentatively, he used his mind to lightly touch the treasure chest hovering above, Charm 30. An immediate system prompt appeared. You are 6 points away from unlocking the rewards for this stage. Enhance yourself swiftly. Just then, another notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have received Beginner's Gift Pack 1. With a whoosh, a resplendent gift pack emerged, radiating golden light. Tang Song swallowed hard and reached out with his mind. The pack swayed slightly before opening instantaneously. Ding. You have acquired the passive skill, Halo of the Male God, LV1. Halo of the Male God, LV1. Optimizes sleep quality, assisting the player in quickly entering deep sleep for an excellent sleeping experience. Halo effect. Your first smile each day grants you a cash reward of 200 yuan. with a 0-1 probability of receiving an additional critical reward. Note, this skill can be upgraded. A passive skill? Cash rewards? Tang Song suppressed his exhilaration, inhaling deeply, striving to form a smiling expression. Ding dong, the notification sound of a text message echoed. China Merchants Bank, your account ending in 6800 has received a deposit of 20,000 yuan on April 2nd at 009. Upon seeing the bank deposit notification, Tang Song gasped in astonishment. Holy smokes, is this for real? He bit down on his lower lip hard, a sharp pain surging through him. The sensation was unprecedentedly intense. Everything prior could still be dismissed as an illusion. Yet the tangible cash reward lay before him, providing undeniable proof of the system's existence. As blood surged through him, his heart thudded violently, echoing like a heavy drum. Setting aside the vast assets he had acquired through the game, simply the halo of the male god passive skill could elevate his happiness index to unprecedented heights. Earning 200 yuan daily without working amounted to 6,000 yuan a month, combined with his 8,000 yuan monthly salary, totaling an impressive 14,000 yuan monthly income. In Yin City, a second-tier city, that positioned him firmly within the high-income bracket, making purchasing a car or a house an attainable dream. After a quick shower, he locked the door to his room. Once he regained his composure, Tang Song began to explore the system panel before him. The overall style mirrored that of the male god growth plan, yet many modules were conspicuously absent, such as the crucial character management, asset blueprint, and financial market. The task hall, mall, and warehouse were all devoid of contents. The entire system appeared rather desolate. Returning to the main interface, Tang Song gazed at the glaring charm 24 above his character's head, shaking his head in self-deprecating amusement. In the male god growth plan, characters created by players possessed an initial charm value of 30 points. Yet here he was, failing to even reach that basic threshold. Closing the system interface, Tang Song stood before a full-length mirror, scrutinizing his current self. His physique was flabby, a ring of fat encircling his abdomen, deep-set dark circles, puffy eye bags, dull and yellowed skin, and dry, unruly hair marred his appearance. The nasolabial folds, fleshy corners of his mouth, and double chin rendered his jawline indistinct. Judging by appearances, there was ample room for improvement. Coupled with his present circumstances, an ordinary company employee, lacking property, a vehicle, or a partner, and living in disarray, it was no wonder his charm value was so low. Ding. You have triggered the challenge task, Restraint and Perseverance. Please proceed to Task Center for details. Tang Song was momentarily taken aback, surprised at how effortlessly he had activated a task. He checked the task information. Task details. Obesity significantly increases the burden on the body and elevates the risk of various diseases. Challenge yourself to lose 9 kilograms within 20 days, restoring yourself to a normal weight range. Task reward. Lung Enhancement Potion, X1. Task progress, 0. Viewing the item details. Lung Enhancement Potion upon use. It effectively improves lung condition, increases lung capacity, provides ample oxygen to the body, enhances resistance, and promotes metabolism, yielding 2 to physique and 1 to stamina. Note, what is the secret to longevity? Maintain your breath and do not suffocate. Items that enhance basic attributes. A fiery light flickered in Tang Song's eyes, stirring with anticipation. Weight loss. He must lose weight. Dropping 9 kilograms in 20 days meant approximately 1 kilogram per day. Fortunately, his starting weight was considerable, making it relatively manageable. Previously, he had determined many times to commit to fitness and weight loss, adhering to a disciplined routine. However, he invariably faltered after just a few days, gradually surrendering. Ultimately, it boiled down to a lack of sufficient motivation and willpower. In the present day, the assets of gaming have transcended into reality, establishing a clear and promising path toward success in his life. What reason does he have to refrain from striving for excellence? Beyond shedding pounds, he must also elevate himself in various other aspects. His goal is to rapidly enhance his charm rating to 30, thus earning his first stage reward, unlocking the main storyline, and embarking on a new chapter of life. Chapter 3. Heeding Advice for Transformation. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the curtains were abruptly drawn open. Tang Song stretched luxuriously, feeling invigorated and refreshed. His sleep had been remarkably restorative. The passive skill, Godly Aura, proved to be far more effective for sleep than he had anticipated. This instilled him with confidence for his forthcoming weight loss regime. It is well known that among the 3 crucial dimensions of maintaining health, sleep, exercise, and diet, sleep holds the utmost importance. Snap. Tang Song snapped his left fingers while simultaneously summoning the game system with his mind. In an instant, a dazzling, colorful interface of the system unfolded, exuding an enchanting sci-fi allure. Taking a deep breath, he dramatically spread his arms, a smile on his lips that could not be contained. After a brief wash, he donned a spring-autumn sports outfit and began jogging around the community. The bright sunlight filtered through the branches of the locust trees, bathing him in warmth. As he surveyed his surroundings, it felt as though a heavy layer of dust had been swept away from his world. The sky appeared bluer, the trees greener, and the air fresher. Taking a deep breath, he felt an exhilarating rush of energy coursing through him. He even had the leisure to greet the elderly folks rummaging through recyclables. However, as he continued to exercise, his legs began to tremble, and his body gradually bent, his pace slowing. After persevering for a while longer, Tang Song plopped down on a stone platform by the roadside, his face flushed and hot, panting heavily. He pulled out his phone to check his workout metrics. The total distance covered was 35 kilometers, with an average pace of 7 minutes and 26 seconds, which was rather dismal. Given his prolonged inactivity and excess weight, such results were to be expected. After resting for a while, Tang Song dragged his fatigued body to a nearby breakfast shop, ordering a cup of unsweetened soy milk and 2 boiled eggs. After finishing his breakfast, he returned to his rented apartment and began to devise his weight loss plan. Having faced multiple failures in the past, he had garnered some insights in this area. In essence, it boiled down to controlling his diet and engaging in exercise, striving to create a caloric deficit to eliminate excess fat. However, this time, with the challenge at hand and a time constraint, he had to give it his all. He first downloaded a template for a weight loss plan from the internet. Subsequently, he opened Xiaohongshu to search for quality weight loss experiences, meticulously compiling suitable content. Time ticked away, and the table grew increasingly detailed and enriched, encompassing his daily schedule, types of exercise, water intake, fat loss meal plans, and phased weight loss goals. During his research, several trending posts caught Tang Song's attention. They were about the recent online sensation of heating advice for transformation. The titles typically included keywords like heat advice and transformation. The content chronicled ordinary bloggers who, under the guidance of enthusiastic netizens, transformed their lives through sheer willpower. The strong sense of participation made it feel akin to an engaging development game, igniting fervent enthusiasm as netizens became virtual stakeholders, offering professional and effective advice from various perspectives. The advice spanned weight loss, fashion, skincare, hairstyles, makeup, and posture, providing comprehensive support to enhance the blogger's aesthetic appeal. Many ordinary individuals not only succeeded in their transformations, but also garnered a modicum of fame as internet personalities. The more Tang Song read, the more captivated he became. Given his current situation, the simplest and quickest way to elevate his charm was to focus on his appearance. Moreover, according to the game's design, fame and influence were crucial components of charm. This model perfectly aligned with his needs, potentially saving him a considerable amount of developmental time. With this thought, Tang Song resolved to take action. After a thorough shower, he changed into casual streetwear, tidied his hair, and adjusted his filming angle. Click! A raw, unfiltered photo appeared in his album. Upon glancing at it, he was instantly flooded with embarrassment and promptly deleted the photo. He tried different angles and locations, but the result was still delete, delete, delete. It was simply too unbearable. It must be said that posting one's most authentic image online for the scrutiny and ridicule of countless netizens truly requires immense courage. After pondering for a while, Tang Song retrieved a black shaping mask from his drawer. He donned it and examined his reflection in the mirror. Aside from his mouth and nose being obscured, his facial contours remained clear, which should not hinder the transformation effect, and he would also remain unrecognizable. Having overcome his internal barrier, Tang Song no longer hesitated and retook a full-body photo. He uploaded it to Xiaohongshu, creating a post titled, "Disappointed in my 25-year-old self, seeking transformation, heat advice." The main text read, "Determined to improve, but uncertain where to start. I hope to receive everyone's suggestions." Tags included, ordinary transformation, heat advice, transformation, comeback, mail. Upon clicking publish, Tang Song anxiously sat in his chair, refreshing the post intermittently. However, his account was rather new and lacked followers, primarily used for admiring beautiful women. In a short span, the views were in single digits, and naturally, there were no comments. He could only wait patiently for the flowers to bloom. In the bustling department store, Tang Song pushed a shopping cart, occasionally glancing at the list of ingredients for his fat loss meals on his phone: lettuce, cucumber, sweet potatoes, strawberries, oranges, beef shank, fresh shrimp, chicken breast. He selected only the freshest produce, not paying much attention to the prices. Previously, he had lived quite frugally, saving to buy a house. He relied on bulk purchases from online platforms for clothing, used discount coupons for takeout, and seldom bought fruits or snacks. Now, with an additional income of 200 yuan each day, he felt a sense of liberation. No longer did he have to be meticulous about every penny, feel guilty about spending, or worry about unemployment and financial instability. For him, this represented a small taste of financial freedom. After completing his shopping, Tang Song returned to his residence, carrying 2 overflowing shopping bags. Soon, his once empty refrigerator was filled to the brim. The apartment he rented was a well-furnished one-bedroom unit. Conveniently located and well-equipped with furniture and appliances, it cost only 900 yuan per month. The affordability was largely due to his landlord, Lu Ziming, a classmate from university. Unlike Tang Song, who hailed from a small town, Lu Ziming came from a well-off family. His mother worked in the government, and his father was an executive, with ample wealth and connections, along with several properties. Currently in his 3rd year of graduate studies, Lu Ziming had already secured an internship at a large financial firm, with a promising future ahead. At noon, a meticulously prepared fat loss meal was served at the dining table: pan-seared chicken breast, brown rice, and a vegetable salad, primarily consisting of lettuce, tomatoes, and cucumbers, accompanied by low-fat dressing. Tang Song eagerly arranged his plate, adjusted the angle, and snapped a photo before indulging in the meal. It tasted quite decent, though the chicken breast was a bit dry, likely due to being cooked for too long. After finishing his lunch, Tang Song once again opened Xiaohongshu. A few hours had passed, and the readership of his post had already surpassed 100, garnering 3 likes and 5 comments. Upon clicking on the comments, he noted that they predominantly urged him to lose weight. A typical couch potato. He must have indulged in plenty of sugary drinks. Your double chin is not even concealed by your mask. No matter what changes you make, it's futile unless you lose weight first. Tang Song read through the comments earnestly and replied to each one. Thank you for the advice. I have already devised a strict weight loss plan and am currently executing it. After scrolling through his phone for a while longer, just as Tang Song was about to retreat to his bedroom for a nap, he suddenly halted. He surveyed his surroundings. The room was in a state of disarray, with various items strewn about haphazardly, the balcony cluttered, dust accumulated on the furniture and appliances, the floor grimy, and the toilet and sink yellowing and odorous. It was time for a thorough and invigorating cleaning. Taking a deep breath, Tang Song commenced his efforts. A clean and tidy living environment, along with good habits, is a manifestation of one's charm and a fundamental quality of a true gentleman. Change must begin now, from the minutiae, from the everyday. Chapter 4. Restraint and Perseverance. April 7th, 2023, Friday, sunny, 6:16. At 6 in the morning, the dawn began to illuminate the horizon. The alarm clock chimed melodiously. Tang Song rose briskly, tidied his bed, drank a glass of warm water, and relieved himself in the bathroom, swiftly awakening his body's vigor. Standing before the mirror, a sincere smile graced his face. Ding dong. A notification from the bank arrived as expected, ushering in a delightful mood for the day. There is a saying that rings true. True wealth is reflected in the smile upon your face. Tang Song wholeheartedly agreed. He opened the system interface to check his personal information. Player, Tang Song, 25 foot. Character, Splendid Trade Development Engineer. Height, 180 cm. Weight, 86, 5 kilograms. Physique, 56. Endurance, 55. Agility, 49. Insight, 76. Asset status. Balance, 4, 602,080. Company, none. Property, none. Vehicle, Yachty electric scooter. Today marked the 6th day of his weight loss plan, yielding remarkable results. His weight had dropped to 86. 5 kilograms, agility had increased by 1 point, and his charm rating reached 25. He touched his abdomen, feeling a noticeable reduction, and his body felt significantly lighter. Nice. Tang Song joyfully snapped his fingers. No one can resist the allure of self-improvement. Witnessing himself inch closer to his goal was truly exhilarating. Donning his workout attire, he engaged in 10 minutes of full-body stretching. Then, facing the gentle morning light and breathing in the crisp air, began 40 minutes of fasting cardio. After a prolonged overnight fast, his body's glycogen stores were diminished, making it easier for it to utilize fat as an energy source during aerobic exercise, an excellent fat-burning effect. Beads of sweat cascaded down, soaking his clothes, and his legs trembled. The sounds of his footsteps, breaths, and heartbeat intertwined into a rousing symphony. Thoughts of laziness, evasion, and indulgence surfaced one after another. Tang Song endeavored to regulate his breathing rhythm, painfully relishing his personal fat-burning moment. In truth, today felt significantly easier. The initial days of exercise had been fraught with muscle soreness from lactic acid buildup, making even trips to the restroom arduous. He had persevered solely through willpower. Upon returning to his abode, he quickly showered and began preparing his meals for the day. Breakfast was simple: low-fat milk, 250 milliliters, purple sweet potato, 150 g, 1 boiled egg, and 1 apple. The lunch preparation was somewhat more complex: steamed corn, pumpkin, winter melon with shrimp, and black pepper mushrooms. After finishing breakfast and tidying the kitchen, Tang Song grabbed his lunchbox and walked to work. The reason he had not resigned was primarily to swiftly attain the rewards corresponding to Charm 30. According to the system's evaluation standards for charm, before establishing his own career, a stable job and interpersonal relationships were exceedingly important. If his character morphed into an unemployed individual, his charm value would undoubtedly plummet. In his developmental phase, the urgent task was to unlock the first stage reward as quickly as possible. Stability was paramount. At 8:50 a.m., in the 20th floor of Linjin Building, splendid trait. Good morning. Good morning. Morning, Brother Zhang. Good morning, Xiao Song. You've lost quite a bit of weight recently. You seem more spirited. Tang Song wore a warm smile, greeting colleagues he encountered. After placing his lunchbox in the refrigerator, he filled a large cup with hot water, settled at his workstation, and opened his laptop to begin studying. Quality sleep left him invigorated, and coupled with his weight loss, he had undergone a noticeable transformation. Several female colleagues even approached him for his fat loss meal menu. Currently, he maintained a positive mindset, working from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. He was adamant about not overextending his work hours. His primary focus was on self-improvement. Occasionally, he would stroll a few laps in the hallway to avoid prolonged sitting. During lunch, Zhao Yu suddenly approached. Glancing at Tang Song's lunchbox, she remarked, "Brother Song, your fat loss meal looks increasingly appetizing. I just followed the tutorial. The taste is rather average." "I don't believe it." Zhao Yu chuckled softly, directly using her chopsticks to grab a piece of shrimp, tossing it into her mouth to taste. "It's not as bad as you say. It's quite good." Afterward, she placed a cup of yogurt on Tang Song's desk, patting his shoulder. "Here's a little boost for you, Brother Song. Striving to shed those pounds and elevate the average attractiveness of our department's male employees." "No problem." Tang Song smiled, giving an okay gesture. Their gazes met briefly, and Zhao Yu appeared somewhat bashful, quickly averting her eyes and returning to her workstation. Tang Song watched her retreating figure, unable to suppress a chuckle. When he first joined the company, he had thought this female colleague had a fondness for him. After all, her demeanor had been quite approachable, lacking any sense of distance. However, a series of events had gradually awakened him to the reality that Zhao Yu was merely fishing for talent. She likely valued his technical skills, believing he could assist her at work. In terms of looks, Zhao Yu was not particularly striking. After makeup, she could barely score a 6. In her 20s, extroverted, with a body that was neither too thin nor too plump, earning a monthly salary of 6,000. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable girl attracted her fair share of admirers and sycophants. During holidays, she would receive gifts and flowers, her social media brimming with vibrancy. This led her to exude an inexplicable sense of superiority. Perhaps in her eyes, Tang Song was simply categorized among the sycophants, occasionally tossing him a bone to maintain a semblance of closeness. By mid-afternoon, around 3 o'clock, Tang Song found himself once again in a state of hunger. After exercising on the elliptical machine for half an hour, he was drenched in sweat. Not long after returning to his workstation, an intense wave of hunger surged forth. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards his colleague's snacks, his throat tightening. Chips, ham, spicy chicken feet, instant noodles, chocolate, these were all his favorites. Tang Song licked his lips, striving to divert his attention. The pangs of hunger during this period were the most arduous to endure, yet once he persevered, his body would commence burning fat, stabilizing his blood sugar levels, thereby alleviating the sensation of hunger significantly. After half an hour of steadfastness, his colleagues around him suddenly began to converse about afternoon tea. Tang Song glanced at the workgroup chat and indeed found a recent notice from the HR department. "Dear all, it's that delightful time for afternoon tea again. We appreciate your hard work, and the activity area has prepared cakes and milk tea. Come and indulge." Accompanying the message were several enticing images: fragrant cream cakes, golden and flaky croissants, large cups of bubble milk tea, and chocolate-drenched waffles. The employee benefits at Jinsho Trading were commendable, offering complimentary afternoon tea every Friday as a form of cultural consideration. A colleague nearby, Wang Xiaoyong, beckoned him. "Come on, Tang Song. If you arrive late, you'll miss out on the delicious treats." Tang Song fixated on the pictures, swallowing hard. Sweet and creamy frosting, soft and delectable cake, buttery croissants. Surely, eating just a piece or two wouldn't be a problem. He slightly rose from his seat, only to firmly bite down on his lower lip and sit back down. With great difficulty, he uttered, "No, I'm currently on a diet. Enjoy your meal and drink." Ultimately, the yearning to complete his tasks triumphed over the temptation of exquisite food. At 6 p.m., Tang Song shut his laptop and clocked out punctually. Having persevered through that agonizing hunger, he now felt considerably lighter. Upon exiting the office building, The April breeze embraced him. Taking a deep breath, he jogged against the backdrop of the amber sunset. Arriving back at Qingxin Garden, he began to prepare the long-awaited dinner: boiled spinach, 200 g, steamed fish, 150 g, and a bowl of brown rice. As the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, the night cloaked the city. The living room lights flickered on. Tang Song sat at the dining table, silently savoring the satisfaction that food brought, daydreaming about the future. Chapter 5. The Beautiful Sister Inviting You to Dinner. A series of large circles, side steps, alternating knee touches, mountain climbers, and jumping jacks. Breathing heavily, sweat soaked through his quick-dry shirt as his heart rate surged to 130 beats per minute. Tang Song felt a fiery warmth enveloping his entire body, his muscles involuntarily trembling. He had been adhering to this workout routine titled 30-minute fat-burning sweat session for 5 days now. Its moderate intensity was perfectly suited to his current state. The countdown beeped to a close. With a sigh of relief, Tang Song collapsed onto the yoga mat, unwilling to open his eyes. The sound of his own fervent heartbeat filled his ears. After resting for a while, he propped himself up and picked up his phone to stop the timer. He immediately noticed 2 unread messages. CSU, WeChat transfer of 500,000. Please confirm receipt. CSU, this is the final payment for the project. The mini-program turned out splendidly. Upon reading the messages, a smile involuntarily spread across Tang Song's face as he replied, "Received, thank you very much." As a proficient programmer, he occasionally took on freelance work to earn some extra income. CSU was a premium client introduced to him by Lu Ziming, managing a local chain of coffee shops. Most of the coffee shops were situated in office complexes, with a significant portion of their business stemming from corporate bulk orders. Previously, orders were placed through WeChat groups, with staff handling deliveries. However, as the business expanded, errors frequently occurred, and statistical analysis became cumbersome. To enhance user experience, CSU envisioned creating a mini-program to streamline the ordering process, occasionally incorporating marketing activities like lotteries and coupons. This task posed no challenge for Tang Song, as he had a ready-made front-end template at hand, ultimately quoting 10,000 yuan, with a 50 upfront payment. Everything proceeded smoothly. Launching in March and already in use for half a month, a notification pinged on WeChat. CSU, thank you for your hard work during this period. Are you available for lunch tomorrow? Let me treat you. Tang Song inhaled deeply and promptly replied, I'm free this weekend, no overtime. CSU, Yuan Bin Lu Map. CSU, I'll send you the location. See you tomorrow, and remember to collect the payment. Tang Song responded, all right, see you tomorrow. After replying, he accepted the 5,000 yuan transfer, yet his heart rate remained elevated. CSU was undoubtedly the most outstanding woman he knew, even more so than the one who gained admission to the prestigious Imperial Capital University. At 32, she had risen from humble beginnings to amass a fortune in the millions, residing in a luxurious mansion and driving a BMW. Crucially, her appearance was equally remarkable, tall and alluring, with smooth, fair skin and refined features. She was the focal point of attention wherever she went. Such a woman, possessing beauty, wealth, and sophistication, was undoubtedly appealing to everyone, Tang Song included. He had occasionally fantasized about winning her favor, hoping to avoid a decade of detours, living off her success. However, in the past, he had been self-aware, only daring to dream in silence. Tang Song vividly recalled their first meeting during the contract signing, her fashionable and graceful silhouette etched in his memory. He also remembered his own embarrassment and insecurity. Standing before CSU, he felt like a genuine toad, dressed casually, overweight, stumbling over his words, his head bowed throughout, only daring to steal glances with the periphery of his vision. This moment remained a psychological hurdle for him, causing him to flush with shame whenever he reminisced. Now, with his gaming assets materializing into reality, his life had undergone a complete 180-degree transformation. Tang Song yearned to improve CSU's impression of him, to leap over that psychological barrier. Boosting his confidence was also a means of enhancing his charm. With this in mind, Tang Song opened Zaihongshu, intending to seek advice from netizens. He first reviewed a previous post he had made, which garnered 52 likes, 3 saves, and 74 comments. The data was quite authentic. It hadn't gone viral, but it had gained a reasonable amount of attention. The steady flow of followers in the lifestyle category was undeniable, as even a pure novice like him could achieve decent visibility. After reflecting, Tang Song created a new post. The main image showcased a before and after comparison of his weight loss, and he also uploaded details of his daily fat-burning meals and exercise routines. He crafted an eye-catching title, Day 6 of Transformation, The Goddess Invites Me to Dinner. The text read, Thanks for everyone's previous suggestions. I've lost 7 pounds and am continuing to strive. However, I'll be dining alone with the goddess tomorrow. and I hope to make some quick changes to leave a good impression. Where do you think I should start? Tags, transformation, taking advice, makeover, comeback, mail. After clicking publish, Tang Song exhaled in relief. He took a quick shower and changed into fresh, dry clothing. Slumping onto the sofa, he browsed fitness videos of women on Xiaohongshu while awaiting suggestions from netizens. After more than half an hour, Tang Song reopened his recently posted note. Perhaps due to an appealing title, the views had already exceeded 200 within an hour, with 9 comments. Some praised his determination and resolve, while others offered advice. Among the comments, one freshly posted caught his attention. Coming from the previous note, I'd like to give a thumbs up. It's evident that you are a sincere individual with remarkable execution skills. You have quite a few questions. If you seek immediate results, consider starting with your hairstyle and outfit. May I casually inquire about your height and weight? I can offer you some recommendations. Upon clicking on's profile, Tang Song was instantly captivated. With over 1,000 followers, her numerous posts focused on makeup and fashion, exuding professionalism. After casually following her, Tang Song promptly replied, "Thank you for your encouragement and support. My height is 180 centimeters, and my current weight is 86.5 kilograms. Within moments, he received a response from her. Dog head emoji. When a guy claims to be 180 centimeters, we automatically assume he is under that height. And with this weight, well, indeed you are on the heavier side. For your outfit, I suggest trying a windbreaker, sweatpants, and canvas shoes to conceal your figure's shortcomings. Your hairstyle significantly impacts your image. Visit a reputable salon and consult Tony for a new cut. Your hair length is quite good. Consider a textured fringe. And perhaps tidy up your eyebrows. Go for it." Outfit reference attached JPG. S reply was exceptionally earnest, offering meticulous suggestions and concluding with a reference image. The ensemble featured a black windbreaker, a white inner layer, black tapered pants, and light-colored canvas shoes. The look conveyed a sense of layers and freshness, effectively camouflaging excess weight. As for the trending textured fringe, he had certainly heard of it, with many classmates sporting the style during university. Tang Song ran his fingers through his hair, realizing it was indeed time for some proper grooming. Throughout his life, he had seldom paid attention to his hairstyle, but this time he could give it a try. Glancing at the clock, he noticed it was nearly 10 p.m. He quickly got up to turn off the lights and prepare for bed. The night was cool and serene, his breathing gradually settling into a steady rhythm. Tang Song experienced a long dream, envisioning himself transformed. Clad in a dark tailored suit, he stood tall and fit, devoid of any excess flesh. His features were striking, and his skin was clear and fair. He stepped out of a Rolls-Royce, standing before Xieshuyu, his dark, tousled hair gently tousled by the wind. Their eyes met as he reached out to embrace her slender waist, leaning in for a passionate kiss. In the darkness, Tang Song turned over, a joyful smile gracing his face. The phone on the bedside table vibrated. China Merchants Bank. Your account ending in 6800 received a deposit of 20,000 RMB on April 8th at 3:11. Chapter 6. Textured Fringe. After finishing breakfast, Tang Song opened his wardrobe and began to rummage through it. He didn't own much clothing, and soon enough, he unearthed the few pieces he needed: a white loose-fitting base layer, black Antas sweatpants, and a gray-black Explorer windbreaker. He sniffed them, finding them clean and odor-free. Lacking canvas shoes, he opted for a pair of light-colored suede sneakers instead, to assess the overall effect. Once dressed, he stood before the mirror. The overall presentation exuded a relaxed aura, effectively concealing any excess weight. Quite impressive. He donned a mask and took a few photos, growing increasingly pleased with the results. Especially the windbreaker. Its cut suited him even better than the outfit depicted in the reference image shared by the online user. Touching the impeccably crafted windbreaker, Tang Song couldn't help but sigh. This 3-in-1 windbreaker was a gift from her last year for his birthday, which he had hesitated to wear. Time truly flies. He wondered how she was adapting in the deep city and if her entrepreneurial endeavors were thriving. Whenever he reminisced about this brilliant star from his school days, a wave of melancholy washed over him. She was a genuine prodigy, always shining brightly from childhood. Consistently ranking among the top 3 in high school, she smoothly gained admission to one of the top 2 universities in the capital. During her university years, she participated in an internet entrepreneurship competition and won a gold medal. After graduation, she chose not to sign with a large corporation but instead formed a team with classmates to launch this project, successfully securing investment. She possessed a clear and precise life plan, her thoughts mature and rational, always thirsting for knowledge and exploration. In comparison, Tang Song felt exceedingly ordinary. His academic performance was decent, and after graduating high school, he enrolled at Yincheng University of Science and Technology, a less prestigious institution. Although he worked hard during college, mastering his major well and earning several scholarships, when he arrived in the capital and truly encountered her lifestyle, work, and social circle. He discovered the chasm between them had widened to an extent that no amount of effort could bridge. This realization was a primary reason for letting go of that chapter of his life. Shaking his head vigorously, Tang Song resolved to cease his futile musings. His current priority was self-improvement. Only through genuine growth could he hope to mend the regrets of the past. Qingxin community was situated in the heart of Huaxinyu district, surrounded by comprehensive amenities, including hospitals, supermarkets, and parks. Approximately a kilometer away was a large commercial complex, Yinxing Plaza, which housed various upscale beauty and hairdressing establishments. Tang Song searched on a review app and selected the highest-rated salon based on reviews. As he approached the entrance, he found it bustling with people. Perhaps due to the weekend, coupled with the salon's excellent reputation, a long queue had formed by just 9:30 a.m. With his appointment with Xie Shiyu scheduled for noon, he had little over 2 hours left. Besides getting a hairstyle, he also needed to purchase a pair of canvas shoes, leaving him with insufficient time. After some contemplation, he opted for a nearby, less popular salon, reasoning that any establishment in such a location must possess a certain level of skill. Upon entering, a beautiful attendant greeted him warmly. Her demeanor was exceptionally friendly as she cheerfully exclaimed, "Welcome. Hello, handsome. Are you here for a haircut or skincare?" Tang Song glanced around and noted only a handful of customers, making it clear he wouldn't need to wait in line. "I'd like to get a new hairstyle and tidy up my eyebrows." The attendant pointed to the price list on the wall, explaining, "The eyebrow shaping is a flat rate of 79 yuan. We have 3 tiers of stylists, 88 yuan for a regular stylist, 188 yuan for a senior designer, and 288 yuan for the technical director. Which one would you prefer? I can arrange it right away." Without hesitation, Tang Song decisively replied, "Let us see what your technical director can do." The quality of a hairstyle directly influences one's charm, so naturally, he wanted the best. He no longer needed to save for a house, with substantial assets awaiting him, making it unnecessary to skimp on this aspect. "All right, handsome. Please place your coat in the locker, and I'll take you for a shampoo." Entering the shampoo room, he reclined on the soft, comfortable wash bed. The attendant thoughtfully wrapped a towel around him and adjusted the water to a pleasant temperature. His hair was quickly dampened, the faint scent of body wash wafting through the air as her delicate, elongated fingers, laden with shampoo foam, gently massaged and scratched his scalp, occasionally kneading his neck. Waves of relaxation washed over him from head to toe. He couldn't help but admit that the service was truly commendable. After his hair was washed, Tang Song was led to an elegantly decorated private room. The technical director soon followed, a handsome gentleman in his 40s, adorned with tattoos and earrings. Dressed in a trendy manner, he approached Tang Song, placing a friendly hand on his shoulder. "Good morning, handsome. I'm Li Wan, the technical director here. Now, please share your requirements for your hairstyle." Tang Song gazed at his reflection in the mirror, a tinge of apprehension lacing his voice as he inquired. "Teacher Li is a professional. What hairstyle do you think would suit me?" Someone suggested a textured crop. "What are your thoughts?" Li Wan firmly grasped his head, scrutinizing him from various angles before replying earnestly, "There's no doubt about it. Your face shape can absolutely carry a textured crop. Although your hair appears somewhat dry and unruly, a nourishing hair mask can rectify that. I will also redesign it according to your facial features, enriching the layers to undoubtedly elevate your attractiveness." Truly, as the technical director, his expertise shone through. Tang Song gave a thumbs up in approval, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Everything was proceeding according to plan, seamlessly. Li Wan raised an eyebrow with confidence, casually draping a salon cape around Tang Song's shoulders. With one hand gripping the scissors and the other gathering his hair, he commenced the transformation. His movements were fluid and effortless, a testament to his high skill level. Tang Song inhaled deeply, closing his eyes in anticipation of his impending metamorphosis. Just as a netizen had opined, one's hair profoundly influences their image, holding equal weight to one's features. An appropriate hairstyle could undoubtedly enhance one's charm. As the scissors snipped rhythmically, strands of hair fell away. After a little over half an hour, Li Wan paused, brushing away the loose hairs from Tang Song's face. "All done, handsome. Take a look and see if there's anything you wish to adjust." Tang Song pressed his lips together, slowly opening his eyes. Brilliant sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the room. His reflection appeared rather foolish. In a flurry, he raised his hand to tousle his hair, seemingly seeking confirmation of something. Perhaps due to the hair's texture, the strands fell flat atop his head, lacking the voluminous quality depicted in the photo. The sides had been thinned and cut short, with bangs just grazing his eyebrows, rendering him akin to a large pot lid. Tang Song's brows twitched in distress as he hastily accessed the system interface. "Charm, 24. What the heck?" Tang Song's eyes reddened. How could he have lost that hard-earned point? "Director Li, do you think this hairstyle is suitable?" His expression was grim. Li Wan quickly reassured him, Don't be alarmed. Your hair texture is relatively soft, and it requires some styling cream or wax to achieve the desired effect. Otherwise, it won't show. Handsome, why don't you wash your hair first? I can assist you with styling. Upon hearing this, Tang Song felt a bit more at ease. All right. After washing his hair and returning to the VIP room, Li Wen first dried it, then applied some styling cream on top, meticulously crafting texture with his fingers to create volume, finishing with a setting spray. The overall look resembled a gentle perm, and paired with Tang Song's face shape, it appeared significantly more appealing, at least not unattractive. Checking the system interface again. His charm had been restored to 25. Noticing Tang Song's mood stabilizing, Li Wen enthusiastically remarked, "Your hair volume and texture do leave something to be desired. For effective results, you'll need to maintain it like this daily, which can be time-consuming. I suggest you consider a volumizing perm. It would maintain the fluffiness for an extended period, making it both convenient and stylish. Today, we have a promotion. I can offer you a 20% discount, and if you opt for dyeing as well, there's an additional benefit." Before he could finish, Tang Song interrupted, "I have urgent matters to attend to at noon. I don't have time." Li Wen chuckled awkwardly. "Then perhaps you can come back when you're free." "Wait a moment, I will fetch the brow stylist." Tang Song nodded, remaining silent. He had reason to suspect that this stylist had known from the outset that his hair texture could not support this hairstyle. The intention was likely to arrange for perming and dyeing, aiming to make a substantial profit. Zhao Yeqian was a newly minted beautician, lacking experience and eloquence. She had struggled to secure her current position. With a base salary plus commissions, she earned around 4,000 a month. Though modest, her profession allowed her to save significantly on skincare and cosmetics, which constituted a large portion of her monthly expenses. However, less than 6 months into her job, the salon faced operational difficulties and financial strain, teetering on the brink of closure. The owner had also withheld 2 months' wages. The beautician who had trained her had already fled, having secured a position elsewhere. As a newcomer, she suddenly found herself as a mainstay of the salon's beauty segment. Recently, business had dwindled further, and despite her attempts at applying for numerous jobs, she had yet to find a suitable opportunity. With thoughts of her upcoming credit card bill and imminent rent due, Zhao Yeqian sighed, hoping the owner would fulfill their promise and expedite her wages to provide her with a buffer. Ding! Her phone lit up with a notification. "Director Li, Yeqian, have you given it any thought? The salary I promised remains unchanged at 15,000 per month, with meals and accommodation included." Upon reading the message, Zhao Yeqian instinctively furrowed her brow. Director Li was a regular patron of their salon, a man in his 30s, rather respectable in demeanor. He spoke kindly and held a leadership position in a large corporation. Upon learning she was job hunting, he subtly indicated that he needed an assistant, inviting her to consider the position. Initially, Zhao Yeqian had been oblivious, thinking she had encountered a benefactor, eagerly boasting to her friends about the prospect of working in a prestigious company. However, upon her friend's urging, she inquired about the job requirements and compensation, only to realize his intentions were less than honorable, primarily drawn to her youth and beauty. Staring at the alluring WeChat message, Zhao Yeqian bit her lip and replied earnestly, "I'm sorry, Director Li, but I don't think I'm suitable." No sooner had she sent the message than she heard Lin Jie's voice from downstairs, "Qianqian, there's a customer in VIP room 2 needing a brow shaping." Zhao Yeqian quickly stood, adjusted her blazer, and grabbed her toolkit, hurrying to the room. Upon entering, she donned her professional smile. "Hello, I'm the beautician Qianqian from the salon. I will be taking care of your brow shaping today." Her client, a young man around 25 or 26, sat across from her. Out of professional habit, her first instinct was to assess his skin condition, which was dismal, characteristic of a young man lacking any skincare knowledge or routine. His complexion was dull, pores enlarged, and numerous blackheads and acne marred his skin. A potential client indeed. "All right," Tang Song nodded, unable to resist stealing glances at the beautician. She was likely the tallest woman he had encountered, appearing nearly his height. Her features were strikingly beautiful yet non-threatening, exuding a comforting presence. Her figure was commendable as well, her long legs accentuated by fitted black trousers. Zhao Yeqian seemed accustomed to such gazes, her expression remaining unchanged. Approaching Tang Song, she meticulously examined his eyebrows. "Sir, your brows are quite thick, which means there's an abundance of stray hairs. I will first tidy up your brow shape, then individually trim each hair to ensure you are satisfied. Thank you for your hard work." "You're too kind. It's my duty," Zhao Yeqian replied, retrieving small scissors, a comb, and a blade from her toolkit. Lowering her head to commence her work, a subtle fragrance mingled with the scent of the body wafted into Tang Song's nostrils, causing his heart to race and his gaze to involuntarily drift towards the other person's legs. The thighs were voluptuous and sensuous, while the calves were slender and straight, embodying the quintessential silhouette of a wine glass leg. Such captivating legs stirred a fervor within him. He had only encountered such beauty online before, albeit enhanced by filters. This was the first time he witnessed such authenticity. The wounds inflicted on his heart by Tony seemed to heal significantly in that moment. Just then, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, player. Your Xiaohongshu account has surpassed 100 followers, unlocking the achievement, modest prestige, and granting you the special item, betting agreement. Tang Song's heart leaped at this news. This was his first achievement, and the accompanying item was undeniably significant. Sir, please remain still, Zhao Yiqian exclaimed, hastily retracting the blade. I'm so sorry. I apologize. Tang Song quickly responded, his emotions having gotten the better of him, momentarily losing control over the expressions on his face. I'm glad you weren't hurt, Zhao Yiqian said, patting her chest. I'll continue now. Please do not move. If you feel uncomfortable, feel free to let me know. Understood, Tang Song affirmed, closing his eyes as he summoned the light screen and directly accessed the system warehouse. Almost immediately, he spotted the new item pulsating with white light. View details. Betting agreement. Upon use, it will generate a betting event based on the player's current environment and mindset. A betting event? What does that mean? After much deliberation and driven by an overwhelming curiosity, Tang Song could not resist. He selected betting agreement and activated it immediately. Betting event in progress. Participants, Tang Song, Zhao Yiqian. Betting content. The progression of the relationship between player Tang Song and beautician Zhao Yiqian. Agreed conditions. 1. Within 1 hour. The player must successfully add Zhao Yiqian on WeChat with a betting amount of 15. Failure results in the amount reverting to 0. 2. Within 1 week. The player and Zhao Yiqian must become friends with a betting amount of 3. Failure results in the amount reverting to 0. 3. Within 1 month. The player must gain Zhao Yiqian's affection with a betting amount of 6. Failure results in the amount reverting to 0. Please enter betting amount. Supplementary Clause 1. Deceptive, coercive, or intimidating behaviors are prohibited for expedited relationship progression. Supplementary Clause 2. Upon fulfilling any agreed condition, the player may terminate the betting agreement and withdraw the betting amount. Chapter 8. I've committed to this friendship. After perusing the betting content, Tang Song pondered for a moment and discerned the rules of engagement. The term, Zhao Yiqian, undoubtedly referred to the beautician Qian, who was presently shaping his eyebrows. If one considered the progression of his relationship with Zhao Yiqian as a project, then the betting amount represented an investment. The entire endeavor comprised 3 phased objectives. Once they became WeChat friends, the investment would multiply by 15. Upon becoming true friends, the investment would triple. Should he win Zhao Yiqian's favor, the investment would increase 6-fold. The inflated investment would be redeemable, akin to investment agreements in the real-world financial market, albeit with a simpler withdrawal mechanism. He accessed the personal center to review his asset information. Balance, 5, 102, 80 yuan. If he invested 50, 000 yuan. And if he could earn the other's affection within a month, he would be able to cash out 300, 000 yuan. To him, this sum would be a fortune, undoubtedly enhancing his charm, making it hard to resist the temptation. With this in mind, Tang Song slightly opened his eyes. Just inches away lay a pair of elongated hands, with nails perfectly rounded and smooth, devoid of calluses and dead skin, utterly exquisite. Through the pristine makeup mirror, he could see Zhao Yiqian diligently at work. In her 20s, she exuded vitality, dressed impeccably, with a tall and graceful figure, her hair neatly gathered in a black net at the back of her head. In terms of appearance, she was indeed an exceptional young lady. Had it been Tang Song from a week prior, he would have lacked the courage to engage with her. At most, he would have shyly added her on WeChat and slowly attempted to forge a friendship through sincerity and warmth. As for any hint of ambiguity, that would have been utterly out of the question. Yet now, he was evolving into a more remarkable version of himself, his life on the verge of taking flight. Filled with ambition, without hesitation, he directly entered 5,000,000 yuan in the please enter betting amount field. Ding. The betting agreement has been signed, and the event is underway. Immediately, Tang Song felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He reviewed his asset information once more. Balance, 102,080 yuan. In that instant, a sense of emptiness washed over him, accompanied by a tinge of anxiety. Having worked in the capital for over 2 years, he had repaid debts with his initial earnings. And the over 40,000 yuan he had managed to save was hard-won. He feared that the system might abscond with his funds. Sir, I've roughly finished here. Do you have any specific requests regarding your eyebrow shape? Zhao Yiqian paused her movements. Tang Song gazed at his neatly shaped eyebrows. Feeling quite pleased, he smiled and replied, I'm not too knowledgeable about this. Perhaps you could decide? As long as it looks good. Absolutely. I'll shape them into a standard men's brow based on your face shape. Zhao Yeqian picked up the small scissors to begin her work. Yet her face bore an expression of hesitation. If her senior, Li Jie, were present, she would be engaging the client in continuous conversation, discussing work and life to build rapport, gradually guiding him towards card purchases and deposits. However, Zhao Yeqian struggled to articulate such phrases, a reason for her ongoing challenges in interviews. As she fervently built herself up mentally, Tang Song unexpectedly inquired, "Miss, I wish to improve my skin. Where do you think I should start?" Upon hearing him initiate a conversation about skincare, Zhao Yeqian was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, her expression instantly brightening. Firstly, cleansing is essential. You have a classic case of oily skin, with abundant sebaceous glands and a thick stratum corneum, which can easily lead to dull complexion and clogged pores. What would you recommend? You could use an amino acid-based APG cleanser. It's only a few dozen yuan online and lasts quite a while. Great. I'll make a note of that. What else should I be mindful of? Hydration. Zhao Yeqian reached out to gently touch Tang Song's face, suggesting, "I recommend choosing a toner that soothes acne and balances oil and moisture, preferably a pricier option that can provide a secondary cleanse and adjust the skin's pH level." Feeling the gentle warmth on his cheek, Tang Song's eyelashes fluttered. They chatted casually for a while. Suddenly, Zhao Yeqian realized she should be promoting the store's services instead of merely flaunting her knowledge and sharing experiences. Biting her lip, she awkwardly shifted the conversation, apologizing, "We offer professional skincare services here. You can see results after just one treatment. If you're interested, I can tell you more about it. We have a special offer for card purchases right now. How about we add each other on WeChat, and you can send me the details?" Seizing the opportunity, Tang Song suggested his primary objective. "Sure, I'll scan you in a bit." Zhao Yeqian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Using a damp cotton pad to wipe his brow, smiling, "All done. Let us see how it looks." Tang Song opened his eyes, and the formerly unruly eyebrows had transformed into a refined visage. The shades are just right, the eyebrows delicately slender, slightly elevated towards the end, and the arch of the brow is perfectly defined. The entire allure of the eyes has been elevated significantly, radiating a more spirited appearance. "I am exceedingly satisfied." A heartfelt compliment to Zhao Yeqian from Tang Song, who successfully added her on WeChat. Ding. Betting agreement. Condition 1 has been fulfilled. The current wager has inflated to 7,500,000 yuan. The system notification chimes in as expected, and Tang Song feels a swell of exhilaration. In less than half an hour, he has netted a profit of 25,000. The game items are truly formidable. His gaze towards Zhao Yeqian intensifies. She is a treasure trove of potential rewards. After paying 367 yuan at the cashier, he exchanged a few more words with Zhao Yeqian. Upon leaving the hair salon, Tang Song headed straight to the shoe section of the mall. With decisive action, he spent 399 yuan on a pair of light-colored Converse sneakers. His balance dwindled to 2,548 yuan. Knowing that the journey with Zhao Yeqian's betting agreement was still far from over, he anticipated further expenditures. Tang Song promptly opened Alipay to check his borrowing limit, 20,000 yuan. Without hesitation, he withdrew the amount. In critical moments, one must rely on the support of old friends. He reopened the personal information interface. Balance, 2,025, for 180 yuan. Loan, 20,000 yuan. The words loan were highlighted in red, evidently a reminder that the funds acquired through this means would not contribute to his charm rating. Upon returning to his rented apartment in Qingxing Garden, Tang Song stood before the floor-to-ceiling mirror, scrutinizing himself. Weighing in at 84 kilograms, brimming with vitality, dressed adequately, and sporting a voluminous hairstyle, he appeared significantly improved compared to a week prior. The only lingering disappointment was his face, which remained rather unfortunate. Beyond merely being overweight, the most pressing issue was his skin. In fact, skin quality has the most profound impact on a person's appearance. Possessing clean, refined skin is akin to activating beauty filters in the real world, capable of concealing numerous flaws. Perhaps this is a crucial reason why the betting agreement favored the esthetician Zhao Yeqian. Each individual possesses a unique skin type, and as skin issues improve, one must periodically adjust skincare methods. Mastery through self-study is challenging and demands extensive experiential knowledge. With a skilled esthetician friend at his side, his transformative journey will undoubtedly be far more seamless. Ding dong. The WeChat notification sounded. Zhao Yeqian, promotional poster JPG. Zhao Yeqian, I have sent you the event details. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions, smiley face. He opened the promotional poster to peruse its contents. Recharge a card for 1,998 yuan. Enjoy an 80 discount on all purchases. Receive 3 basic facial treatments, 1 VIP treatment, and choose from designated products valued at 998 yuan. Without hesitation, Tang Song transferred 2,000 yuan. He left a message. Please arrange a card for me. I will come by the store to collect it when you have time. I'm determined to keep you as a friend. Chapter 9, Xieshuyu. At 11:40 a.m., Tang Song exited the taxi and promptly messaged Xieshuyu before raising his gaze to the Yinbin building before him. A standalone three-story structure with a deep gray facade adorned with minimalist lines and geometric patterns. It exudes an air of sophistication. Expansive floor-to-ceiling windows reveal a modern, stylish interior that is clean and orderly. No wonder it has become a popular hotspot for social media influencers. Stepping through the dark glass entrance, he was greeted by a familiar figure. Zhao Yu, dressed in a blue long dress, was accompanied by a tall, slender young man. Approaching them, Tang Song recognized the young man as Wang Yuba from the sales department, a genuinely earnest and spirited fellow. They seemed to be waiting for a table, sharing laughter and appearing quite intimate, reminiscent of a couple in the throes of romantic ambiguity. Upon seeing Tang Song enter, the receptionist hurried over, warmly inquiring, "Good day, sir. How many in your party?" "2, with a reservation for table 10 on the second floor." "Certainly, I'll escort you there." Hearing a familiar voice, Zhao Yu perked up, turning towards this direction. A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed her face as she instinctively released Wang Yuba's arm. Tang Song smiled and greeted them. "Good afternoon, Zhao Yuba." Zhao Yu adjusted her bangs, feigning nonchalance. "Hello, Songgo. Are you here for a meal too? Wow, your outfit today is really sharp. The hairstyle looks great." Tang Song, typically embodying the standard homebody style at work, donned the same few outfits interchangeably. Today's trendy ensemble was a refreshing change, indeed catching the eye. He chuckled, responding, "Your dress is beautiful today as well." After exchanging pleasantries, Tang Song waved his hand and said, "I'll head up first, bye." With that, he followed the waiter up the staircase. As they watched his figure vanish around the corner, Zhao Yu tightened her grip on her bag strap, a flicker of annoyance in her eyes. Just moments ago, she had worried that encountering Tang Song might induce jealousy and stir conflict, yet upon noticing his indifference, she felt a twinge of discomfort. It was akin to watching a cherished fish escape from her pond. At that moment, the waiter approached briskly. "The table is ready upstairs. I'll lead you there." Upon reaching the second floor, they settled into a corner table. Wang Yuba opened the QR code for their couple's meal, allowing the waiter to verify their voucher. Zhao Yu, maintaining an air of composure, discreetly scanned the restaurant, quickly spotting Tang Song at the best table, an east-facing window seat. Spacious and quiet, the Yinbin building is a highly sought-after restaurant locally, and securing that spot on weekends is quite a challenge, requiring advance reservations. Reflecting on Tang Song's attire and demeanor today, Zhao Yu's eyes flickered with suspicion. He must be meeting someone special. Hu Mingli? Li Yan? Several names rushed to her mind, all of whom are female colleagues with whom Tang Song shares a good rapport. Noticing Zhao Yu's distraction, Wang Yuba followed her gaze. With a chuckle, he remarked, "I never imagined that our tech-savvy Tang Song could be so romantic. He must have a girlfriend now, right?" "I'm not too sure. Perhaps," she replied. "The wine-braised meat and steamed dishes here are exceptional, and the presentation is exquisite. I'll take some photos for you later." "Sounds good. I trust your photography skills." As Zhao Yu engaged in conversation with Wang Yuba, she secretly observed Tang Song, noticing his gaze fixed on the staircase, as if awaiting someone. She couldn't help but pull out her phone and send him a few messages. "Song-gu, Yuba just got promoted and said he wants to treat me to a meal to celebrate. We're good buddies. Always have been, haha. By the way, I forgot to ask, are you on a date today? You're all dressed up so nicely. Could it be one of our company's stunning beauties?" After a moment, her phone buzzed with several notifications. Tang Song, indeed a stunning beauty, but not from our company, smiling face. Zhao Yu took a deep breath, feeling increasingly distressed. Although Tang Song may not excel in looks or other conditions, his technical prowess is exceptional, making him the highest-ranking programmer in their department. Beyond back-end development, his front-end skills are commendable, and he has been a great help to her within the company. With a determined bite of her lip, Zhao Yu continued to respond. Does that mean she's even more beautiful than I am? Otherwise, why hasn't Brother Song taken the initiative to invite me to dinner? Sad, dog head." Upon reading Zhao Yu's message, Tang Song found himself both amused and exasperated. He truly could not fathom how she could be so deluded. Zhao Yu could at best be described as passably attractive. Her features had a few minor merits, and with the aid of makeup, she might barely qualify as a 6 out of 10. Perhaps she mistook the heavily filtered and retouched images from her social media as a true reflection of herself. As he pondered how to reply, a striking figure flashed across his vision, causing Tang Song's heart to skip a beat. Even amidst the bustling crowd on the second floor, her presence was impossible to overlook. The moment she appeared, she became the focal point of attention. This was the most direct manifestation of an individual's charisma, beyond mere physical beauty and stature. She exuded an exceptional aura and grace. This was precisely the direction in which he aspired to grow. Taking a deep breath, Tang Song rose from his seat, a radiant smile lighting up his face. In the corner, Zhao Yu was still awaiting Tang Song's reply. Noticing his lack of response, she glanced in his direction once more and immediately noticed his rising form. Her heart skipped a beat as she followed his gaze. The expression on her face froze in an instant. Approaching him was a woman with the stature of a model, tall and slender. Her features were striking, her skin fair, and her hair a lustrous black. Clad in a casual brown shirt, a plaid A-line skirt, nude stockings, and brown high heels, she draped a luxurious camel-colored coat over her arm. She appeared dignified, elegant, and fashionable, possessing a unique allure. Although she seemed quite slim, she radiated vitality, her posture upright, and her eyes sparkling with intensity, creating an impression of decisiveness and efficiency, reminiscent of a beautiful businesswoman from a television drama. Furthermore, the clothing and accessories she wore exuded opulence. While Zhao Yu did not recognize the brand, she identified the bag slung over the woman's shoulder, the LV Sahara in gold. Valued at over 200,000, a luxury item she could only dream of possessing. As she watched the woman approach Tang Song, Zhao Yu mouthed in disbelief. This is impossible. Chapter 10. When shall we sign the contract? The sound of high heels clicking against the stone floor echoed as Xie Shiyu glided into view, capturing the attention of all around her. Men admired her sensual beauty, while women scrutinized her attire and handbag. Thump! Thump! Tang Song could distinctly hear the pounding of his own heart as he unconsciously clenched his hands. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the reality of facing her in person still made him anxious. He felt both the embarrassment from his previous awkwardness and the yearning for something beautiful. Ultimately, he remained an ordinary young man. Though supported by a system, his mindset and perspective had yet to catch up. Sister Shiyu, Tang Song greeted her warmly. He sensed the weight of numerous complex gazes converging upon him. The pressure was immense. The last time they met at Xie Shiyu CAF, it had not been nearly as striking. I'm so sorry, little Song, for being late, Xie Shiyu said, glancing at her wristwatch with an apologetic expression. There was an issue at one of our stores that I needed to address. She was known for her punctuality, usually arriving 10 minutes early to any appointment. No worries. I just arrived as well, Tang Song replied with a shy smile. As they sat across from each other, Xie Shiyu placed her coat and bag aside and handed over the menu, encouraging him to choose whatever he desired without hesitation. Tang Song waved his hand dismissively. I've been trying to lose weight lately. Why don't you order first, and just add a vegetable salad for me at the end? After appraising him for a moment, Xie Shiyu nodded slightly. No wonder I thought you looked a bit slimmer. Keep up the good work. I have a small appetite and have been managing my diet for years, so it seems today's meal will be quite economical. Although Xian closely observed Tang Song's physical details before, her emotional intelligence and courtesy prompted her to compliment him. Braised beef shank, seafood tofu soup, exquisite garden dish, stir-fried cabbage, and boiled shrimp. Yes, let us go with these, Xie Shiyu said, casually closing the menu while flashing a charming smile. They're all low in calories, so you can think of it as a fat loss meal. Her voluminous hair cascaded from her shoulders to her chest, complementing her graceful curves, a truly pleasing sight. Thank you, Sister Shiyu. Tang Song endeavored to keep his gaze innocent and pure. He felt that overt admiration towards a woman of her caliber would be disrespectful. Xie Shiyu lifted her exquisite face. No need to be overly polite. This meal is on me. The mini-program you developed is excellent, and the back-end management is quite practical. I should be the one thanking you for your tireless assistance in revising my requests. What do you mean by impossible? Upon hearing Zhao Yu's murmured expression, Wang Yuba asked in surprise. He then turned to follow Zhao Yu's gaze, and his expression instantly transformed. Wow, why is Tang Song dressed so flamboyantly? Wang Yuba gulped, his heart racing as if a volcano had erupted. That couldn't he possibly be his girlfriend, could it? What a joke. The two of them together simply did not make sense, did they? Although the girl appeared youthful, her style and demeanor screamed sophistication. She was undoubtedly a top-tier woman. Standing at approximately 175 centimeters, and with her high heels, she exceeded 180, nearly matching Tang Song's height. Compared to her, Zhao Yu, his colleague, seemed utterly inconsequential. Such a woman would stand out in any crowd. Zhao Yu bit her lower lip, her expression one of acute discomfort. I also think it's impossible. It's probably just a relative or friend. Wang Yuba remarked with a hint of envy. Having a friend like that is certainly lucky. She seems quite affluent. Undoubtedly a valuable connection. As a salesperson, he had encountered many business owners and had a keen eye for such matters. Zhao Yu soon came to her senses. Upon reflection, how could Tang Song possibly have such a girlfriend? The 220,000 LV Sahara, along with her luxurious attire, placed her in an entirely different echelon. He probably wasn't even worthy of being her suitor, He simply did not measure up. After a lengthy period of self-soothing, Zhao Yu finally felt somewhat reassured. Calming her thoughts, she shifted the conversation. Yuba, you mentioned last time that our company is transitioning to an e-commerce business. Is that true? This was her primary concern. Currently, Jinxiu Commerce mainly engaged in offline clothing agency sales, with their technical department being a marginal support unit, not particularly valued. A complete transition to e-commerce would present an opportunity for them, increasing business and potentially enhancing their compensation. Jinxiu Commerce was quite reliable in this regard. Wang Yuba diverted his gaze from Xieshuyu, took a sip of water, and spoke quietly. It's not a transition. It's about focusing our main efforts online to expand the e-commerce business. This is absolutely certain and will significantly impact our sales department. The financing intention has already been established. By the way, don't discuss this in the company. It's likely to be announced next month. Isn't this good news? Why does it need to be kept secret? Zhao Yu queried, puzzled. I'm not sure either. I heard it's a directive from the boss himself, and it's prohibited to discuss this matter within the company. Zhao Yu furrowed her brow, and suddenly, a line of thought connected in her mind. No wonder Director Chun had been so exuberant lately, fervently painting grand visions for everyone and monopolizing the accolades for the SCM system. It also explained why Du Shaokai had suddenly started working overtime, eagerly taking on responsibilities and even usurping Tang Song's project maintenance tasks. If the company were to transition online, the SCM, supply chain management, system would undoubtedly become the linchpin for the entire organization, intertwining with all business operations. The technical support department would likely operate independently as a separate division, expanding its scale. Director Chun would have the opportunity to ascend to the role of CTO, officially becoming an executive. At that juncture, numerous mid-level management positions would also become vacant. Contemplating this, Zhao Yu felt a surge of excitement. This was indeed a golden opportunity. Dishes were elegantly presented on the dining table, each a feast for the senses. Xieshuyu, with her delicate fingers, deftly picked up her chopsticks, savoring the cuisine in small morsels while occasionally discussing ideas about the mini-program and CAF promotions with Tang Song. When the topic of work arose, her demeanor transformed, radiating vitality. Tang Song understood why she had taken the time to share this meal with him and tentatively asked, Sister Shuyu, does this mean that the mini-program for Weiguan Coffee will continue to evolve? Bingo! A rare playful glimmer appeared in Xieshuyu's eyes as she said, Now, let us address the matter at hand. Very well. Xieshuyu sat up straight, her expression becoming considerably more serious, resembling a beautiful female leader from an urban drama. I would like to formally invite you to join my company part-time, responsible for maintaining our website and mini-program, with a monthly stipend of 3,000 yuan, along with complimentary coffee and juice. What do you think? Will you consider it? Tang Song's face registered astonishment. He had initially assumed it would be a one-off transaction, but he quickly realized that this sister was eager to recruit him. Upon further reflection, it became clear that this was the most cost-effective choice for Xieshuyu. It was worry-free, economical, secure, and sustainable. Naturally, it was also a boon for him. Although it would require effort, an additional 3,000 yuan each month was substantial. In Yin City, a second-tier city, many people's salaries barely reached that amount. Had it been the old him, he would have agreed without hesitation. However, the current him was on the path to becoming a distinguished figure, with a bright and promising future where the rewards from a single task would far exceed this part-time compensation. Tang Song carefully considered his words and asked, When shall we sign the contract? Chapter 11, Weiguan Holdings. Xieshuyu was not the slightest bit surprised by Tang Song's response. Her workload was manageable, and the remuneration was appropriate. There was no reason to decline. I will send you the company address via WeChat shortly. Just bring your ID and bank card when you come. I'm currently busy expanding our baking business and may not be available, so you can reach out to the office manager. Thank you for your trust, Sister Shuyu. After a brief pause, Tang Song jested, I should say, thank you, Director Xie, for your trust. Xie Shuyu chuckled lightly. You're merely a part-timer. There's no need to be so formal. Then let us wish Weiguan Coffee great success and brilliance together. They raised their teacups and clinked them gently. Xie Shuyu looked at Tang Song with a hint of curiosity. With her experience and capabilities, she was quite adept at reading people. In her impression, Tang Song was a quintessential introvert, quiet, evasive, inclined toward independent thinking, and lacking in social skills. Yet, this time he appeared much more confident and cheerful, brimming with vitality. It was a delightful surprise. She preferred conversing with such individuals, as it made interactions far more effortless and could enhance work efficiency. Director Xie, it truly is you. What a coincidence. A magnetic male voice suddenly called out. Tang Song looked up in astonishment to see a man in his 30s, wearing a black administrative jacket, wool sweater, and dressed in formal trousers and shoes, standing beside Xieshuyu with a look of delight. He had a side-parted hairstyle and a leather handbag, exuding an air of refinement. Xie politely stood up and greeted. Manager Wang, good afternoon. Manager Wang glanced at Tang Song and casually inquired, and who might this be? Tang Song, my partner, Xie replied with a smile. This is Wang Yunping, the senior manager at Yunjing Consulting. Wang Yunping extended his hand towards Tang Song, saying, Hello, Mr. Tang. Hello. Tang Song quickly rose to shake his hand. Wang Yunping then redirected his attention back to Xie, sincerely complimenting her. As the dream returns, the heavy shadows remain, and the dawn light mingles with the gentle rain. Every time I see Director Xie, I am reminded of this Song Dynasty poem. You both share an elegance and beauty. Thank you for the compliment. Xie responded with a modest smile. Tang Song was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Xie name was derived from this beautiful imagery. Awakened from a dream, the sky appeared overcast, the thick clouds yet to disperse, and the morning's dim light was interspersed with sparse drizzles. Perhaps this was the very origin of Weiguan coffee? The two exchanged pleasantries about the past. Wang Yunping, adjusting his handbag, remarked, Our institution has recently investigated the current state and investment opportunities within the coffee industry in Yin Province. Would Director Xie be interested in learning more? It could potentially assist with your company's financing. Upon hearing this, Xie eyes sparkled momentarily before she hesitated, glancing at Tang Song. After all, today was a meal meant to honor him, and it felt somewhat inappropriate. Tang Song perceived Xie concern and interjected, Sister Shuyu, your work is important. There's no need to worry about me. After a moment's hesitation, Xie gestured, Manager Wang, please have a seat. Wang Yunping nodded and took a seat beside Tang Song, his gaze remaining ardently fixed on Xie. The two began discussing market size changes, supply chains, product innovation, and investment institutions. Tang Song quietly listened, unable to find an opportunity to interject. Approximately 20 minutes later, their conversation shifted from investments to other topics. It was evident that Manager Wang was well-read and knowledgeable, discussing coffee beans, luxury goods, and art with ease. Observing the poised and articulate Wang Yunping beside him, Tang Song felt acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Compared to such genuine elites, he realized how far he fell short in terms of overall competency. A sense of despondency washed over him. He had intended to impress Xie today, but instead, he found himself overshadowed. The crucial factor was that he currently lacked the ability to participate in the conversation. As their discussion progressed, Wang Yunping finally turned his attention to Tang Song, seemingly recalling his presence. He casually pulled out a business card and placed it next to Tang Song, cheerfully stating, What industry are you in, Mr. Tang? Which company do you work for? Perhaps we can collaborate in the future. Yunjing is a professional research consulting institution focused on investments, providing comprehensive and specialized services including investment research, due diligence, and post-investment management. Though he spoke in such a manner, his discerning eye had undoubtedly caught some of Tang Song's fundamentals. Thus, this introduction felt more like a jest. Tang Song paused for a moment before answering honestly, the IT industry. Currently, I work in program development at Jinsho Commerce. Oh. Wang Yunping raised his eyebrows, crossing his legs and smiling. A programmer? Quite commendable. With the rise of ChatGPT and the surge in AI investments, the entire venture capital market is ablaze. Scarce companies are becoming unicorns in the blink of an eye, and exceptional talents are commanding annual salaries of 5 million yuan. Mr. Tang, your future holds great potential. Tang Song pursed his lips and borrowed your auspicious words. Just then, Wang Yunping clapped his hands, seemingly recalling something, and inquired. Is it Jingxia Shengmo? The one at Linjin Building? Yancheng Jingxia Shengmo Company, Limited? Indeed, Tang Song nodded gently. Xie, astonished, asked, Manager Wang collaborates with Jingxia Shengmo? Wang Yunping uncrossed his legs and smiled at Xie, saying, Not quite. You may not be aware, but Jingxia Shengmo is currently the hottest entity in Yin Province's investment circle, attracting countless VC and PE eager to get in. Xie straightened up, intrigued. How so? Her CAF, Microlight, had been seeking financing lately, engaging with numerous investors and investment firms, and she was keen to understand what made Jingxia Shengmo so alluring. Wang Yunping intertwined his fingers, resting his elbows on the table, and replied with a smile, It's quite simple. It has caught the attention of Smile Capital. Smile Capital? Tang Song exclaimed, rising abruptly from his chair, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. Wang Yunping frowned, clearly disapproving of Tang Song's naive and overly dramatic reaction. Even if he understood that the company was on the verge of prosperity, there was no need for such excitement, was there? Xie eyes sparkled with envy and astonishment, realizing that Yancheng would soon boast another publicly listed enterprise. Wang Yunping glanced at Tang Song and calmly stated, Not necessarily. While Jingxia Shengmo is a leader in its field within Yancheng, it pales in comparison on the national market. The investment community is still analyzing the logic behind Smile Capital's investment. Tang Song exhaled, turning to Wang Yunping, his voice trembling slightly. What is the relationship between Smile Capital and Smile Holdings? Wang Yunping furrowed his brow, reluctant to address such a trivial question. However, considering Xie Shiyu's presence, he explained. Smile Capital is the CVC, corporate venture capital, arm under Smile Holdings. As for Smile Holdings, I trust it requires no further introduction. Very few in our country are unfamiliar with that name. Tang Song's mind buzzed, feeling as though the world was spinning around him. In the game The Growth Plan of the Male God, the first company he established was Smile Holdings. The name was inspired by the first exceedingly rare character card he drew, Secretary Jean, whose original name was Jean Meixiao. Chapter 12, Cognitive Awakening. I knew it. They could not possibly be in a romantic relationship or on a date. Zhao Yu chuckled, noting that the man in the administrative jacket was far more distinguished than Tang Song. Wang Yuba nodded in agreement, reflecting. He certainly appears to be a prominent figure in society. It's quite impressive that Tang Song has made such connections. Zhao Yu's eyes darted, carefully scrutinizing Tang Song. He seemed to have lost some weight compared to before, looking more spirited, paying attention to his attire and hairstyle, and now possessing such connections. More importantly, Jinxia Shangmo was on the brink of completing its financing and transitioning online. As the department's technical genius and the true developer of the SCM system, Tang Song was destined to become the foremost asset under General Manager Chun. With this in mind, the prospect of a mid-level management position seemed likely, and his salary could certainly exceed 10,000. Contemplating this, it appeared that Brother Song was not as unfortunate as she had initially thought. If he could lose a bit more weight, he could indeed be a very acceptable partner. A glance at Wang Yuba revealed that, although tall and slender with decent fashion sense, his looks were merely average. Furthermore, he worked in sales, where income was unstable, and the performance metrics could fluctuate after the company adjusted its operations. After much contemplation, Zhao Yu sent Tang Song another message. I have discovered another of Brother Song's new merits. He can engage in lively conversation with successful individuals older than himself. How impressive. I shall learn from Brother Song. Xiao Song, are you all right? Xie Shiyu asked, observing Tang Song lost in a daze, gently tapping the table. Wang Yunping shook his head, chuckling. Mr. Tang, seeing you so agitated, could it be that you hold shares or options in your esteemed company? Tang Song let out a sigh and sat back down, nervously asking, Manager Wang, are you familiar with Jean Meixiao? Wang Yunping seemed to find this a rather absurd joke and scoffed. Mr. Tang, is there really a need for such jest? Xie Shiyu frowned. Manager Wang, Tang Song is quite the archetype of a tech enthusiast and may not have much knowledge in these matters. Please don't think too much of it. Tang Song realized he had indeed posed a rather foolish question. Wang Yunping glanced at his watch, stood up, and said, Xie General Manager, I have a client to visit this afternoon. Let's discuss the future trajectory of the coffee industry another day. There is much I wish to explore with you. Having accomplished his objective for today, Wang Yunping did not intend to overstay his welcome. Pursuing a woman like Xie Shiyu required a sense of moderation, a gradual approach to exude charm, as excessive intrusion would only provoke her aversion. Xie Shiyu stood, politely bidding farewell. Goodbye. Goodbye. Wang Yunping picked up his bag, casting a glance at Tang Song before finally saying, Mr. Tang, when you have the time, I encourage you to engage more with the outside world and enrich your knowledge and perspective through reading. After watching him leave, Xie Shiyu turned to Tang Song and explained. Wang Yunping is a senior manager at Yunjing Consulting, primarily responsible for the investment sector. Anyone involved in this field cannot be unaware of the executive director of Smile Holdings. Seemingly reflective, she quietly remarked, even an ordinary person has likely heard of that name, to some extent. The founder of Smile Holdings, recognized as the 2018 Entrepreneur of the Year, featured in Fortune's 40 Under 40, and named one of the 100 most influential people of 2022 by Time, as well as a cover figure for Forbes. Her aura was so radiant that it rendered everyone hesitant to gaze directly at her. As a workaholic with a profound sense of ambition, Jean Meixiao also represented her aspirations and goals. Exiting the doors of Yinbin Tower, Tang Song watched as Xie Shiyu drove her BMW around the corner. He lowered his head, repeatedly murmuring, Smile Holdings, Jean Meixiao, Secretary Jean. These terms, once confined to the realm of gaming, had astonishingly manifested in the real world. Opening the system interface, he reviewed the main storyline description. Note 1. Perhaps your achievements within the game are not as insubstantial as they seem. By continuously completing system tasks and enhancing yourself, you shall reap the rewards you have long desired. So it is like this. Stock markets, futures, entrepreneurship, investment. His endeavors within the game were indeed substantial. Every step traceable, every aspect solid and tangible. As long as he could persistently grow and unlock rewards, he could transform everything from the game into reality. Not just assets, but also the characters he had nurtured himself. In the game's narrative, spanning from 2016 to 2023, over 7 years, the characters like Secretary Jean had come to embody more than mere data. They encapsulated emotions, history, and experiences. In a moment of profound reflection, Tang Song found himself engulfed by a myriad of sentiments. Scenes from the game flickered vividly in his mind, filled with ambition for the future and a sense of melancholy for the present. Returning to Qingxin Garden, Tang Song's restless heart could not find solace. He decided to change into sportswear and began jogging along the road outside the community, walking whenever he grew tired. Once utterly exhausted, he finally returned to his rented room, collapsing onto the bed and falling into a deep slumber. Upon waking, he lingered in a daze for a while, gradually regaining his composure. At his core, he remained the ordinary employee, Tang Song. Beneath an unassuming exterior lies an unremarkable essence. Although Wang Yunping may possess a hint of arrogance, his words resonate with truth. One ought to engage with a diverse array of individuals and immerse oneself in literature to broaden one's horizons and knowledge. Only through genuine personal growth and a closer association with the in-game idol, Tang Song, will one stand a chance of encountering Secretary Jean and assuming control over one's vast assets. With this realization, Tang Song felt a newfound lightness, his future aspirations crystallizing with clarity. At that moment, the crisp sound of the system notification chimed once more. Ding! You have triggered the side quest, Cognitive Awakening. Please proceed to Quest Center to review. Upon inspecting the quest details, he found Quest Objective. A person's cognition encompasses the books they have read and the paths they have traversed. Please select 10 classic works that will aid your personal development for effective reading. Quest Rewards. Insight 1. Ginkgo Bookmark X1. Quest Progress 0. Reviewing the item details. He noted, Ginkgo Bookmark, meticulously crafted from fallen ginkgo leaves of autumn. This bookmark can be inserted into the text you are reading, enhancing memory retention by 30 while engaged in reading. Note, as a lover of literature, you, like these autumn leaves, remain unblemished by the ravages of time, exuding an enduring grace. After perusing the quest description and rewards, Tang Song's eyes glimmered with excitement. As expected of a side quest, the rewards were indeed bountiful. Insight, one of the 4 fundamental attributes, stands as the most pivotal. While physique, agility, and endurance may be cultivated through effort, insight remains elusive and largely dependent on innate talent. Even within the framework of the Idle Growth Program, quests that enhance insight are few and far between. As for the Ginkgo Bookmark, its ability to augment memory is invaluable. With it in hand, his future studies would be significantly more efficient, saving precious time. Chapter 13. Laughter Uncontainable Family. At 6 p.m., after frying eggs and cutting them into large pieces, with heated oil releasing the scents of ginger and scallions, he added the white mushrooms to extract their juices, poured in boiling water, and added the eggs and greens before covering the pot to simmer for 5 minutes. Soon, a delightful mushroom and egg soup with greens was served at the table. A sip revealed a broth so savory that it enveloped him in comfort. Post-dinner, Tang Song reclined on the sofa, opening Xiaohongshu. The number of his followers had surged to 102. Upon reviewing his post from the previous day, he noted that due to an enticing title, it had garnered over 3,000 views, with 210 likes and 78 comments. Quite the accomplishment for a fledgling account. In the comment section, most were offering suggestions. Momo, judging by the upper half of your face, your skin seems to be lacking. I recommend some makeup. Jiwan, pay attention to your attire and let your hair down a bit. It would greatly enhance your appearance. Shosho to save, try adopting a workwear style. I believe it would suit you well. There were also numerous onlookers inquiring about his meeting with the goddess that day, even sending private messages urging for updates. A comment from Yao Yao Ling had been pinned to the top, receiving ample likes and replies. Reflecting on the achievement of surpassing 100 followers and the accompanying reward, Tang Song resolved to diligently manage his account. Currently at merely 100 followers, he pondered whether reaching 1,000 or even 10,000 followers would unveil even grander rewards. Additionally, as his popularity grew, he could attract more individuals to assist in his transformation and rise. A win-win situation indeed. Determined to act, Tang Song first took a shower, donned an outfit suggested by Yao Yao Ling, masked himself, and captured a full-body photo. The attire suited his current physique well, yet his hair, devoid of styling clay and spray, resembled a flattened pot lid, strikingly unattractive. Gazing at his reflection, he felt a pang of frustration. A transformation was imperative. He created a new post, uploading his before and after photos alongside a screenshot of Yao Yao Ling's comment. Title, Day 7 of Transformation. Outfit changed. Pot lid haircut adjusted. Text, thank you all for your suggestions. I've just finished dinner with the goddess. but it seems my hairstyle might have backfired, crying emoji. What do you all think? How can I salvage this? Tags, amateur transformation. Taking advice, transformation, rise, backfire. With the post submitted, Tang Song set aside his phone and sat at his computer to seek out classic works that resonated with him. Indeed, reading is a profoundly meaningful endeavor, capable of influencing one's mindset, thoughts, and worldview, and is an indispensable aspect of self-improvement. Therefore, he did not intend to treat this as a mere task to complete. Rather, he aspired to discover books that genuinely appealed to him, cultivating a lifelong passion for reading. In the Xingqian Huayuan community, Building 8. Ha! Hick! Yao Yao Ling rolled about on the sofa, her face adorned with an array of expressions as she clutched her phone. Zhang Jiahong, engrossed in her studies of public service, tapped the table. Ling Ling, can we not be so dramatic? If I fail to pass the public service exam, will you support me? I can't. I'm laughing so hard, family. The ever-curiously Shu Min dashed over. What is so amusing, Ling Ling? Is it about Shisua? Cough, cough, cough. Yao Yao Ling strove to regain her composure. You know the recent trend of listening to advice for transformations? I follow this blogger on Zaihongshu who offered tips on his attire and hairstyle. I followed his suggestions and even went on a date with the goddess today. That's it. Li Shumin scoffed, tapping her forehead. What a waste of expressions. Yao Yao Ling excitedly handed her phone over, exclaiming, You must see the results of the transformation. Li Shumin glanced at the screen, then burst into laughter. That cool pot lid hairstyle is something else. Zhang Jiahong, who had been deeply engrossed in her book, couldn't resist either and rushed over. After a lengthy bout of laughter, Li Shumin playfully patted her rear and chuckled. Ling Ling, you are quite the troublemaker. The pot lid hairstyle is a matter of luck. Even with the same stylist, today's success doesn't guarantee tomorrow's. Zhang Jiahong chimed in with a mischievous grin. If he ends up being rejected by the goddess because of this, you'll have to take responsibility. Yao Yao Ling stuck out her tongue. I only meant well. I've heard this hairstyle is very trendy, so I recommended it. Yet, I admit I failed to consider his hair texture. It seems I, Yao Yao Ling, must step in to save him from this fashion disaster. Shumin, doesn't your family own a hair salon? Go give him some hairstyle advice on the post. Jiahong, didn't you take a physical appearance class? Share some useful tips. This young man is quite receptive to advice and possesses high execution ability. It's like playing a nurturing game. Li Shumin's lips twitched. Goodness, you've stirred up quite a passion in me. I've no time. I still need to prepare for the civil service exam. Yao Yao Ling unleashed her ultimate weapon. I'll treat you to snail noodles tomorrow, with fried eggs and grilled sausages. Deal. It's a promise. At 9 p.m., Tang Song stretched and rotated his neck. After meticulous selection, he had finalized the first 5 books he intended to read. The Crowd, To Live, The Nature of Cognition, The Moon and Sixpence, and Influence. The word count generally hovers around 2 million, allowing for the swift completion of a book within just a day or two, particularly when it pertains to topics that pique his interest. Rising from his seat to stretch, he opened Zaihongshu, immediately inundated with a barrage of notifications regarding new followers, likes, and comments. Upon reviewing his recently posted notes, which had only been live for 2 hours, he discovered an astonishing 220 likes and 101 comments. Am I going viral? Tang Song marveled at his statistics. Delving into the comments section, it quickly became apparent why his post had garnered such traffic. Xiao Mo micro-diffused cap? Classic pot lid. Li Mai Ming. Tony, I admit there's an element of gambling, but alas, the one who lost is you. Momo, I relish these transformation posts that flop, haha. The main image of his revamped pot lid hairstyle attracted a multitude of humor-seeking netizens, with numerous meme-laden comments receiving even more likes than his original post. Naturally, there were also genuine critiques. Yao Yao Ling, alright, my bad. Regarding hairstyles, I've enlisted the help of a professional, Min Min, to help you win back the goddess. I've decided to supervise your transformation from now on. Here are my suggestions. First, boys need skincare too. A clean face genuinely enhances a girl's affection. Your skin needs work. My advice is, Min Min, this pot lid really doesn't suit you. Trust me, go for an American front spike. Just a slight modification from your current style will suffice, fresh and easy to manage, with a gradient on the sides. After air drying, a quick tousle with styling clay will do. American front spike, JPG. Tang Song examined the hairstyle image online. It indeed appeared much more refreshing and would suit his current weight loss journey perfectly. After engaging with a few netizens in the comments, he glanced at the time, 21:40. He set down his phone, washed up, turned off the lights, and lay down, lost in thought. Through a search engine, he finally encountered the real-life version of Secretary Jean. She did not disappoint. In fact, she exceeded his expectations, resembling her in-game character remarkably well. With a golden ratio figure, ample bosom, slender waist, curvaceous hips, and long legs, Tang Song found himself contemplating her appearance. his breathing gradually becoming steady and rhythmic, and before he knew it, he drifted off to sleep. Chapter 14, My Esthetician Friend. April 9th, 2023, Sunday, sunny, 1626. Gasping for breath, Tang Song came to a halt, resting for a moment as he retrieved his phone from his arm pouch. Checking his workout trajectory, he noted a total distance of 5 kilometers, with an average pace of 6 feet 34 inches. A week into his exercise regimen, having endured the body's acclimatization phase, he experienced a noticeable enhancement in his physical fitness. Opening the personal information panel, he saw player, Tang Song, 25 foot. Character, Jin Xiu, commercial development engineer. Height, 180 cm. Weight, 8'5", 5 kilograms. Physique, 57. Stamina, 55. Agility, 49. Insight, 76. Asset status. Balance, 1, 829, 400 yuan. Debt, 2, 000 yuan. On an empty stomach, he had shed another kilogram, and his physique had improved by 1 point. Everything was steadily getting better. Suddenly, Tang Song's eyes brightened. His charm value had inexplicably increased by 1 point. It was noteworthy that, without any styling, he sported a striking pot-lid hairstyle that naturally conferred a charm 1 buff. This implied that if he opted for a more suitable hairstyle, his charm value could potentially reach 27 points. He was merely 3 points shy of unlocking the first phase reward and commencing planned tasks. This was likely influenced by a recent series of events, particularly overcoming the hurdle presented by Xie Shiyu and the self-reflection prompted by hearing about Secretary Jin, which had elevated his mindset and outlook. Thus, his charm increased organically by 1 point. After performing several stretching exercises downstairs, Tang Song returned to his rented apartment, brimming with excitement. While enjoying breakfast, he opened Xiaohongshu to assess the aftermath. In merely one night, he had accrued over 600 unread messages, with his post from the previous evening attracting considerable attention. Likes, 412. Comments, 196. His follower count had surged to 276. Rapidly finishing his low-fat milk, Tang Song earnestly began responding to netizens, gathering their suggestions. Tang Song, thank you for the advice. My skin truly is poor, and I have started earnestly learning to improve it. Tang Song, it may be due to my frequent habit of looking down at my phone or computer, which has caused my neck to unconsciously lean forward. Thank you for the guidance. I will check out that training method. Tang Song, I plan to change my hairstyle to an American front spike. I will update my notes tonight to showcase the results. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was past 9 a.m. His phone buzzed, displaying a new WeChat message. Zhao Yaqian, good morning, bro. I hope I'm not disturbing your rest. Your membership card was processed yesterday afternoon, so remember to pick it up when you have time. Reflecting on the 180 centimeters long-legged beauty and the ongoing betting agreement, Tang Song felt a surge of excitement. He quickly replied, all right, thank you, Qian. I'll come by this afternoon at 2 p.m. to collect it. And I'd appreciate it if you could set me up with a skincare routine, cheerfully. Zhao Yaqian, sure thing, bro. Your card includes 3 complimentary basic facial treatments and 1 VIP treatment. Just ask for me when you arrive. After a brief exchange, Tang Song exited the chat interface, checked the time, and opened a review app to search for a reputable barbershop. After a bit of deliberation, he ultimately chose a high-end chain salon located 5 kilometers away. Perhaps due to the steep prices, the salon was not overly crowded. The stylist assigned to him was a young Tony, under 30, who spoke little and appeared somewhat aloof yet undeniably handsome. Heeding past lessons, Tang Song presented the hairstyle image shared by the netizen Min, confirming the desired effect and whether it could be achieved. Tony glanced briefly, tugged at his hair, and gave an approving okay gesture in the mirror. Absolutely no problem. Observing the stylist's confident demeanor, Tang Song took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The clippers buzzed, sculpting the sides into an American gradient. Scissors danced seamlessly, layering the top. After over 20 minutes, Tony blow-dried his hair once more, beginning to instruct him on how to maintain the style. Tang Song watched closely in the mirror, committing the steps to memory. He learned to insert his fingers at the roots to create a natural volume, lifting the tips to form the texture of the front spikes. The fringe was elevated to enhance the contours of his face. The back of his head was gently tousled to add dimension and fullness. All right, that should do it. Your hair quality isn't the best, so to achieve the desired effect, it's best to use a matte texture clay. Tony offered his final advice. Gazing at his reflection, Tang Song once again grasped the significance of a good hairstyle. Having lost 9 pounds, although his face still bore some flesh, the airy and voluminous hairstyle lent him a fresh and stylish appearance, elevating his attractiveness. Opening the system interface, he noted, Charm, 27. Nice. Tang Song's eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement as he fervently thanked Tony, lavishing praise on his exceptional skills, leaving the aloof stylist slightly flushed, reflecting on whether his previous demeanor had been sufficiently warm. At 1:50 p.m., as Tang Song approached Yitzi Beauty and Hair Salon, he soon spotted Zhao Yaqian standing at the entrance. Dressed in a sleek black blazer, a crisp white shirt, and flat shoes, she maintained her polished uniform with elegance. Her tall stature made her remarkably conspicuous. The beauty of her face was adorned with a formulaic smile, and her graceful figure captured the attention of many passers-by, perhaps a deliberate strategy to entice customers. Upon noticing Tang Song approaching, Zhao Yaqian promptly stepped forward to greet him. "Good afternoon, brother. Welcome to Yitzi Beauty and Hair Salon." "Good afternoon, Qianqian," Tang Song replied with a warm smile. "Here is your membership card, with a balance of 2,000 yuan." Zhao Yaqian presented a golden card from her pocket. "Additionally, I have a complimentary product worth 998 yuan for you. Shall I guide you to the product section for selection?" "Sure." Zhao Yaqian turned and, with her long legs, led the way. A refreshing, sweet fragrance wafted towards him, and the gentle sway of her hips, encased in delicate silk trousers, exuded an indescribable allure and sensuality. Tang Song, trailing behind, inhaled deeply, his heart racing as he found it impossible to divert his gaze. It must be said, his friend, the beauty therapist, was truly captivating. "Brother, this entire row consists of products you may select from, each bearing a price tag. Just ensure the total does not exceed 998 yuan. Zhao Yaqian stopped in front of a shelf and enthusiastically offered, "Would you like me to recommend some?" Tang Song subtly averted his gaze and replied, "Just choose for me. I trust your judgment." Zhao Yaqian paused, a delighted smile breaking on her face. "In that case, I'll get you a box of hair clay, a set of hair care products, and a cleansing device, all essentials for you." "All right, thank you." After selecting the complimentary items, Zhao Yaqian led him to the beauty area on the west side. Though modest in size, it was well equipped, each section meticulously organized. Beauty beds, small carts, wall-hung mirrors, ingredient racks, tool kits, lighting equipment, and sterilization cabinets filled the space. On the wall near the entrance hung several certificates of qualification, making it akin to a mini beauty salon. Noticing Tang Song's scrutinizing gaze, Zhao Yaqian awkwardly explained, "There were originally 3 beauty therapists, but they left for various reasons. Currently, I am mainly responsible, so you want to have the option to choose a therapist." Tang Song, seeing her discomfort, lightened the mood with a jest. "I didn't realize you were the beauty supervisor of the establishment. Impressive." Zhao Yaqian chuckled, her demeanor becoming less formal. Lately, she had encountered a series of frustrating events, even neglecting her favorite fried skewer shop. Tang Song's display of trust and understanding provided a soothing balm to her frazzled nerves. With a moist cloth, she began cleansing his face, squeezing cleansing foam into her palm to create a lather. Starting from the chin, she gently massaged her way across his mouth, cheeks, and nose, circling outward from the eye sockets to soothe the area around his eyes, and rubbed her palms over his forehead. This step was crucial for deep cleansing, aimed at eliminating dirt and oil trapped within the pores. "You need not go through such an elaborate routine at home," she explained. "This process removes dead skin and blackheads, resulting in a smoother and brighter complexion." Zhao Yaqian's movements were tender and practiced, her slender hands possessing a remarkable touch. Reclining on the soft beauty bed, Tang Song was draped with a pristine blanket, towels wrapped around his head and shoulders. The soothing sound of Zhao Yaqian's sweet voice occasionally reached his ears, lulling him into a comfortable state of drowsiness. Time slipped by unnoticed, accompanied by a gentle facial massage. Zhao Yaqian softly announced, "Brother, your VIP facial treatment has concluded." As Tang Song slowly opened his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was the prominent name tag on Zhao Yaqian's uniform, accentuated by an enchanting curve. A glance at the LED clock on the wall revealed that an hour had somehow elapsed, akin to a refreshing afternoon nap. The most noticeable sensation was the feeling of his pores being unclogged, his skin seemingly able to breathe, and his face brimming with hydration. Sitting up, he gazed into the makeup mirror, noticing a significant improvement. His complexion had cleared considerably, with fewer blackheads and pimples. His skin felt as though it had acquired an additional layer, now smooth and supple, no longer rough or greasy. "Thank you. That was exceptional." Tang Song sincerely expressed his gratitude. He could sense the care Zhao Yaqian had put into his facial treatment, devoid of any hint of negligence. "Your satisfaction is what matters." Zhao Yaqian beamed with a broad smile. "You can come once a week or bi-weekly. For daily care, remember to maintain your regimen at home. In 2 to 3 months, your skin will visibly appear more refined, fair, and radiant." "Sounds good," Tang Song nodded, clenching his fist in determination. "Since we're somewhat acquainted now, you need not address me so formally. Let me introduce myself. I am Tang Song." Zhao Yaqian regarded him and replied with a smile, "All right then, I'm Zhao Yaqian." Tang Song exhaled, retrieving a deep blue box from his pocket. He placed it before her. I will likely be seeking your advice on skin issues frequently, so please accept this small gift. It will allow me to comfortably reach out to you on WeChat. Zhao Yeqian hastily declined. That won't do. As a member of our salon, maintaining customer relations is part of my duties. You are welcome to consult me anytime, and I assure you will receive comprehensive assistance. Tang Song observed her beautiful face and remarked, skin issues have troubled me for quite some time, and I've longed for a beauty therapist friend like you. This pair of earrings isn't expensive. Consider it a token of goodwill between friends. Please don't refuse. The mention of friendship caught Zhao Yeqian off guard. Her cheeks slightly flushing. Having worked for over 6 months, she had encountered many individuals. From Tang Song's previous expressions and gestures, she sensed an underlying sincerity. Yet, she found him quite agreeable. At least he did not come across as overly forward, and his demeanor reflected respect. In light of recent events that had soured her mood, this unexpected gift felt like a rare stroke of luck and delight amidst her otherwise dim existence, worthy of cherishing. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yeqian playfully stuck out her pink tongue and softly said, "Then I shall thank Brother Song for his gift. Feel free to reach out to me with any skin concerns. It's a deal." Tang Song pointed to the gift box. "Open it and see if you like it. I happened to find these earrings while taking a stroll at noon, and they struck me as perfect for you." Zhao Yeqian bit her lip and delicately opened the box. The first thing she noticed was a familiar logo, Swarovski. Inside lay 2 exquisite earrings, fashioned in a platinum and rose gold combination, adorned with a circle of sparkling crystals. Bling-blinging. They appeared utterly stunning. Zhao Yeqian joyfully picked them up, holding them against her earlobe and admiring herself in the mirror. "Thank you, Brother Song. I absolutely love them." These earrings were a hot item online, priced around 700 yuan, which for her was considered quite an extravagant accessory. However, true to her nature, once she accepted them, there was no need for pretense or coyness. Moreover, Brother Song has also stated that they consider themselves friends. Gifts exchanged among friends should not evoke feelings of shame, should they? At worst, he could return the favor with a gift of equal value once his 2-month salary arrives. Suddenly, Tang Song felt a surge of energy. A crisp system notification chimed in his ears. Ding. Betting agreement. Condition 2 has been fulfilled. The current betting amount has inflated to 15,000,000 yuan. 15 million. That is a staggering sum. It could purchase a Class A family sedan, serve as a down payment for a house in his hometown's county, or represent over a year's salary. Taking a deep breath, Tang Song's mind raced with possibilities. Next, he would leverage the topic of skincare to draw closer to Zhao Yeqian, while also striving to lose weight and transform himself. From the interactions of the past few days, it was apparent that Zhao Yeqian was not a complicated person. As long as he showcased sufficient excellence and gentleness, winning her favor would not be a daunting task. Not long after returning to Qingxin Garden, a knock echoed through the room. The 5 classic works he had ordered from JD.com had arrived. The plastic wrapping was intact, the printing crisp, and a faint scent of ink lingered in the air. It was a clear afternoon, with temperatures hovering just above 20 degrees, creating an exceptionally comfortable ambience. Tang Song moved the ergonomic chair to the balcony, activated the leisure mode, and reclined against the backrest. The gentle rustle of the wind through the locust tree leaves accompanied the occasional melodious bird chirping. With towering buildings and a canvas of blue sky and white clouds as his backdrop, he began to delve into the crowd, a study of the popular mind. Chapter 15. Du Shaokai's Subtle Thoughts. April 13th, 2023, Thursday. Overcast turning to light rain. Jinxiu Trading Company, Limited. Good morning, everyone. Guo Peng hummed a tune as he entered the office area, his face betraying an unmistakable excitement. "Good morning, Brother Peng. I heard you took a 2-day leave to buy a car. Did you drive it over today? What did you buy? You didn't even post about it on Moments." As soon as these words were uttered, they struck a chord with Guo Peng. He quickly pulled out his phone and shared a photo he had taken that morning, exclaiming, "Hey, everyone, take a look. Is it worth it? A 2013 Honda Civic, bought for 36,000 yuan. My cousin, who runs a repair shop, helped me find it." The condition of the car looked quite impressive, being a high-spec version, and the price was indeed reasonable. It was pearl white, a classic color combination. Not bad, Faraday. The young employees in the technical department frequently discussed cars, with many knowledgeable about the subject. They eagerly began to engage in conversation. Guo Peng smiled proudly and declared, "It's an automatic, a beauty's first car, and it's practically brand new. With an 18L engine, 3 large screens, genuine leather seats, cruise control, and a multifunctional steering wheel." As he spoke, he continued to share detailed photos of the car in the group chat. It was evident that Guo Peng cherished his second-hand vehicle immensely, having cleaned it thoroughly inside and out. Air fresheners, seat covers, cushions, and decorative items were all meticulously arranged, with a red cloth tied to the rearview mirror. Congratulations to Brother Peng on acquiring a new car. Tang Song sincerely complimented, feeling a tinge of envy in his eyes. He had always harbored an interest in cars and even obtained his driver's license during university. However, after graduation, he prioritized saving money for a house, deeming even a second-hand vehicle unattainable, content with merely indulging in online browsing. After Guo Peng finished discussing his new car with his colleagues, he turned to Tang Song, his eyes widening in surprise. Leaning closer, he exclaimed, "It's only been a few days since we last met, yet you seem so different. You've lost weight and changed your hairstyle. Goodness, I can't help but think you look a bit handsome." Today was Thursday. He had taken 3 days of annual leave. And with the weekend, it had only been about 5 or 6 days since he last saw Tang Song. Yet, the change was unmistakable. The previous puffiness in his face had vanished, his double chin had become barely noticeable, and his stomach appeared significantly flatter. Overall, he had slimmed down considerably. Coupled with clearer skin and a new hairstyle, he certainly looked more attractive. "How about I share my plan with you? It's not too difficult." Tang Song winked at Guo Peng. No. I can't be as ruthless as you. 3 meals of fat-reducing dishes daily, climbing stairs, running, jumping rope, and fat-burning exercises. Guo Peng waved his hands vigorously. Tang Song could not help but smile, refraining from saying more. The most perceptive of one's own changes is always oneself. Having passed through the adaptation phase, his weight loss regimen was becoming increasingly smooth. His daily routine of rest, diet, exercise, and reading was methodically executed. He found himself immersed in a unique positive feedback loop, relentlessly moving toward his goal. As of now, his weight had dropped to 82.5 kilograms, a total loss of 75 kilograms, or 15 gene. What does 15 gene signify? It would take quite a while to consume that much in pork. Only 15 kilograms remained to reach his goal. He opened the system interface. Charm, 28. With the improvement in physical fitness and the decrease in weight, his charm value had risen by another point. He was only 2 points away from unlocking the first phase reward. Entering the task center, he checked his task progress. Challenge task, restraint and perseverance. Task content. Obesity greatly increases the burden on the body and raises the incidence of various diseases. The challenge is to lose 9 kilograms within 20 days, returning to a normal weight range. Task reward, pulmonary strengthening potion 1. Task progress, 83, 8 days remaining. Based on his current progress, he would likely complete the task in about 2 days, earning the long-anticipated pulmonary strengthening potion. At that point, his charm value would surely increase, bringing him within reach of 30 points. Tang Song took a deep breath, striving to calm his exhilarated heart. After finishing lunch, Tang Song descended as usual, beginning to stroll around the Linjin building to aid digestion. His mind was still digesting the skincare tutorial Zhao Yaqian had sent him the day before. After successfully losing weight, in addition to fitness and shaping, this was also a key aspect of his transformation project. The suggestions from netizens were merely opinions. The actual implementation was quite complex and required assistance. With this thought in mind, Tang Song took out his phone and messaged Zhao Yaqian. "Qianqian, are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner and also seek your advice on exfoliation." Just as he put away his phone, someone patted him on the shoulder. His colleague, Du Shaokai, casually draped an arm around his neck and warmly said, "Old Song, I knew you'd be downstairs. I need to talk to you about something." "What is it?" Tang Song furrowed his brow slightly, his expression remaining neutral. When he first joined the company, he had a rather favorable impression of this colleague. Both were graduates of Yinqing University of Science and Technology, class of 2020. Although they were not in the same major, they were familiar faces. Du Shaokai appeared cultured and handsome, speaking with particular warmth, occasionally treating him to meals. For these reasons, Tang Song had assisted him on numerous occasions during work. When he sought Tang Song's guidance on the architecture and data structure of the SCM system, Tang Song had generously shared his knowledge. Little did he expect to be betrayed, losing the project maintenance work. Although Director Chen claimed it was for effective team division, Tang Song did not believe it. Those in the workplace understand that to establish oneself in a company and avoid the fear of being laid off, one must engage in core and profitable business activities. The company's new SCM system was undoubtedly one of those projects. Du Shaokai shrugged and cheerfully remarked, "The Human Resources Department needs to add a new module to the SCM, and I've been quite overwhelmed lately. I'll send you the requirement document shortly. Could you take care of it when you have a chance?" Tang Song abruptly halted, casting an amused glance at him. "Do you believe this is appropriate?" Du Shaokai, unfazed, chuckled lightly. "With your capabilities, I find it rather fitting for you to work overtime this weekend." Upon hearing this, Tang Song instantly grasped his ulterior motives. Ever since graduating, Du Shaokai had been employed at Jinxiu Commerce, solely responsible for the maintenance of a few corporate websites, a task he executed rather poorly. If tasked with the secondary development of the SCM system, it would take him at least a month to complete a single module, whereas Tang Song could accomplish it within a week. In Du Xiaokai's mind, employing him as mere labor was the most suitable arrangement. How about I invite you to Yangxianju for a foot massage? Du Xiaokai raised an eyebrow. I presume you've never visited such a place. It will surely be quite delightful. And you can select your own technician. With a slight chuckle, Tang Song turned his body, taking a few steps forward to shake off his arm. I'm busy. Du Xiaokai's expression momentarily faltered, his tone growing slightly colder. Old Song, you can temporarily set aside your other tasks. This project takes precedence. By the way, President Chun is in agreement with this matter. Chapter 16, April's Drizzle, My First Car. Oh, Tang Song pulled out his phone, waving it in front of him. Shall I inquire with Director Chun in the group chat? Upon hearing this, Du Xiaokai's countenance completely fell. He was currently responsible for maintenance. If Tang Song followed through, it would surely stir up trouble. In his memory, Tang Song had always been a carefree and affable colleague, living frugally, speaking gently, and exhibiting a reserved nature. He never anticipated such a sharp edge from him. Could it be that he had lost his wits while shedding weight? He clenched his teeth, whispering, Old Song. We are alumni. We attended many lectures together during university. I know you're the kind of tech enthusiast who truly gets work done. Our company is about to secure a substantial investment, and our prospects will only improve. Stick with me diligently, and in a couple of years, I can help elevate you to a management position. You might not be aware, but our vice president for channel operations, Li Zhonghua, is my uncle by marriage. Hearing this, Tang Song suddenly understood. No wonder Chen Yunting treated him with such consideration. What do you think? I'm doing this for your benefit. Du Xiaokai had just uttered a few words when he quickly closed his mouth, his gaze fixated ahead. His previously gloomy demeanor brightened instantly. Standing tall, he waved his hand, exclaiming brightly, Xiao Jing, Hui Wei, good afternoon. Are you two lovely ladies out for a stroll? Good afternoon. Tang Song turned his head to see two female colleagues approaching, Tian Jing and Lu Hui from the Human Resources Department. His gaze involuntarily gravitated towards the sweet-looking Tian Jing. He couldn't help but marvel at her fair skin. A quintessential example of porcelain-like beauty, she appeared almost luminescent. If he possessed such flawless skin, he would certainly claim the title of handsome. Of course, as the office goddess, Tian Jing's figure was equally remarkable. To describe it using contemporary slang, she embodied the innate JK physique. Her proportions were balanced, with graceful curves, a slender waist, and long, straight legs. The older male colleagues in the company often discussed her, yet few dared to pursue her, especially since she drove an Audi A5. At that moment, Du Xiaokai, disregarding Tang Song, hastily approached the two women. With enthusiasm, he said, Xiao Jing, I wanted to compliment you earlier at the office. Your outfit today is fantastic and suits you perfectly. Thank you for the praise, it's well deserved. Tian Jing replied, flashing a peace sign, exuding sweetness and charm. Her ensemble was evidently well thought out. A shirt paired with a knitted vest, a pleated skirt, and a light lotus-colored trench coat. Standing there, she resembled a character straight out of an anime, captivating all attention. Feigning annoyance, Lu Hui remarked, That's excessive. Only complimenting one of us. You're stirring discord among us. Watch out, or I might alter your attendance record. Hui, you're still acceptable, Du Xiaokai retorted playfully. I'll hit you. If you dare, don't run. The trio laughed heartily, only to realize that Tang Song had already walked away. Lu Hui sighed. Tang Song is quite impressive. He has silently shed so much weight. Just his perseverance is commendable. Du Xiaokai chuckled lightly. Perhaps his confession had been rejected. And after sipping on some motivational chicken soup, he began to express his frustrations. He emphasized the phrase expressing frustrations with a dramatic gesture, causing Lu Hui and Tian Jing to giggle. Tian Jing blinked, instinctively glancing at Tang Song's retreating figure. She didn't have a strong impression of this somewhat silent colleague, only recalling that he was a bit overweight. She would often see him bustling around during the weekly afternoon tea she organized. At 4:20 p.m., the WeChat notification chimed. Zhao Yaqian, sorry, bro, I just finished up. I know a fantastic fried skewer place. Would you like to join me for dinner? After a moment of hesitation, Tang Song replied, Sure, I finish work at 6 p.m. Zhao Yaqian, great. I'll wait for you at the restaurant. See you soon. Exiting the chat interface, Tang Song rubbed his empty stomach, feeling somewhat distressed. If he went to the skewer place, he might indeed indulge excessively, jeopardizing his challenge goals. After contemplating for a moment, he dashed down to the convenience store on the ground floor, purchasing a box of low-fat milk, a baked sweet potato, and a few skewers of Odin to satisfy his hunger. At 6 p.m., he closed his computer and clocked out on time. Stepping out of the office building, a cool breeze greeted him, mingling with the earthy aroma of damp soil. Looking up, he noticed the clouds thickening overhead, their color darkening, seemingly heralding an impending spring rain. Fortunately, Yunxing Square was not far away, a mere 10-minute stroll. Tang Song bet on his luck not being that poor, wrapping his coat tighter around himself. He jogged along the sidewalk towards Yunxing Square. The sky gradually dimmed, the wind intensified, and pedestrians hurried by. Suddenly, a cool droplet splashed onto his forehead, followed by a cascade of raindrops, growing increasingly dense. The rain had begun to fall. How unfortunate. Tang Song slowed his pace, unable to suppress a sigh. The sound of honking broke through the air beside him. A white Honda Civic slowly lowered its window, and Guopeng leaned down, calling out, "Come on, boy, get in." Tang Song chuckled softly, opening the door and sliding into the car, grateful for Guopeng's timely rescue. No need for pleasantries. Where to? I'll take you. To the west entrance pedestrian street of Yunxing Square. All right, off we go, Guopeng shouted, releasing the brake as the vehicle eased into motion. The heavy raindrops pelted against the windshield, only to be whisked away by the wipers. The car's audio system played a melodious tune. All the springs are gathered into one morning. All the unceasing words have turned into secrets as the door is closed. Oh, inexplicable emotions. May I ask who will take them away? Having a car provides the advantage of a shield against the elements, allowing one to dine with a lady without the worry of transportation woes. Guopeng lightly tapped the steering wheel, exclaiming, "I have finally saved enough for the down payment and plan to purchase a house next month. I am considering a second-hand property. The age of the community is of little consequence, as long as it has 2 bedrooms, with both a car and a home secured. I'll be more confident during blind dates. That is wonderful. Wishing you success, Brother Gua. May you soon find a beautiful wife." He chuckled. "Come on, Xiao Song. Your day will come too, and it won't be far off." Tang Song gazed out the window at the bustling traffic and hurried pedestrians, nodding gently. At 30, Guopeng had worked diligently to buy a home in Yen City, enduring considerable pressure, and now his aspirations were at last within reach. In the past, Tang Song had envisioned Guopeng as a reflection of his own future. Their conversation was brief before they arrived at the pedestrian street outside Yinxing Plaza, conveniently close to the Yitzi Beauty Salon. Tang Song bid farewell, opened the car door, and stepped out, shielding his hair from the drizzle. He took a few strides forward and soon spotted a tall figure standing at the entrance. It appeared that Zhao Yeqian had noticed his somewhat disheveled state. She promptly opened a beautiful rainbow umbrella and approached him briskly in her flat-soled leather shoes. As the dim, rainy twilight enveloped the pedestrian street, lights flickered on, and the evening breeze carried with it a fine mist of rain. Occasionally, droplets would bypass the umbrella and patter against Zhao Yeqian's petite blazer. As her figure drew near, Tang Song heard the crisp chime of a system notification in his ear. "Ding! You have triggered the branch task, my first car. Please proceed to Task Center for details." Chapter 17. Handmade Fried Skewers. The stone-paved pedestrian street gradually succumbed to the veil of rain and mist, resembling a delicate shroud. The gentle drizzle danced in the warm light, drumming softly on the umbrella. Zhao Yeqian stood beside him with the umbrella raised, her large eyes sparkling as she remarked, "I was just thinking of calling you to ask if you brought an umbrella, and here you are." "Thank you," Tang Song replied, unable to suppress a smile upon seeing her. "No need for thanks. Let us hurry over." The fried skewer shop was not far. Simply walk to the end of this street, take a left for 300 meters. The pedestrian street bustled with activity and lively chatter, interspersed with music. Yet, sheltered beneath the umbrella, Tang Song felt an unusual sense of tranquility. The air was infused with a refreshing, sweet fragrance mingled with the earthy scent of damp soil, invigorating his senses. A slight glance revealed Zhao Yeqian's exquisite profile, her forehead full, her slightly tilted bangs framing her face, her nose elegantly defined, and her lips plump and rosy. Raindrops, caught by the wind, danced upon her long, thick eyelashes, fluttering like delicate butterfly wings. Tang Song momentarily lost his focus, instinctively reaching out to grasp the umbrella's handle. His pinky brushed against Zhao Yeqian's index finger, sending a jolt of electricity through him. She looked at him quizzically. This umbrella is rather heavy, and with the wind. Let me hold it." "Oh, okay." Tang Song exhaled in relief. The former version of himself would never have had such courage. The fried skewer shop bore a simple name, Handmade Fried Skewers. The establishment was modest, covering just over 40 square meters, with 6 or 7 tables. A row of refrigerated display cases lined the wall, showcasing a variety of ingredients. "Their juicy sweet potato skins are delightful. Let us get 2, 1 for each of us. We must have the starchy sausages, and the king of sausages is a must, along with some vegetable steaks, quail eggs, and lamb skewers. Oh, and we can't forget the vegetables, cabbage, tofu skin, cilantro, and potato towers." Upon entering the shop, Zhao Yeqian transformed, as if stepping into her domain, enthusiastically selecting skewers, exuding the vivacity expected of a young woman her age. Soon, her glass bowl was brimming. With a beaming smile, Zhao Yaqian exclaimed. I haven't been here in nearly half a month. This time I intend to indulge. Song-gu, don't hold back. Take whatever you fancy. After all, she had received a pair of earrings worth 700 yuan from this friendship. Despite her limited finances, she yearned to splurge once. That's enough. We surely can't finish all of this. Tang Song pointed at the overflowing bowl. Zhao Yaqian playfully licked her lips. All right, we'll start with this. And if it's not enough, we can order more. After placing the skewers on the counter, the balding shop owner calculated the total. That LLB 32 skewers for 115 yuan. Amid Zhao Yaqian's sweet compliments, the owner generously discounted 5 yuan. However, Tang Song noticed that his beauty therapist friend still displayed a pained expression while paying. It was evident that 110 yuan was not an insignificant sum for her. They found a table by the window. Zhao Yaqian blinked her large eyes, scrutinizing Tang Song for a moment before exclaiming, Song-gu, are you on a diet? You look significantly slimmer than on Sunday. She vividly remembered his face, noticing it had indeed become more refined. Yes, I've been dieting lately. You should eat plenty. I need to control my intake, Tang Song replied. Zhao Yaqian sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Had I known, I wouldn't have come here. No worries. I'll stick to the vegetarian options. The fried skewers arrived promptly, steaming and wafting an enticing aroma. Zhao Yaqian picked up a portion of cabbage and offered it to him. Give this a try. Their ingredients are incredibly fresh, and the flavors are superb, especially the sauce. Thank you, Qin. Outside, the rain fluctuated between heavy and light, with customers occasionally rushing in. The youthful and vibrant Zhao Yaqian attracted numerous glances. Seated together, they enjoyed their skewers while engaging in conversation, discussing not only skincare, but also life and work. In recent days, Tang Song had frequently chatted with her on WeChat, so their interaction felt comfortable and natural. Start with a gentle acid product. Apply a small amount behind your ears to see if there's any redness or allergy within 24 hours, then gradually apply it to your face, starting with just 5 minutes to assess your skin's reaction. I live at Tianhua Garden. It's a bit far from here, but the 26 bus takes me directly. Perhaps having left the workplace, Zhao Yaqian seemed more animated, unconcerned about her image as she dug into the skewers, her lips and chin smeared with sauce. Stepping out of handmade fried skewers, the rain had lessened considerably. Zhao Yaqian shook her bag, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. It seems I've eaten most of it. I'll have the leftovers packed up, and you barely had a bite. Tang Song, holding the umbrella, chuckled. Even just tasting is fine. My recent diet has me fed up with chicken breast, oatmeal, eggs, and boiled vegetables. It's unbearable to think about. Once I get my paycheck, I'll treat you to a steak dinner. Zhao Yaqian patted his shoulder, comforting him while also reassuring herself. After 2 other beauty therapists left the shop, all the work had fallen on her shoulders. If the boss honored his promise and paid all outstanding wages next month, she would receive nearly 20,000 yuan in one go. This sum would enable her to repay her loans and cover her rent, leaving her with a surplus of 3,000 to 4,000. As they chatted, they unknowingly arrived outside the beauty salon. Just then, a man emerged from the shop, joyfully exclaiming, Yaqian. Tang Song turned to see a man in his mid-30s, exuding a mature charm, with thick eyebrows and large eyes. He sported a stylish side part and wore a light beige casual jacket, straight-leg pants, and leisure shoes. Zhao Yaqian's expression shifted subtly as she whispered, Mr. Li, good evening. Li Jingzhong nodded, his gaze sweeping over the young man beside her. And who might this be? My friend, Li, are you considering a haircut? Li Jingzhong glanced at the sign of Yitzi Beauty and Hairdressing and chuckled. Perhaps it's best to forego it. Your establishment may not last much longer. So I shan't continue to invest here. Zhao Yaqian felt a jolt of alarm and furtively cast a glance at Tang Song's face, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety and trepidation. She had been acutely aware of the impending bankruptcy of Yitzi Beauty, yet when Tang Song had purchased a membership, she had refrained from disclosing this critical information, an act she deemed deceptive, thus betraying his trust. Over the course of their few days together, she had genuinely come to regard him as a friend and was profoundly fearful of incurring his disdain as a result. Noticing the discomfort etched on Zhao Yaqian's face, Tang Song inquired with concern, Are you all right? No, I'm fine, Zhao Yaqian responded, at a loss for words to explain her apprehension. Li Jingzhong observed their subtle exchanges. Raising an eyebrow, Yaqian, I truly admire you and wish for you not to languish in the beauty industry. Please give serious thought to the offer I presented. Do not allow your future self to harbor regrets. I'm afraid I must decline, Mr. Li, Zhao Yaqian replied gently, then timidly turned her gaze towards Tang Song. Brother Song, I should return to work now. You can keep the umbrella. There are several more at the shop. All right, goodbye. Sensing her unease, Tang Song refrained from saying more. Zhao Yaqian softly bid farewell and hurried away. Chapter 18, The Vehicle Package. As he watched Zhao Yaqian's figure vanish, Li Jingzhong shook his head in disappointment. scrutinizing Tang Song with a measured gaze before suddenly laughing. You are friends with Zhao Yaqian, aren't you? When you have the chance, encourage her. Finding suitable employment these days is quite challenging, especially for someone like her who hasn't attended university. Tang Song furrowed his brow and coldly asked, "What kind of job are you referring to?" Given their previous conversation, it was evident that he implied something less than innocent. Zhao Yaqian was a person of simple thoughts. If he were genuinely trying to assist her, he would not adopt such a tone. Li Jingzhong met his gaze and replied coolly, "Certainly. It is the most suitable job for her. But never mind, I shan't waste my breath on someone as young as you. Some matters will become clear to you in time." With that, he smirked and brushed past Tang Song, entering a striking blue Mercedes parked by the roadside. The harsh honking pierced the air as the black tires churned through the rainwater, the car disappearing into the curtain of rain. Tang Song withdrew his gaze, contemplating whether to enter and speak with Zhao Yaqian again. However, after a moment's hesitation, he decided against it. Their acquaintance was still fresh, and it felt presumptuous to broach such topics. Upon returning to Qingxin Garden, Tang Song opened the umbrella carefully, allowing it to dry on the balcony. He sent Zhao Yaqian a message. "The fried skewers today were absolutely delightful. Thank you. Once I succeed in my weight loss journey, I shall treat you to a grand feast." Setting down his phone, Tang Song settled onto the sofa, gazing out at the rainy night. He opened the system interface to examine the details of the task he had just triggered. Side quest, my first car. Task content, using your savings since starting work. Purchase your first car according to your desires, and take a female friend to 3 scenic spots for a check-in. Task reward, vehicle package 1. Note 1. The price of this car must not exceed 4,522,031 yuan. Note 2. Owning a car of your own has been your dream since graduation. It need not be extravagant, costly, or beautiful, but can shield you from the elements, transport your date, broaden your living radius, and allow for self-driving journeys, letting you experience the joy of having a car. Upon reviewing the reward details, Tang Song sprang to his feet. Goodness! A reward of a car worth up to 500,000. As a young man with interests in technology, automobiles, sneakers, and music, he was well informed in these realms. Owning a car had indeed been his aspiration, yet he had suppressed his desires to save for a home. Now, not only could he purchase a vehicle tailored to his tastes, but the system would also provide an additional one, though randomized. Even a car worth 200,000 to 300,000 would suffice. Moreover, this task was not arduous. One could even say it was remarkably straightforward. As for the stipulation that the price could not exceed 4,522,031 yuan, it likely reflected his actual savings prior to acquiring the system, a sum earned through diligent labor. Although these funds were currently invested in the betting agreement, they had not vanished. Tang Song took a deep breath, seated himself at the computer, and opened an automotive news website to search for a suitable vehicle. New cars priced under 45,000 yuan were scarce, primarily consisting of microcars and small vans, which did not pique his interest. However, if there were familiar second-hand options, he would have a wealth of choices. Time passed unnoticed until a notification pinged on WeChat. Tang Song raised an eyebrow. Zhao Yaqian had finally responded. In Tianqua Garden Community, Zhao Yaqian flung open the door, kicking off her flat shoes, and casually hung her bag. Barefoot, she strode into the living room with long strides, unfastened her blazer, and plopped down onto the sofa, grabbing a fruit platter from the coffee table to display. Her friend, He Lighting, who was applying a face mask and binge-watching a series, glanced at her and remarked, "That fruit platter cost 20 yuan total. Remember to transfer me 10 later." Zhao Yaqian pouted, tears welling in her eyes. Sensing her distress, He Lighting quickly comforted her. "All right. No need to cry. I know you're short on cash. I was just joking." Zhao Yaqian squeezed her brows in frustration, finishing off the fruit in a few bites. As she relaxed, she leaned against He Lighting, her gaze vacant as she lamented, "It's so tough. Tingzi, I'm really struggling. Can't you be a bit more upbeat? What is the big deal? It's just a month without new clothes, credit card debts piling up, rent due, family debts weighing heavily, no university education, and the boss withholding 2 months' wages while constantly puang you. I can't even continue. Your situation is truly dire." Zhao Yaqian thumped her chest and held back her tears, staring at the message Tang Song had sent, utterly unsure of how to reply. He Lighting leaned over to take a look, curious. "Is this the really nice customer you mentioned before? The one who gifted you Swarovski earrings? Oh, did you two go out today? Enjoying those handcrafted fried skewers together? Sounds promising. You've only taken me out 3 times. At this, Zhao Yaqian's tears threatened to spill over. But I feel like I've let him down. Knowing that Yitzi Beauty is on the brink of collapse, I still took his 2,000 yuan for the membership. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. You're just an ordinary employee doing what you're supposed to do. If the shop closes, it's not your fault. But we are friends. He might be upset with me. He Lighting retorted impatiently. Zhao Yaqian, are you genuinely foolish or just pretending? That guy is clearly interested in you. How could he possibly be angry over such a trivial matter? He is likely to comfort you and even help you find a job. Hearing this, Zhao Yaqian's face flushed. And she stammered, You're talking nonsense. Sure, you know the truth. He Lighting straightened up, intrigued. Why don't you tell me more about this guy? If his circumstances are suitable, why not just give in to him? In a fit of indignation, Zhao Yaqian engaged in a playful scuffle with her best friend on the sofa. After a considerable duration, the two finally settled into a moment of calm. He Lighting tugged at the facial mask adorning her face and said, Come on, even if there's no romantic inclination. I'm simply curious about what kind of person he is. Zhao Yaqian reclined against her friend's lap and murmured, He is quite a decent fellow, gentle in speech and amiable in demeanor, but stop right there. You've mentioned all this before. What I am inquiring about is his financial status. Well, the specifics elude me. All I know is that he is a programmer renting a place in Qingxin Garden near Yinxing Square. Doesn't he own a car? And judging by his attire, he doesn't seem particularly affluent. That sounds rather uninspiring. Do you have a photograph? Zhao Yaqian picked up her phone and scrolled through her gallery, eventually locating a picture taken today at the skewer shop, where Tang Song happened to be in frame. He Lighting took the phone to examine it. Clicking her tongue in disapproval, he is not particularly striking, and combined with his financial situation, you two might not be a suitable match. Can we please stop discussing this? Zhao Yaqian retorted, giving her a light smack. Sighing as she gazed at Tang Song's photo, she opened WeChat and typed a message. Brother Song, I sincerely apologize. The Yitzi Beauty Salon has indeed encountered operational difficulties, and I failed to clarify the situation with you at the time. That was my oversight. Chapter 19, The Used Car Ding Dong. As Tang Song read Zhao Yaqian's message, a smile spread across his face. From the outset, his decision to recharge his card was not driven by any interest in Yitzi Beauty Salon, but rather a desire to cultivate a friendship with this beautician. His friend's earnestness was endearing, and he felt a pang of guilt. After some contemplation, Tang Song replied with a smile, No worries. As long as you're willing to guide me on skincare and beauty, consider that 2,000 yuan as tuition. I have unwavering faith in teacher Zhao's expertise and integrity. The message was sent, and a swift reply followed, this time in the form of a voice message. He clicked play. Zhao Yaqian's voice resonated. I'm perfectly fine with it. You can reach out to me anytime. Brother Song, rest assured, Yitzi Beauty still owes me my wages. If it does go under, I'll take the equipment and skincare products home, and you can come find me for treatments. It was evident that the beautician was in high spirits. Tang Song responded with a voice message. Make sure to call me when that happens. I'll drive to help you haul everything. Ding dong. Zhao Yaqian. That would be splendid. I was worried I wouldn't be able to move the equipment. Zhao Yaqian. Touched GIF. Upon viewing the sticker she sent, Tang Song couldn't help but chuckle. It was indeed her selfie, clad in a snug outfit, exuding both beauty and a touch of innocence. He casually replied with a playful gif. The two exchanged a flurry of emoticons. And it was clear that Zhao Yaqian was rather self-admiring, as most of her stickers were her own selfies. After their chat, Tang Song completed a fat-burning workout and rinsed his mouth. He then settled against his bed's headboard, engrossed into live for half an hour. Reflecting on the tragic fate of Fuguwei and the familiar pangs of hunger, he soon drifted into a deep slumber. The following noon. What? Xiao Song, you're buying a car? Is that for real? Guopeng exclaimed, momentarily neglecting his grilled meat rice bowl. Du Xiaokai, who was resting with a pillow, chuckled, Old Song. You're not seriously feeling pressured by someone, are you? First dieting, then skincare, now a car? At this comment, the surrounding colleagues perked up their ears and gathered around. What price range are you considering? Do you want me to recommend a few models? I've been reviewing quite a few lately, and I'm quite knowledgeable. Tang Song smiled and explained, It's just that seeing Brother Guo buy a car has stirred a bit of longing in me. Guopeng advised, don't act impulsively. Think carefully before purchasing to ensure it's genuinely necessary. Cars depreciate the moment you buy them. Perhaps you should consider a house first. Zhao Yu stood up from her workstation, curiosity piqued. Brother Song, what kind of car are you planning to buy? Something in the range of 30 to 40,000 for a used car, just to practice with. If it gets scratched or bumped, I wouldn't mind. I can always trade it in for a new one later. Tang Song patted Guopeng on the shoulder. Brother Guo, don't you have a cousin who runs a repair shop? Could you have him help me scout a few options? Guopeng paused in thought, then replied with a smile, Sure, for that price range. Even if you sell it after 6 months, it won't lose much value. I'll call him right now. All right, thanks, Brother Guo. I'll treat you to a lavish meal later. Upon hearing that Tang Song was merely looking for an inexpensive used car, Zhao Yu's face revealed a palpable disappointment. In her view, purchasing an older used car was far less appealing than financing a newer, reliable model. It not only would be more dependable, but also project a better image. Nonetheless, she maintained an outwardly enthusiastic expression, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "Brother Song. Soon you'll be part of the car owners club. How far can a house be behind? Keep pushing forward. A house. It shouldn't be too distant." Tang Song remarked, half in jest and half in reflection. Once, the notion of owning a home had been an unshakable obsession for him and his family. Now, with the gaming system's arrival, as long as he diligently improved himself, everything would fall into place naturally. Du Xiaokai burst into laughter. "You two are quite the comedic duo. Sounding like you're performing a skit. Old Song, why not just take out a loan to buy a mobile home? That way, you can have both a car and a house in one go. How delightful." Zhao Yu frowned slightly, ignoring Du Xiaokai's remark. A local of Yinqing, Du Xiaokai came from a well-off family, owning both a house and a car, and was quite handsome. When he first joined the company, she had pursued him for quite some time, frequently checking in on him via WeChat, and occasionally gifting him coffee and snacks. Unfortunately, Du Xiaokai showed no interest in her, focusing his affections on Tianjing, who had joined the company at the same time. She acknowledged that in some respects, she did not measure up to Tianjing. Yet she believed she was not lacking by much. Their relationship had thus soured, remaining tense ever since. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Tang Song dismounted from the elliptical machine. Breathless, just as he returned to his workstation, Guopeng approached him. "Xiao Song, my cousin has sent over some car options. I forwarded them to you. Take a look and see if anything catches your eye. These are all quality vehicles, reasonably priced, and in good condition." "All right, Brother Gua, let me check them out." Tang Song responded eagerly, promptly opening the chat window. He had faith in Guopeng's character as a senior in their department. This is a 2012 Honda Fit. Equipped with a sunroof, a 1.5 Earth Dreams engine, incredibly spacious, and the back seats fold flat, making it fuel efficient and durable. I've test-driven it before, and it's a delight to drive. The price is just over 30,000, and there's room for negotiation. This one is in 2018 Chery Arizo 5, newer. In excellent condition, having only covered 40,000 kilometers, and it's automatic. I believe this one is quite good as well. This model is a bit cheaper. A 2014 Suzuki Swift with a manual transmission and a 1.3L engine, boasting an interesting design, perfect for family errands and durable. Tang Song's eyes sparkled as he examined the images and descriptions. There were 5 cars in total, priced between 20 and 40,000, each appearing well-maintained and in good condition. The more he looked, the more excited he became. This would be his first car. "So, have you found one that you like?" Guopeng leaned in beside him, appearing even more exhilarated than Tang Song. He too was a car enthusiast, having spent considerable time researching to purchase his own used Honda Civic, and the thrill of it still lingered in him. Tang Song raised his cup and took a hearty gulp, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Everything seems splendid. How about you accompany me tomorrow to check out the actual vehicle and take it for a test drive before making a decision, Brother Gua?" "Absolutely." Guopeng patted his chest confidently. "You can thoroughly research these cars today. Rest assured about the pricing. I guarantee there will be no deception. It's far more suitable than purchasing from a dealer." "Great. Thank you, Brother Gua. No need for pleasantries. Just let me take it for a spin once you make your purchase." He chuckled. As they were engrossed in their conversation, Du Xiaokai suddenly approached, warmly patting Tang Song on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Old Song, President Chun is looking for you. Hurry along." Guopeng glanced nervously towards the director's office, quickly withdrew his neck, and returned to his workstation to indulge in some leisure. Tang Song furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Chapter 20. Tomorrow will be better. Knock, knock, knock. "Come in." A commanding voice resonated. Tang Song opened the frosted glass door and greeted President Chun. Chun Yunting lifted his gaze from the computer screen, saying, "Please take a seat, Xiao Song." Tang Song nodded and settled into the chair beside the desk. Chun Yunting, a former programmer, donned casual attire, a thermal shirt, a jacket, and jeans. In his mid-30s, he bore an unremarkable appearance with tousled hair, exuding an air of friendliness and sincerity. "Xiao Song, I've heard that your attendance has been somewhat lax lately?" Chun Yunting shifted in his office chair, his expression stern. "President Chun, I have always adhered strictly to company regulations. I would never arrive late or leave early," Tang Song replied calmly, meeting his gaze with unwavering resolve. He chose to remain with the company merely to retain the title of Jinxiu Trade Development Engineer, until Du Xiaokai was fully capable of taking over the SCM project. His chances of being laid off were exceedingly slim. He could easily afford to be complacent. Upon hearing Tang Song's response, Chun Yunting's eyes flickered, and he spoke earnestly. "Xiao Song, you should be aware that I have been serving as the acting leader of the back-end team. In the near future, the company will undergo structural adjustments, and I plan to relinquish that role entirely to focus on management. To be frank, I have high expectations for you." Tang Song suppressed a smile and nodded. "Thank you for your confidence, President Chen." Had it been the naive version of himself from earlier in his career, he might have genuinely believed those words. However, after enduring a series of workplace bullying incidents, he had come to see Chun Yunting's true character, an archetypal manipulator, a master of empty promises. If a team leader were to be selected, it would undoubtedly be Du Shaokai. The others stood no chance whatsoever. After a brief pause, Chun Yunting continued. Regarding your salary increase, I have already mentioned it to HR, and I am currently awaiting a response from General Su. At this crucial juncture, you must not falter. Put in extra hours and work diligently. Understood, President Chun. I shall return to work now. Tang Song bowed his head, concealing the sardonic smile tugging at his lips. Since April 1st, he had been promised a 10 salary increase in May. Yet, half a month had passed, and Tianjing, the one responsible for payroll, had still not contacted him for his signature. He had not even received any evaluation emails. Everything hinged solely on the words of the director. Knock, knock, knock. Chun Yunting lightly tapped on the desk, adding, Oh, there's one more thing. Recently, I have assigned quite a bit of work to Shaokai regarding the development of new SCM features. Please lend him a hand. We are all colleagues in the same department, sharing both triumphs and setbacks. Understood, Tang Song nodded discreetly as he exited the office. Upon returning to his workstation, a new notification popped up on DingTalk. It was a request document sent by Du Shaokai. Tang Song glanced back to see Du Shaokai waving at him with a triumphant expression. He smiled faintly and promptly deleted the email, ignoring him thereafter. Ding! His phone screen lit up with a message. China Merchants Bank. Your account ending in 6800 received a salary deposit of 6,224.84 renminbi on April 14th at 1614. His salary for March had arrived. Generally, salaries are disbursed on the 15th of each month, but with tomorrow being the weekend, it had been advanced to Friday. Opening his corporate email, he saw that Tianjing had sent over the pay stub. Tang Song examined it closely. A salary of 8,000 RMB, with a meal allowance of 225 renminbi. Since the company fully covers the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, his personal contribution to insurance and the housing fund amounted to approximately 2,000 RMB. Thus, his net income totaled just over 6,200 renminbi, with minimal tax deductions. This marked the first time he received his complete salary post-confirmation, something he had longed for. And naturally, it stirred some emotions within him. He harbored no ill feelings towards Jinxiu Trade. In fact, he felt quite grateful. The company's management was humane. The benefits were commendable, and salaries were disbursed punctually. It had allowed him, having returned from the capital, to establish a stable foothold in Yinqing, providing a steady income that reassured his parents and ignited his aspirations for the future. This was also a primary reason he had not resigned despite experiencing workplace bullying. However, an enterprise is ultimately composed of individuals, interlaced with numerous personal interests and ulterior motives. When the interests of certain managers diverge from those of the company, they are likely to prioritize personal gain. After all, the company does not belong to them. Should it falter, they could easily escape with a mere N1 certificate and perhaps find something even better. For instance, Director Chen epitomizes this type of manager. At 9 in the evening, having concluded a 30-minute sweat-inducing fat-burning workout, Tang Song sat on his yoga mat, panting heavily. After a few moments of rest, his body gradually relaxed. He opened Xiaohongshu, created a note titled Day 10 of Transformation, uploaded his current weight, today's fat loss meal, comparison photos, and exercise details, then clicked Publish. Tang Song glanced at his follower count, which had unwittingly risen to 661. Yet, he still had a way to go before reaching 1,000. Most of his followers were drawn in by the post about his pot lid hairstyle, while subsequent entries lacked excitement and intrigue, resulting in a sluggish growth of his follower base. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His phone vibrated, revealing a new message. Operations Guopeng, Shaosong, send me your address. I'll drive to pick you up tomorrow. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Song replied, No need, Brother Gua. Just send me the location of the repair shop, and I'll take a taxi there. It'll be quicker. Guopeng resided in Yuhua District, so it would be unnecessary to take a long detour. Operations Guopeng, Mingjun Auto Repair Shop, map attached. The two exchanged a few more messages and agreed on a rendezvous time. Tang Song put away his phone, rinsed his mouth, and stood naked before the full-length mirror, scrutinizing his post-weight loss physique. In just 13 days, his body had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once prominent belly had vanished. While he had no visible abs, his midsection appeared relatively flat. The fat on his thighs, chest, and back had been reduced. His facial appearance had also improved significantly. The double chin and excess flesh around his mouth had disappeared, and the nasolabial folds had diminished. His facial contours appeared much sharper, and his neck looked considerably more appealing. Overall, he presented as an upright and spirited young man. neither overweight nor underweight. However, his skin remained the most significant issue. He still contended with skin tone irregularities, blemishes, acne, blackheads, whiteheads, dark circles, and puffiness, all of which detracted from his appearance and required gradual improvement under Zhao Yaqian's guidance. Tang Song was not unattractive. With a high nose bridge, thin lips, double eyelids, and an ample height, he had been quite popular in high school, embodying the archetype of a charming young man. However, after entering university, in a bid to chase after the ethereal figure of his dreams, he became taciturn and diligent, entirely disregarding his appearance. He excelled in his specialized courses, securing numerous scholarships and certificates, including a motorcycle license and a teaching certificate. By his senior year, he successfully joined a prominent internet company in the capital, standing once more by her side, yet alas. Shaking his head, Tang Song bit his lower lip, forcing himself to detach from the reverie. Taking a deep breath, he opened the system interface to review his personal details. Player, Tang Song, 28 foot. Role, Commercial Development Engineer. Height, 180 cm. Weight, 816 kilograms. Physique, 57. Stamina, 55. Agility, 50. Insight, 76. Asset status. Balance, 2. 520, 050 yuan. Liabilities, 2. 000 yuan. Enterprise, none. Real estate, none. Vehicle, Yachty electric scooter. Agility increased by 1 point. Weight reduced to 816 kilograms. Only 0.6 kilograms remained to complete the challenge of restraint and perseverance. This weight fluctuation fell within the realm of normal human weight variability, easily resolved with a good night's sleep or a trip to the restroom. The lung enhancement potion, a tool for physical fortification, lay tantalizingly before him. In addition, there was the imminent acquisition of his first car, along with a vehicle gift package. Tang Song was eagerly anticipating the morrow. Chapter 21, Tears of Joy. April 15th, 2023, Saturday, partly cloudy turning sunny, UV index strong. Remember to apply sunscreen. At 6 a.m., the rosy sun slowly ascended, illuminating the sky. Ding dong. China Merchants Bank. Your account ending in 6800 received 20,000 yuan on April 15th at 6:02. Tang Song sprang from his bed, deftly folding his quilt. He opened the system interface to check his personal information. Height, 180 cm. Weight, 811 kilograms. Over the course of the night, his body naturally metabolized 0.5 kilograms, which was within the normal range. Only 0.1 kilogram remained to reach his goal. This was the first task he had undertaken since acquiring the system, and it came with a reward of a body-enhancing potion. Suppressing his excitement, Tang Song hurried into the restroom. Soon, the crisp sound of the system notification echoed in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have completed the challenge task, restraint and perseverance. Immediately afterward, a faint light curtain appeared before him, displaying a stream of text. Reward settlement in progress. Over the past 14 days, you have steadfastly adhered to your weight loss goal, never wavering, maintaining strict self-discipline and restraint, successfully losing 9 kilograms and restoring your body to a normal weight range. You have received a special item, Lung Enhancement Potion X1. During the task, you did not blindly pursue rapid weight loss, maintaining a healthy and reasonable diet and lifestyle, in line with the self-cultivation of a gentleman, triggering a hidden reward. You have received Basic Body Optimization Potion X1. He had unexpectedly triggered an additional reward. Tang Song took a deep breath, trying to contain his exhilaration. Entering the system warehouse, he found 2 vials of potion gently glowing with a red hue, peacefully resting there. Examining the item details. Basic Body Optimization Potion. Upon use, it gradually optimizes body proportions, making slight adjustments to bones, muscles, and fat, resulting in a more harmonized physique. Incredible. Tang Song found himself at a loss for words, only able to express his awe with a traditional exclamation. A person's body proportions are akin to a pure genetic lottery, fixed from birth and nearly impossible to alter later. A balanced and proportionate physique promotes health, vitality, equilibrium, beauty, and enhances the appearance of clothing. While Tang Song's height was commendable, his proportions were rather average, with several flaws, such as insufficient arm span, narrow shoulders, and slightly short shins. Although this was merely a basic potion, its effects were still highly anticipated. Quickly finishing in the restroom and thoroughly washing his hands, Tang Song dashed out at a sprinter's pace. Standing before the floor-length mirror, he took several deep breaths. His body still trembled slightly with anticipation. Calm down. Calm down. The moment of witnessing a miracle was at hand. Selecting the Basic Body Optimization Potion, he used it immediately. Wow. A refreshing and invigorating liquid suddenly filled his mouth, delightfully flavorful. Before he could savor it, he gulped it down. Gradually, a cool sensation enveloped his throat and stomach, reminiscent of consuming a concentrated mint candy. After a brief wait, he noticed that his reflection in the mirror appeared largely unchanged. It seemed, as described, that it required some time to take effect. Next, Tang Song's gaze shifted to the next item. Lung Enhancement Potion. Upon use, it effectively improves lung condition, increases lung capacity, provides ample oxygen to the body, enhances resistance, and promotes metabolism, adding 2 to physique and 1 to stamina. After all his hard work and suffering, wasn't this the goal? Without hesitation, he used it immediately. Once again, the liquid was abruptly deposited into his mouth, though this time the flavor was much stronger, somewhat reminiscent of cough syrup. The liquid cascaded down his throat. A subtle warmth spread throughout his body. He felt light, and his heartbeat gradually slowed. Breathing became increasingly robust, and he felt a gentle warmth in his chest and abdomen. The sensation was so pleasurable that he instinctively closed his eyes. After more than half an hour, breathing deeply, Tang Song began to silently attune to the changes within him. His long-standing habits of staying up late and irregular schedules had left him with persistent symptoms of chest tightness, shortness of breath, and occasional coughs. These had been his greatest obstacles during his weight loss journey. Now, astonishingly, they had all vanished. His breathing was strong and smooth. With each deep breath, he distinctly felt his lungs expanding more fully, allowing him to inhale greater volumes of fresh air and rapidly exchange gases. Opening his personal information panel. Player, Tang Song, 29 foot. Role, Commercial Development Engineer. Height, 185 cm. Weight, 81 kilograms. Tang Song blinked in surprise, instinctively rubbing his eyes. The increase in physique by 2, stamina by 1, and charm reaching 29 were all anticipated outcomes. However, the astonishing revelation was that his height had increased by 0.5 centimeters. A spark of realization flickered in his mind, causing his heart to race once more. The basic body optimization potion was even more remarkable than he had imagined. The so-called adjustment of body proportions had directly elongated him. Whether it was an illusion or not, Tang Song felt as though his calves had indeed grown slightly longer, and his shoulders seemed a tad broader. This was the most delightful surprise. Among the girls he was currently acquainted with, Zhao Yeqian stood at 180 centimeters, and Xie Shiyu was around 175 centimeters. Both were quite tall. Standing beside them had always been daunting. Now it appeared he truly had the potential to grow taller in his 25th year. Excitedly, he performed a few vertical jumps, donned a set of quick-dry attire, and commenced his daily fasted cardio. Eager to experience the remarkable strength of his newly optimized lungs, Tang Song stepped into the serene embrace of an April morning, where the air was warm and the sun shone brightly. The faint fragrance of locust blossoms wafted through the community. 3, 2, 1, go. He commenced his outdoor run. His breathing was rhythmic and smooth, perfectly synchronized with his strides. His steps felt lighter and more powerful, and he noticed a significant enhancement in his physical stamina. As he progressed into the latter half of his run, although his bodily functions began to decline rapidly, he no longer experienced any breathlessness or gasping. This was undoubtedly a pair of exceptionally healthy lungs, efficient, robust, and brimming with vitality. You have run 5 kilometers, announced the app's voice, prompting Tang Song to gradually slow his pace and cease running. Upon reflection, he realized that his body did not exhibit the usual intense fatigue. In fact, he felt as though he could continue for another 1 or 2 kilometers. Retrieving his phone from his sports armband, he checked his workout trajectory. He had covered 5 kilometers in approximately 30 minutes, averaging a pace of 5:58, his first time breaking the 6-minute barrier. This was achieved even before he had fully adapted to his body's changes. Overcome with excitement, Tang Song jogged toward the breakfast shop at the south gate of the community. He ordered a steamer of fresh meat soup dumplings, a pancake with egg, a bowl of spicy soup, and a small dish of complimentary pickled vegetables. A whole meat bun. A bite of pickled vegetables, followed by a sip of spicy soup. The flavors of carbohydrates, fats, chili, and spices exploded on his palate. It was exquisite. Tang Song was moved to tears. The proprietress, who was cleaning the table, caught sight of him and thought to herself that this young man was truly handsome. Chapter 22. A Beauty with a Car, Wuling Hongguang. He dispensed the multi-complex amino acid facial cleanser into a rich lather, applying it evenly across his T-zone, chin, the sides of his nose, and cheeks, gently massaging his face in a comprehensive manner, before rinsing it thoroughly with clean water. He managed to keep his entire facial cleansing routine under 4 minutes. Next, he applied a gentle toner, patting it into his skin to provide ample hydration and alleviate any tightness. Subsequently, he used a lotion and cream to seal in moisture while ensuring a hydrating effect. Given the strong ultraviolet rays that day, he finished with a layer of sunscreen. Achieving fair and healthy skin was no simple feat following Zhao Yeqian's guidance. Tang Song completed the routine, and 20 minutes had elapsed. He then proceeded to employ the technique taught by Tony, deftly crafting an acceptable American-style quiff. He donned a spring ensemble recommended by online friends, a long-sleeve printed shirt, straight-leg trousers, and sneakers. All his clothing was purchased online, totaling around 500 to 600 yuan. But the quality was quite commendable. Standing before the mirror, he scrutinized his appearance and broke into a delighted smile. Compared to his first day of transformation, he had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. He now exuded a hint of the trendy young man vibe, very fashionable indeed. After a moment's contemplation, he put on a 3D mask and stood in the same position as during his first post, capturing a full-body selfie. He opened the Silhouette app, merging the two photos, and imported the daily fluctuations in his weight over the past 14 days, along with images of his fat loss meals and exercise routines, adding a few smooth transition effects, and finally selecting an inspiring background music track. In no time, a 90-second summary video was completed, signifying the official conclusion of his first phase of transformation. Watching it repeatedly, Tang Song felt waves of satisfaction swell within him. He had accomplished so much without even realizing it. After a moment of reflection, he shared the video on Xiaohongshu with the title, Listening to Advice, Transformation Vlog Episode 1 Summary. Just as he published it, a flurry of WeChat notifications chimed in. In a small group of colleagues, Guopeng shared photos and experiences of his beloved car from the past couple of days. It was evident that Guo was genuinely enamored with his little Civic. Despite being a seasoned introvert, he had taken his car to a suburban park on a weekend morning, capturing numerous artistic photographs. Soon, other colleagues joined the conversation, enthusiastically discussing automotive topics. Unable to resist, Tang Song chimed in as he awaited his own first car. Guopeng, Tang Song, it's almost time. Get ready to head out. Let's meet at the auto repair shop. He glanced at the clock, 9:10 a.m. Thinking of his soon-to-be beloved vehicle, Tang Song felt a surge of impatience and quickly replied, On my way. See you soon. Wang Chuyong, Tang Song, Guopeng. Remember to share your car options with the group. We'll help you brainstorm. Li Jichao, buying a car is a significant matter. We must collaborate and share our insights. Tang Song responded with a cheerful OK sticker. This small group consisted of only 5 members, all of whom were friendly colleagues with whom he often ordered takeout and played games. They were genuinely invested in his car-buying endeavor. The Mingjun Auto Repair Shop was located on Taijing Road in the Chaoxi district, surrounded by worn-down 2-story buildings, a plethora of auto parts shops, and small eateries, exuding a rustic charm. After exiting the taxi, Tang Song passed through the rudimentary iron gate and entered a spacious courtyard. The first thing that caught his eye was a dozen cars, some neatly arranged while others were in the midst of repairs and painting. Surrounding the area were red brick bungalows housing various equipment, lifts, tire repair machines, polishers, and paint buckets. Overall, it was a rather unremarkable yet legitimate auto repair shop. A brief honking sound echoed as Guopeng emerged from a small sedan, accompanied by a man clad in blue overalls. Approaching them, Guopeng patted Tang Song on the shoulder, expressing admiration. Wow, you're looking quite stylish today. I never noticed before. But you clean up nicely. Your looks are no less impressive than Du Xiaokai's. Well, when buying a car, one must make an effort to dress up. It seems like you're determined to make it happen. Come on, let me take you to choose a car. I've got a balloon in my car. We can stop by the roadside to pick some flowers for a little car-picking ceremony, just like those 4S dealerships. Guo was a man of taste. This was a delightful idea. After sharing a few light-hearted remarks, Guo introduced, This is my cousin, Li Mingjun, and this is Tang Song, the straightforward guy I told you about, our company's technical guru. Li Mingjun, in his late 20s, sported a crew cut and thick lips, and he greeted Tang Song with a warm smile. The two exchanged pleasantries, marking their formal introduction. They then dove straight into the task at hand, inspecting and test-driving vehicles one by one. There were 5 cars in the courtyard that met Tang Song's requirements, each priced under 40,000 yuan, fuel-efficient, durable, and in excellent condition. Although he had previously viewed images and descriptions on WeChat, nothing compared to the feeling of seeing the actual vehicles. Exterior, interior, and space. These 3 aspects were thoroughly examined under Li Mingjun's enthusiastic guidance, granting Tang Song a comprehensive understanding of each car. Since graduating from driving school, he had rarely been behind the wheel, so he drove each vehicle with utmost caution. After test driving all 5 cars, Guopeng leaned in and asked, So, what do you think? Have you made a decision? Brother Gua, which one do you think is the best? Tang Song replied, somewhat indecisive. Having never owned a car before, he found himself fond of each one. However, if he were to experience love at first sight, he had yet to encounter it. For his first car, he simply desired one that was comfortable to drive and pleasing to the eye, fulfilling a long-held aspiration. I find both the Arizo 5 and the Fit quite commendable. One boasts a newer model year and an automatic transmission, while the other retains its value and offers a delightful driving experience. Whichever you choose, you are unlikely to harbor regrets. Quite impressive indeed. Tang Song opened the WeChat group chat, sharing numerous videos he had captured during his test drive, eager to gather his colleagues' opinions. Li Jiqiao, the Swift is the most suitable choice. I believe such compact cars are genuinely enjoyable to drive. Wang Qiuyang, it has to be the Fit. The engine is phenomenal, it's a space magician. The rear seats fold down to accommodate a refrigerator, truly the best choice for young people. Lu Mingfang, if we're discussing space, it has to be the Wuling Hongguang. Tang Song, that white Wuling you filmed looks splendid. It has modified headlights, sport rims, decals, and a roof rack, perfect for outings. This remark elicited laughter from the group, sparking a playful exchange of memes. Li Jiqiao, it must be the Wuling. Mid-engine, rear-wheel drive, a supercar layout, power unspecified, but it thrives under pressure. Wang Qiuyang, it may not accompany you in your moments of triumph, but it will stand by you as you venture forth into the world. Tang Song paused, casting his gaze towards a white Wuling Hongguang nestled in the corner, its body adorned with black and gray stripes, rounded headlights, and darkened rims. It appeared remarkably spirited under the sunlight. Noticing his interest, Li Mingjun chuckled. This is a 2020 Wuling Hongguang S, a high-spec manual with 15,000 kilometers on the clock. The owner is a loyal customer of mine. The car has been meticulously maintained and modified here, so the condition is absolutely impeccable. This is the 5-seater version. And when the rear seats are folded down, the space is astounding. Oh, and by the way, the owner is a stunning beauty who runs a clothing store. It's a one-owner vehicle with less than 50,000 kilometers. She primarily uses it to transport clothes and people, and the car is in excellent condition. Due to business struggles and family urging her to return home, she has consigned the vehicle with me. Chapter 23. This is the one. Tang Song was certainly aware of the Wuling Hongguang S. In the domestic MPV market, it ranks among the top in sales and reputation. As a young person, he had frequently encountered jokes about Wuling and did not harbor any prejudice against the brand, influenced by those around him. He had predominantly considered compact cars as his first vehicle and had never truly contemplated microvans or MPVs. However, gazing at the vibrant Wuling Hongguang S bathed in sunlight, he felt a flicker of desire, akin to discovering a large cabbage amidst a field of flowers. Though the scene was somewhat unconventional, it was strikingly delightful and unique. Approaching the vehicle, Tang Song inquired, "Li Gu, how much is this Wuling?" Li Mingjun hesitated for a moment before explaining, "Let me clarify. I'm not trying to take advantage of you. The owner has made numerous modifications, and given the superb maintenance, the price is somewhat elevated. The owner wishes to sell it for 43,000 yuan, and I suspect I could negotiate down by 1,000 at most. This vehicle originally retailed for over 60,000 yuan, and for a 3-year-old car in this condition, the market price is under 40,000 yuan. This is why I didn't purchase it myself, but only agreed to assist in the sale. I had previously posted about it on social media, and many expressed interest. Yet upon hearing the price, they lost enthusiasm. Often, when you invest several thousand in modifications, you find it difficult to recoup that value when selling. Sometimes even less than a stock vehicle. The owner might also be in urgent need of cash. Just a few days ago, she parked the car here, hoping to show it to potential buyers and expedite a sale. Upon hearing Li Mingjuan's words, Tang Song nodded. "Li Gu, I really like this car. Please tell me more about its condition." Although the price is slightly steep, it remains within his acceptable range, especially since the system's task requires a budget of 45,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Li Mingjun patted the car's rear and began his introduction. Registered in April 2020, it has just turned 3 years old, and the entire vehicle retains its original paint. The candy white color comes with fog lights, and the modified LED projector headlights are exceptionally bright. It has been fitted with 3M window film and a roof rack. The car features power steering, central air conditioning, 14-inch alloy wheels, and electric windows. The rear seats can be completely folded down, and the expanded trunk measures over 2 meters in length and nearly 1.5 meters in width, making it ideal for transporting goods. Continuing, Li Mingjun opened the car door, revealing the interior. The cabin is adorned in gray and white leather, while the door armrests, gear shift, headrests, and center console are accented in brown. The interplay of these two colors creates a stylish appearance. Additionally, the button area is embellished with bright metallic accents. Overall, the design appears simple yet elegant, warm yet upscale. Tang Song's interest was piqued. It was evident that the original owner had a great affection for the Wuling, and the modifications resonated with his tastes. The contrast between the interior and exterior sparked an immediate sense of allure in Tang Song. Li Mingjun squeezed the seat. Grinning, the entire interior is soft-covered, with a complete black rubber mat, a high-definition large screen for navigation, a branded dashcam, and upgraded audio. Frankly speaking, the modifications alone cost nearly 10,000 yuan. If you appreciate the original owner's design, spending an additional 3 to 4,000 to acquire it is certainly not a loss. After pondering for a moment, Tang Song directly stated, "Li Gu, do you have the keys? I'd like to take it for a spin." "Just a moment. I'll get them for you." Li Mingjun promptly replied and walked towards a small room. Guopeng couldn't help but interject, "Xiao Song, the car is indeed nice, but it is a bit pricey. Moreover, there's a crucial consideration. You're at the age where you should be seeking a partner. Purchasing a car requires some thought in that regard. You can drive this car to pick up friends, and everyone will laugh and compete to take the wheel. But when it comes to picking up a girl for a date, Guopeng did not look down upon the Wuling Hongguang. In fact, since entering society, he had never disparaged any vehicle. However, Tang Song was already 25, and soon he would face the prospect of arranged marriages. Owning a reasonably presentable compact car could serve as a significant advantage. Hearing Guopeng's words, Tang Song nodded. "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Gua." In the past, he would have considered that his first car needed to last him a long time, requiring careful consideration of many factors. However, with the system in place, completing this task would allow him to acquire a vehicle valued up to 500,000 yuan. This alleviated any worries, as long as he liked it. He would simply proceed with the purchase. Li Mingjun soon returned, handing over a remote key. Tang Song expressed his gratitude, bent down to sit in the driver's seat, adjusted the seat position, and found it quite comfortable. Fastening his seatbelt and grasping the steering wheel, a subtle smile crept onto his lips, a wave of joy washing over him. Confirming that the gear was in neutral, he pressed the clutch, inserted the key, and ignited the engine. With the roar of the engine, the dashboard and infotainment system lit up. Releasing the handbrake, he shifted into first gear, coordinating the throttle and clutch to set off. With previous test drive experiences under his belt, this one felt remarkably smooth. The handling was stable, the steering wheel offered a pleasant feel, and the turning was agile. Thanks to the lightweight body and commendable power output, the acceleration was impressive. After a round of driving, it was evident that the experience was effortless. Observing the warm and stylish interior, the sleek and flowing lines of the exterior, the spacious cabin, and the expansive trunk adorned with the Wuling logo, Tang Song took a deep breath, touched the rearview mirror, and exclaimed, "This is the one." Guopeng opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately refrained. Li Mingjun was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such a prompt decision. "All right, I'll contact the owner right away and try to negotiate the price down for you. For today, let us sign the contract. The transfer will have to wait until next Monday, and I can handle the paperwork for you." In the realm of consignment vehicles, his earnings were merely the intermediary fees and service charges. "All right, I appreciate your help, brotherly," Tang Song said with a smile, gesturing an okay sign. With matters settled, Guopeng relinquished his attempts at persuasion and, following Tang Song, slipped into the car to savor the experience, snapping a few photos to share in their group chat. He commented, "Congratulations to Xiao Song on acquiring the 2020 Wuling Hongguang S." As soon as the message was sent, the other three erupted in excitement. "Li Jiqiao, the interior is absolutely stunning. You must let me take it for a spin at the office, I beg you." "Wang Chuyong, Tang Song. I'll call you when I move." The five of them engaged in a lively banter in the group chat until Li Mingjun finally returned. He examined the vehicle and, with a hint of reluctance, stated, "The owner can only budge by a maximum of 500 yuan, so the final price is 42,500 yuan. Can you accept that?" However, both the compulsory insurance and commercial insurance still have 6 months left, which can be transferred to you, saving you some money. Not even 1,000 off. Guopeng frowned. "Junzi, please negotiate with her again." Li Mingjun pondered for a moment, then turned to Tang Song, suggesting, "Why don't we wait a while longer? The longer we wait, the more desperate the owner will become, and the price is bound to drop." "No need. Let us finalize it as is," Tang Song responded, eager to avoid further delays. Seeing the deal coming together, Li Mingjun breathed a sigh of relief. "All right then, the owner will arrive around 1 this afternoon. I'll prepare the contract for you." Tang Song nodded, his gaze returning to the Wuling Hongguang S, unable to tear himself away. His first car, at long last, was the one he desired, truly a moment of celebration. Chapter 24, Gao Mingting. At noon, Tang Song took the initiative to treat his friends, and the three of them enjoyed a hearty meal at a small roadside eatery. With 4 dishes and a soup, the prices were reasonable and the portions generous. Shortly after returning to the repair shop, Li Mingjun's phone rang. The highly praised female car owner had finally arrived. The trio waited in the yard for 2 or 3 minutes before a graceful and striking figure entered. Li Mingjun quickly stood up, warmly greeting her. "Boss Gao, you finally arrived. Brotherly, please don't tease me. You know the state of my shop." The girl's voice was melodious. Guopeng nudged him with his elbow, excitedly exclaiming, She's truly a stunning beauty. So gorgeous, I think she rivals Tianjing. Her figure seems even better. Indeed, she was breathtaking. Tang Song nodded in agreement, his gaze irresistibly drawn to the approaching girl. In her early 20s, she possessed delicate features and flawless skin. Her brown hair was voluminous and thick, and her face bore exquisite makeup. Clad in a pair of split jeans and white sneakers, topped with a high-neck sweater, she exuded an aura of charm. Li Mingjun cheerfully introduced, "Allow me to present Gao Mingting, the owner of this Wuling Hongguang S. This is the buyer, Tang Song, whom I mentioned over the phone." "Hello, Mr. Tang." Gao Mingting smiled and greeted him, adding, "You appear much younger than I imagined." Her cheeks, adorned with a charming smile, revealed a hint of adorableness. "Hello," Tang Song politely replied. They exchanged a few pleasantries. Li Mingjun produced 2 copies of the contract, saying, "Miss Gao, please review these terms. If everything is satisfactory, we can sign the contract now." Gao Mingting took the documents, sitting down in the yard to meticulously review them. Whenever she encountered something unclear, she promptly inquired, only continuing after receiving clarification. Though it was merely 2 pages of A4 paper, she spent a full 8 minutes examining it. This level of diligence left Tang Song feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had only skimmed through to confirm the model and price. "I have no issues, brotherly. Do you have a pen?" "Indeed." Li Mingjun pulled out a carbon pen and an ink pad from his pocket and handed them over. Gao Mingting casually accepted them, swiftly signing her name and pressing her thumbprint onto the document. In the sunlight, her slender, fair fingers created an elegant signature. "Here you go, Mr. Tang," she smiled. Handing the contract back, Tang Song accepted it and signed and stamped at the buyer's section, thus formalizing the agreement. Gao Mingting retrieved the car keys from her possession and placed them on the table. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke. "According to the contract, Mr. Tang is required to pay a deposit of 20,000 yuan within 24 hours, with the remainder due upon the transfer of ownership. If it's convenient, could you transfer it to me now?" "Of course, how should I proceed?" Tang Song inquired, pulling out his phone. When it came to beautiful women, people tended to be exceedingly accommodating, and he chose not to dwell on the details. "Let us use WeChat. We can add each other as friends. If any issues arise with the vehicle, you can reach out to me." As she spoke, Gao Mingting opened her WeChat QR code. After adding each other, Tang Song promptly transferred 20,000 yuan, noting it as car purchase deposit. Gao Mingting accepted it immediately, relief washing over her face as she expressed her gratitude. "To be honest, I've been quite short on funds lately. I have a payment due today, so thank you, Mr. Tang." "No need for thanks," he replied. "Brotherly, I appreciate your assistance throughout this process. I will transfer you the intermediary and transfer fees shortly. I still need my ID, and I will definitely get it to you before the transfer on Monday." "All right, no problem." Li Mingjun nodded with a smile. Gao Mingting glanced at the time, picked up her bag, and said, "There's nothing more for me here, so I'll take my leave. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Farewell." Gao Mingting smiled as she nodded, turning to stride toward the exit. Her curves were accentuated by the jeans, the slender waist, and shapely hips forming an alluring silhouette, while her softly curled brown hair swayed across her back. Tang Song found himself stealing a few more glances. Just as she was about to exit, she suddenly halted, spinning around sharply. Tang Song, caught in the act of admiring her, turned red with embarrassment. Taking a deep breath, Gao Mingting trotted a few steps toward the Wuling Hongguang, her previously cheerful demeanor now tinged with sorrow. She extended her hand, gliding along the car's headlight and waistline, quietly caressing its surface. Then, leaning against the A-pillar, she whispered a few words to the vehicle, biting her lower lip with a deep breath as tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Raising her exquisite face, she carefully pulled a tissue from her tote bag to wipe her tears away. Turning back, she approached Tang Song once more and bowed earnestly. "Mr. Tang, I hope you treat her well." She's the high-end version, with a semi-coil spring rear suspension, capable of carrying loads of 1,000 to 1,800 kilograms without issue. Heavier loads could be problematic. Please refrain from transporting seafood, as it may corrode the floor, despite the protective measures I've taken. The vehicle requires maintenance every 5,000 kilometers. All right, that's about it. Let us keep in touch on WeChat. Should you ever decide to sell her, please let me know. If I'm in a position to do so, I will certainly buy her back. Thank you immensely." Despite not having looked at the car since entering, she spoke for 4 or 5 minutes about her concerns, occasionally glancing in its direction. Tang Song opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, and finally replied softly, "All right, no problem. This is my first car, and I will take good care of it. Thank you." She was my first car as well, having accompanied me for a full 3 years. Capable of carrying people and cargo, she is durable and reliable, whether on smooth highways or rugged paths. Gao Mingting tilted her head back, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face. "I apologize. I seem to be a bit emotional. Had I known I wouldn't have looked back at her. This truly is goodbye. She smiled lightly, swaying her beige tote bag as she departed, exuding an air of nonchalance. As he watched her graceful figure vanish from view, Lee Mingjun couldn't help but reflect. This girl is truly remarkable. During her university years, she earned a substantial income from part-time jobs and purchased this car in her senior year, planning to venture into the fashion business. Initially, everything went smoothly, and she made a considerable profit, even customizing her vehicle during that period. However, she was ultimately betrayed by her partner, leading her to her current predicament. Upon returning to Qingxin Garden, Tang Song neatly placed the contract and sank into a reverie on the sofa. He had finally acquired the car he desired. Once the ownership transfer was completed on Monday, it would be entirely his. This should have filled him with joy. Yet the memory of Gao Mengting's gaze as she left unexpectedly cast a shadow of melancholy over him. Tang Song chuckled self-deprecatingly, acknowledging that his feelings were largely due to the fact that she was a stunning beauty, akin to a campus goddess, whose tears could evoke sympathy akin to raindrops on a pear blossom. Had she been less attractive, he mused, he might have simply brushed off his thoughts. Lost in contemplation, he inadvertently opened Gao Mingting's moments. The posts were predominantly promotions for clothing and shoes, interspersed with a selfie or two. The most recent post, dated just 3 minutes ago, read, "There exists a sorrow in this world that cannot shed tears, a grief that cannot be explained to others, and even if explained, it would not be comprehended. It remains unchanged, like snowflakes quietly accumulating in the heart on a windless night." Haruki Murakami, Kafka on the Shore. Chapter 25, Charisma 30, Unlocking Rewards. April 17, 2023. Monday, overcast, 12:23 p.m. 3 significant events transpired today at Jinxiu Commerce. The first was a restructuring within the Human Resources Department, which introduced several new subdepartments, including the Human Resources Planning and Development Department, Training Department, Employee Relations Department, and Compensation and Benefits Department. The second event was the official promotion of HR Officer Tian Jing to Compensation Supervisor, a notification received by all members of the company. The third event was that Tang Song had taken leave to purchase a car, a Wuling Hongguang, no less. Of course, this third event was significant only within the confines of the Technical Support Department. Old Song truly marched to the beat of his own drum. Even his car purchase was unconventional. This lad must have been spurred on by something. Ha ha ha. Du Xiaokai laughed until tears streamed down his face. A Wuling Hongguang. Isn't that a van? What was Tang Song thinking? Brother Song isn't considering a side job, is he? Huala? You girls wouldn't understand. That's an MPV. Driving that car, he'd leave his buddies in awe. I think it's quite practical. It can carry people and haul goods. Indeed, I reckon all 17 of us in the technical department could fit inside. For future team-building activities, this vehicle would suffice. But if it flips over, we'd all be done for. Given that it was still working hours, the team discussed the matter with a degree of restraint. However, the WeChat group was already buzzing with activity, filled with all sorts of memes and jokes. Gradually, someone broached the subject of the HR department's restructuring. Whispers circulated about the company soon securing financing, with some asserting that this restructuring might merely be the beginning. Following this, the finance department, sales department, channel department, and even their technical support department would undergo adjustments. Hearing such news, everyone became animated. A restructuring typically signified the emergence of additional managerial positions. After all, isn't the goal of hard work within the company to secure promotions and salary increases? In a corner, Zhao Yu, however, appeared rather despondent. Her mind still preoccupied with the news of Tian Jing's promotion. Upon receiving the news early that morning, she had lost all appetite for the coffee she had bought. To her, she and Tian Jing were rivals, both having joined the company around the same time and being popular beauties. Tian Jing, being younger at just 22 and having graduated less than a year ago, was now 2 levels above her in rank as compensation supervisor. Consequently, Tian Jing would control her salary and benefits, requiring her approval for raises, signatures for birthday gifts, and reviews for expense reimbursements. In a certain sense, Tian Jing had become her superior. The blow was difficult for her to accept, causing her chest to ache with indignation. Clenching her teeth, Zhao Yu sent a message in the small group of female colleagues. Little Jing from HR is amazing. She has only been here for less than a year, yet climbed 2 levels to become a supervisor. She's truly a role model for us girls. A goal to strive for. Though the technical department was relatively new, there were several female employees who had been working there for around 3 years without any promotions. Hearing this, Zhao Yu felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart and followed it up with some sarcastic remarks in the group. Perhaps she possesses some extraordinary qualities. Who knows? She is so beautiful and can be charming. Of course, her promotion and pay increase are well-deserved. With that, Zhao Yu felt a bit of relief after her petty comments. Then her thoughts drifted to Tang Song's second-hand car, and she couldn't help but curl her lip in disdain. She lived not far from Tang Song and had initially planned to hitch a ride with him to work every day, but now he had made such a definitive purchase. Imagining herself arriving at the underground parking lot in Tang Song's Wuling van, she shuddered at the thought of encountering Tian Jing, who drove an Audi A5. Monday at the vehicle management office was bustling with crowds. The demand for ownership transfers that had accumulated over the weekend concentrated on this day. Tang Song and Li Mingjun arrived early, queuing for vehicle inspections, license plate issuance, application forms, number selection, and transfer registration. By the time they received the new license plates, it was nearly noon. Li Mingjun waved the plates in his hand and chuckled. It's like this now. Pure numbers are scarce. But yours is decent, one letter followed by 4 digits. Indeed, I understand, Tang Song nodded. Li Mingjun then retrieved a toolbox from the car and began affixing the license plates with remarkable dexterity, finishing in just 3 to 5 minutes. After clapping his hands to dust them off, Li Mingjun smiled. Don't worry about the insurance transfer. I'll swing by the insurance company this afternoon and call you once it's done. Also, regarding the balance, Gao Mengting has been messaging me for updates. She must be anxious for the funds. All right, I'll transfer it to her now, Tang Song replied, hastily pulling out his phone, nearly forgetting about that matter. Since his cash was tied up in the betting agreement, this sum had to be borrowed from Willie Dai. He had friends with whom he had a good relationship and could ask for help, but such matters could jeopardize their friendship. So it was prudent not to broach the subject lightly. After Tang Song transferred the remaining 22,500 yuan, Li Mingjun made a call to Gao Mengting to confirm everything was in order, thus wrapping up the transaction completely. If there are any issues with the car, just contact me. I'm off now, goodbye. Li Mingjun waved as he got into his friend's car. Goodbye. Tang Song shifted his gaze back to the Wuling Hongguang parked in the space, now entirely his. The sleek and refreshing lines of the body, the hexagonal grille, the simplistic tail lights, and the sturdy luggage rack, all of it was undeniably appealing. Unable to resist, he pulled out his phone and snapped a few photos. At that moment, Tang Song deeply understood the emotions that Guo must have felt at that time. Putting away his phone, he opened the car door and slid into the driver's seat. As his hands grasped the steering wheel, a luminous display suddenly unfolded before him, lines of text dancing into view. On April 17, 2023, you acquired your very first automobile. Transitioning from a Yadea electric vehicle to a Wuling Hongguang S. You now possess your own mobile sanctuary, allowing you the freedom to depart at a moment's notice. Impervious to the elements. In social gatherings, you exude greater poise, and you can confidently invite the girl you admire to dine with you. Your charm has reached a score of 30, successfully unlocking this new phase of assets and privileges. Immediately, a dazzling progress bar materializes before your eyes. 24-foot, initial charm, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Above the 30 mark, a small treasure chest pulsates with crimson light, indicating it is ready for collection. Tang Song grips the steering wheel tightly, instinctively leaning forward, his eyes alight with boundless astonishment. After having maintained a charm score of 29 for several days, he has finally surpassed the threshold with the upgrade of his vehicle. This progression seems entirely reasonable, as one's residence, transportation, partner, and career all contribute to personal allure. Tang Song takes a deep breath, exhaling slowly. His excellent lung capacity allows him to regain composure swiftly. He mentally touches the treasure chest and collects his rewards instantaneously. For a fleeting moment, his vision blurs before returning to clarity, accompanied by a series of crisp system notifications. Ding. You have received a skill upgrade card, LV1. Ding. You have received 1 million yuan in startup capital. Ding. You have received corporate office space. Ding. You have unlocked a new functionality module, costume center. Ding. You have obtained Dusk's chill outfit. Ding. Growth plan task has been activated. Please proceed to task center for further details. Chapter 26, Dusk's chill outfit. Once the notifications cease, Tang Song leans back against the chair, his fingers trembling slightly, rendered momentarily speechless. A charm score of 30 is akin to a baseline value in the game. He had not held high expectations, assuming the rewards would merely reflect the novice package. To his astonishment, the bounty is far more abundant than anticipated. Suppressing his elation, he enters the system warehouse to review the reward details sequentially. Skill upgrade card, LV1, X1. Upon use, you may select one LV1 skill for an upgrade. 1 million yuan in startup capital X1. Upon use, you will receive 1,000,000 yuan in cash, designated exclusively for entrepreneurial endeavors or related investments. Corporate office space X1. Upon use, you will acquire ownership of a premium office area. The horn of the Wuling Hongguang blares emphatically. Tang Song's complexion flushes, his gaze fervent. 1 million in startup capital. An office space with ownership. He understands that his life is poised for a monumental transformation today. He has always known that by enhancing his charm, he could inherit substantial assets within the game. Yet, it is only at this moment that he truly feels as though he has crossed into a different realm. Leaning back in his chair, he gazes out at the rolling clouds, silently savoring the exhilarating rhythm of his heartbeat. After a considerable pause, once he has finally regained his composure, he selects 1 million yuan in startup capital and uses it immediately. Ding! The mobile screen illuminates. China Merchants Bank. Your account ending in 6800 received a deposit of 1,000,000 yuan on April 17th at 11:49. Tang Song stares at the string of numbers for a while before selecting corporate office space and using it without delay. Ding! You have acquired a 200 square meter office in Yunxi Building. Please proceed to Yunxi Property Management Company to claim it. Yunxi Building. 200 square meters. Tang Song's pupils quiver. He is well aware that Yunxi Building is the epitome of office complexes in Yinxing, boasting a 5A grade rating, situated in the heart of the city, within a 5-star commercial district, a hub of thriving business. The surrounding environment is well established in terms of administration, finance, transportation, tourism, shopping, and leisure, marking it as the core commercial stage and territory of Yinxing. Many prestigious enterprises have their branches located there. After returning from the capital, he once interviewed at Yunxi Building and was deeply impressed by the surroundings. To possess ownership of a 200 square meter office, there is akin to acquiring a golden goose. Even if he does nothing, renting the office would yield over 40,000 yuan in monthly income. After 3 years of work, having set aside money for his family, he had accumulated only a little over 40,000 yuan, with the greatest ambition being to settle down and establish roots in Yinxing. Now, inheriting game assets has allowed him to leap directly to his goal. In comparison to these two rewards, the skill upgrade card, LV1, seems somewhat trivial. However, he happens to possess the Godly Aura passive skill, which can be directly upgraded to LV2, leaving him curious whether it might trigger new aura effects. For someone at his developmental stage, this would be an immensely beneficial enhancement. Taking a deep breath, he employs his robust lung capacity to swiftly clear his mind. He selects Skill Upgrade Card, LV1, and uses it immediately. Specifying Godly Aura, LV1, he confirms. Ding! The passive skill, Godly Aura, has been upgraded to LV2. Godly Aura, LV2, optimizes sleep quality, enabling the player to enter deep sleep more swiftly and enjoy a restorative sleep experience. Exceptional sleep gradually repairs damaged skin, alleviating dark circles and puffiness. Aura Effect. Your first smile each day will earn you a cash reward of 400 yuan, with a 1 chance of receiving an additional critical hit bonus. Note, this skill is upgradable. Incredible. Cash rewards are doubled, and the critical hit chance has increased tenfold. Naturally, the accompanying features are also significantly more powerful and practical. Due to neglecting skincare for an extended period and having oily skin, Tang Song's face bears some blemishes from acne and pimples. Adjusting this would typically require acid treatments, which could damage the skin's barrier. The reparative effect of this upgrade is nothing short of a godsend. Dark circles and puffiness have long been a source of frustration for him, manageable only through prolonged care or makeup. Now, simply ensuring adequate sleep will gradually eliminate these issues, saving him considerable time and effort. Having accounted for the 3 rewards in the warehouse, Tang Song immediately returns to the main interface and enters the newly appeared module, Costume Center. His 4th reward, Dusk's Chill Outfit, awaits him within. The familiar, vibrant interface materializes, showcasing an outfit card in the upper left corner. With a gentle mental touch, he activates the card. The illustrated outfit shimmers and springs forth, silently hovering before him. Much like a naked-eye 3D display or ultra-clear AR, every detail is vividly visible and can rotate 360 degrees, leaving him utterly astonished. Simultaneously, the detailed information about the outfit is presented. Dusk's Chill Outfit, Physique 2, Agility 1, with added cold resistance effects. Outfit composition, apricot knitted cardigan, white t-shirt, gray-black casual pants, and white sneakers. Accompanying special effect, Dusk's Chill. When wearing this outfit outdoors at night in windy conditions, a special aura will activate, rendering the wearer looking fresh, serene, and melancholic. Note, players must procure and create the outfit components in the real world. The closer the style, color, and details are to the design, the more closely the effects will align. No wonder the display effect is so impressive. It seems they have provided me with the design blueprint. Tang Song cannot help but silently scoff. In the game, activating clothing is as simple as selecting it and clicking to wear. It's far from being a cumbersome task that requires one to search for similar outfits. Fortunately, the convenience of online shopping makes it easy to gather the necessary items with a little effort. After admiring his first ensemble for a while, Tang Song attempted to click, where, ding, the outfit Night Chill has been equipped. Immediately, the interface transitioned back to the main screen. In the center of the display, the 3D model that was previously clad only in shorts now donned its new attire. The system's careful selection truly shone through. The outfit styling was impeccable and suited him even better than the recommendations from online users, making him appear quite dashing. Simultaneously, a line of text appeared beneath his character. Current outfit compatibility, 10. All effects activated, 10. Tang Song glanced down and noted that today, only the color and style of his pants were somewhat aligned with the outfit components, so a score of 10 seemed reasonable. He clicked on the 3D model to view his personal details. Player, Tang Song, 31 foot. Character, Shinshio Commerce Development Engineer. Height, 181 cm. Weight, 81 kilograms. Physique, 592, 5902. Stamina, 56. Agility, 501, 501. Insight, 76. Asset status. Balance, 0, 51 million. Investment capital, 1 million. Liabilities, 40,000. Company, none. Property, none. Vehicle, Wuling Hongguang S. Yadi electric vehicle. Chapter 27, Planned Tasks. Ever since consuming the beginner body optimization potion, his height has been subtly increasing at a rate of a few centimeters over the past couple of days, finally reaching 181 centimeters. This morning, while dressing, Tang Song distinctly felt his calves and arms span elongate slightly. The 200 square meter office space he acquired remains unclaimed, hence his property status still reads as none. His gaze then drifted to the balance section. With 1 million yuan in investment capital, the unit of measurement had shifted to 10,000. Although this sum was solely designated for entrepreneurship and investment, simply observing it provided him with a sense of stability and security. After a brief review of his personal information, Tang Song returned to the main interface and clicked on Task Center. The overall style of the interface remained unchanged, but a new section had emerged in the central area, shimmering with golden light, signifying its importance. Phase 1 Growth Plan Tasks. Character Advancement. Select a field of interest. Establish a company of your own, with a shareholding ratio of no less than 67, and complete the transition from employee to owner. Incomplete. Company Establishment. Build core business operations. Devise a reasonable organizational structure and compensation system, and recruit no fewer than 10 formal employees. Incomplete. Getting on track. Develop the company's core business and achieve basic profitability. Incomplete. Task Reward. Growth Package 1. The Godly Male Growth Plan is a male idol cultivation game centered around simulation management, with most tasks related to simulated business operations, assisting players in their growth. These 3 phases can be viewed as a complete process of establishing a business. For him, it also represents a significant challenge. Should he engage fully from start to finish, the benefits would undoubtedly be substantial. As thoughts surged in his mind, Tang Song was abruptly jolted back to reality by a loud rumble from his stomach. Checking the time, he realized it was already past noon. Concerned about potential weight rebound from rapid weight loss, he continued to monitor his daily caloric intake and expenditure, having eaten lightly in the morning. After a busy morning, hunger struck him fiercely. With the acquisition of his first car, his charm had reached 30, unlocking system rewards, million yuan in funds, and an office in Yinchi Building. At this moment, his 25-year life reached a pinnacle, filling Tang Song with boundless joy. His appetite surged. He simply had to treat himself to a splendid meal. Opening a review app, he searched for gourmet food. Ultimately, he chose a high-end restaurant with an average cost of 500 per person, not too far away. But now that he had a car, he was free to go wherever he wished. Setting the navigation, he placed his phone in the central console's storage compartment. The engine of the Wuling Hongguang roared to life as the vehicle smoothly joined the flow of traffic along the pristine asphalt road, becoming a part of the vibrant scenery of Yinqing's main thoroughfare. The sun parted the scattered clouds, enveloping everything in warmth and tranquility. Tang Song gently pressed down the car window, tapping his fingers against the steering wheel, relishing the breeze that slipped through the gaps. After a somewhat clumsy attempt to reverse into the parking space, ensuring he did not cross the white lines, Tang Song turned off the engine and stepped out of the vehicle. Raising his gaze, he immediately spotted the main building of Shangwei Pavilion Restaurant. Its azure exterior adorned with glass curtain walls that sparkled under the sunlight, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors, exuding an air of grandeur. Entering the spacious and well-lit lobby, a dapper young waiter promptly approached him. Upon learning he was alone, he displayed no surprise and enthusiastically guided him to a table. Receiving the exquisitely crafted menu, Tang Song flipped through it, selecting several dishes he most desired. Sesame crispy chicken, swan pastry, snowflake wagyu tower, braised abalone with pork, and tangerine peel stewed fish maw. The restaurant's pacing for serving dishes was impeccable, presenting them one after another at just the right intervals, allowing Tang Song to savor the culinary delights without haste. The freshly prepared snowflake wagyu tower was sweet and savory, melting in his mouth. The sesame crispy chicken was tender and crunchy, with the fragrance of sesame perfectly melding with the meat. The slowly braised fish maw offered rich layers and a refreshing taste. At some point, 3 fashionable and alluring young ladies occupied the table to his left. They ordered only a few delicate desserts and beverages, and before their meal, they pulled out their phones for a flurry of pictures. They then began to chatter animatedly, discussing topics such as clothing, cosmetics, and handbags. Coincidentally, Tang Song had recently been learning about dressing and makeup, so he could understand some of their conversation. However, their discussions were quite high-end, frequently mentioning LV and Bulgari, occasionally touching upon the decor and service of 5-star hotels. Coupled with their exquisite attire and prominently branded bags, it was evident they embodied the quintessential wealthy and beautiful persona. Among them, one stood out particularly. Perhaps due to cosmetic enhancements, her features were flawless, and with her refined makeup, she resembled a stunning second lead from a Korean drama. Clad in a strappy dress and high heels, with an alluring figure and long legs, she exuded an air of confidence and grace reminiscent of a goddess. He silently admired the beauty around him, relishing the satisfaction and joy brought by the delectable food, cherishing his uniquely personal moment. It was a wonderfully comfortable experience. After settling an 856 yuan bill, Tang Song contentedly stepped out of the restaurant. Glancing to his left, he spotted his Wuling Hongguang, revitalized and patiently waiting in the warm sunlight. Gently pressing the remote key, the car lights flashed, and the doors unlocked. With a smile, Tang Song opened the door and slid inside. He was in no rush to return home, instead reclining in the car, opening the window for fresh air, and scrolling through his phone. The feeling of having a car was delightful. It provided a private space to retreat to at any moment. Xiaoxua, aren't you joining us for shopping? The new Chanel skirt is particularly beautiful. I think it would suit you splendidly. A familiar voice reached Tang Song's ears as he turned to look in the direction of the sound. Just then, I noticed the 3 affluent young ladies approaching, halting in front of a striking red Porsche 718. Among them, the most notable girl flashed a smile and waved her hand, saying, "I regret to inform you, but I have 2 meetings to attend this afternoon, so I truly can't accompany you." Well, we understand that those in the finance sector are perpetually busy. Let's reschedule for another time. The girl glanced at her rose gold watch and added, "My friend will be here to pick me up shortly, so you should head off. Goodbye." Is it your friend with the Mercedes G-Class? Indeed. She lightly flicked her bangs and stifled a laugh. We won't keep you any longer then. Farewell. The other 2 girls waved and climbed into the Porsche 718. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, they sped away. Tang Song quietly observed this scene, unable to resist a sigh. Indeed, they were all wealthy. He recognized the Porsche 718, which, despite being an entry-level sports car, costs upwards of 600,000 to 700,000 yuan, a sum not easily afforded by the average person. The girl named Xiaoxua lingered for another 2 minutes before turning towards the exit. She wore delicate gold stiletto heels, walking with an elegant grace, her dress swaying gently, exuding a sense of beauty akin to a model on the runway, gradually fading from his view. Time to head home, Tang Song chuckled, starting his car and driving towards the exit. As he exited the restaurant's courtyard and rounded a corner, a familiar figure caught his eye. The girl named Xiaoxua waved and hopped into a Corolla parked by the roadside, with its hazard lights flashing. Tang Song raised an eyebrow. Didn't she say a friend with a G-Class was coming to pick her up? Chapter 28. Entrepreneurial Direction. At 3 p.m., after the insurance transfer was complete, Tang Song finally received his vehicle registration, green book, ID card, and other documents. After organizing his belongings, he engaged in half an hour of fat-burning exercises. Reclining on the sofa, he opened the system interface and entered the dress-up center. While perusing the components of the cool evening outfit set, he searched for corresponding keywords on an online shopping app. Unfortunately, the system interface could not be screenshot or photographed. Otherwise, he could have directly searched for identical items. Alternatively, if he possessed exceptional drawing skills, he could sketch the attire and have it tailor-made, ensuring a perfect fit. After 2 busy hours of meticulous comparison, examination, and consultation, Tang Song finally assembled a complete outfit. The style and color were quite similar, but he was uncertain about the actual fit. To be on the safe side, he purchased 2 different sizes of each item. He felt a surge of anticipation for his first ensemble. Regrettably, shipping and delivery would take at least 3 days. After a simple dinner, Tang Song began to organize his ongoing tasks. The cognitive awakening task was currently 35 complete. He was not in a rush regarding this task. Instead, he allowed himself to fully enjoy the reading process, grasping the essence of these classic works and striving to cultivate a long-term love for reading. The My First Car task was halfway finished. He merely needed to invite a female companion to visit 3 scenic spots together to earn the coveted vehicle gift pack, which would allow him to acquire a car worth up to 500,000 yuan. This was an urgent matter. He had quite a few female acquaintances in Yinqing with whom he could enjoy outings: university classmates, company colleagues, and his friend Zhao Yeqian, the beautician. Considering the existence of the betting agreement, Zhao Yeqian was undoubtedly the optimal choice. The best way to strengthen a bond with a girl was through travel. In unfamiliar places, being with familiar faces would provide a greater sense of security and comfort. If there were some romantic interactions, perhaps a spark of love could ignite. Thinking of his beautician friend's alluring long legs and the 300,000 yuan betting capital, Tang Song took a deep breath. He picked up his phone and messaged Zhao Yeqian. The weather has been splendid lately, perfect for a trip. If you're not busy, would you like to go out and explore? Let's appreciate the magnificent landscapes of our homeland and savor some local delicacies. After waiting for a while without receiving a response, Tang Song set down his phone and redirected his attention to the system interface. Next on his agenda was the crucial first-phase growth plan task. With 1 million yuan in startup capital and an independent office space secured, the growth tasks had become significantly less daunting for him. The primary challenge remained selecting the right direction and project to establish a profitable enterprise. As an ordinary person who had worked for 3 years, Tang Song felt somewhat at a loss. Many of his acquaintances were involved in entrepreneurship, but only a select few had achieved success. For instance, there was that distant white moonlight in Shenzhen. Upon reflection, she had shared numerous entrepreneurial insights with him. According to her, on this rugged path, aside from one's own and the team's hard skills, the most critical factor was the supply chain. If you can obtain comparable quality goods at a lower cost, you are more likely to achieve success. To illustrate, if you have a relative in the cold storage business, your cost for running a restaurant would be lower than others. Tang Song pondered deeply for a while, then took out pen and paper, diligently writing down 2 words: internet, clothing. Due to his professional background, he possessed certain advantages in the internet domain, such as many programs and apps, allowing him to quickly assemble a team for development. In this regard, he could be considered a supply chain of sorts, naturally endowed with certain advantages. Unfortunately, the internet boom had passed. The market was a sea of red, with fierce competition and homogenized business models. Outside of highly vertical industry software tools, the chances of success seemed bleak. The other field was clothing. Jinqiu Trading primarily engaged in offline clothing agency business and was a leader in Yinqing, ranking among the top enterprises in the entire Yin province. During the development of an SCM, supply chain management, system, he had connected with numerous high-quality clothing suppliers both domestically and internationally. He had gathered a wealth of product information, conducted intelligent price comparisons, and established a supplier rating system along with collaborative procurement functions. In other words, if he ventured into the clothing business, he could undoubtedly secure lower prices among similarly high-quality sources. This would make success more attainable than for others. The sound of the carbon pen scratching against the draft paper echoed as Tang Song researched materials while recording his thoughts in a notebook. His recent daily reading of physical books and note-taking had gradually made him fond of the sensation of handwriting. Suddenly, a notification ping from WeChat broke the silence. Zhao Yeqian, I would love to go out, but I'm the only beautician at the shop, so I only have some time on weekdays. We might not be able to coordinate, poor me. Tang Song smiled and replied, weekday trips have fewer crowds, making them more suitable for exploration. We could drive ourselves, making it convenient for round trips. After sending the message, Tang Song tucked away his notebook. He pulled out Mom's The Moon and Sixpence from the bookshelf, reading while awaiting Zhao Yeqian's response. Entrepreneurship could not be rushed. It required meticulous planning and analysis, taking into account the broader environmental trends and waves, rather than relying solely on personal preferences for judgment. In the Tianqua Garden community, He Lighting inquired curiously, didn't you say he didn't have a car? How could he go on a self-drive trip? Perhaps he borrowed a colleague's vehicle. Zhao Yeqian ran her fingers through her hair, addressing Tingzi. How should I respond to him? He Lighting blinked her eyes and replied with a smile, just go for it. But remember to bring your little umbrella. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhao Yeqian's face flushed instantly as she playfully slapped her best friend's backside, exclaiming, we are friends. Don't let your thoughts wander to such sordid places. Of course, going out is fine. It's just what you need, especially since you've had a streak of bad luck lately. Consider it a chance to unwind and shift your fortunes. Besides, you won't have to spend a dime on the way. Zhao Yeqian nodded, pulling out her phone to respond. Thank you, Brother Song. I'll be free on Wednesday during the day. As soon as she sent the message, a reply came through immediately. Tang Song, then it's settled for Wednesday. I'll pick you up at Tianqua Garden. Let us set off early so we can definitely be back by evening. This outing is primarily to express my gratitude for teacher Zhao's unwavering support, so I'll cover all expenses. Don't you dare try to take that from me. Upon reading this message, Zhao Yaqian released a sigh of relief, responding with a cheerful okay emoji. Qianqian, he lighting suddenly called her. What is it, Tingzi? Zhao Yaqian asked, puzzled. You've just entered society. There's much you don't yet comprehend. With your outstanding looks, you will undoubtedly encounter countless suitors far superior to him in the future. Do not make hasty decisions that your future self might regret. Zhao Yaqian opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. He lighting, who was both her close friend and a distant cousin, was 3 years her senior. Since arriving in Yanqing, she had been a guiding presence in many aspects of Zhao Yaqian's life. Observing He Lighting's earnest demeanor, her heart suddenly felt tumultuous. Chapter 29 Wang Yunping. A chill ran down his spine. Ding dong. China Merchants Bank. Your account ending in 6800 received a deposit of 40,000 RMB on April 18th at 6:01. The critical reward did not trigger, leaving Tang Song slightly disappointed. However, upon seeing the fresh deposit of 400 renminbi, his spirits brightened, and he felt an immense sense of relief. From this day forward, even without working, he would enjoy a net income of 120,000 each month. What bliss! Morning rituals included using the restroom, fasting cardio, stretching, skincare, a fat-reducing meal, and reading. At 8:30 a.m., Tang Song took a diligent shower and donned a formal outfit, a gray shirt, a casual jacket, dress pants, and leather shoes. He meticulously groomed himself before striking a handsome pose in the mirror. After adjusting his hairstyle, he grabbed his car keys and headed downstairs. Climbing into his beloved Wuling Hongguang, he hummed a tune, basking in the warmth of the morning sun as he slowly drove out of the Qingxin Garden community. The sky was clear. The south wind blew at level 12, and the temperature peaked at 25 degrees, perfect for property inspections. Yunxi Building was a steel-structured complex, soaring to a total height of approximately 185 meters, with 40 floors above ground and 3 below, renowned as a super-tall building in the province. As Tang Song drove onto East Street, he spotted the towering edifice glistening in the sunlight from a distance. Parking in the shaded area of the paid lot, he carefully maneuvered into a space. Grabbing his folder, he locked the car door and turned to walk towards the main entrance of the building. At this moment, the office rush hour was in full swing. A steady stream of well-dressed men and women approached, their fashionable attire reflecting the warmth of the season. Many women donned less clothing, showcasing their smooth, long legs adorned with various stockings and skirts, creating a striking visual. Tang Song adjusted his jacket and stepped through the transparent glass doors. The lobby soared over 10 meters high, adorned with grand decorations and stylish embellishments that conveyed a sense of magnificence and elegance. Approaching the front desk, Tang Song politely inquired, "Excuse me, could you tell me which floor the property services department is located on?" The receptionist, dressed in a black uniform, smiled and replied, "Good morning, sir. The property office is on the 4th floor. Is there something you need?" Tang Song carefully chose his words. "I purchased an office here, and I entrusted the processing of the related paperwork to your company. I'm here for the inspection." Upon hearing this, the receptionist was momentarily taken aback, then politely asked, "Could you please provide your name? I need to contact my supervisor for confirmation." They were all employees of the property management company and were well acquainted with the building's details. Yunxi Building had been completed for over 6 years, and there were not many floors available for sale. Most buyers were well-known enterprises, with individual buyers being a rare occurrence. He replied, "All right, please hold on." The receptionist picked up the phone and made a quick call to relay the situation. Moments later, she responded, "Okay, Manager Ma. I understand." After hanging up, her face lit up with enthusiasm. "Mr. Tang, please wait a moment. Our manager will be down to meet you shortly. There are seats here if you need to rest." "No, thank you." Tang Song quickly waved his hand. "Feel free to reach out if you need anything," she said with a smile. "Thank you," Tang Song replied, feigning nonchalance as he glanced around, feeling a bit embarrassed by her sudden warmth. Outside the transparent glass curtain wall, a black Buick business car pulled up to the drop-off zone. Soon after, a familiar figure emerged from the vehicle. Tang Song paused for a moment. Wang Yunping? It was indeed the senior manager from Yunjing Consulting whom he had unexpectedly encountered at Yunbin Tower last time. With neatly parted hair, dressed in a suit and holding a briefcase, he exuded an air of calm confidence, embodying the demeanor of a successful individual. As he entered the lobby, Wang Yunping seemed to notice Tang Song standing by the front desk and paused momentarily. His gaze swept over him, and he remarked coolly, "Mr. Tang, has General Xie invited you here? I don't recall your name being on today's guest list for the investment seminar." After the minor unpleasantness from that day, Xie Shiyu had personally explained the situation to him, and he was now aware of the other party's circumstances. A typical tech geek, merely a part-time employee outsourced by Light Coffee. Tang Song was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Sister Shiyu, is she coming here for the meeting?" "Oh, I'm afraid that's confidential business information, and I cannot disclose it," Wang Yunping replied with a light chuckle, shaking his head, though he refrained from saying anything overtly inappropriate. The mockery in his eyes was unmistakable. Tang Song met his gaze with a smile. Manager Wang, you truly embody the essence of consulting work. Speaking of nothing but trade secrets. Wang Yunping raised an eyebrow and glanced at his wristwatch. My time is quite valuable, so I won't waste it here. Goodbye. As he turned to leave, he noticed a group of 7 or 8 people approaching from the elevator. At the forefront was a stern-looking middle-aged man dressed in the property management suit, striding quickly towards them. Wang Yunping inhaled deeply, donning a courteous and amiable smile as he greeted, Manager Ma, long time no see. He still recognized the property manager of Yunxi Building, given that many companies in the area were important clients requiring occasional visits. Manager Ma smiled back, but did not linger, leading his group past. The group arrived at the front desk, and Manager Ma scrutinized Tang Song before extending his hand. Mr. Tang, good morning. I am Ma Zijian, the manager of Yunxi Property Management. Tang Song pressed his lips together and shook his hand firmly. Good morning, Manager Ma. Ma Zijian slightly bowed, enthusiastically stating, Mr. Tang, I will now take you for the inspection. These are the heads of various departments in our property company. Lin Xingfei from maintenance, Wu Juanxiang from security, and Sun Jiajie from business development. Should you have any inquiries in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out to us. We assure you of our utmost assistance. Thank you. Tang Song expressed his gratitude with a hint of awkwardness. After all, this was the general manager of Yunxi Property, an individual of considerable significance wherever he may be. Yet here he was, extending such courteousness towards him. Observing Tang Song, surrounded by a throng of admirers as he entered the exclusive elevator lobby, Wang Yunping's expression fluctuated, and a chill coursed down his spine. What sort of jest was this? Wasn't he merely a programmer from Jinxi Commercial? Wasn't he just a part-time contractor for Weiguang Coffee? To warrant such solemn treatment from Ma Zijian, personally accompanied by executives to welcome him, he must be of a caliber akin to a prominent corporate leader. Who exactly was this Tang Song? Could it be that he had ulterior motives regarding Xie Shiyu, engaging in some insidious ruse of playing the fool to gain advantage? A tempest of thoughts swirled in Wang Yunping's mind, and he felt an oppressive gloom settling over him. He was merely a senior manager at Yunjing Consulting, ultimately just another worker, with superiors such as the general manager, partners, and senior partners above him. If he were to offend some significant figure, he could be dismissed in the blink of an eye. Manager Wang, what a coincidence, have you just arrived? A gentle and melodious voice suddenly resonated from behind. Wang Yunping's body shuddered as he turned stiffly to face Xie Zong. Today, Xie Shiyu appeared particularly alluring. Her face adorned with exquisite makeup, clad in a fitted skirt and a gray long shirt, her slender legs elegantly sheathed in black stockings. However, Wang Yunping found no inclination to appreciate her beauty. His gaze was erratic. Xie Shiyu sincerely remarked, I must thank Yunjing Consulting for facilitating this connection. If we can indeed succeed, our contract could be extended for another 3 years. Wishing you all the best, Xie Zong. Wang Yunping replied, his tone tinged with tension, suppressing his own thoughts. Until he clarified Tang Song's identity and his intentions regarding Xie Shiyu, it was prudent to maintain distance. While the desire for beauty is a universal sentiment, it paled in comparison to his career prospects, leaving him no room for hesitation. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed. Xie Shiyu inhaled deeply, a poised and graceful smile gracing her lips as she strode forward. Currently, Weiguang Coffee was ensnared in a development bottleneck. Above them loomed renowned national brands like Luckin, Starbucks, and Kadidi, while below were countless small boutique beverage shops vying for the same clientele. With her personal capabilities and connections, achieving further breakthroughs would be exceedingly challenging. She needed to secure upward resources and backing to ensure her survival in the market. Over the past 3 months, she had engaged with more than a dozen investors of varying stature, yet none had successfully signed an investment intention letter, which had dealt a significant blow to her typically lofty self-esteem. Now, having finally connected with a well-known investment institution in the culinary sector and garnered this opportunity for engagement, she was determined to give it her all. Ding! The elevator came to a steady halt on the 30th floor. Manager Ma extended his hand. Mr. Tang, this way please. Tang Song nodded lightly and stepped into the spacious and bright corridor. The floor was adorned with impeccably polished marble, each slab exuding a perfect sheen and texture, with unique patterns clearly visible. The walls on either side were coated in high-quality, eco-friendly paint, presenting a soft and warm color palette that was both comfortable and visually pleasing. It was, after all, his own office, and it appeared increasingly delightful to him. Manager Ma closely followed at his side, stating, the office you purchased comprises 2 large working areas, rooms 3001 and 3002. The total area is 200 square meters, and we have reconfigured and decorated it according to your specifications. Our partner, Huiguang Decoration, is responsible for this project, so please do not hesitate to voice any concerns. Thank you. Manager Ma, Tang Song replied, his gaze flickering as he sensed the profound respect with which Manager Ma regarded him, an excessively favorable attitude. It seemed evident that the system's rewards were indeed extraordinary. Absolutely. Absolutely. Manager Ma smiled. Here we are, this is the one. A senior executive behind him swiftly retrieved a key card, unlocking the light-colored glass door. Before them stood a reception area characterized by its minimalist and grand design. The floor was covered with a soft, sound-absorbing carpet, providing an exceptionally comfortable experience underfoot. The ceiling featured a sleek and modern design, complemented by an integrated lighting system. The entire office space prominently showcased white tones, harmonized with gentle grays and deep browns, exuding elegance without sacrificing warmth. The internal layout was masterfully executed, reflecting exceptional design prowess. Within the 200-square-meter rectangular space, in addition to open workstations, there were several essential functional areas: a conference room, server room, pantry, general manager's office, storage room, and finance office. Rows of brand-new desks and chairs, exquisite floral arrangements, and shelving units adorned the space. In a cozy corner, several plush cloud-like sofas and a small coffee table invited relaxation. One could say, though small, it was exceptionally well-equipped. The overall decor was high-end and minimalist, emphasizing both practicality and aesthetic appeal, catering to employees' work needs while fostering a comfortable working environment. In terms of the office ambience, Tang Song could assert with conviction that working here was indeed a pleasure, far superior to any company he had previously been associated with. Mr. Tang, do you have any areas of dissatisfaction? Manager Ma inquired softly. Tang Song took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across the entire office area, feeling quite pleased. That's excellent. Manager Ma then received a thick file from an employee, cheerfully stating, here are the purchase contract, property ownership certificate, and property service agreement, among other documents. Please review them for any discrepancies. Thank you. Tang Song promptly accepted the materials, extracting the documents one by one. The seller was Yunxi Real Estate Development Company, Limited. The buyer was himself, and the agency was a local law firm. Subsequently, as he examined the property service agreement, Tang Song quietly asked, Manager Ma, do I need to pay the property fee now? He almost overlooked this expense. According to the contract, the property fee amounted to 9 yuan per day for 200 square meters, totaling 160,000 yuan per quarter. Currently, he had only a few thousand yuan in his bank account, and his loans had already been exhausted to purchase a vehicle. He simply could not muster the funds at this moment. Manager Ma quickly waved his hand. Mr. Tang, your property fee has already been paid in full for 5 years. All right, thank you. As he exhaled in relief, Tang Song mentally calculated the sum, which was approximately 320,000 yuan. The system's generosity was indeed astonishing. Additionally, we have reserved 8 parking spaces for you on B2, conveniently adjacent to the elevator lobby. The details are included in the supplementary pages of the contract. Simply inform us of the license plates that need to be registered. Understood, Tang Song nodded earnestly, accepting the pen handed to him by the staff to sign off on the acceptance documents. We shall not intrude further. Please feel free to call upon us should you have any questions. He watched as Manager Ma and the executives from the property company departed. Tang Song gently caressed the crimson document in his hand, a symbol of ownership. It felt light, yet incredibly weighty. This was the core area of Yinqing's CBD, the epicenter of governance, finance, and technology, a veritable treasure trove of commerce. To possess property here was undeniably of great significance. He rose and approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze sweeping from the tops of towering buildings down to the bustling streets, and finally to the distant skyline. A profound sense of liberation enveloped me, as if all worries and constraints had vanished into thin air. Suddenly, a luminous screen materialized before my eyes, revealing a cascade of text. On April 18, 2023, you have acquired your own office. The journey of entrepreneurship is about to commence. You stand on the 30th floor of a skyscraper, 120 meters above the ground, where the city's panorama unfolds beneath you like a miniature model. Towering buildings, winding roads, verdant parks, bustling crowds and vehicles, all appear minuscule yet remarkably orderly. You perceive a perspective that transcends the mundane. Your state of mind has undergone significant growth. Charm 1. You have obtained a simulation copy generation card X1. Chapter 31. How should you respond to your beautician friend? Entering the system warehouse, I examined the details of the items. Simulation copy generation card. Upon use, this card unlocks a realistic narrative scenario where players, in a dreamlike state, enter the copy, randomly assigned roles to explore the plot. Upon successful completion of the scenario, a comprehensive evaluation will be conducted based on performance, with higher scores yielding more generous rewards. Regarding the simulation copy generation card, Tang Song was no stranger. In the male god growth plan, scenarios represent a critical mechanism. Within these scenarios, players can immerse themselves in characters with diverse backgrounds, such as pianists, violinists, painters, and fighters, experiencing their lives and traversing their stories. Beyond enhancing the game's enjoyment, scenarios also present opportunities to acquire rare skills, items, and knowledge. Versatility is indeed an essential aspect of a male god's self-cultivation. However, mastering a skill from scratch, even with sufficient talent, necessitates years of relentless effort. As a game centered on the development of a male god, the existence of scenarios serves to bridge this gap. Unfortunately, Tang Song was currently unable to utilize it. Based on his past experiences, when a scenario is initiated, the system store would simultaneously update, offering targeted items to assist players in swiftly clearing the scenario. Yet, with only a few thousand yuan in savings, he could scarcely afford anything. Exiting the system warehouse, I ventured into the personal center to review my personal information. Player, Tang Song, 34 foot. Character, brilliant trade development engineer. Height, 181 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Attributes, physique, 59, endurance, 56, agility, 50, insight, 76. Financial status, balance, 0, 45 million yuan, investment, 1 million, debt, 40,000. Company, none. Property, 200 square meters office in Yunqi building. Vehicle, Wuling Hongguang S. Having received the office ownership and enhanced my state of mind, my charm value instantaneously surged to 34 points. The scoring system for charm becomes increasingly challenging as one progresses. Thus, for someone at my stage, the advantages conferred by a quality property are substantial. For instance, if my female colleagues were to learn of this development, I would undoubtedly become the object of their admiration, a highly sought-after candidate for romance. Xiaoyu, who has long been nurturing her fish, would likely transform into a doting sister, showering me daily with coffee, snacks, and kind inquiries. If I could further convert that 1 million yuan investment into a sustainable, profitable enterprise, the elevation in my identity and status would assuredly propel my charm beyond 40. Of course, should my entrepreneurial endeavor falter, the outcome would be starkly different. Therefore, it is imperative to conduct thorough market research, clarify entrepreneurial objectives, and devise a meticulous plan. Even if I were to venture into the fashion industry, I must first scrutinize market trends, competitive landscapes, and supply chains meticulously. This is also the primary reason I have yet to resign. In the forthcoming days, I intend to leverage my position to engage with colleagues from other departments, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the fashion industry while compiling information on quality suppliers. After enjoying a healthy lunch at home and resting for a while, I drove to a nearby car detailing shop, spending 98 yuan. I treated my beloved vehicle to a thorough cleaning, inside and out, from the wheels to the dashboard, and from the engine compartment to the trunk. The process consumed nearly 60 minutes, leaving the car gleaming like new, shimmering under the sunlight. Next, I made my way to the shopping mall supermarket for a substantial grocery haul. I selected an array of fresh gourmet fruits, red strawberries, large cherries, sweet oranges, and plums, each in their own box. I also stocked up on delightful snacks for passing time: cheese popcorn, chips, cookies, shrimp chips, and seaweed meat floss rolls, filling a large bag to the brim. For Zhao Yaqian, I picked up her favorite beverages: lime juice, coconut milk, sparkling water, and yogurt, each in 2 to 3 cans. Essential travel items were also included: disinfectant swabs, band-aids, a sun hat, sunscreen, and a picnic blanket, all arranged meticulously. By the time I returned home laden with goods, it was already 4 p.m. After unpacking everything, I collapsed onto the sofa, opening Xiaohongshu to review the post I had published yesterday. Title: Day 15 of Transformation, planning a self-driving trip with a close female friend. Body: currently, we are merely ordinary friends, but I wish to seize this opportunity to make a good impression and draw us closer. Is there anything I should prepare in advance? I seek advice from all the handsome and beautiful individuals out there. Since I started posting about my transformation, 17 days have passed, and my follower count has finally surpassed 800, which is quite commendable. This post garnered over 200 comments within a day. My car wash and shopping spree today were both inspired by suggestions from netizens. Otherwise, as a single man of 25 years, I would never have possessed such meticulous sensibilities. Usually, I would just buy what I needed at the moment. Continuing to peruse new suggestions, I noted the need for a charger and a power bank. While I have the former, I use a Type-C cable, whereas Zhao Yaqian's iPhone requires a lightning connector, necessitating the purchase of an additional cable. I heard that Apple 15, set to release in September this year, might switch to Type-C. I wonder if that is true. Directs? That seems excessive. Motion sickness medication is a good idea. I'll pick some up from the pharmacy later. Sanitary napkins? Isn't that a bit absurd? How am I supposed to know her menstrual cycle? Such matters are hardly something one can inquire about. As I scrolled through the comments, I chattered to myself, inadvertently spotting a comment from an old acquaintance. Yao Yaoling, my good brother, I'm so relieved to see you finally connected with a new girl. Given that you are also in Yin province, I suggest trying light-colored denim paired with a white t-shirt. If she is relatively tall, you might consider wearing shoes that add height, such as dad sneakers or air-cushioned shoes. To enhance your boyfriend appeal, regardless of the weather, throw on a jacket outside. When the wind picks up, offer it to her. It was evident that Yao Yaoling felt quite remorseful about the previous incident with the bowl-cut hairstyle upon learning about my new dating prospect. She generously pinned several hundred words of outfit suggestions along with some tips to foster closeness. I etched her advice into my memory. Giving Yao Yaoling a big thumbs up, Zhao Yaqian stands at 180 centimeters, and due to her proportions, she appears even taller. As a man of 181 centimeters, being alongside her does indeed present a challenge, so wearing shoes that provide a bit of height seems reasonable. Putting away my phone, I donned a pair of light blue denim jeans, a white t-shirt, and a casual jacket before heading to Yinxing Plaza. After a thoughtful deliberation, I ultimately selected the gray and white Li Ning Chao U7 sneakers. Although they are classified as casual footwear, their elevating effect is remarkably impressive, standing at 181 centimeters. When he dons these shoes and pairs them with a commendable outfit, he appears from a distance to be a standard 185-centimeter charming young man. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Song once again found himself on that bustling pedestrian street. Today, Zhao Yaqian was not stationed at the entrance, likely preoccupied with work. Tang Song gazed intently towards the Yitzi Beauty Hair Salon, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. Oh, my talented beautician friend. When my hundreds of cyber strategists spring into action simultaneously, how shall you respond? Just wait and see as I elevate your favorability to unprecedented heights tomorrow. Chapter 32. Programmer friend, I truly did not take you lightly. April 19th, 2023, Wednesday, clear to partly cloudy, 1827. The incessant ringing of the alarm clock reverberated through the air. Zhao Yaqian, still in a daze, extended her hand and fumbled around her pillow until she finally grasped her phone. The faint morning light filtered through the window, casting a dim glow in the room. The soft illumination from the phone screen highlighted her delicate features. With a casual press of the stop button, Zhao Yaqian kept her eyes half closed, seemingly still ensnared in the remnants of her dreams. Soon, gentle snores filled the air. As the morning sun gradually ascended, the room became increasingly bright. A series of knocks echoed at the door. After waiting for a moment with no response, He Lighting pushed the door open and was greeted by the sight of Zhao Yaqian sleeping soundly. Half draped in her blankets, her long, dark hair sprawled around her, exposing a fair and voluptuous leg. He Lighting raised an eyebrow, her voice laced with surprise. Qian, why are you still in bed? I thought you were ready. Aren't you supposed to go on a road trip with that programmer friend today? Oh, Zhao Yaqian rolled over, lifting her head, her eyes still hazy. What? A road trip? Did you forget? She blinked her large eyes, glancing at the time. In an instant, Zhao Yaqian was fully awake, springing from her bed, her bare feet hitting the floor as she tousled her messy hair. Only 26 minutes left. I won't have enough time to get ready. What should I do? He Lighting replied with exasperation. You really have a carefree spirit. You set up an appointment last night for 8:30 this morning, and now you've slept through it. I was just too tired, Zhao Yaqian defended weakly. She had always had a penchant for sleeping in, and with the beauty salon's late working hours, she was accustomed to dozing off until 8 or 9. 10 hours of sleep isn't even enough for you. I'm truly at my wit's end. No time to waste. I need to wash up and do my makeup quickly. Tingzi, help me with my hair. He Lighting rolled her eyes and shook her head. I have to go to work too. If I'm late, my perfect attendance will be ruined. Without hesitation, Zhao Yaqian lunged at her, wrapping her arms around her tightly. Nuzzling her face against He Lighting's head. Just give me 10 minutes. Please, Tingjia, I beg you. It's just a casual friend. You don't have to put in so much effort. Just throw on something simple. Zhao Yaqian's brows furrowed as she pleaded. When going out with a guy, putting on makeup is the most basic form of respect. Tingjia, once I get my paycheck, I'll buy you a set of 9-color eyeshadow. He Lighting sighed in resignation. Just hurry and brush your teeth and wash your face. Okay. Zhao Yaqian nodded vigorously, scrambling to put on her slippers and dashing to the bathroom. Thankfully, she had showered the night before, so a quick wash would suffice. Seated at her vanity, she arranged her cosmetics as He Lighting wielded a flat iron and curling wand, and they began their synchronized operation. There was no time for a full makeup routine, so they embarked on a simplified 5-step daily look. They started by spritzing 3 layers of mist to hydrate her skin, followed by applying a lip mask. After applying sunscreen, she used a primer instead of foundation to maintain a light finish, evening out her complexion. Given her flawless skin, a thin layer sufficed. A touch of concealer addressed minor blemishes, and to avoid an overly stark appearance, She set her makeup with a skin tone powder. For her brows, she utilized a 3-color brow powder, filling in the deepest parts with the darkest shade, and then using a lighter shade to define the nose contour. For her eyes, she opted for a single shade of gray-toned eyeshadow, as there was simply no time for more colors. A mid-tone blush swept from her cheekbones toward her nose, instantly brightening her complexion. Lastly, she applied a light layer of a creamy matte lip glaze in a rosy brown hue, smudging it to create a plump effect on her lips. In just 10 minutes, she had achieved a complete no-makeup makeup look, complemented by her naturally fair and dewy skin. She appeared exquisitely beautiful. He lighting set down the curling wand and patted her head. I need to catch the 8:26 bus. I'm off. And you really ought to tidy up this messy room when you have the chance. Okay, be careful on the way, Zhao Yaqian casually replied, glancing at the time. Just 10 more minutes. She opened her wardrobe and began tossing out the clothes she had prepared. Underwear, white ankle socks, a denim skirt, an apricot-colored base shirt, and a pink sun jacket. Though inexpensive, these garments looked stunningly alluring on her, exuding a sweet and cool spring vibe. Finally, she slipped on a pair of light-colored platform shoes. Zhao Yaqian stood before the mirror in the living room, twirling to admire her reflection, playfully tossing her silky hair as her large eyes sparkled with delight, utterly captivated by her own beauty. Indeed, with just a touch of effort, I've already reached the pinnacle of this tier. My programmer friend, Zhao Marin, truly did not take you lightly. It was simply a matter of necessity. Ding dong. The sound of her phone ringing jolted Zhao Yaqian back to reality as she quickly answered, Hello, Sangha? Yes, I'm all set, just waiting for your call. I'll be down in a moment. Bang. The door slammed shut. The sound of hurried footsteps filled the air as she pushed open the entrance door. Greeted by the clear and bright sunlight of 8:30 a.m. A white Wuling Hongguang was parked outside, looking fresh and clean. Tang Song stood at the front of the car, smiling and waving at her. Following Yao Yao Ling's suggestion, he sincerely complimented, Teacher Zhao, your eye makeup today has such depth. And the lipstick shade complements your outfit perfectly. The curls look so well done, it's evident you prepared with care. Zhao Yaqian's expression momentarily froze. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she averted her gaze. Thank you. I got up early and took my time doing my makeup. Seeing her shy demeanor, Tang Song mentally applauded Yao Yao Ling. She truly was a master. Let us go, Teacher Zhao, and embark on our road trip today. He patted his beloved car. Zhao Yaqian approached the vehicle, her curiosity piqued as she inspected it. Is this the Wuling Hongguang? It seems quite spacious. Tang Song chuckled. It's a Wuling Hongguang S. I just bought it a few days ago. If you need to transport any equipment from the beauty salon, just say the word. It can fit everything. You bought this car? Zhao Yaqian exclaimed in surprise. Of course. I just got the paperwork sorted on Monday. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yaqian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she circled the car, admiring the cute stickers. This is really nice. I've seen the Hongguang Mini EV on Douyin and was thinking of getting one once I hit it big. Tang Song opened the passenger door, winking. It's time for us to hit the road. Let us get inside and experience it. All right. Zhao Yaqian beamed with a bright smile as she gracefully settled into her seat. Between her denim mini skirt and knee-high socks, her snow-white thighs glistened. Her slender waist and ample bosom formed a flawless silhouette. Tang Song's gaze roamed over her attire, eliciting a tingling sensation in his nose. Indeed, this outfit suited her remarkably well, though he remained curious about what lay beneath. Once seated, Zhao Yaqian explored her surroundings with awe, her eyes wide with wonder at the car's stunning interior and comfortable seating. Brother Song, have you modified this vehicle? She inquired. This is a second-hand car. The previous owner was a woman who made the alterations, he replied. How fortunate. It's akin to purchasing a beautifully renovated second-hand home. Zhao Yaqian, not particularly knowledgeable about cars, simply felt that the interior of this Wuling was exquisite. Let us first head to Han Biyuan. It should take about 50 minutes, Tang Song suggested, pointing to the glove compartment filled with snacks he had prepared, along with beverages in the door storage compartment, ample for her to enjoy during the journey. Zhao Yaqian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly opened the compartment. Wow! Popcorn, crispy potato chips, cookies, and the finest ham. And my favorite, lime juice. Brother Song, you are my savior. Chapter 33, If Life Had a Switch. Background music. It's you. The youth behind me is you, painting my mountains and rivers, bringing me the next torrential downpour. The music danced in her ears as sunlight streamed through the car windows, casting dappled patterns within. Zhao Yaqian sat in the passenger seat, munching on crispy chips, her body swaying gently to the rhythm of the music, occasionally humming along. The car's audio system had been meticulously upgraded by Gao Mengting, providing an exquisite listening experience. The front soundstage featured a 3-way rainbow system, while the rear was equipped with an audiophile setup, complemented by a JL Audio 10TW3 subwoofer and enhanced soundproofing in the doors, making listening to music an absolute delight. According to Li Mingjun, the three frequency connections were balanced, authentically reproducing the original sound of the music. Noticing Tang Song's occasional glances, Zhao Yaqian instinctively brushed her bangs aside and sipped her lime juice, whispering, "Brother Song, do I sound terrible when I sing? My best friend always says I'm tone deaf and doesn't he invite me to karaoke?" Tang Song smiled gently. "Your voice is lovely. You can't go wrong with it. You sing far better than I do." Zhao Yaqian shifted in her seat, feeling a bit shy. "Well, it's just okay, I suppose." Since their first meeting, Tang Song had been showering her with compliments, from her makeup to her outfit, and even her eating habits and vocal tone, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. While she was undeniably confident about her looks and figure, having attracted many admirers during her school years and even in her 6 months of work, she felt utterly lacking in talents. Drawing, singing, dancing, and eloquence were all foreign to her. Even the idea of becoming an influencer seemed far-fetched. Friends had previously encouraged her in that direction, but having just graduated from high school, she had felt too embarrassed to pursue it, hoping instead to learn a skill that would yield significant financial returns. Her passion for skincare and cosmetics ultimately led her to become a beautician. "Brother Song, as an IT professional, what does your daily work entail? Is it incredibly busy? Do you work 996? Zhao Yaqian crossed her legs and turned to face him. Tang Song's gaze instinctively wandered to her legs, and he swallowed hard, quickly redirecting his focus ahead. "It's not that extreme. There are times when it's less hectic, but when rushing a project launch, 997 is a possibility. In the early days of my career, to earn my supervisor's approval and resolve bugs, I often worked through the night. No wonder your skin suffers. Such a schedule coupled with neglecting skincare is quite detrimental for someone with oily skin like you," she remarked. "Indeed, I am currently striving to adjust my routine, and I require teacher Zhao's assistance," he admitted. "Honestly, my skills are not exceptionally good, and my experience is limited. When I first started, Sister Lee often scolded me for being foolish, and my performance evaluations were often docked by the boss." "That was merely envy of your beauty," Zhao Yaqian replied, her expression brightening. "I am indeed the most attractive at our salon, which is why the boss frequently assigns me to the front desk to assist with reception. Background music, relax and slowly ascend, dreaming in the comfort of my blankets. The outside noise is overwhelming. Saying Don T wanna know." The song and the music player changed once again. Bathed in golden sunlight, the Wuling Hongguang turned a corner, heading westward toward their destination in the suburbs. The car, devoid of any fragrances, was filled with Zhao Yaqian's refreshing scent. Following the advice of the cyber strategists, Tang Song slowed the car, engaging in conversation about their respective jobs and past experiences, relishing the pleasure of their solitude together. The scenery outside the car window whizzed by, the clamor of the city gradually fading behind them. Zhao Yaqian's smile widened, and she frequently pointed at uniquely shaped buildings, inquiring about their significance. Having lived in Yen City for over 6 months, this was her first outing for leisure. In the past, during her free time, she had only gone shopping, watched movies, or dined with He Lighting and the others. To simply unwind and enjoy the joy of travel was a novel experience for her. Each turn and acceleration of the vehicle seemed to elevate her spirits. The music intertwined with the landscape, and the cozy Wuling Hongguang appeared to glide through a painting. She turned to observe her programmer friend's profile, which resembled a majestic mountain range, and with a cheerful demeanor, she exclaimed, "Brother Song, today is the happiest day of my working life." "As long as you're happy," Tang Song replied, gesturing toward a distant cluster of buildings. "We are nearing our destination. This area is particularly beautiful at this time of year, and I am certain you will adore it." "Absolutely." Zhao Yaqian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. After parking in the west side lot, the two exited the vehicle. Bathed in sunlight, Zhao Yaqian playfully leaped in place, stretching her slender waist, which appeared particularly fair and alluring. Tang Song retrieved a travel backpack from the back seat, pulling out a small bottle of sunscreen and handing it to her. "The UV rays are quite strong today. I wasn't sure if you had applied any." Zhao Yaqian gratefully accepted it, her face lighting up. "Thank you so much. You've been a tremendous help. I truly wasn't prepared for this." She quickly sprayed the sunscreen on her arms, long legs, and neck. Having rushed out that morning, she had only applied sunscreen to her face, worrying about whether her legs would tan. "Brother Song, you are so thoughtful. No need to be so formal. Let us go." Tang Song chuckled, waving her along. It was already past 9:30, with visitors gradually arriving at the park. They strolled along the pristine asphalt path toward the south gate beneath the blue sky and white clouds, approaching a cluster of buildings exuding an air of antiquity and elegance. White walls, green tiles, and horsehead walls nestled amidst verdant waters and lush mountains. After scanning their tickets for admission, they wandered without a set itinerary, allowing their moods to dictate their path through the layered courtyards and exhibition halls. Towering roofs, flying eaves, winding corridors, pavilions. and an abundance of flowers and greenery unfolded before them, revealing the rich Jiangnan charm of the Huizhou garden. As the sun gradually ascended, Zhao Yaqian exclaimed, "Wow, this sun hat is exquisite. I adore it. Thank you for the gift, Brother Song. You even brought strawberries. What enormous ones. They're so sweet." They ambled along, pausing frequently to traverse various courtyards and exhibition halls. Tang Song held up his phone, capturing moments of Zhao Yaqian, also documenting the uniquely picturesque scenery reminiscent of Jiangnan's ink-wash paintings. An exquisite figure, a beautiful visage, and a radiant smile harmoniously complemented by the elegance of window designs. Flying eaves, dark tiles, Huizhou carvings, moonbeams, column bases, and decorative brackets. His mobile gallery swiftly transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color. Heartfelt gratitude to Brother Song for the delightful treat. This is the most delectable meat floss roll I have ever tasted. Alas, I can't indulge any further, or I shall gain weight. 0 sugar, 0 fat, 0 calories, sparkling water? Brother Song, are you a modern-day Doraemon? The remote incantations from hundreds of cyber strategists left the inexperienced Zhao Yaqian somewhat awestruck. Throughout her life, she had never experienced such a heartwarming sensation. Unbeknownst to her, her gaze towards Tang Song grew increasingly bright, and her smile expanded. The recent shadows of gloom and worry faded entirely from her mind. She opened WeChat, selected a few photos she was particularly fond of, pictures of the journey, Tang Song, herself, and the scenery, and effortlessly shared them in her moments. The caption read, "If life had a switch, the presence of friends would be one-click joy." Chapter 34, A Step Closer. Outside the parking lot of Happy Island, Taiping River, a white Audi A4L was slowly advancing in the queue. The man at the wheel abruptly pressed the brakes. "What's wrong, darling?" inquired his girlfriend, seated in the passenger seat, lifting her head in concern. The man pointed towards a Wuling Hongguang ahead, his tone tinged with nostalgia. "Seeing a car of the same model I once drove makes me a bit sentimental. What's there to reminisce about that clunker?" "I don't understand," the girlfriend pouted, a look of disdain crossing her face. "Don't let its appearance fool you. It carried a heavy load. It was my stepping stone when I first ventured into the world." The man chuckled softly, shaking his head with a gentle pat on the steering wheel. "It's thanks to that car that I could afford this Audi and have such a beautiful girlfriend." His origins were modest. He earned his first paycheck through labor, partnered with friends to establish a small company, and purchased a Wuling Hongguang S. It served him well for transporting people and goods, braving the winds and rain. Just before last year's Lunar New Year, he finally upgraded to this A4L, garnering admiration in his village, and recently rekindled a connection with a long-desired high school classmate. His girlfriend cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, "If you were still driving that Wuling, I'd be too embarrassed to go out with you. You wouldn't even get to see my face." "Huh, that's all in the past now. It's just a fond memory." The girlfriend, brushing her long hair aside, casually crossed her legs, asserting, "Can the passenger seat of that Wuling compare to me? Would you really let such a beautiful girlfriend sit in that kind of vehicle? Isn't that a form of disrespect?" The man quickly flattered her. "Indeed, Xiaoru, with legs as long as yours, you deserve at least a mid-sized vehicle." "Humph. You know what's right," she said, extending her legs proudly. The man chuckled heartily but refrained from further comment. His girlfriend was akin to a white moonlight from his student days. Although not conventionally beautiful, her slender waist and long legs made for an admirable figure, serving as one of his motivations through the years. After parking under the shade of green trees, the man swiftly exited the vehicle, fetching a barbecue grill, ingredients, and a picnic mat from the trunk, carefully arranging them in the camping vehicle. This season, Happy Island was perfect for camping and barbecuing. The woman, handbag in hand, was preoccupied with applying lipstick, showing no intention of assisting. "Now, let us see your culinary skills. I must warn you, I'm quite discerning. If it's not delicious, you'll have to drive to fetch me something ready-made." "All right, I shall do my utmost," he replied. Just as they exchanged a few words, a white Wuling Hongguang meandered over and parked beside them. It was evident that the driver was inexperienced in reversing, struggling to position the vehicle correctly. Unable to resist, the man stood at the rear, kindly directing, "Forward, turn left, good, straighten it out, back it up, okay, stop, perfect." His girlfriend frowned, playfully smacking him. "I'm hungry." "Oh, right away," he exclaimed, hastily resuming his preparations. Charcoal, alcohol gel, napkins, beverages. The Wuling Hongguang's door creaked open. The man instinctively glanced over, his expression freezing in surprise. A youthful and vibrant figure leaped from the passenger seat, sporting platform shoes, calf-length socks, and a denim skirt that accentuated her stunning long legs. She wore a pink sun-protective jacket and a lace sun hat atop her head. Her figure was alluring, her features finely chiseled, and her skin in splendid condition, exuding an aura of innocent charm. The girl waved cheerfully at them, extending a bottle of yogurt, her smile radiant. "Thank you for your kind assistance, big brother." As she approached, The man noticed that she towered over him. His girlfriend, standing beside her, suddenly appeared rather inconspicuous. "It's nothing, really," he quickly declined. Tang Song also arrived at the rear, accepting the yogurt from Zhao Yaqian's hand and placing it in her camping vehicle. "Here, take it, thank you." Zhao Yaqian scanned the surroundings, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "This place is beautiful, let us hurry up and set up." As she spoke, she moved to Tang Song's side, helping to unload items from the trunk. "These skewers and pizza are still warm. How lovely. I'll handle this bag of drinks. You've got enough to carry, Song-go. This vehicle is fantastic. It has ample trunk space to fit so much. Next time, we can also bring a barbecue grill like this big brother." Perhaps having finally untangled her recent emotional knots, Zhao Yaqian appeared especially lively and chatty. Meanwhile, the girlfriend, recalling previous jibes, displayed a shifting expression. "Humph," she scoffed, kicking the man lightly on the calf and striding into the park. The man unconsciously halted his movements, glancing at the Wuling Hongguang, then at the alluring beauty, and finally at the owner of the Wuling. His mind was a chaotic whirlwind, and he didn't immediately pursue his girlfriend. At 1 p.m., they selected a clean patch of grass, unfurled the picnic mat, and arranged the prepared food. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Zhao Yaqian, sitting cross-legged on the grass, joyously brandished a starch sausage and chicken skewer in her left hand while holding a cheese pizza in her right, relishing the feast as she shared amusing anecdotes from her school days with Tang Song. Laughter echoed around them. After satisfying their appetites, Zhao Yaqian reclined on the picnic mat, resting her head on the pillow Tang Song had brought, her fair fingers idly playing with the emerald grass blades. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying a fresh fragrance that lulled her into a drowsy state. Tang Song's gaze inadvertently swept over her denim skirt, and, unsurprisingly, he spotted the black leggings beneath. His attention then shifted to her full, delicate thighs, truly beautiful. Noticing the fleeting glances of nearby men, Tang Song decisively removed his jacket, draping it over Zhao Yaqian's thighs. He casually explained, "The river breeze is a bit chilly." Zhao Yaqian paused, seemingly realizing something, her face warming slightly as she murmured, "Thank you, Song-go." After leaving Happy Island, they drove to the Yinqing Botanical Garden. In April, the garden was alive with the spirit of spring, adorned with a riot of blossoms. They strolled along the winding forest path, attending a series of captivating cultural exhibitions, marveling at the blooming cherry blossoms, crab apples, and peonies. Just as the shutter clicked, Zhao Yaqian tilted her head towards Tang Song, her cheek brushing against his shoulder. The two stood before a magnificent sea of tulips, capturing their first photograph together. The young lady was truly photogenic. The resulting images were nothing short of stunning. Her skin appeared flawless, seemingly untouched by any cosmetic procedures. The group of enthusiastic female college students assisting with the photography engaged Zhao Yaqian in delightful conversation, exchanging a wealth of skincare tips. As the clock approached 6 in the evening, the car's audio system played a random selection of music. Zhao Yaqian, appearing somewhat fatigued, gently closed her eyes and leaned back against the seat. "BGM, I've been feeling exceptionally cheerful lately, though I'm not quite sure why. I wish to sing this mood to you." The Wuling Hongguang glided out of the botanical garden, traversing the dusky streets, bathed in the splendor of the evening sky, merging into the city's bustling traffic. "BGM, it seems the distance between us is gradually diminishing. Do you perhaps harbor a special feeling for me as well? Ding. Congratulations, player. The branching quest, my first car, has been completed." Chapter 35, quite handsome, indeed. At Yin City University of Industry, in the boys' dormitory, Zhang Wenxing gazed enviously at the travel updates of his goddess on social media, his eyes turning green with jealousy as he leapt from his bed. After much hesitation, he ultimately lacked the courage to send her a message. Gritting his teeth, he patted his blanket and opened the forum app. In the automotive and romance sections, he posted an inquiry, sincerely seeking information about this vehicle. "Help me move on." The text read, "The high school junior I have secretly admired rejected my invitation to watch a movie, but embarked on a road trip with someone else. I want to understand where I went wrong." He then uploaded a photo showcasing the car's interior, a picture Zhao Yaqian had taken, revealing a glove compartment brimming with snacks. Perhaps due to the appealing content and title, he received a multitude of responses almost immediately. "Need compensation, those legs. Truly deserving of the title goddess. Ice cream. Judging by the length of her calves, this girl must be quite tall, undoubtedly no less than 175 centimeters. Perfect for basketball. Fitness buff. With legs like that, it would be a shame not to ride a tricycle." The comments were overwhelmingly focused on her legs. Though the photo only revealed her slender, straight calves, it still captivated a horde of admirers. Zhang Wensheng promptly replied, "Guys, can we focus on the main topic? What car is this exactly?" After a while, a more serious user finally chimed in. "Rocket Husky. The interior looks unfamiliar. It must have been modified. I must say, the owner's taste is commendable. The car is quite beautiful. Almost believed. Strange, the layout seems familiar, yet I just can't recall. High temperature. Look at the B-pillar. And then the glove compartment. This is definitely my beloved Wuling Hongguang S. Interior JPG. Zhang Wensheng was taken aback, quickly enlarging the photo for comparison. Indeed, the overall layout bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Yaqian's image, and he could be quite certain of the model. Wuling Hongguang S. He searched for details on Douyin, and upon discovering the model and price, he felt an immense wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness, she wasn't in a romantic relationship. A girl as remarkable as Zhao Yaqian surely had her fair share of suitors during school, and her standards must be high. This boy seemed rather unremarkable, not particularly handsome, and driving a Wuling Hongguang worth only 50,000 yuan. How could he possibly win her heart? With clarity restored, Zhang Wensheng excitedly opened WeChat, liking Zhao Yaqian's updates. He commented, "Qianqian, you still look so beautiful. Who did you go out with? The Wuling Hongguang has ample space. Take me along next time. I recently enrolled in a photography course and have honed my skills." After admiring a few of Zhao Yaqian's beautiful pictures, he noticed the notifications popping up and promptly deleted his forum post. These old lechers truly had no worldly experience. They were exhilarated by mere legs. At Tianhua Garden Community, the Wuling Hongguang came to a gentle stop outside Building 6, Unit 2. After a day of adventure, Zhao Yaqian quietly leaned back in her seat, a faint smile gracing her lips. In the dim light, her exposed skin appeared remarkably fair. Her silky long hair cascaded down her delicate face, resting gently upon her gently rising and falling chest, creating a picturesque scene of tranquility. Tang Song refrained from waking her immediately, adjusting the car's position to ensure it did not obstruct others. He parked at the side, turned off the engine, and the vehicle was enveloped in darkness, the absence of engine noise rendering the cabin serene, where even the soft sounds of her breathing could be heard. Tang Song reclined his seat slightly, inhaling the subtle fragrance of his beautician friend's essence, curiously surveying his surroundings. This was a quintessential old-style community, not particularly large, composed of 6-story buildings devoid of elevators. The structures showed signs of aging, and the landscaping, facilities, and property management were rather lacking. Within the community, electric bikes, bicycles, and motor vehicles were haphazardly parked. However, it did have its merits. Situated within the urban area, transportation was convenient, and the surrounding amenities were well established, making it a desirable district for education. A 100-square-meter 2-bedroom apartment could be secured for approximately 1.5 million yuan. Tang Song's gaze drifted, lost in thought. His parents had once harbored the greatest hopes for him to purchase a home in Yen City, to settle down, marry, and start a family. With his salary and family circumstances, if all went smoothly, he could perhaps buy a second-hand apartment in such an old community around the age of 30. A down payment of 30 and a housing fund loan would suffice. If family conditions allowed, he might even manage to acquire a car, much like Brother Gua. Of course, this was all contingent upon avoiding any unforeseen circumstances. For instance, a serious illness for himself or a family member, unemployment, entering into a romantic relationship, lending money without repayment, or losses in stocks and funds. His family background dictated that he possessed no capacity for risk. Any setback would delay his home-buying aspirations considerably. For instance, during his senior year, his father lost his job, and his mother was suddenly hospitalized with pneumonia, leaving the family burdened with debt. He had no choice but to abandon his dream of pursuing a graduate degree at a prestigious university. He submitted his resume, took on internships, worked diligently, and eventually secured a full-time position, shouldering the family's responsibilities. It was during those most challenging days that the game Male God Growth Plan appeared on his computer, providing him with a vital outlet for his frustrations and stress. In the 3 years since graduation, he had worked tirelessly, taken on side jobs, and scrimped and saved to help his family repay their debts, amassing over 40,000 yuan in savings. His mother had fully regained her health, and his father's hardware store in town was gradually getting back on track. Yet, the distance from his unattainable ideal continued to grow. Coming to terms with reality, he ceased his struggles, leaving the capital city and returning to Yen City. He found a decent job, close to his parents for support, where the housing prices were still reasonable, and with effort, he could afford a home. Just as he thought life would unfold quietly and ordinarily, the game became reality. The system descended, and his life took a dramatic turn. To this day, he fears it may all be an ephemeral dream. Thus, the first thing he does each morning is smile and check the system interface. Ding dong, ding dong. The sudden ringing of the phone shattered the serene atmosphere within the car. Zhao Yaqian slowly opened her eyes. Her face initially bore a hint of confusion, but she quickly regained her composure and hastily extracted her phone from her bag, connecting the call. "Hello, Tingzi. I'm currently assessing the scenery outside. I'm downstairs and will be up shortly. All right, I understand. I truly understand. Zhao Yaqian discreetly glanced at Tang Song before saying goodbye and hanging up. Tang Song reined in his thoughts and explained, I noticed you were sleeping so soundly that I felt it would be rude to disturb you. Thank you, Brother Song. Zhao Yaqian replied, turning to gaze at Tang Song's face. After a moment's hesitation, she added, my room is a bit messy, and there's another roommate present. Tang Song raised his right hand with a smile, saying, I realize today has been quite exhausting. Go home and rest well. I want tea intrude. Zhao Yaqian let out a sigh of relief, picked up her bag, and grasped the car door handle. Then I'll take my leave. Brother Song, please drive safely. And remember to message me when you get home. With a cheerful wave, she opened the car door and said goodbye. Wait a moment, Tang Song called out, stepping out of the car to stop Zhao Yaqian, who was about to leave. He opened the trunk and packed the unfinished fruits, snacks, and drinks into a large bag. I've been dieting lately, and I want to eat these, so I trouble you, Teacher Zhao, to help consume them. Zhao Yaqian was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly waved her hand, saying, you paid for all this today. I already feel quite guilty. How can I take more? Take it. It was bought for you in the first place, Tang Song insisted, directly handing her the bag. Their fingers brushed lightly, sending a delightful shiver through Zhao Yaqian. Her cheeks flushed, and she refrained from further refusal, cautiously accepting the bag and slightly bending her body. Thank you, Brother Song. Goodbye. Tang Song waved at her as he climbed back into the driver's seat. With a firm thud, the car door closed, and the window was lowered again, revealing his smiling face. Under the dim lighting, the 19-year-old beautician suddenly felt that her programmer friend was rather handsome. If she could assist him in managing his skin, he would undoubtedly become a strikingly attractive gentleman. Goodbye, and take care on the road. Zhao Yaqian bid farewell once more, turning to enter the building. A loud thump echoed as she stomped her foot, triggering the motion sensor lights in the corridor. Chapter 36, BMW 330i, Night of Stars. Tang Song rested his elbow on the edge of the car window, watching as the lights illuminated layer by layer, ultimately halting at the 4th floor. After quietly observing for 2 minutes, he withdrew his gaze and stretched in the car. He had to admit, today had indeed been quite tiring. It had been either driving or exploring a scenic area. Fortunately, he had the company of a charming beautician friend. The branch task, my first car, had been successfully completed, which was indeed commendable. However, the condition 3 of the bed agreement remained unfulfilled, which was to be expected. If Zhao Yaqian were truly so easy to win over, she would not still be single. Perhaps she would have already changed boyfriends several times. In terms of appearance, she was an exceptionally outstanding girl, her figure and beauty surpassing many internet celebrities and models. Such a girl would hardly lack admirers in both work and life. For instance, there was that Mr. Lee who drove a Mercedes and some classmates and colleagues Zhao Yaqian had mentioned. It was unrealistic to expect her to develop feelings after just one day of spending time together, having known each other for less than half a month. Tang Song glanced one last time at the 4th floor, pressed the clutch, and started the engine. The sound of the car's engine roared to life as it slowly departed under the illumination of the LED headlights. He lighting, upon seeing Zhao Yaqian enter, complained. You said you would be back by 6, yet here we are at this hour. I thought you had been kidnapped. Zhao Yaqian changed her shoes, joyfully swaying her body as she cheerfully replied, Thank you for your concern, Sister Tingzi. I'm perfectly fine. I was just too tired from the day's activities and took a little nap in the car. Did anything happen today? He lighting asked, eyeing her suspiciously and gesturing toward her rear. Don't point like that. It's not as if I can't have a good friend of the opposite sex. Zhao Yaqian's face turned crimson as she mumbled a few words, placing the bag on the coffee table with a flourish. Help yourself. Consider it a repayment for the fruit I owed you. He lighting opened the bag and rummaged through it, exclaiming in surprise, Wow, how generous. These must be the red strawberries that cost over 50 per pound, and these cherries are enormous. I saw them at the supermarket last time. They're over 100 per pound now. And this plum. Before she could finish, Zhao Yaqian had already lunged forward, hugging the bag to her chest and exclaiming, I can treat you, but I have a favor to ask. He lighting rolled her eyes at her, saying, Look at your priorities. It's just poverty talking. Today is the 19th, and tomorrow is the credit card repayment day. Zhao Yaqian seemed to recall something dreadful, shivering at the thought. How much do you still owe? 2,500. I borrowed a bit from Xiaoyan and Zhang Wenqing a couple of days ago. All right. I'll transfer it to you later. Thank you, Sister Ting. I'll do your laundry this month. Zhao Yaqian gratefully nudged her, eagerly offering a handful of cherries. So sweet. He lighting said, munching on the large cherry while curiously asking, So, tell me what you two did today. Zhao Yaqian removed her coat, settled cross-legged on the sofa, and eagerly began recounting the day's adventures through her phone's photo album. The scenic views, the ink wash style of the Huizhou Garden, the picnic at Happy Island, and the tulips at the Botanical Garden. When Zhao Yaqian finally paused, he lightning furrowed her brow and asked, Qianqian, do you genuinely wish to pursue a relationship with him? I've said it's just a friendship, Zhao Yaqian insisted. Haha, he meticulously planned the travel itinerary, purchased your favorite snacks and drinks, and has shown you such care. What do you think he is after? Zhao Yaqian was momentarily speechless, her gaze evasive. He lighting stated emphatically, he is after you. After a long silence, Zhao Yaqian sighed. Tingzi, I just think Brother Song is a really good person. I enjoy being with him. I haven't thought about it in that way. Even if you don't have those thoughts, he undoubtedly does. He lighting pinched her cheek, saying, Qianqian, you're only 19, just starting out in society. You'll have many suitors in the future. And there will be those who treat you well and are far superior to him. Zhao Yaqian opened her mouth, unsure of how to counter. He drives a modest car, can't afford a house in Yinqing, and is just an ordinary guy. He lighting pointed to the fruits on the table, saying, he treats you to a meal, and he might have to scrimp and save for a long time. Zhao Yaqian couldn't help but interject, Brother Song is a programmer with a decent salary, and he occasionally takes on freelance work. It's not as dire as you make it out to be. All right, I want to argue with you. The atmosphere turned momentarily somber. After an indeterminate amount of time, he lighting ruffled her hair, saying, I'm just looking out for you, afraid you might end up hurt. Your mother has already been scammed out of so much money, and those debts will eventually fall on you. If you truly end up with someone like Tang Song, you'd be doing him a disservice, you two would never last. So what should I do? Upon hearing of the immense family debt, tears welled in Zhao Yaqian's eyes, threatening to spill over. He lighting quickly handed her a tissue, saying, if you think he is a good person, then continue to be friends, but maintain some distance to avoid giving him any ambiguous signals. If he asks you out again, you can find an excuse to decline. After a couple of refusals, he'll understand, just like Zhang Wenxing and the others. Zhao Yaqian wiped her tears, her head hung low as she murmured, I understand. The chime of a WeChat notification echoed through the air. Tang Song, safely home. I feel like my driving skills have been honed. Next time, we can venture to more distant scenic spots. Zhao Yaqian bit her lower lip, filled with a myriad of words to express, yet ultimately replied simply, you worked hard today? In the Qingxin garden community, Tang Song earnestly took a hot shower before settling onto the sofa. He opened the system interface and entered the warehouse. Inside, a shimmering vehicle gift pack awaited him. A car within the budget of 500,000. Various luxurious models flashed through his mind. The Mercedes-Benz E-Class, Audi A6L, BMW 5 Series. Naturally, as the model selection was entirely random, his chances of drawing a grand prize without any luck-enhancing items were rather slim. Taking a deep breath, filled with anticipation and trepidation, he selected the vehicle gift pack and opened it immediately. Model selection in progress. Congratulations, player, you have received the BMW 330 IM Sport Night Package. BMW 330 IM Sport Night Package. 2.0T, 245 horsepower, 8-speed automatic transmission, 0 to 100 kilometers h in 6.3 seconds, equipped with Harman Kardon sound system, and a head-up display that integrates the unique design of the M Sport Package and Night Package, providing drivers with an exhilarating driving experience. Note, order information has been generated. Please contact the Yen City Bauta BMW 4S dealership to collect it, with options for body and interior color. Chapter 37, Meeting at the Pinnacle. A BMW 3 Series? Tang Song clenched his fist with joy illuminating his face. Although he hadn't secured the top-tier reward, it was undeniably a legitimate luxury brand and model. He picked up his phone and searched online for BMW 330 IM Sport Night Package. The 330i, compared to the standard 3 Series, boasts a significant distinction with its longitudinal 4-cylinder engine. This powertrain can unleash a maximum of 245 horsepower and peak torque of 400 Nm. The official guide price is $3.819 million, while the dealership in Yen City quoted a base price of $3.45 million. Including insurance, purchase tax, and license fees, the final cost approaches $400,000. Certainly a luxury vehicle. Tang Song leapt from the sofa, pacing excitedly in the living room. In his social circle, most owned ordinary A-class cars, with some priced in the tens of thousands. Those from better-off families might drive B-class cars like the Magotan or Accord. A BMW valued at nearly $400,000 would undoubtedly command respect. Next, Tang Song sat before his computer, browsing through various colors of the BMW 330i. The most popular online undoubtedly included carbon black, mineral white, and sky gray. Enlarging the images, he found each hue captivating. After much deliberation and watching several car review videos, he ultimately decided on the classic combination of carbon black, exterior, and volcano red, interior. Gazing at the shimmering black warrior on the monitor, Tang Song's heart raced with excitement. Being a young man, He found himself utterly defenseless against such a striking toy. With a swift motion, he flung open the window. Standing on the east-facing balcony, he let the April evening breeze caress his flushed cheeks. In less than 20 days since acquiring the system, his life had undergone a complete transformation. Successful weight loss, strengthened lungs, a growth spurt of 1 centimeter, a 200-square-meter office in Yunxi building, and the BMW 330i valued at 400,000. Momentarily, he felt ambitious, filled with anticipation for the future. Gazing at the hazy moonlight on the horizon, he opened WeChat and snapped a photo of the view outside, sharing it with the white moonlight far away in Deep City. He wrote, waiting for time to bestow its blessings, waiting for the spring breeze to bring success. I hope your entrepreneurial journey goes smoothly. Take care of your health in Deep City. Just as he set down his phone, he picked it up again to call his mother, who lived 150 kilometers away. Beep. The phone rang twice before it was answered. Hello? You finally thought of calling me. His mother's familiar voice came through the receiver, not overly gentle but particularly melodious. Tang Song chuckled lightly, first inquiring about their health before asking, by the way, how's Dad's hardware store doing? His mother suddenly lowered her voice. Your father and I calculated that, given the current situation, excluding bad debts and costs, we can net over 6,000 a month. Really? Tang Song exclaimed in surprise. He had seen the store's conditions firsthand. It was quite small and poorly located, with only 4 shelves and limited stock due to financial constraints. Just making a profit was already a challenge, so he was astonished it was doing so well. It mainly relies on the connections your father built from his previous renovation work. A few acquaintances often come to buy in bulk. By the way, son, how's work going for you? Still working overtime every day? Are you tired? Things have calmed down now. It's quite easy every day. I've even lost quite a bit of weight. I'll send you a photo shortly. That's good. That's good. Health is the most important thing. His mother's tone brightened instantly as she began to chatter about family matters. Tang Song listened quietly, occasionally chiming in. When his mother finally paused, he cheerfully said, Mom, everything here is great. Now that work isn't busy, I plan to utilize my free time to try entrepreneurship, and I already have a promising direction. Once I strike it rich, you and Dad can just relax and enjoy life. Remember how my second uncle loves to show off? I'll take care of you both. Leaning against the window, he shared his beautiful visions for the future with his mother, who on the other end of the line did not interrupt, only occasionally laughing joyfully. After hanging up, the excitement and joy he had kept bottled up inside were finally released, leaving him feeling completely at ease. Ding dong. A WeChat notification chimed. The white moonlight far away in Deep City finally replied. April 19th, 2023, Wednesday, Deep City is besieged by torrential rain. The air is humid and oppressive. I'm working overtime in the office and just happened to think of a certain fool. You must keep up the good work and take care of your health. Her words seemed to activate a switch, causing Tang Song to momentarily lose his focus. After contemplating for a moment, he walked directly to his bedroom and pulled out a modest storage box from beneath the bed. After rummaging for a while, he extracted a beautifully crafted notebook. Opening to the first page, he found a few lines of confident and soaring text. For my best friend Tang Song, June 6th, 2015, Saturday night. 1 full year until the college entrance examination. The current you is determined by the you of 10 years ago, and the you of 10 years later will be decided by the current you. When your talent cannot support your ambition, it's wise to calm down and learn. To dedicate yourself to hard work. The stars do not inquire of those who strive, and time does not betray those who are earnest. All unexpected encounters are still on the way. The future will unfold as you wish. Let us each strive and meet at the pinnacle. It was this passage that propelled him to remarkable academic achievements during his senior year, urging him to persistently strive, learn, and catch up. Now, 8 years had passed since 2015. Tang Song gently closed the notebook and returned it to its place. Opening WeChat, he earnestly replied, let us each keep pushing forward. He then silently repeated to himself, meet at the pinnacle. On Thursday, April 20th, 2023, at 8:30 a.m., Tang Song set aside the book he had been engrossed in, Cognitive Nature, and dialed the number for the Bauta BMW 4S dealership in Yincheng. Perhaps due to the early hour, the phone rang for quite some time before being answered. Hello, this is Bauta BMW 4S dealership. How may I assist you? A brisk female voice responded, speaking with remarkable speed. Tang Song carefully considered his words before replying. Hello, I have reserved a BMW 330i and would like to inquire about specific details regarding the vehicle. Certainly, sir. Could you please provide your name, phone number, and ID number? The female representative requested. Tang Song clearly conveyed his information. Please hold on while I check, she said. After a brief pause, the enthusiastic customer service representative responded, Mr. Tang, I found your order. You placed an order last night through our Dashing Automotive Trading Company for a 2023 BMW 3 Series 330 IM Sport Night Package. with a total price of 360,000 yuan, which includes registration, insurance, purchase tax, and optional packages. Her voice trailed off slightly at the end, revealing her surprise at the price, as it seemed quite steep, essentially selling the vehicle at a loss when factoring in the optional packages. Upon receiving the precise information, Tang Song let out a sigh of relief. "Hello, I would like to confirm the exterior and interior colors of the vehicle. Please tell me, and I will note it down." The representative's tone became exceedingly enthusiastic. "The exterior is in carbon black, and the interior is in volcano red." "Excellent choice, Mr. Tang. This color combination is both striking and alluring. It's truly beautiful," she enthused. "When might I expect to pick up the car?" Tang Song posed his most pressing question. Based on his online research, he understood that the wait time for a BMW 330i from reservation to pick up typically spanned over 2 months. The representative quickly replied, "Please hold on. I will confirm the pickup time with my supervisor." She assured him she would call back shortly, urging him to remain attentive to his phone. "Thank you," he replied. Chapter 38. It's you. After hanging up, Tang Song settled onto the sofa and waited for approximately 4 to 5 minutes before his phone rang again. "Hello. I apologize for making you wait, Mr. Tang," the representative said. "Under normal circumstances, based on the production schedule and your selected options, it would take about 60 days. After a brief pause, she continued, "However, our general manager Zhao has made a request to headquarters, and we can arrange for a vehicle from another location that matches your order's color and optional packages. You can pick it up and register it next Monday." She placed particular emphasis on General Manager Zhao, seemingly hinting at something significant. "Thank you very much," Tang Song replied, feeling grateful. "It's my pleasure. Your WeChat is linked to this phone number, correct? I will add you on WeChat and send you the details regarding the pickup. Please feel free to contact me with any questions." "Yes, that is correct." "Great. I won't keep you any longer. Goodbye." After ending the call, Tang Song couldn't help but snap his fingers in delight. Today was Thursday, meaning he would be able to collect his car in just 3 days, a speed that far exceeded his expectations. Checking the time, he tidied up his belongings and hurried downstairs. His 3 days of annual leave had already been exhausted, so he had to return to the office today and also refine his entrepreneurial plans. As he navigated through the traffic, he unconsciously compared the passing vehicles with the soon-to-be-acquired BMW 330i. None seemed to possess the charm of his upcoming little BMW. He glanced down at the steering wheel of his Wuling Hongwang, suddenly feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt, sensing that his current thoughts were somewhat perilous, akin to those of a cad. Just days ago, he had cherished his first car with utmost affection, yet now, with the prospect of a 400,000 yuan BMW, he felt himself growing fickle, easily swayed by new desires. At the Linjin building, in the underground parking lot, Tang Song parked his car. Just as he exited, a pink Audi A5 glided into view, halting at a designated spot near the elevator. The employees of Jinxiu Trading were quite familiar with this vehicle. It belonged to the company's goddess, Tianjing from the Human Resources Department, a striking iceberry pink A5 coupe, a 2-door four-seater that drew attention and had a price tag just over 400,000 yuan. With a gentle click, the car door opened. Tianjing, sporting a bun hairstyle and carrying a handbag, stepped out. Her fair complexion stood out prominently in the dimly lit garage. She wore a short-sleeved knit top adorned with a cute bear print, paired with a striped pleated skirt, and completed her ensemble with a pair of Bape casual shoes, a quintessential vibrant young woman. Upon spotting her colleague approaching, she paused, clutching her handbag in her right hand and waving her left, sweetly saying, "Good morning." "Good morning," Tang Song replied with a smile as he followed her into the elevator, both settling into a comfortable silence. They were not particularly close, having exchanged only a few words during their weekly afternoon tea gatherings. The most notable impression she left on him was her fair skin and sweet appearance. As the elevator doors opened slowly, they joined the sparse crowd flowing inside. Given the busy nature of the workday, the elevator quickly filled to capacity after stopping on the first floor. At some point, Tang Song found himself face-to-face with a delicate bun, looking down to see dainty earlobes and a slender neck. A subtle fragrance wafted towards him, a sophisticated scent imbued with refreshing herbal notes. Tang Song involuntarily inhaled deeply, feeling slightly intoxicated by the aroma. The elevator moved intermittently, finally halting on the 20th floor. They exited swiftly and made their way to the office area. "Good morning, Supervisor Tian. You look beautiful today," greeted a colleague. "Sister Yuan, please don't tease me. Just call me Xiao Jing," she replied. "Good morning, Supervisor Tian." "Good morning." Every colleague they encountered warmly greeted Tianjing. Only after hearing the title of supervisor did Tang Song recall the notification he had received in the company's email and Ding Talk. The Human Resources Department had undergone a restructuring, and Tianjing had officially been promoted to the position of compensation supervisor. She would now oversee employee compensation, performance evaluations, and the maintenance of the compensation system, a clear indication of her capabilities to achieve such a role at her age within Jinxiu trading. After settling at his workstation, Tang Song engaged in a lively discussion with colleagues about the driving experience of the Wuling Hongguang. He then opened his computer, diligently organizing his thoughts regarding his entrepreneurial aspirations. Specifically, he envisioned collaborating with brand owners and manufacturers to obtain authorization for the agency and sale of their products. After over a decade of groundwork, he had cultivated a network of more than 500 distributors across North China. Tang Song nodded thoughtfully, closing his laptop and saying, "I understand, Brother Zhang. I will take my leave now." Brother Zhang smiled and patted his shoulder. "All right, feel free to reach out if you have any questions. Thank you." Exiting the small conference room and returning to his workstation, Tang Song stared at the neatly organized Word document before him, feeling somewhat overwhelmed and uncertain about how to proceed. Throughout the day, under the pretense of conducting a needs analysis for the business system, he had engaged in in-depth discussions with colleagues from the marketing, sales, and channel departments. Their main focus was to gain insights into the current market situation, development trends, competitive landscape, and the operational models of the clothing industry. The results were quite grim. He had underestimated the challenges ahead. The clothing industry was rife with intense competition, both online and offline, resembling a vast red ocean, with countless businesses collapsing each year. Jinxiu Trading is engaged in the agency and distribution of branded apparel, operating within the realms of channels and supply chains. This model is entirely reliant on the company's network and social resources, leaving no room for emulation. To embark on e-commerce or physical retail and clothing sales, one must begin anew, gradually accumulating experience through meticulous efforts. For someone like him, burdened with a planned agenda, this is an egregious waste of time. Moreover, there exists a more advantageous alternative: to partner with industry professionals for entrepreneurial endeavors. This indeed presents a time-efficient and labor-saving solution. He possesses a capital of 1 million, an established office space, and high-quality supply chain channels. With the addition of a seasoned veteran at the helm, the probability of success grows significantly. The paramount concern, however, lies in the selection of a partner. Regrettably, he has no acquaintances in the clothing sales industry. Hastily collaborating with unfamiliar individuals carries substantial risks. While capabilities and experience can be verified through various means, what troubles Tang Song the most is whether this partner's values align with his entrepreneurial vision. Otherwise, a plethora of troubles is surely destined to await him. Such scenarios are frequently highlighted in news reports. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, a name suddenly flashed through Tang Song's mind: Gao Mingting. Although they had only met once, the impression she left was indelible. She is meticulous, composed, polite, emotionally attuned, and remarkably attractive, an exceptionally talented individual. Furthermore, she has been in the clothing sales industry for over 3 years, possessing ample professional experience that qualifies her as a partner. Recalling the tears she shed on the day she sold her car, her words, the sentiments shared on her social media, and his own Wuling Hongguang, Tang Song inhaled deeply. "Excellent. It is you." He retrieved his phone and opened Gao Mingting's WeChat, leaving a message: "Boss Gao, could you kindly send me your store address? I would like to purchase a few items this weekend." As April draws to a close in Yen City, daylight lingers longer. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun gently descends towards the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and gold. Tang Song closed his notebook, tidied his desk, and left work punctually. Just as he finished clocking out at the front desk, he felt a firm pat on his shoulder. Du Xiaokai approached with a playful grin, promptly clocking out himself. He winked at the attractive receptionist, Yu Ying, saying, "Next time you have a dinner gathering in the administrative department, be sure to let me know. I know a place that serves incredibly delicious barbecue." Du Ying chuckled, covering her mouth. "Sure, brother Du. At that time, us girls without cars will be counting on you for transportation." Du Xiaokai waved his Cadillac keys, declaring, "No problem. I'm heading out with Lao Song now. See you. Goodbye." With an arm around Tang Song's shoulders, Du Xiaokai pointed towards the hallway with a grin. "Come on, Lao Song. I need to discuss something with you. You've been unresponsive to my messages these past few days, and some matters are not convenient to discuss at the office." Tang Song glanced at him and nodded. "All right." During his 3-day leave, Du Xiaokai frequently inquired about the project's progress, urging him to complete it within the week. It seemed he assumed Tang Song would comply entirely under Director Chen's pressure. Pushing open the heavy security door, they stepped into the quiet corridor. Du Xiaokai visibly relaxed. Pulling out a pack of cigarettes, he lit one for himself, took a deep drag, then extended the pack to Tang Song. "Care for a smoke?" "I don't smoke." "Oh. All right then." Leaning against the wall, Du Xiaokai exhaled smoke rings, cheerfully remarking, "By next Monday, the request from the HR department should be sorted out, right? Remember to submit it to the Git repository's dev branch. I'll handle the merging and deployment. Isn't that your responsibility? Tang Song shrugged, imitating his demeanor. I haven't received any work order from the HR department. It doesn't concern me. Du Xiaokai paused his smoking. Lao Song, let me be honest with you. This module is something Tianjing wants to add. You should know I have feelings for her, and she has quite the background. We can't afford to offend her. The past is behind us. If you can work diligently alongside me from now on, I can assure you a comfortable position in the company. Tang Song patted his arm and chuckled. I noticed the development period for the business system is only half a month. Keep up the good work, Xiaodu. Your time is running out. It was no wonder he was so invested. It turned out to be because of Tianjing, a 22-year-old compensation supervisor, whose connections far surpassed those of Du Xiaokai's uncle, the vice president. Du Xiaokai's eyes simmered with resentment, his voice rising. You may not be aware, but at most next month, I will be promoted to the backend team leader, meaning I will be your direct supervisor. Before speaking or acting, it's best to consider the consequences. In this society, there is no shortage of capable individuals. If you don't perform, others will gladly take your place. Tang Song met his gaze calmly, without a trace of fear or retreat. Then I extend my early congratulations to Supervisor. Do I have matters to attend to? So I shall take my leave. With that, he pulled open the fire door. With a flick, Du Xiaokai hurled his cigarette butt, which struck the fire door, his tone growing icy. I will discuss this matter with Director Chen. The team does not need someone like you, and Jingxiuxiang Trading cannot accommodate a divine being such as yourself. Tang Song paused, turning back to say, I find you particularly hypocritical, rivaling Qin Yunting in that regard. You clearly act out of self-interest while feigning concern for the team and the company. Without waiting for Du Xiaokai's response, he walked out. He felt no pressure, unafraid of salary cuts or layoffs. In the Qingxin Garden community, Tang Song scrolled through short videos while enjoying a low-fat meal, though the food was rather bland. The delightful young ladies in the videos made it quite appetizing. Suddenly, a WeChat notification chimed. Gao Mengting, map to mating clothing boutique. Gao Mengting, we have a fresh batch of men's clothing available, all in excellent styles, Mr. Tang. You can select from them at cost price. Tang Song replied. Sounds good. See you this weekend. Exiting the chat interface, he opened Zhao Yaqian's chat box. 2 hours had passed since he sent out an invitation to shop. Yet there was still no reply. He couldn't shake the feeling that, since their recent road trip, Zhao Yaqian had been somewhat evasive. Her enthusiasm for chatting noticeably diminished. Hesitating for a moment, he decided against sending another message. At that moment, a system notification screen unfolded before him. On April 20th, 2023, you achieved your goal of surpassing 1,000 followers on the Xiaohongshu platform. Though modest, you have officially become a qualified influencer. Your voice now holds a modicum of influence within a small circle. Your transformation journey has garnered significant attention, and you have acquired permission to access the Pugongying platform, enabling you to connect with advertisers for monetization. You have been awarded the title The Popular Me. Would you like to equip it immediately? Yes, no? Tang Song's heart leaped with joy. He had finally surpassed 1,000 followers. His daily updates and proactive engagement had not been in vain. However, he was surprised to find that the reward was merely a title. Titles serve as honorary identifiers within the game, showcasing achievements and often bestowing unique effects, such as attribute enhancements, charisma, skills, and more. He clicked to equip it. A golden flash appeared before him. The system automatically redirected to the main interface, where a golden title adorned the head of his 3D avatar. He clicked to view the details. The Popular Me, by donning this title. For every new follower acquired on your commonly used social media platforms, you shall receive a cash reward equivalent to 100 times the value. Note 1. The use of any marketing promotional methods to gain followers is strictly prohibited. Note 2. Your commonly used platforms include Douyin and Xiaohongshu. Current cash reward, 102,000 yuan. Total 102,000 yuan. It was time to strike it rich. Upon reading the title's description, Tang Song inhaled sharply. In the game Godlike Growth Plan, he had received numerous titles with cash rewards. For instance, Power of Breath, where each breath his character took earned him 5 yuan. Such titles were utterly trivial for him. A prodigy capable of swiftly building a commercial empire, and he rarely utilized them. However, in the real world, this was an unequivocal weapon of mass fortune. One follower equated to 100 yuan. Thus, 10,000 followers would yield 1 million. Tang Song lamented his infrequent use of platforms like Weibo and Kuaishou, wishing he had more than just these two. Fortunately, acquiring followers on Douyin was significantly easier than on Xiaohongshu, even without any promotional tactics. Consistent video uploads would certainly accelerate follower growth compared to Xiaohongshu. Moreover, the system was exceedingly generous, counting his existing followers as well. Tang Song raised his phone to check his follower count. He had 1,001 followers on Xiaohongshu. On Douyin, due to only a few casual daily shares. He had 19 followers. In total, he had 1,020 followers, translating to a withdrawable amount of 102,000 yuan. Chapter 40. Fill your wooling with gas. Gazing at the glaring 100,000 yuan withdrawable amount, Tang Song clenched his fist and initiated the withdrawal. A notification chimed. China Merchants Bank. Your account ending in 6800 received a deposit of 10,200,000 yuan on April 20th at 1839. Incredible, Tang Song exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with fervor. He opened his personal information interface. Player, Tang Song, 34 foot. Character, Distinguished Commerce Development Engineer. Height, 181, 5 centimeters. Weight, 79, 5 kilograms. Physique, 59. Endurance, 56. Agility, 50. Insight, 76. Asset status. Balance, 10. 41 million yuan. Investment, 1 million. Debt, 40,000. Enterprises, none. Property, 200 square meters. Office in Yunxi Building. Vehicle, Wuling Hongguang S. For the first time in his life, his bank card balance exceeded 100,000 yuan. Observing the red debt information, Tang Song hesitated not. He promptly repaid the 40,000 yuan from Jiebe and Weili Dui, incurring a total interest of exactly 100. Although his balance dwindled to 630,000 yuan, being free of debt felt liberating. With the title, The Popular Me, in his possession, as long as he diligently managed his accounts on both platforms, earning money would be effortless. With this thought, Tang Song felt restless. He opened his album to review the previously completed vlog episode 1 summary of transformation by listening to advice. Although it was labeled a video, it was essentially a collage of images. Given his lack of effort at the time, its aesthetic appeal was rather mediocre. This explained why, despite the impressive transformation results, the video failed to gain traction. Pondering this, Tang Song hastened to his computer, launching the editing software. He imported all the materials from his phone to the computer and meticulously organized them in sequence. He selected the most effective photographs and created a series of progressive transformation comparison images. By marking each day, he combined daily weight, dietary changes, and exercise to showcase a smoother transformation process. Additionally, he referenced several popular videos for transition effects, copywriting, and background music, incorporating everything suitable for himself. By 9 p.m., a meticulously crafted vlog featuring the transformation of an ordinary blogger was complete. Tang Song watched it repeatedly, unable to resist giving it a thumbs up. The transitions, effects, and BGM were genuinely inspiring. In comparison, he realized he had previously put in far too little effort. Indeed, motivation stems from incentives. He opened the Douyin app, imported the completed video material, and clicked Next. Description: Life requires the courage to transform oneself from an NPC into the protagonist. Tags: Fashion, transformation by listening to advice. Ordinary transformation, comeback, inspirational. After thoroughly checking for any issues, he clicked Publish. Tang Song exhaled, contemplating how to further enhance the video's performance, ideally finding time to delve deeper into video editing and production techniques. Due to system restrictions, he could not employ any marketing strategies. His only recourse was to rely on the quality of his videos. If he could replicate the success of his last failed hairstyle transformation, the resulting influx of followers would be substantial. After daydreaming for a while, Tang Song snapped back to reality, realizing it was nearly 10 p.m. He patted his flushed face, washed up in the restroom, and gradually calmed down. Indeed, he had let a mere title reward cloud his judgment. When reflecting on it, the reward wasn't overly extravagant. Relying solely on organic traffic, it was exceedingly difficult for a talentless ordinary blogger to gain followers on any platform. It had taken him a full 20 days to reach 1,000 followers on Xiaohongshu, thanks in part to his excellent niche selection and a viral post featuring a pot lid hairstyle. After suppressing his excitement, Tang Song changed into comfortable pajamas and leaned against the headboard, reading Cognitive Nature until he drifted into a deep slumber. April 21st, 2023, Friday, rainy, 6:11. Today, the temperature in Yincheng plummeted, dark clouds loomed, and incessant rain fell. After rising, Tang Song ascended the stairs for 40 minutes, completing his morning's fasted cardio. Standing before the mirror in fitted sportswear and a mask, he adjusted angles, lighting, and position multiple times to capture a satisfactory video. After a refreshing shower and changing into dry, warm clothes, he began preparing his breakfast: a boiled egg, low-fat milk, a corn on the cob, and a cucumber. He had seamlessly integrated discipline into his life and began to relish this healthy lifestyle. His weight had now reached a normal level, and his attire rendered him a spirited lad, neither too thin nor too heavy. However, the definition of his muscles was not yet pronounced, lacking distinct lines. With a body fat percentage around 20, there was ample room for improvement in his physique's appeal. Following the advice of netizens, his next goal was to reduce his body fat percentage to 15, achieving a state of slight abdominal definition, which would render him more proportionate and harmonious. After finishing breakfast, Tang Song opened the system interface to check the details of the title, The Popular Me. Current cash reward, 4, 100 yuan, total 106, 100 yuan. In just one night, he had gained 41 new followers. Upon checking his phone, Tang Song noticed an increase of 27 followers on Douyin and 14 on Xiaohongshu. This could be regarded as normal data, well within his expectations. Settling down in front of his computer, he meticulously organized today's renovation materials into a video and uploaded it to both platforms. Gathering his belongings, Tang Song took the car keys and an umbrella before descending the stairs. The Wuling Hongguang hummed to life, gradually disappearing into the hazy curtain of rain. Due to the ongoing downpour, vehicles on the road moved particularly slowly. Sitting in the car, Tang Song once again appreciated the advantages of having a vehicle. Observing pedestrians navigating the rain with umbrellas outside, his thoughts inevitably drifted to Zhao Yeqian. His friend, the beautician, was not financially well off and typically commuted to work via the 26 bus. However, in such weather, traveling became an ordeal. Arriving at the office, he glanced at the intensifying rain outside. Tang Song reopened Zhao Yeqian's chat window. The message was still the one he had sent yesterday afternoon. Shall we go shopping together this weekend? It won't take much of your time, just at Yinxing Plaza. I'd like to hear your fashion advice to help me choose an outfit. Yet, Zhao Yeqian had not replied to this simple invitation. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Song left a message. The wind and rain are quite fierce today. Please take care on the road. Not long after sending the message, his phone vibrated. Zhao Yeqian, Rainbow Umbrella JPG. Zhao Yeqian, don't worry. I have a large umbrella for protection. I won't get wet. Upon receiving the beautician's response and seeing the familiar umbrella, Tang Song couldn't help but smile. After a brief hesitation, he sent her a small red envelope of 20 yuan. He continued, last time, Teacher Zhao's umbrella sheltered me from the wind and rain, escorting me home. This time, I'll treat it to a taxi ride. Zhao Yeqian, no, that is not acceptable. Tang Song replied, it's for the rainbow umbrella. The wind is too strong today, and I can't bear to see it suffer. After a period of silence, Zhao Yeqian finally accepted the red envelope. A little later, she shared a Didi trip order from Tianqua Garden Community to the entrance of the pedestrian street. Zhao Yeqian, I've already escorted it into the car. Thank you. Once I receive my salary, I'll fill up your Wuling tank. Seeing this message, Tang Song chuckled softly. This phrase seemed to have become her catchphrase. Since they had met, he had heard her say once I receive my salary at least 7 or 8 times, followed by some promise or another. After chatting with Zhao Yeqian for a while, Tang Song's worries lifted. For now, it seemed that there were no issues between him and his beautician friend. As for her lack of response to his shopping invitation, it might stem from some subtle thoughts on her part, which he had never been adept at deciphering. Much like when he faced Bai Yueguang, always unable to fathom her thoughts. Shaking his head, he cast aside the tangled thoughts. Tang Song reopened the system interface, his gaze fixed intently on the balance column. Balance, 630,000 yuan. Investment capital, 1,000,000 yuan. With no debts remaining, his net assets stood at 10,630,000 yuan, and under the influence of the title, Popular Me, he could continuously generate new income. He had genuinely achieved a degree of financial freedom. This feeling was truly delightful. While money might not be omnipotent, it could alleviate 99 of an ordinary person's troubles. After gazing at his asset information for a while, Tang Song suddenly slapped his forehead. Right, it was time to replace his parents' phones. They were still using a low-end Honor model from several years ago, and the Kirin 710 processor was struggling. His father often complained about the insufficient memory. Tang Song swiftly opened his computer and browsed through JD.com. Eventually, he ordered 2 Honor 80 Pros. The devices were lightweight, had a familiar operating system, offered quick handling, and featured a screen that was easy on the eyes. He chose black for his father and pink for his mother, both with the highest configuration of 12 GB RAM and 512 GB storage, spending a total of 7,600 yuan. After purchasing the phones, Tang Song glanced at his balance, feeling a surge of restlessness. The family's refrigerator had been in use for over 10 years. Originally bought when he was in middle school, its 185L capacity could hardly satisfy his mother's cooking needs, and it was particularly noisy. His parents had grown accustomed to reheating leftovers, and a microwave was a necessity. Additionally, the family's television had a small screen and low clarity, unfriendly to his parents' eyes. After graduating, he had coincidentally encountered family hardships, leading to a tight lifestyle. After repaying debts, he needed to save for a house and marriage. The household appliances and furniture had been making do for far too long and were overdue for an upgrade. Now that he was no longer short of funds, it was only natural to fulfill this long-held wish. After finalizing his purchases, he calculated the total expenditure to be around 20,000 yuan. And looking at the long list of orders filled him with a sense of accomplishment. He picked up his phone and sent his mother a WeChat message. Mom, I recently earned some money from freelance work and bought a few things for the family. They should arrive in the next couple of days, so please remember to collect them. Having completed these tasks, Tang Song stretched lazily, leaned back in his chair, and opened Zaihongshu. He intended to gather suggestions from netizens to create a simple plan for his upcoming video production. As this matter was closely tied to his primary source of income and required serious attention, he opened the notes he had published in the morning. The views numbered only around 500, with likes and comments in single digits. He carefully reviewed the few comments below and replied to each one, his brow slightly furrowing. It seemed that the data had been declining progressively over the past few days, and the enthusiasm of netizens in their comments was waning. Tang Song clicked on the recently published notes and analyzed them for a while, gradually realizing the underlying issue. In an effort to attract followers and garner attention, he had been posting daily. Aside from occasional styling, encounters with goddesses, and outings, he mainly recorded his meals, exercise, and weight. After the initial novelty wore off, netizens' curiosity about such content had significantly diminished. In the realm of ordinary transformations, only content that truly captivates, showcases conflict, or highlights contrasts could find a market. With this thought in mind, Tang Song's perspective suddenly became clear. If he wished to accumulate followers through organic traffic, he needed to pursue a quality-driven approach. By targeting a specific flaw and conducting a focused transformation, he could create content with stark contrasts while interspersing transformation experiences. This would not only satisfy the viewer's desire for insight, but also provide a degree of educational value, representing a truly sustainable strategy for him. Subsequently, Tang Song began diligently sifting through the comments on his previous notes. Some advised him on skincare, others on hair care, while many encouraged him to try makeup, alongside numerous fashion suggestions. As he flipped through one particular post, a lengthy comment caught his attention. Little Red Riding Hood, blogger, good posture is extremely important. It can make you appear more graceful and upright. Your forward-leaning neck is quite pronounced. At Yao Yao Ling's request, I've compiled a tutorial for correction. Stand up straight. Cross your arms behind you, and let your shoulders relax. The comment elaborated in several hundred words and included a few images, showcasing great effort. Noting that it had been posted a few days prior, he recalled that he had been preoccupied with buying a car, receiving a house, and going on a road trip, and had not paid attention to this comment. Correcting posture was indeed a commendable direction. His previous selfies and videos had reflected his most authentic daily state. Slouching shoulders, hunchbacks, raised shoulders, and forward-leaning necks. These minor postural flaws are indeed prevalent and have an impact on his appearance. If these could be rectified, creating a comparative video showcasing the before and after states would yield remarkable results. Tang Song diligently copied the comment from Little Red Riding Hood into his notes, leaving a message, received. Thank you for your guidance. I will begin practicing today. After sending the message, Tang Song was astonished to discover a familiar ID beneath the lengthy review. Yao Yao Ling. This is the expert I hired with great expense, having practiced dance since childhood. You can trust her advice. Now, that is a true quality fan. Not only does she offer suggestions, but she also rallies support from those around her. Tang Song couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Responding, I sincerely appreciate your unwavering support and encouragement. If you ever visit Yin City, please feel free to reach out. I'll take care of your meals and accommodation. In the afternoon, Tang Song submitted a leave application for Monday through the OA system. Subsequently, under the pretext of conducting a demand analysis, he engaged in meaningful discussions with several colleagues from the sales department. The focus was primarily on understanding the operational modes of online distributors and e-commerce companies. These frontline sales personnel have the most contact with channel clients and possess the most knowledge. Upon returning to his workstation, after organizing the information gathered over the past 2 days, Tang Song became increasingly certain of his entrepreneurial direction, live streaming e-commerce in the fashion sector. This is currently one of the industries with the highest survival and success rates. E-commerce platforms have shattered geographical limitations, reduced operational costs, eliminated intermediaries, and enhanced operational efficiency. Through big data analysis, it is possible to identify potential consumer demographics more precisely, optimize inventory management, and mitigate the risks of inventory accumulation. Given his current situation, the feasibility of this venture is significantly bolstered with the assistance of industry insiders like Gao Mengting. Chapter 42, Full Tank at 95. At 6 p.m., the rain outside continued to fall in a gentle drizzle. This day-long downpour rendered the entire city damp and sluggish. Just as Tang Song was about to close his laptop and leave for the day, a notification abruptly popped up in his corporate email. OA reminder. Your leave application submitted on April 24th, 2023 has been denied. Please revise and resubmit for review. Tang Song raised his eyebrows, finding this quite unprecedented. He accessed the OA website, navigated to the leave module, and checked the review information. Reviewer, Chun Yunting, review result, denied, review comments, leave reason description unclear. Tang Song's reason for leave was essentially a generic template for company leave requests. Personal matters, 1 day of annual leave. Jinxiu Trading has a relatively lenient approach to leave management, rarely denying employees for such reasons. It was evident that Director Chun was targeting him, and the reason was undoubtedly related to Du Shaokai's incident. Tang Song didn't bother to seek Chun Yunting out for a private conversation. After all, he wouldn't be staying for long. He resubmitted the request and clocked out for the day. The Wuling Hongguang slowly exited the underground parking garage and merged into the city's sluggish traffic. After parking at Yinxing Plaza, Tang Song stepped out of the car while holding an umbrella. There were few pedestrians on the road, and intermittent rumbles of thunder echoed in the sky as raindrops pattered against the umbrella, creating a soothing sound. He briskly walked to the familiar handcrafted fried skewer shop. Tang Song picked up a glass bowl and tongs, beginning to select his choices. 5 skewers of juicy sweet potato, 4 of the finest ham. And he decided against the starchy sausage, unsure of its brand. 3 skewers of vegetarian beef, quail eggs, lamb, and an abundance of vegetables. At the checkout, the bald shop owner greeted him with a broad smile, generously rounding off the total to 180 yuan. Tang Song thanked the owner, picked up the thermal bags, and stepped outside, where he also purchased 2 steaming cups of bubble tea. After a short turn, the sign for Yitzi Beauty and Hair Salon came into view. As he stepped through the door, he immediately spotted Zhao Yaqian, clad in a tailored suit, standing at the cash register. Song Ge, you're here. Welcome. Zhao Yaqian quickly approached, her face lighting up with surprise. Tang Song set his umbrella aside and asked, I haven't had my facial treatment this week. You should have some time this evening, right? Absolutely. With this heavy rain, we hardly have any customers, Zhao Yaqian whispered. Jinjia, the cashier, didn't even come to work, and the boss is furious in the WeChat group. Perfect timing then, Tang Song said, raising the 2 thermal bags in his hands. I brought you your favorite handcrafted skewers. Let us eat before we do the treatment. Upon hearing handcrafted skewers, Zhao Yaqian's eyes sparkled, and she eagerly nodded. I was just pondering what to eat. Thank you, Songgu. In the employee break room of the beauty area, Zhao Yaqian unfolded a folding table and brought over 2 small stools. Once seated, she impatiently unwrapped the packaging, leaning forward with her entire face drawn close. The secret sauce, spicy seasoning, cumin, and the aroma of the ingredients melded together, causing tears of joy to stream down her cheeks. Isn't this portion a bit too generous? 5 servings of sweet potato and so many meat skewers. My goodness. The skewers she usually hesitated to order now lay before her in abundance, overwhelming Zhao Yaqian with unexpected happiness. Tang Song inserted a straw into the bubble tea and handed it to her, smiling. I'm still on a diet. You're the main focus here, so eat up. In that case, I won't hold back. Zhao Yaqian licked her lips, grabbed a sweet potato skewer, took a bite, and her eyes instantly squinted into crescent moons. Delicious. In the tranquil break room, the 2 of them enjoyed their meal while chatting amiably, reminiscent of a travel adventure. Beyond skincare, they occasionally discussed mutual friends. Tang Song learned that this beauty therapist's roommate is her distant cousin, supposedly connected through her mother's family. This cousin studied at a junior college in Yin City and, after graduation, works in a small company doing operations, earning a modest salary while juggling a heavy workload, even having to work overtime on weekends. She is currently contemplating a job change, hoping to find a more relaxed position. Zhao Yaqian secretly envied her cousin. Many office jobs require a junior college diploma, whereas she only graduated from high school, leaving her with limited job options. In the confined space, the beauty therapist's lovely visage, her moist and plump lips, and her alluring curves held Tang Song's gaze captive, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. I'm so full. I can't eat another bite. Zhao Yaqian stood up, rubbing her round belly, a satisfied expression on her face. Songgu, I'm going to brush my teeth first. Then we can begin the treatment. My mouth has quite a strong odor. I wouldn't want to offend you. Tang Song clenched his fist, feigning nonchalance as he leaned closer, inhaling deeply, and said with a smile, It smells delightful, I don't mind. Zhao Yaqian paused, her cheeks flushing slightly, her gaze darting away. It's just the smell of fried skewers. I should really take care of it. Wait for me for 2 minutes. With that, she turned and hurried out. Deep cleansing, exfoliation, essence care, and hydration. This facial treatment was more meticulous than the previous ones, with each step taking ample time. While applying the hydrating mask, Zhao Yaqian even treated him to a 10-minute head and neck massage. Her touch was gentle and refined, the sensation warm and delicate, lulling Tang Song into a state of blissful drowsiness. By the time the treatment concluded, it was already 8:30 p.m., and the rain outside persisted. Tang Song observed Zhao Yaqian tidying up and remarked with a smile, "Are you about to finish for the day? Perfect timing. I'll drive you home." Zhao Yaqian's movements hesitated momentarily as she softly replied, "No need. My place is not nearby. A round trip would take over half an hour, which would be too much of a burden on your time. I just got the car and feel a strong urge to go out and take a stroll. So please indulge me." Gazing into Tang Song's sincere eyes, Zhao Yaqian bit her lower lip and gently nodded, saying, "Thank you, Songgu. I will get ready right away." She finally realized that Tang Song's gestures of buying fried skewers and milk tea, as well as coming to help her with skincare, stemmed from his concern about her returning home in the rain. Much like how he had sent her a red envelope earlier that morning under the pretense of using a rainbow umbrella. The Wuling Hongguang rolled over the damp pavement, splashing fine droplets as it headed towards Tianqua Garden. Within the vehicle, Zhao Yaqian remained somewhat silent, seemingly deep in thought. Tang Song chose not to disturb her. Instead, he took the opportunity to open his music player while waiting at a traffic light. A bright guitar prelude filled the air. BGM, there are many things in this world. You come into life with nothing and leave with nothing. The only things you can take away are yourself and your temperament. You once possessed the most beautiful love. Through the front windshield, the twinkling lights of cars shimmered in the rain, adding a hazy beauty to the city. The two shared a tranquil moment, listening to the music as they traversed through layers of rain, cruising through the streets of Yinqing at night. Upon arrival, Tang Song parked outside Unit 2 of Building 6. Zhao Yaqian opened her half-closed eyes and softly expressed her gratitude. "Songgu, thank you so much today. You sent me a red envelope in the morning, bought me so many delicious treats in the evening, and went out of your way to bring me home. I actually feel quite guilty. It's no trouble at all. After all, we are good friends, and besides, Qianqian, you have helped me a lot," Tang Song reassured her. Zhao Yaqian lifted her gaze to meet Tang Song's eyes and asked, "Songgu, we will always be good friends, right?" Tang Song paused for a moment before nodding affirmatively. "Of course." Zhao Yaqian clenched her hands, lowered her head, and softly said, "Then I'll head upstairs first. You should return home early. It's too late to be out." She grabbed her bag and umbrella, exited the car, and after taking a few steps, she jogged back to the driver's window. Tang Song rolled down the window, and Zhao Yaqian earnestly stated, "Once I receive my salary, I will fill your car with gas, 95 octane. Then I'll treat you to steak at Wanda Plaza. A few days ago, I saw a beautiful watch that I'd like to gift you." After finishing her words, she slipped into the unit's entrance. Amid familiar exclamations, the hallway lights flickered on, illuminating the way. Chapter 43, Mating Discount Clothing Store. April 22nd, 2023, Saturday, overcast, 610. With arms crossed behind his back, shoulders relaxed, and in a fully open posture, Tang Song bit his lower lip with his upper teeth, fixating his gaze on the ceiling. Feeling a distinct stretch in his neck muscles, maintaining the position for 20 seconds while his eyes slowly shifted. After intermittently practicing posture correction 5 times, Tang Song paused to sense the changes within himself. A notification pinged on his phone. Tang Song glanced at his phone and smiled. The final piece of clothing from the Nightfall Chill ensemble had finally arrived. Throwing on a windbreaker, he made his way to the community's delivery station to collect the 4 accumulated packages. Soon, each package was unwrapped, revealing a peach-colored knitted cardigan, a white t-shirt, gray-black casual pants, and a pair of white shoes. Except for the shoes, the other 3 items were from 2 different size sets. After all, it is challenging to ensure a perfect fit when shopping online without trying things on. After trying on each piece, he finally assembled a suitable outfit. Slipping on the white shoes, he felt an inexplicable surge of warmth envelop him. In this season, Yinqing had already cooled down, and with the sudden drop in temperature, it had felt somewhat chilly. Yet now, he felt enveloped in warmth. Tang Song engaged in light movements, sensing his body feeling lighter and brimming with vitality. This must be the manifestation of Constitution 2, Agility 1, with cold resistance effect, in the real world. The system interface unfolded before him as he checked the information. Current outfit compatibility, 90, all effects activated, 90. Constitution, 608, 5918, stamina, 56, agility, 509, 5009, comprehension, 76. Indeed, even though he had tried to maintain the shape, style, and color close to the original, discrepancies were inevitable. Such matters could only be resolved in the future if he acquired skills in drawing, self-studied fashion design, and sought custom tailoring from a tailor shop or factory. Otherwise, achieving a perfect replication would be quite difficult. As for the outfit's additional special effect, Nightfall Chill, He would have to wait until evening to experience it outdoors. Standing before the full-length mirror, Tang Song couldn't help but nod in approval. This ensemble suited him remarkably well, enhancing his appearance. It could also serve as a flattering outfit for correcting his posture in videos, accentuating his physique and increasing visual contrast. After admiring himself for a while, he snapped a photo to share with his mother. Checking the time, it was precisely 10 o'clock. Grabbing his car keys, he set off to meet his future business partner. Balian Center is a mid to high-end commercial complex, housing hotels, office buildings, and shops. Its location is quite advantageous, situated in the city center with convenient transportation. The Mating Discount Clothing Store is located on the ground floor of this commercial complex. Navigating to the underground parking lot, he parked his vehicle and surveyed the surroundings, quickly spotting the imposing Yunshi building not far off. Exiting the parking area, he walked along the clean stone path, and the storefront of the clothing store gradually came into view. Mating Discount Clothing Store. The signage was designed simply yet stylishly, illuminated by a bright white light, with exquisite greenery and decorations adorning the entrance. The entryway was not particularly spacious, hinting at the store's modest size. Upon entering, Tang Song was pleasantly surprised. The overall color scheme leaned towards a soft off-white, with gentle and bright lighting. The store's layout exuded a lively atmosphere, with clothing racks made of a combination of metal and glass, stylish and textured. The only discordant element was the red promotional stickers proclaiming buy one get one free, 20 off, and 50 off. Welcome. Special prices throughout the store. I can help recommend outfits. Ah, Mr. Tang, is that you? The voice was clear and melodious. Gao Mingting, dressed in black pencil pants and a white sweater, with her hair tied back in a ponytail, exuded a sexy yet professional charm, though her face bore signs of evident fatigue. Good morning. Tang Song greeted her with a smile and a wave. They exchanged a few pleasantries, and Gao Mingting inquired with anticipation. So, how's that Wuling Hongguang treating you? Extremely convenient, rest assured, Boss Gao. I bought it purely for commuting, not for heavy hauling, and I wash it regularly. Thank you. Gao Mingting bent slightly, adding, to be honest, I have quite an attachment to it. I bought it during my senior year, and it accompanied me throughout my entrepreneurial journey. Taking a deep breath, she shyly smiled and continued, let us not dwell on that. The men's clothing is on the second floor. Shall I take you to have a look? With no other customers in the store, Tang Song felt no need for formality. The staircase was somewhat narrow, yet it was evident that Gao Mingting had put thought into it, with various soft pads, handrails, and safety measures well in place. Apologies. The items on the second floor are still in disarray and not yet organized. What type of clothing are you looking for? I can help you select directly, Gao Mingting said with a shy smile. Tang Song glanced around, and although the clarity was not as pronounced as downstairs, the environment was nonetheless tidy and well organized. It appeared that this esteemed Mr. Gao possessed a decidedly earnest disposition. Tang Song couldn't help but envision himself in the role of an investor, eager to evaluate this prospective partner. Please assemble a seasonal wardrobe for me. As a professional, your selections will undoubtedly surpass my own, he implored. Gao Mingting scrutinized him for a moment before responding. Your outfit today is quite commendable. With May approaching, allow me to choose a summer ensemble for you. Your physique is quite proportionate, so a standard size will suffice. One moment, please. With that, she turned and ventured into the clothing rack area, seemingly able to recall the location of every garment style with remarkable precision. In less than 2 minutes, she returned, holding 2 pieces of clothing. This solid-colored, 3/4 sleeve shirt, paired with these light, gray casual trousers, is perfect for commuting and complements your physique splendidly. There's a small fitting room over there where you can try it on. If it doesn't meet your satisfaction, I shall select something else. Thank you, Tang Song replied with a smile as he accepted the items. After changing in the fitting room and stepping out to admire himself in the mirror, he found the fit to be impeccable. The deep blue shirt, adorned with irregular white stripes, was both breathable and stylish, while the slightly subdued trousers added an air of sophistication. At that moment, Tang Song's gaze toward her brimmed with greater appreciation. Having such a capable partner, rich in industry experience, adept in fashion, and undeniably attractive, was nothing short of perfection. How much for this outfit? He inquired. Let us say 300 yuan, Gao Mingting explained. This is legitimate branded apparel, although it's from a clearance sale. The quality is excellent. We offer flash sales in our live stream sessions at this price. After completing the payment, Tang Song expressed his surprise. You are involved in live stream e-commerce as well. Gao Mingting hesitated momentarily, her expression betraying a hint of discomfort. I primarily focused on e-commerce before. This store also serves as a live stream venue, but some unforeseen circumstances arose. That's wonderful, Tang Song exclaimed impulsively, then noticed her peculiar gaze and quickly added, Ms. Gao, shall we sit down and discuss? I am quite intrigued by live stream e-commerce and would like to learn more from you. Very well. Perhaps due to her favorable impression of him, Gao Mingting did not decline. They found a secluded bench on the first floor and sat facing each other. Gao Mingting's legs were modestly together, leaning slightly to the right, accentuating the perfect curve of her figure in pencil pants, sensuous yet elegant. Tang Song, redirecting his wandering gaze, carefully chose his words. Would you mind sharing a brief account of your entrepreneurial journey? There's nothing to hide. After all, I'm leaving soon. Gao Mingting replied with a self-deprecating smile, her eyes sweeping over the modest clothing store as she began to recount her story in a calm tone. During her university years, Gao Mingting had made a substantial profit as a tauka, even establishing an independent product recommendation website. The term tauka refers to a profession that earns commissions by assisting e-commerce platform sellers in promoting their products. However, the live-stream commerce sector exploded in 2020, transforming consumer shopping habits due to its interactivity, visibility, and convenience. Consequently, her tauka business suffered tremendously, and her promotional earnings dwindled. After diligent research and study, she decided to adapt to the evolving landscape by entering this burgeoning market. She purchased a Wuling Hongguang vehicle for transporting goods, rented this store, and partnered with 2 classmates to embark on her entrepreneurial venture. She retained an 80% equity stake, while the other 2 held 10 each. They utilized the physical store as a foundation to expand their business through online channels. As the live-stream commerce phenomenon gained momentum, their business flourished. However, this success also birthed disagreements and conflicts. The 2 partners felt undercompensated, arguing that their contributions did not align with their earnings, and demanded a reallocation of shares to an equal split of 1/3 each. This was evidently unacceptable to Gao Mingting, who had primarily funded the store's operations, sourced the inventory, and crafted the live stream style and dialogue. Consequently, the trio parted ways, with the 2 partners invoking the individual business partnership agreement to withdraw their shares and take a portion of the cash flow. One partner responsible for live streaming used the store's verified account to publish a post inciting fans to launch a campaign against her, leading to complaints, a wave of returns, and ultimately the store's ban from the platform. The other partner, who managed fan relations, quickly transitioned her smaller account into a verified one. The 2 started anew in the same business, completely draining Gao Mingting's resources. The online platform faced catastrophic repercussions, cash flow ceased, offline customer traffic dwindled, and inventory piled up, plunging her into a quagmire. Yet, what pained her most was the betrayal of 2 friends. Throughout their conversation, a customer or 2 occasionally entered the store. By the time Gao Mingting finished recounting her entrepreneurial journey, it was nearing noon. Tang Song remained silent, his gaze toward her tinged with empathy. Initially, she had hoped to help her struggling friends achieve prosperity, which resulted in a remarkably lenient individual business partnership agreement, allowing them the ability to turn against her. It was no wonder she had scrutinized the used car sales agreement so meticulously. Do you think I was foolish in some respects? Gao Mingting mused, shaking her head with a wry smile. We were college roommates, close enough to share a bed. Yet, I underestimated human greed and overestimated my own charm. Tang Song pressed his lips together, finally stating, one could only say you are too kind-hearted. Gao Mingting rose and retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the cash register, offering it to him. If you ever consider entrepreneurship, ensure you pay meticulous attention to agreements, ideally with the guidance of a professional lawyer. It's not about gaining an advantage, but rather dissuading others from harboring the courage to betray. Tang Song took the water she offered, standing to meet her gaze, sincerity in his tone as he declared, Ms. Gao, I have indeed devised a comprehensive business plan. I am here to invite you to be my partner. Me? A partner? Gao Mingting stammered in disbelief, taken aback. They had barely met twice. They were hardly acquaintances. So how could the notion of partnership in business arise? Tang Song took a generous gulp of water before explaining, I possess an extensive and complete clothing supply chain network, enabling me to swiftly locate the lowest prices for comparable quality. However, I lack practical experience and require your assistance. Gao Mingting pondered for a moment, shaking her head with a rueful smile. To be honest, I am currently in significant debt, overwhelmed daily, and I simply do not have the bandwidth to start afresh. It's far too daunting. My initial investment was 1 million yuan. Tang Song raised a single finger, his expression earnest. I have a 200 square meter independent office available, located in Yunxi Building. In this moment, he laid bare his most significant advantage to attract this exceptional talent. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance. Mingting, Mingting. A youthful man in his 20s dashed into the store, dressed in a shirt and slacks, his appearance quite cheerful. A name tag hung around his neck. Reading IGR Real Estate Agency. Gao Mingting turned to him, puzzled. What's the matter, Yongming? Li Yongming gasped for breath as he replied. I just received word that the leaders of the property company are dining at Juhueda, and the head of the investment development department is there today. Upon hearing this news, Gao Mingting immediately perked up, her urgency evident as she exclaimed, "Wait for me. I'll be there in a moment." She bit her lip and explained to Tang Song, "Mr. Tang, I find myself in quite a predicament at the moment. Perhaps we could discuss matters of entrepreneurship at a later time?" At this moment, her mind was not inclined to discern the veracity of Tang Song's words. Her sole focus was on overcoming her current challenges and repaying her debts. Moreover, embarking on a venture was no trivial matter. Partners, suppliers, capital, market trends, and numerous influencing factors loomed large. Even if given another chance, the likelihood of failure remained substantial. Tang Song perceived her sentiments and understood that this matter could not be rushed. He candidly replied, "I understand, Boss Gao. Please take your time to consider. I am quite earnest about this entrepreneurial endeavor. Should you wish to join me, we could establish a formal company together. I would contribute the required capital, and we could negotiate equity shares while enlisting a lawyer to draft a comprehensive company charter to avert any potential issues." Li Yongming, observing Tang Song's eloquence, could not help but inquire, "And you are?" "Tang Song," he replied, nodding towards Li Yongming while his gaze remained fixed on Gao Mingting. Li Yongming frowned and said, "Let us go, Mingting. We have more pressing matters at hand." He had been pursuing this college classmate for several years and recognized that Gao Mingting was currently in a vulnerable and helpless state, prompting him to explore every possible avenue to assist her, hoping to win her favor. However, Tang Song's immediate proposition of registering a company and forming a partnership was clearly an encroachment on Gao Mingting's heart. Coupled with Tang Song's commendable stature and appearance, alarm bells rang loudly in Li Yongming's mind. Gao Mingting exchanged glances with Tang Song and nodded, "Very well, Mr. Tang. Let us continue our conversation over WeChat. I truly have urgent matters to attend to and need to close the shop for now. Do you require assistance?" Tang Song inquired, genuinely concerned for his prospective partner. Noticing Tang Song's persistent focus on Gao Mingting, Li Yongming could no longer contain himself and retorted, "We need to consult with the property management about terminating the rental agreement. I've already mentioned this. Can you be of any help?" "Yongming, please speak respectfully," Gao Mingting interjected, furrowing her brow. "I apologize, Mr. Tang. My friend tends to speak rather bluntly. When I rented this shop, I signed an agreement with the property management stipulating that should I terminate the lease prematurely, I would need to compensate for the remaining month's rent, and my security deposit would be forfeited. You are aware of my current predicament. I simply wish to approach the property management leadership to see if we can find an alternative solution or perhaps negotiate a more lenient arrangement." "I understand," Tang Song nodded. Having heard of such practices where shopping centers impose similar conditions to prevent tenants from abandoning their leases, especially during peak rental seasons. Gao Mingting glanced at the time and said, "Mr. Tang, we should leave now. We need to take a taxi." Tang Song offered, "How about I drive you there? I hope that minivan brings you good fortune." Upon hearing the mention of the minivan, Gao Mingting's expression softened significantly, and she nodded gently, "Very well, thank you, Mr. Tang." She then retrieved a beautifully packaged belt from her drawer and handed it to him. "This is a promotional gift from a previous event. Consider it your fare." "Thank you." Tang Song replied with a smile as he accepted it. Li Yongming opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking, knowing he had yet to purchase a car himself. Chapter 45, Mr. Huang. "Mingting, let us sit in the back. The front gets quite sunny." "It's all right. I've applied sunscreen." Then that is settled. Gao Mingting opened the door to the passenger seat and slid in. It had been over a week since she last saw this vehicle, and she felt a pang of nostalgia. Observing the pristine interior and the wooden decor, a subtle joy glimmered in her eyes as she delicately touched various surfaces. Her gaze towards Tang Song softened considerably. As the vehicle roared to life, she closed her eyes, leaning back against the seat, unable to suppress a faint smile. The Juhui Hotel was not far from the Baoyan Center, and within 10 minutes, they arrived. "Thank you, Mr. Tang. Goodbye." Gao Mingting inhaled deeply, her expression tense as she gazed toward the restaurant. The impending termination of her lease, alongside 4 months of rent and the security deposit, totaled nearly 60,000 yuan, a heavy burden for her at present. Tang Song pondered for a moment and pointed towards the restaurant. "It's lunchtime now. I'll be dining at Juhui Hotel. Once you finish your conversation, feel free to join me, and we can discuss the entrepreneurial venture over lunch. If you have any reservations, you may voice them directly." With such an invitation extended, Gao Mingting felt compelled to acquiesce, nodding, "All right." Li Yongming's expression fell immediately, but as just a casual friend of Gao Mingting, he had no grounds to intervene and could only feel anxious in silence. At noon on a Saturday, the restaurant was bustling with patrons. Upon entering the establishment adorned with traditional decor, they quickly spotted a queue of patrons waiting for tables. Gao Mingting bid him farewell and promptly ascended the stairs with Li Yongming. Tang Song took a number and settled into a wicker chair in the waiting area. surveying the uniquely decorated surroundings as he pulled out his phone to respond to comments from enthusiastic users on Zaihongshu. That Tang Song is deliberately trying to get close to you. All this talk of entrepreneurship and dining is merely a ruse. Once we conclude our business, we can leave without further ado. I know of a decent Hunan restaurant nearby that I've long wished to introduce you to. Li Yongming grumbled as they made their way to the private room. Gao Mengting furrowed her brows, entirely disinterested in his complaints. Li Yongming was not a bad person, but his personality was somewhat problematic. He was too petty. This was why, despite being a marketing management graduate like many of their peers who thrived in large enterprises, he had faced repeated layoffs and ultimately found himself in the lowest ranks of real estate brokerage. Gao Mengting had attempted to gently advise him several times, but to no avail. Wei arrived. This is the place. They stood outside a private room named Moonshadow. Li Yongming nervously rubbed his hands and whispered, Mengting, don't worry. Our company has always been a strategic partner with Yunxi Property. I know several of their supervisors and can certainly speak to them. Rather than comforting Gao Mengting, it was more self-encouragement. As a newcomer in the brokerage for over 6 months, he had only met the property management leaders a few times when bringing clients to sign contracts. Hardly enough to claim familiarity. Gao Mengting tightened her grip on her bag. Her heart heavy. Li Yongming adjusted his hairstyle, leaned forward, and pressed his ear against the door to listen for any sounds from within, then gently knocked. Knock, knock, knock. The gentle sound seemed too faint to elicit any response. Knock, knock, knock again, but Gao Mengting felt increasingly anxious with his actions. Raising her brows, she extended her slender fingers and knocked firmly, then pushed the door slightly ajar. Li Yongming was startled and instinctively stepped aside before quickly standing tall at the doorway, nervously announcing, Good afternoon, esteemed leaders. I am Shaoli from IGR Real Estate, Tingyun Branch. Oh, Shaoli from IGR Real Estate. Hello. What brings you here? A tall, slender man near the door turned around, a hint of curiosity on his face. Li Yongming instantly recognized him as Wang Dongrui from the engineering department of Yunxi Property. Across from him sat a stern-looking middle-aged man dressed in a casual suit, exuding an air of authority. As the man's gaze swept over, Li Yongming felt as if he were in the presence of a high-ranking official. Cautiously, he leaned in slightly, smiling. I have a matter to discuss with you, Supervisor Wang. If it's convenient. Today, there are important guests present, making it inconvenient. Supervisor Wang dismissed the matter with a perfunctory shake of his head. Li Yongming's face flushed crimson. He wished to voice his thoughts, yet feared offending the other party, as they were, after all, clients of their company. However, the goddess stood right behind him, placing him in a most precarious predicament. Gao Mengting, who had been waiting, could no longer bear the situation and directly opened the door, stepping into the private room. With a warm and sincere smile, she greeted, Hello, Supervisor Wang. I am a merchant from Baoyan Center. Due to some business issues, I wish to terminate the lease early. I hope to discuss the matters regarding the contract and the deposit with your esteemed company. Supervisor Wang furrowed his brow, clearly displeased as he replied, I only handle the engineering department. You may contact our company's investment development or legal departments regarding this matter. Gao Mengting glanced into the room, not spotting Supervisor Sun from the investment development team. Biting her lip, she inquired, I previously contacted your staff, but the terms they offered were rather stringent. Wang raised his hand to interrupt, stating, Our company has regulations. Once a contract is signed, it cannot be altered. At that moment, a middle-aged man in casual attire suddenly interjected, Old Wang, there's no need to be so serious. This isn't your office, you're scaring the young lady. Supervisor Wang paused, then smiled amiably, acknowledging, You are right, Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang turned his gaze towards the graceful and alluring Gao Mengting, smiling as he said, Hello. I am also a merchant from Baoyan Center. Supervisor Sun from the investment department stepped out to greet a friend and will return shortly. Why don't you sit down and wait? Supervisor Wang introduced, This is Huang Yongming, the owner of Yunli Hotel. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Huang. Gao Mengting took a deep breath and seated herself in an empty spot, her ample bosom rising and falling. Yunli Hotel occupies 3 entire floors within the Baoyan Center building and is a well-known star-rated hotel in Yanqing. Mr. Huang is quite a figure. He is a true big shot. As a real estate agent in this area, Li Yongming understood the significance of knowing the owner of such a hotel. He cautiously sat beside them, becoming tense, hardly daring to breathe. Huang Yongming observed Gao Mengting's exquisite features and, with keen interest, asked, You appear quite young. What business are you involved in? With a standard smile, Gao Mengting replied, I run a clothing store, a modest venture, certainly not comparable to yours, Mr. Huang. Clothing, quite good. Speaking of which, I hold shares in Huashang Apparel, so we have some connection. Huashang Apparel? Gao Mengting clasped her hands together. It is indeed the leading name in Yanqing's garment manufacturing industry, renowned far and wide. Meanwhile, Li Yongming lowered his head, shrinking into the background like a mere shadow, occasionally forcing a dry laugh. Chapter 46, The Light of the Moon. Yao Yaoling, goodness, what a coincidence. So you are also in Yinqing. You promised to provide food and shelter, remember? Good brother, when I lose my job, I'll come looking for you. Upon seeing this enthusiastic netizen's reply to her comment from yesterday, Tang Song was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected such a serendipitous connection in the same city. He smiled and replied, no problem. Although I live in a one-bedroom apartment, a 1.5-meter bed can comfortably accommodate both of us. Returning to the main interface. Just as he was about to check the next note, a voice sounded beside him. President Tang, good afternoon. I didn't expect to run into you here. Tang Song looked up in surprise at the plump man before him, standing up uncertainly. You are Sun from Yinqi Property? Yes. I am Sun Jiajia from the Investment Development Department. Sun Jiajia beamed, his chubby face looking somewhat endearing. Hello, Supervisor Sunday. Last time at Yinqi Building. Manager Ma brought over 7 or 8 people to host, so I didn't catch many names. Sun Jiajia patted the side of a refined man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, introducing. President Tang, this is He Zhenglei, the sales director of Huiguang Decoration. Your office renovation project was done by Huiguang. Hello, President Tang. Although He Zhenglei did not know the young man's identity, he could tell from Sun Jiajia's demeanor that it was certainly noteworthy. Are you waiting for someone, President Tang? Sun Jiajia inquired. Tang Song raised the number tag he held, smiling. It's quite busy during lunch, so I'm in line. Sun Jiajia's eyes lit up, and he immediately suggested, shall we go together? We are here mainly to discuss hotel renovation with a client. Tang Song shook his head, no need. I have other friends joining soon. Then another time. Sun Jiajia pulled out a card from his pocket and handed it to him. President Tang. Our company has a business collaboration with Juhuid Restaurant. This is their Platinum VIP card. There's a reserved private room upstairs. Considering he would soon discuss collaboration with Gao Mengting, a private room would indeed be more suitable. Tang Song accepted without refusal. I'll use it for now. I'll return it to Supervisor Sun at Yunqi Building later. Sun Jiajia waved his hands. No, President Tang, don't say that. It's just a card. I have plenty more. Please keep it. Afterward, he approached the front desk and exchanged a few friendly words with the lobby manager. President Tang, it's all arranged. There's a room available on the 3rd floor. I'll take Director He over first, and we'll come back to toast you later. Thank you. If it weren't for Supervisor Sun today, I might have had to wait a long time. You're too kind. Just call me Old Sunday. Here's my personal card. Feel free to contact me anytime. The three chatted as they ascended, parting ways at the hallway. Tang Song was led by a waiter into a room named Fuguang. The decor was elegant and sophisticated, complete with a private restroom and lounge, exuding luxury. Watching the others disappear from view, He Zhenglei whispered, Old Sun, what is President Tang's background? Sun Jiajia pointed upward. He is a client personally arranged by our parent company, Yunqi Group, who carved out a section of the reserved office area for him. What do you think? I see. He Zhenglei's expression froze. To have Yunqi Group do such a thing, one could only assume it involved power or wealth. Several speculations formed in his mind, and he felt a twinge of regret for not having offered his business card earlier. Let us handle Mr. Huang's matter first. This is a significant deal. Sun Jiajia clapped him on the shoulder, smiling broadly as he pushed open the room door, exclaiming, sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Huang. Haha, I've brought Director He from Huiguang Decoration with me. Feel free to discuss any needs directly with him. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the price. At that moment, he noticed a pair of unfamiliar individuals in the room who stood up abruptly, their expressions a mix of hesitation and intent as they looked at him. Sun Jiajia raised an eyebrow but chose to ignore them, guiding He Zhenglei to Huang Yangming's side. The three exchanged warm pleasantries. Huang Yangming gestured toward Gao Mengting, casually stating, Old Sun, this Miss Gao has an urgent matter to discuss with you. Perhaps you could chat for a moment? Gao Mengting quickly spoke up, Supervisor Sun. I am a tenant of the Balian Center building. Due to operational issues, I need to terminate my lease. However, the previous contract states that I must compensate for the remaining rent and forfeit the entire deposit. That is indeed the case. Balian Center has office buildings, commercial spaces, and hotels, all in excellent locations, thus resulting in relatively strict lease agreements. In light of Mr. Huang's connections, I will maintain a courteous demeanor, Sun Jiajia responded. Gao Mengting bit her lip, speaking softly, I am currently facing cash flow difficulties. I need to cover 4 months' rent. Is there any way we could possibly reduce some of that amount or postpone the payment? Sun Jiajia expressed some hesitation, saying, Miss Gao, this is the company's regulation. Huang Yangming took a sip of white liquor and chuckled, Old Sun, this Miss Gao is a friend of mine. Gao Mengting's heart raced, realizing the situation had taken a turn. After all, Sun Jiajia was a seasoned individual well acquainted with the intricacies of society. He naturally perceived Huang Yangming's implication. Very well. Since President Huang has spoken, I shall communicate with the legal department. While a full exemption is impossible and the security deposit will not be refunded, we can postpone the payment date by a few months. Supervisor Wang from the engineering department interjected at the opportune moment. If you are terminating the lease, there's no need to restore the premises to their original condition. Minor scuffs on the walls and floors are perfectly acceptable. I will give a heads up during the inspection. Hearing the words of the two leaders, Gao Mingting instantly felt a wave of relief wash over her. Although it was not the best outcome, it provided a buffer. After pondering for a moment, she cautiously inquired, Supervisor Sun, when would it be convenient for me to visit the property company next week? Not wanting to leave any room for unforeseen complications, she was eager to set a firm date. Next Wednesday, after 10 a.m., Sun Jiajia provided a specific time. Gao Mingting took out her phone to set an alarm, expressing sincerely, I greatly appreciate the understanding from both leaders, and I am thankful for President Huang's assistance. We shall not disturb you further with your important matters. Huang Yangming casually gestured toward the phone on the table, saying, Miss Gao, your capabilities and demeanor are quite commendable. I admire young individuals like you. Let us connect on WeChat and chat when time allows. Thank you for your recognition, President Huang, Gao Mingting replied, her expression betraying no hint of her emotions as she smiled and scanned the QR code to add him as a friend. As they exited the private room, Li Yongming let out a sigh, momentarily at a loss for words, awkwardly gazing at the ceiling. He realized he had not been much help today and felt somewhat superfluous. Gao Mingting glanced at her phone and asked, Tang Song happens to be in the Fuguang private room on the 3rd floor. Would you like to join me? Li Yongming immediately responded, Mingting, that Tang Song seems like an unreliable person. Since the issue is resolved, why don't we just leave? Gao Mingting frowned and replied, Since I have already made a promise, I cannot break it. If you are unwilling to go, then so be it. I will go. I will go. Li Yongming quickly nodded. Let us go, Mingting. I'll take you there. Gao Mingting took one last look at the door of the Moon Shadow private room, firmly grasped her phone, and stepped towards Fuguang. Chapter 47. President Tang, please continue to impress. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The private room door was slowly pushed open. Gao Mingting walked in gracefully. Mr. Tang, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Please have a seat. Miss Gao, Tang Song replied, rising to greet her. I just arrived not long ago. The dishes have yet to be served. Thank you, Gao Mingting said with a smile as she took a seat. Li Yongming surveyed the private room's ambience and remarked, for just a lunch, you are quite extravagant. The minimum spend for a private room at Juhuida is 200 yuan. Tang Song clearly intends to impress Gao Mingting. Unfortunately, he did not realize that his goddess was not one to flaunt or appreciate such ostentation. During her university days, many wealthy suitors had been eliminated for similar displays. Tang Song disregarded the ostentatious remarks and passed the iPad for ordering. I've selected a few signature dishes. Please see if there's anything else you'd like. Gao Mingting accepted it, glanced briefly, and smiled. This is already plenty. We certainly cannot finish all of this. How did the rent negotiations go? Fairly smoothly. At least we can postpone it for a few months. Once I handle the goods in my warehouse, I can make the payment, Gao Mingting replied, placing her bag on the adjacent chair, leaning back, and gazing at the dazzling chandelier above. That's good to hear. The most challenging part is behind us. From the moment he first met her, he sensed her tension and fatigue. Seeing her finally relax brought him joy. Li Yongming observed the two conversing amiably and raised an eyebrow. Unable to restrain himself, he interjected. Today, the property leadership happens to be entertaining a major client. With such a significant figure present, Mingting's matter was able to be resolved smoothly. He emphasized the mention of the important figure, raising his voice slightly. Yunli Hotel, you know. Yongming. As Li Yongming attempted to continue, he was interrupted by Gao Mingting's serious tone. Noticing her gaze, he awkwardly chuckled and hastily explained, I merely intended to broaden Tang Song's horizons. Gao Mingting pressed her lips together, feeling a tinge of disappointment toward her old classmate. He had always been like this, even 3 years post-graduation. His psychological resilience and personal capabilities had hardly improved. The key was that he remained unresponsive to advice. Just then, a waiter entered with a tray, bringing the remaining dishes to the table. Tang Song gestured toward Gao Mingting. Let us eat while we talk. All right, to be honest, I'm quite hungry. I haven't eaten much since last night. I've heard the spicy beef tripe here is exceptional. Do give it a try. The texture is truly delightful, tender and bouncy. Delicious. After some light conversation, the atmosphere gradually became pleasant and harmonious. Gao Mingting stood up to pour tea for Tang Song, taking the initiative. Li Yongming, sitting nearby, was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Mingting inquired, Mr. Tang, what prompted you to venture into the clothing e-commerce business? Perhaps you could share your thoughts. Even if we cannot collaborate, I can offer some insights. She was not one to overlook opportunities, and she possessed a discerning eye. Tang Song's prompt and decisive payment for the car, his visit to support her business, and his effort to book a private room with an array of signature dishes all suggested he was earnest, patient, and confident. With the burden in her heart lifted, she was open to hearing his entrepreneurial aspirations. Whether they would come to fruition was another matter, but at least the right attitude was essential. Tang Song carefully considered his words. The company I currently work for specializes in clothing channel trade, which is the main reason I chose this industry. Oh, may I ask which company? Jingxia Shangmo. Gao Mingting exclaimed in surprise. That is a major player in Yin City's clothing trade. I have previously interacted with agents from your company. Tang Song nodded slightly, sharing insights about the advantages in supplier and sourcing data. Gao Mingting listened intently, her eyes growing brighter. She couldn't help but exclaim, initially. My sources were all from platforms like 1688, iMyMy, and Duo. I contacted them one by one, testing and comparing each item. And it took considerable effort to establish my channels. Due to the inability to secure competitive prices for genuine products, I primarily dealt with clearance stock. After discussing the supply chain, Gao Mingting's mindset shifted positively. It was evident that Tang Song had indeed put in considerable effort. He was not merely joking. Subsequently, they discussed platform choices, repayment cycles, after-sales service, and initial marketing strategies. When Tang Song once again mentioned the figure of 1 million, as well as the Yunqi building office and extended a collaboration invitation, Gao Mingting had yet to respond when Li Yongming could no longer contain himself. He chuckled lightly, eagerly asking, if I may be so bold, which floor is your Yunqi building office located on? What are the numbers? 30th floor, offices 3001 and 3002, totaling 200 square meters. Li Yongming excitedly patted the table, his face beaming with joy. My brother, could you at least check the facts before boasting? Just a moment ago, you mentioned that you had prepared a fund of 1 million, and I could let that slide with a smile. However, the 30th floor of the Yunqi building is reserved as an office area for the real estate company and is never available for rent. Do not attempt to debate this. I am a real estate agent for IGR Real Estate, currently representing the leasing business for the Yunqi building, and I am well acquainted with it. I never claimed it was rented. Tang Song furrowed his brow and addressed Gao Mingting, stating, the office is under my own property rights, so there is no pressure of rent. Gao Mingting was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process this information. Li Yongming gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, goodness, this is becoming increasingly outrageous. You might as well claim the entire Yunqi building is yours, or perhaps exaggerate even further and declare yourself the head of Yunqi Real Estate. Then I would have to respectfully refer to you as President Tang. Haha, President Tang, do continue. The room fell silent in an instant, a faint air of awkwardness lingering. Gao Mingting bit her lip, contemplating whether to say something. She was well aware of the Yunqi building, as it, along with the Balian Center, were projects developed by Yunqi Real Estate, managed by the same team. It was exceedingly rare for properties there to be sold externally. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the door. A somewhat familiar voice floated in from the entrance. President Tang, are you available at the moment? Chapter 48. Only you will do. The door to the private room was gently pushed open. The plump Sun Jiajia and the lanky Wang Dongrui stepped inside, immediately spotting the two familiar faces. Wang Dongrui appeared utterly astonished. Sun Jiajia instinctively blinked, glancing at Tang Song and then at the alluring and beautiful Gao Mingting. Seemingly piecing together the scenario, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Moments ago, he and old Wang had been in the private room, helping Huang Yongming boost Miss Gao's favor. This was utterly absurd. He felt like he was caught in the crossfire. He swallowed hard and enthusiastically remarked, President Tang, I never expected your esteemed guest to be Miss Gao. What a remarkable coincidence. Upon hearing this, a bright spark illuminated Tang Song's mind. Gao Mingting had come today to discuss terminating the lease with the property leader of Balian Center. And Li Yongming had mentioned the investment and development department, but he had never considered this angle. It seemed that the Balian Center was also under the management of Yunqi property. In an instant, his thoughts raced. This collaboration was indeed promising. He glanced at the dazed Li Yongming and Gao Mingting, smiling. It truly is quite a coincidence. Both individuals, seasoned in the ways of the world, quickly regained their composure. Sun Jiajia promptly raised his glass, his tone tinged with anxiety. President Tang, allow me to toast you. Thank you for your support of our work. I raise my glass to you as well. Wang Dongrui followed suit. With that, they downed their drinks in one swift motion. Tang Song raised his teacup and took a sip. Seated in his chair, Li Yongming felt a rush of blood, his face flushing. He bit down hard on his lip, the sharp pain jolting him. What on earth was happening? He merely jested about President Tang, and they truly took him seriously? This was absurd. Were they hired actors? He widened his eyes, staring at the two, who were undeniably the leaders of Yunqi property. Suddenly, his head buzzed. and the luxurious wooden chair beneath him felt as though it were on fire. Sun Jiajia exhaled, nervously glancing at Gao Mingting. Miss Gao, I apologize for any previous misunderstandings. I hope you can forgive us. Oh no, no, Supervisor Sun has already been of great assistance to me. Gao Mingting quickly interjected, standing up to face the property leaders. Her expression still tinged with disbelief. Sun Jiajia's eyes glimmered, his tone sincere. President Tang, we were unaware that Miss Gao was your friend. Everything regarding the lease termination is negotiable, and we guarantee your satisfaction. Miss Gao, we will fully refund your security deposit, and you will not need to pay the remaining rent on the contract. I will arrange this immediately. Gao Mingting felt momentarily dazed by the prompt concession regarding her lease termination, especially considering the evident respect shown towards Tang Song. Even Huang, the manager of Yuli Hotel, had not displayed such a humble demeanor in their presence. The implications were unmistakable. She discreetly stole a glance at Tang Song and softly said, "Thank you for your assistance. Supervisor Sunday." "Not at all. Miss Gao, should you encounter any issues in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to us," Tang Song courteously suggested. "Shall we sit down and share a meal?" Sun Jiajia hurriedly waved his hands. No, no, no. We wouldn't want to impose. We still have work to discuss. We primarily came over to toast you, and now we shall take our leave. Then until next time. All right. When President Tang has the time, I will make the arrangements. Farewell. Farewell. The door to the private room clicked shut. Tang Song felt an immense relief wash over him. He had been trying to maintain his composure before the two property supervisors, and his face had felt somewhat strained. He turned to the still-standing Gao Mingting and smiled. "Boss Gao, I trust you no longer doubt my words?" Gao Mingting blinked, a radiant smile illuminating her face as she swiftly approached him. Raising her elegantly long hand, she said, "President Tang, it is a pleasure to formally meet you. My name is Gao Mingting, hailing from Wushan, Yinchuan Province, a graduate of Yinchuan University, Marketing Management. Class of 2020. Please feel free to call me Mingting. I sincerely appreciate your recognition, and I believe our forthcoming collaboration will be exceedingly pleasant. Our enterprise will undoubtedly shine brilliantly in the industry, and I shall not disappoint you." Tang Song was momentarily taken aback as he shook her hand to a fruitful collaboration. The delicate warmth of her touch sent a shiver through him, their gazes locking and sending his heart racing. In Gao Mingting, he sensed a striking resemblance to the talented Xie Shuyu, a business elite who had earned over 100,000 during her university years and had launched her entrepreneurial journey from scratch. She exuded a unique charm and confidence. Previously, she had faced betrayal from two friends and endured overwhelming pressure, leaving her in a state of oppression. Now, her self-assured demeanor perhaps represented the true Gao Mingting. As they released their hands, Gao Mingting remarked, "President Tang, regarding the establishment of our company, business planning, and future outlook, I have many ideas. Let us discuss them over a meal." Opportunities lay before them, and as an entrepreneur who had struggled through the years, her desire for success made her acutely aware of the right choices. At that moment, she felt a strong premonition that she would soon experience a different landscape. Tang Song gazed at the spirited Gao Mingting, nodding with a smile. "Very well." Opposite him, Li Yongming sat with his hands tightly clasped, his complexion fluctuating between pale and flushed. He felt both anxious and apprehensive, as though a stampede of wild horses were racing through his mind. Gao Mingting turned her attention to her fidgety old classmate, saying, "Yongming, aren't you supposed to take a client to view a property soon?" "Yes. I need to show a property. I almost forgot." Li Yongming hastily pulled out his phone, glancing at the time. He was running late. I should be going now. Goodbye." With that, he hurriedly exited the private room, leaving the door ajar. Gao Mingting sighed, rising to close the door, and said apologetically, "President Tang, please forgive him. His personality can indeed be off-putting, but he isn't a bad person. Moreover, the matters we need to discuss are quite significant, and his presence wouldn't be appropriate." Tang Song discerned her meaning and smiled warmly, saying, "I am not as petty as you might think, nor have I taken his provocations to heart." Gao Mingting chuckled lightly, replying, "It seems I have underestimated you, Mr. Tang. There's no need to keep calling me Mr. Tang. We are of similar age, so you may simply call me by my name." "That will not do." Gao Mingting shook her head, adopting a serious demeanor. "Once our company is established and my shares are secured, you may call me Lao Tang or Xiao Tang. For now, you must remain Mr. Tang." Upon finishing her sentence, she burst into laughter. They exchanged playful banter, and the atmosphere instantly grew warm as they delved into the main topic. Gao Mingting had evidently contemplated transforming her sole proprietorship into a limited company and exhibited a profound understanding of the company's registration processes, contractual regulations, and management systems. When she spoke, her confidence and insights were palpable. Tang Song quietly observed her, momentarily lost in thought. The scene resembled a moment in a game where elite characters were recruited. He wondered what their real-life counterparts might be like. Suddenly, a luminous screen unfurled before him. On April 22nd, 2023, you successfully recruited your first exceptional talent. Her demonstrated integrity, sense of responsibility, confidence, communication skills, and execution capabilities have left you exceedingly satisfied. You believe she is the entrepreneurial partner who shares your values, and together, you will strive to realize your individual dreams and aspirations. You have completed the hidden task, non-you, non-us. You have acquired a special item, Project Feasibility Report. Chapter 49, Songmei Apparel. The process from buyer order to system settlement is quite extensive. The initial cash return cycle is approximately 20 days. Given the substantial cash flow requirements, most peers resort to bank business loans and mortgage loans, which entail considerable risks. We might consider focusing on a single category in the early stages. In the quiet private room, Gao Mingting continued to speak animatedly. Tang Song closed the system interface, listening attentively. Over the past few days, he had been researching relevant knowledge online, but it paled in comparison to Gao Mingting's clarity and depth of understanding. Before long, he gained a comprehensive understanding of his nascent company, as the previously chaotic thoughts began to crystallize. After lunch, they stepped out of Juhui Des doors and stood once more before the Wuling Hongguang. Gao Mingting's eyes reflected a deep affection and gratitude as she instinctively reached out to caress the car's rearview mirror. You truly are my lucky star. You accompanied me on my adventures right after graduation, and when my life was mired in difficulties, you brought this benefactor into my life. Tang Song patted the car's body and smiled. Perhaps this is fate. Thank you, Tang Song. Gao Mingting turned to him, her hands clasped behind her back. The cool breeze tousled her bangs and high ponytail, illuminating her beautiful face with a radiant smile. At that moment, Gao Mingting exuded the vitality and grace befitting her age. After a brief silence, Tang Song suggested, "Partner, shall we inspect the office for the company?" "Absolutely." Gao Mingting responded immediately. "Will you drive? I wouldn't want anything more," Tang Song said, pulling out the car keys and tossing them to her. Gao Mingting caught them deftly, a broad smile gracing her lips. "Let us set off." With the lights flashing, the car unlocked. Tang Song leaned back in the passenger seat, inhaling the faint fragrance, and opened the system interface to check the item information. Project Feasibility Report. Compile the desired project details, planning, positioning, and other comprehensive information into this document. It will automatically conduct an extensive feasibility analysis of the project, generating a feasibility report that provides ample basis, planning, and data analysis for project decision makers, ensuring the project's implementability. Note: the more detailed the information you provide, the more accurate the generated feasibility report will be. Upon reading the description, Tang Song felt an immediate sense of reassurance. For someone embarking on an entrepreneurial journey, this was nothing short of a miraculous tool. A reliable partner, a quality supply chain, sufficient initial capital, a rent-free office. Combined with the feasibility report provided by the system, it seemed almost impossible for this venture to fail. If it did, he might as well resign himself to a life of ease. After parking the car in the underground garage of Yunxi Building, they took the elevator to the 30th floor. Pushing open the bright glass doors, Gao Mingting stepped onto the soft, silent carpet of the office and began to explore. Her hands brushed across the desks, walls, potted plants, and sofas. Tang Song quietly followed, refraining from making any introductions. Eventually, she stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows in the office area, gazing down at the miniature cityscape below. The rolling dark clouds cast a shadow over the sky, yet they did nothing to dampen her bright spirits. Gao Mingting took a deep breath and exclaimed, "It's even better than I imagined. The decor is of exceptionally high standards. Although the area isn't vast, this is Yunxi Building, the premier office space in Yanqing, and it embodies my vision for the future." In the past, her plans for Mating Apparel had been to expedite the transformation into a limited company, rent an office, and diligently grow the team and business scale, aspiring to one day secure a position within Yanqing's core commercial district. After a lively discussion about dreams, they reclined on a corner cloud sofa, adorned in macaron colors. Gao Mingting stretched her long legs and rested her hands on her abdomen, sharing amusing anecdotes from her entrepreneurial journey. The fabric of her outfit accentuated her alluring curves. Tang Song turned his face slightly, stealing a glance at her beauty. Suddenly, Gao Mingting turned to face him, their eyes meeting, and curiously asked, "By the way, what will our company be called?" Tang Song paused, then replied, "It hasn't been finalized yet. How about we call it Songmei? Song for to praise and Mei for beauty." "Songmei, to praise beauty?" Gao Mingting repeated, her gaze momentarily evasive. "That's quite fitting, celebrating beautiful things, which aligns perfectly with our focus on women's apparel." Although she spoke nonchalantly, her heart raced uncontrollably. Did Song refer to Tang Song and made a mating? Was this an allusion to the two of them? Then it settled. Songmei Apparel Trading Company, Ltd. Tang Song reclined further into the sofa. gazing up at the empty ceiling as if envisioning the figure of Secretary Jean as the first enterprise founded in the real world. He hoped for some connection to the game. Smiling, he thought of Song Mei, wishing that the elusive Ms. Jean could sense his intentions, ideally accompanied by a few rewards. Suddenly, a ringtone pierced the air. Gao Mingting quickly rose, rummaging through her bag for her phone. It was an unfamiliar number. She answered the call. A familiar voice resonated in her ear. Mingting, it's Hui Wan. How have you been lately? Gao Mingting clenched her fist tightly, abruptly hanging up the phone. Her brow furrowed in distress. Tang Song approached her and inquired, what happened? It's nothing, just a call from my former partner. The phone rang again. Gao Mingting bit her lip, but ultimately answered. In a calm tone, she stated, if you have something to say, please be direct, my time is precious. There was a moment of silence on the other end, before the voice continued, Mingting, I know you've been having a tough time lately. I called to offer you a helping hand. Help me? Gao Mingting scoffed in disbelief. Shen Huiwan, how dare you say such things? Count how many times I have helped you over the years, and how have you treated me in return? I do not wish to reminisce about the past with you at this moment. My intention in making this call is solely to assist you. The garments in your warehouse must be quite challenging to manage, correct? After conferring with Jingmin, I can help you alleviate some of the burden, albeit at a 30% discount. This way, you will have the funds to navigate through your difficulties. We will acquire suitable merchandise, and it will be a mutually beneficial arrangement. What do you think? Gao Mingting exhaled sharply, dreaming indeed. With that, she abruptly terminated the call, her eyes still glinting with ire. Her most pressing dilemma at present was the accumulation of inventory. Although the quality of the clothing was commendable and the brand reputable, she lacked appropriate channels for liquidation. These two individuals were acutely aware of this. Hence their intent to exploit her predicament by acquiring her goods at a meager price. Standing nearby, Tang Song intermittently caught snippets of the conversation. After pondering for a moment, he inquired, how many garments do you have in total, including the warehouse? Over 4,000 pieces, spanning high, medium, and low-end categories, valued at over 300,000 yuan. I have already reached out to previous suppliers for assistance in handling this. The last time I sold a car was to raise funds to facilitate channel relationships. No need to address it just yet. Once the company is registered, your batch of clothing will come in handy, allowing us ample time to explore alternative supply channels. Upon hearing this, Gao Mingting instantly grasped his meaning. She pressed her lips together, lifted her gaze to meet his, and earnestly replied, thank you. I will prepare a product list for you shortly. However, I only require an acquisition estimate of 160,000 yuan. The remaining garments can be valued at 100,000 yuan, which I will consider as my personal investment in the partnership, thus allowing me to rightfully claim equity. You need not worry about the company registration. I will begin preparing the materials and contacting intermediaries tomorrow. It will undoubtedly be completed by next Wednesday. Very well. Tang Song did not hesitate, extending his hand once more. To a fruitful collaboration, Mingting. To a fruitful collaboration, Tang Song. Chapter 50, Vehicle Pickup. April 24th, 2023, Monday, overcast, 813. At 6 in the morning. An excellent biological clock roused Tang Song from slumber. He donned his athletic attire, drank a glass of warm water, utilized the restroom, smiled, and commenced his daily fasted aerobic exercise. After enjoying breakfast and resting briefly, he engaged in half an hour of posture training. Once he had gathered his belongings, he hailed a cab to the Yen City Bauta BMW 4S dealership. Due to the considerable distance and the peak commuting hour, it took nearly half an hour to arrive at his destination. Upon entering through the sensor-activated glass doors, a cheerful saleswoman promptly approached him. Good morning, sir. How may I assist you today? Is Yu Chiona from the sales department available? I have an appointment with her. The saleswoman called out in a specific direction. Nana, your client has arrived. Yu Chiona, standing at the counter, hurriedly jogged over. In her 20s, she possessed striking features, sported short hair, and was attired in a black women's suit, exuding an air of vitality. Tang Song directly retrieved his identification from his pocket and handed it over. Hello. I am here to pick up my car. Yu Chiona glanced at the ID, her heart racing, and her expression instantly brightened. Mr. Tang, please wait in the lounge for a moment. I will swiftly arrange the vehicle pickup process for you. Thank you. Tang Song settled onto a large sofa in the corner, his gaze sweeping across the spacious, luxurious showroom filled with gleaming BMWs. He envisioned the appearance of his own 330i Night Edition, eager to behold its true form. After approximately 10 minutes, Yu Chiona approached briskly, leaning in close. Mr. Tang, your beloved car has arrived in the pickup area. Let me escort you there. Very well. Thank you. The brightly lit pickup area was adorned with an array of flowers, balloons, and decorations, with a vehicle draped in a black dust cover quietly nestled there. The sleek, flowing lines of the car's body were subtly revealed, exuding a unique aesthetic allure. Mr. Tang, would you like to unveil the dust cover yourself? I can take a photo to commemorate the moment, Yu Qiona suggested with a smile. Of course, thank you for your efforts. Tang Song nodded, feeling a sense of novelty as it was his first experience with a vehicle pickup ceremony. He grasped the soft, textured dust cover and pulled it back firmly, gradually uncovering the lustrous black body of the car. Illuminated under the lights, the BMW 330i radiated a profound sheen, akin to obsidian, both stately and elegant. The broad front grille harmonized with the sharply defined headlights, delivering a striking visual impact. The black paint accentuated the clarity of the vehicle's lines, appearing fluid and exquisitely crafted. Tang Song inhaled deeply, sensing his heart race. This was a standard 330 model, boasting a 2.0T engine with 245 horsepower and rear-wheel drive. The carbon black exterior paired with a volcano red interior was stunning. It featured a 360-degree panoramic camera, 16 Harman Kardon speakers, a heads-up display, and blue-tinted headlights. The optional features were nearly fully equipped: 19-inch blackened alloy wheels, a driving assistance system, a winter package, and a comfort package. As Tang Song listened to the saleswoman's description, he meticulously inspected the vehicle inside and out. Once satisfied, he promptly signed the acceptance form. Just then, a clear voice called from behind, "My apologies, Mr. Tang, for my tardiness." Turning around, Tang Song saw a man in his 30s approaching, dressed in a tailored suit, with a tall and upright posture and impeccably styled hair. The saleswoman, Yu Qiona, immediately stiffened, bending slightly to greet Director Zhao. Recognizing the title, Tang Song realized this must be the Director Zhao who had facilitated the car transfer from another location. Zhao Wenyu's face broke into a warm smile as he extended his hand. "Hello, Mr. Tang. I am Zhao Wenyu, the sales director at Yin City Baoda Automotive Sales Service Company. Thank you for placing your trust in our dealership. Please forgive any shortcomings in our service." "Hello, Director Zhao." The two exchanged a light handshake and engaged in brief pleasantries. Zhao Wenyu further elaborated on the details of the vehicle, concluding with, "To ensure you receive your beloved car promptly, we specifically contacted the head office and arranged for a vehicle matching your selected options and colors to be transported from Rome City. We hope you are satisfied." "Thank you. I am very satisfied. You are too kind. We have internal channels to expedite the registration and insurance processes before noon. If you are not busy, you may relax in the lounge on the second floor, which features billiards, a cinema, massage chairs, and coffee snacks." Tang Song glanced at the time and replied with a smile, "Very well." Zhao Wenyu did not linger, demonstrating a commendable sense of propriety in his speech and actions, leaving a favorable impression before departing. In the lounge on the second floor, Tang Song was pleasantly surprised to discover a large bookshelf neatly lined with numerous literary works and fashion magazines. After selecting a book, he pulled out The Old Man and the Sea, settled into a massage chair, and began to read intently while sipping the coffee offered by the sales staff. After a considerable time, his phone rang unexpectedly. Tang Song set down the book and checked his phone. It was a local landline number. Answering the call, a sweet voice echoed from the other end. "Hello, Tang Song. This is Tianjing from the Human Resources Department. Is it a convenient time to talk?" Tang Song raised his eyebrows. "Yes, it is." In the office, Tianjing sat with a slight tremor in her leg, feeling anxious as she contemplated how to broach the subject. This was her first time engaging in such disreputable conduct since her promotion to compensation supervisor, and she found it rather difficult to reconcile with her conscience. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she opened WeChat and entered a group named The Beauty of the Second Dimension. The discussion revolves around the styles of cosplay outfits. She directly commented, "Help, help. Qin and Yunya, two esteemed professionals, please assist me. There's a situation." Given that it was during work hours and her tone was quite urgent, responses quickly followed. "Qin, what's wrong, Xiaojing? Is someone bullying you at the office?" "CC, could it be workplace bullying? I'm quaking in my boots as a student." "Tianjing, I'm currently in charge of the company's compensation management. The head of the technical department sought me out to discuss a matter regarding a regular employee. He wants me to negotiate a salary cut of 10 to keep him. If he refuses, he'll be handed his resignation papers. I find this approach utterly despicable, but I can't voice my concerns. What should I do?" "Yunya, haha, isn't this a typical case of a heartless leader?" "Xiaojing, are you really going to aid in such wrongdoing?" "Tianjing, but this is my job. Our HR director approved it, and I'm sure similar situations will find their way to me in the future. I'm in such distress. How can I broach this topic without hurting his feelings?" "Yunya, why not don a maid cosplay outfit to speak with him? That might mend his wounded spirit." "CC, I have a set with a high slit, Xiaojing. Do you want it? 99 with free shipping." Instantly, the thread was flooded with teasing replies, mentioning tails, bells, and belts, leaving Tianjing blushing. She furiously typed, "Yikes. All you cheerful little fools, be quiet. I'm discussing serious matters. Qing, aren't you managing dozens of people at the company? Please, impart your wisdom. After a considerable wait, Qing finally replied. Qing, you could start by expressing your admiration for his character and abilities, lavish praise upon his strengths. Chat with him as a friend to help him relax, and then subtly reveal your true intentions. With the endorsement of such an adorable girl as yourself, I believe he will feel much more at ease. Tianjing diligently read it twice, finally gaining some confidence. She picked up the phone on her desk and dialed. Chapter 51. Xiaojing strives to empower herself. The line paused for a few seconds before Tianjing's voice resonated. Song, you've been with our company for 5 months now, right? 5 months and 7 days. I joined Jinxiu Trading on November 17th of last year. Tang Song's eyes reflected a hint of nostalgia. On November 7th, the day of the winter solstice, he had shared a meal of dumplings with his beloved in the capital. Subsequently, he journeyed to the deep city, spending 10 days searching for a job, securing accommodation, and establishing his footing in Yinqing. Every company that pays salaries on time and fully contributes to Social Security and Housing Fund deserves admiration. He had never harbored any ill feelings towards Jinxiu Trading and was immensely grateful for the sense of security it provided him during that period. You remember that so clearly. Tianjing exclaimed, somewhat surprised, her voice timid. Throughout these 5 months, I've held a very favorable impression of you. You are diligent, earnest, and possess remarkable capabilities, truly an exceptional young man. Tang Song was taken aback. Her words sounded somewhat peculiar, akin to a confession. What a jest! How could Tianjing, the goddess of the company, a quintessential affluent beauty, possibly harbor feelings for someone as inconspicuous as him? He bit his lip and replied, thank you for your affirmation. Supervisor Tian, there's no need to be so formal, just call me Xiaojing. I've reviewed your attendance record, and you've never been late or left early. You often work late into the night. I heard from Sister Mingli that you are a quintessential full-stack engineer, adept in front-end, back-end, and shell programming. I truly admire technical experts like you who have worked in major internet firms in the capital. Tianjing spoke at a measured pace, occasionally stumbling over her words. Yet her voice was sweet and endearing, and she continuously extolled his virtues, making it quite pleasant to listen to. Tang Song reclined on his massage chair, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he listened quietly. Your rapid weight loss is truly commendable. You must share your experiences with me when you have the chance. Sure. Let us add each other on WeChat and exchange insights sometime. All right. Seemingly sensing Tang Song's good mood, Tianjing continued. Additionally, there's a work-related matter I'd like to discuss with you. Oh, what is the matter? Tang Song straightened up, realizing they were about to delve into the main topic, and he had a rough idea of what it might be. However, this compensation supervisor had a rather intriguing approach. Starting with a barrage of compliments. What an unusual tactic. It's about your salary. I'm not sure if Director Chen has discussed it with you. Tang Song interrupted. He has. A month ago, after my SCM project successfully launched, Director Chen promised me a 10 salary increase. I've been waiting for HR to notify me. It seems it's finally being realized. Thank you, Xiaojing. There was a noticeable pause on Tianjing's end, and she stammered for a moment, unable to articulate her thoughts. Xiaojing, are you all right? After several deep breaths, she steeled herself and said, indeed, there is a salary adjustment, but it's a 10 reduction. How should I put this? I believe it has nothing to do with your capabilities. You are quite outstanding. However, the company operates as a whole, and the leaders may have their considerations. I'm equally distressed. After a moment of silence, Tang Song responded, all right, I understand. If you can accept it, I'll come by tomorrow to sign the salary adjustment contract. No need, I don't accept it. Let us proceed with the layoff process. I'll submit my resignation through the OA system. Huh. Tianjing was taken aback. All right then, since you've been with us for less than 6 months, you'll only be eligible for 5 months compensation. Just mark the end of the month as your resignation date. And you can consider these remaining days as the transition period. Your attendance will be counted as full attendance, and you can attend interviews directly. Thank you. No need to mention it. It's the least I can do. Tianjing hesitated, wanting to say more. Since she had mentioned the 10 reduction, Tang Song's voice remained remarkably calm, seemingly devoid of any sorrow or joy. However, this unusual behavior gave Tianjing a strong intuition that he was utterly despondent. She had researched Tang Song's background, a regular young man from a modest town, with a decent reputation in the company, and someone who worked hard. She could not understand why Director Chen would target him, but this was her job responsibility, and there was no escaping it. A heavy sense of guilt weighed on her heart. Biting her lip, recalling her friend's suggestions, Tianjing continued, once you've completed your resignation, I'd like to treat you to a meal. I genuinely admire you, and hope you won't be disheartened. May you find a new job soon. Good luck. Upon hearing her offer for a meal, Tang Song immediately perked up, his spirits lifted. Sure, Thank you, Xiaojing. In fact, I admire you greatly as well. He had originally planned to resign, but now he could secure 5-month salary and dine with the goddess colleague. Hearing Tang Song's cheerful tone, Tianjing felt a weight lift from her heart, sweetly saying, "Let us leave it at that for now. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions. Goodbye." Goodbye. After hanging up, Tang Song promptly opened the company's group chat, located Tianjing's avatar, and sent a request to add her on WeChat. With her innate JK aesthetic, fair skin, sweet features, charming demeanor, and affluent background, he, like other male colleagues, genuinely admired Xiaojing. Ding! The friend request was accepted. With a snap of his fingers, Tang Song rose from the massage chair, gazing out the floor-to-ceiling window at the rows of cars. Now that he had acquired a BMW 330i and his entrepreneurial ventures were on track, he felt enveloped in a state of confident exuberance. Upon successfully passing the friend request from Tang Song to Tianjing, she promptly informed the directors of the technical and human resources departments. With a deep sigh of relief, she felt a weight lift off her shoulders. Although she was reluctantly coerced into the role of compensation supervisor by her father, she resolved to diligently strive to be a competent leader. Entering the enchanting world of the secondary dimension, she swiftly typed, "Ching, you're amazing. Following your guidance, he has come to accept the reality of the layoffs and is surprisingly cheerful about it. Hee." As soon as she posted the message, it instantly attracted the attention of many group members. "CC, as expected from our group's big sister, Ching. When I graduate and can't find a job, I shall seek refuge with you. Nayo, I also want Ching to take care of me. By Zigu, in reverse light, holding face, JPG. Ching, oh dear." Sighs with a lowered head. "The enthusiasm of my juniors is somewhat overwhelming. Xiaojing, keep up the good work," gazes at the starry sky. "One day you will become the CHO of a large corporation." Xiaojing is striving to become stronger. After chatting in the group for a while, Tianjing felt immensely encouraged and believed she had learned a great deal. She joined this group during her university years, and over the years, many members had come and gone. The conversations predominantly revolved around topics of the secondary dimension, including anime, cosplay, and gaming. Each member assumed a distinct persona, the authenticity of which remained ambiguous. For instance, Yu claimed to be a seasoned game planner, joining the group to glean insights from the youth for inspiration. Currently, Xiaojing portrayed a novice HR professional, while Ching held the position of a partner at a law firm, young and accomplished, overseeing numerous intern and assistant lawyers. She also had a romantic partner, the president of a prominent domestic corporation. Occasionally, Ching would share updates about her relationship in the group, filled with twists and turns. Initially, the members were skeptical, but as she penned increasingly detailed accounts, intertwining elements of case hearings, poignant love stories, and workplace rivalries, she gradually earned their recognition. Even if she wasn't a top lawyer, she certainly appeared to be a business elite. Chapter 52, Radiant Glory, the Male Goddess Hand Cream. At 11:20 a.m., sales representative Yu Qiona hurried over to inform him that he could collect his vehicle. Outside the 4S dealership, a sleek black BMW 330i shimmered under the sunlight, the blue sky and fluffy clouds adorning its exterior. Accompanied by several sales representatives, Tang Song approached the car. The license plate number was surprisingly auspicious, consisting entirely of numbers, with the last two being 8. Yu Qiona handed over a thick document folder, her expression beaming with delight. "Mr. Tang, all the vehicle registration, contract, insurance, and other materials are in here, along with 2 keys. Please take good care of them." Tang Song accepted the folder, his gaze fixed on his new car, fingers gently grazing the key's surface. "Mr. Tang," Yu Qiona continued, swiftly moving to the rear of the vehicle and gesturing towards the trunk. "Our general manager Zhao has specially arranged some gifts for you. We hope you will like them. Please convey my thanks to General Zhao," Tang Song replied with a smile. Opening the trunk, his eyes brightening instantly. Stuffed in the trunk were a teddy bear, an umbrella, a thermos, a suitcase, a black and white bear keychain, a water bottle, and a model car. The abundance of items occupied a significant portion of the trunk. Seemingly everything that could be given had been included. Grasping the cool door handle, he settled into the driver's seat. The leather sports seats offered exceptional support and comfort, their texture wonderfully soft. The 3-spoke multifunction steering wheel felt pleasant to hold, featuring electric adjustment and memory functions, along with paddle shifters. The interior craftsmanship was meticulously refined, the volcanic red color scheme soft and understated, exuding a sense of luxury and comfort rather than a garish bright red. After adjusting the seat and steering wheel position, he pressed the brake and pushed the ignition button. The deep rumble of the engine filled the air. The floating dual screens illuminated simultaneously, the 12.3-inch LCD instrument panel appearing remarkably vibrant. With a warm smile, Yu Qiona exclaimed, "Mr. Tang, I wish you a delightful driving experience." May the vast blue sky and white clouds bless your aspirations. And may your journey ahead be smooth sailing. Goodbye, Tang Song waved as he closed the window, somewhat awkwardly maneuvering the electronic gear shifter. The BMW 330i eased into motion, exiting the dealership and merging onto the main road. The roar of the engine echoed as he accelerated, relishing the exhilaration of driving and handling. Having honed his driving skills with a Wuling Hongguang manual transmission, he found considerable improvement, and combined with the BMW's superb mechanical quality and handling, it felt as if the car was an extension of his own body. As vehicles zipped past him, a satisfied and exhilarated smile spread across Tang Song's face. He decided to crack open the window slightly to fully embrace the rush of wind. After enjoying the open road for a while, he stopped at a barbecue restaurant to satiate his cravings before finally heading home, parking the car downstairs and locking it. He took a few steps before turning back to admire his new ride. His little BMW was truly stunning. Of course, the nearby Wuling also looked quite spirited. Upon returning home, Tang Song took a brief rest before opening his computer to organize his entrepreneurial project. With Gao Mingting's assistance, he had already formed a clear plan in his mind. Now, he needed to detail it as thoroughly as possible, subsequently utilizing system tools to produce a comprehensive project feasibility report. During this time, he would occasionally engage in some exercise or spend a moment on the balcony, appreciating the view outside while reading his 7th literary work, To Kill a Mockingbird. He felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and satisfaction in life. Before bed, Tang Song opened the system interface to check his personal information. Player, Tang Song, 35 foot. Character, Distinguished Business Development Engineer. Height, 182 cm. Weight, 80 kilograms. Physique, 59. Stamina, 57. Agility, 51. Insight, 76. Asset status, balance, 430,000 yuan. Investment capital, 1,000,000 yuan. Enterprises, none. Real estate, 200 square meters office space in Yunxi Building. Vehicle, BMW 330i. His height had officially reached 182 centimeters, allowing him to hold his head high in front of his friends in the beauty industry. Stamina and agility had increased by 1 point, and his vehicle had transformed into a BMW. Consequently, his overall charm value also rose by 1 point, drawing ever closer to the coveted 40-point charm rating. He examined the details of his title, The Popular Me. Current cash reward, 15,100 yuan. Total, 117,100 yuan. Due to his lack of updates in notes and videos over the past 2 days, his follower growth had significantly slowed, yet the accumulated cash remained quite substantial. He could genuinely be considered a cash cow. With this thought, Tang Song felt a wave of excitement. Once he perfected his posture correction practice, the stark contrast should lead to a remarkable surge in results. April 25, 2023, Tuesday, cloudy. Just after rising, Tang Song noticed unread messages on his phone. Gao Mingting. All the required materials have been submitted to the intermediary company. Currently, Yen Province is very friendly towards business registrations, and we should be able to collect the business license by Wednesday. Next comes the registration of the seal and opening a bank account. Songmei Clothing Trade Company is on the brink of establishment. The message was sent at 11 last night, but he was already asleep at that hour and therefore did not see it. He promptly replied, Received. Thank you for your hard work. Your health is paramount. Do not overexert yourself. Setting his phone aside, Tang Song stood by the window, gazing at the sky gradually brightening, a faint smile gracing his lips. The familiar ding of a text notification echoed, signaling the arrival of 400 yuan for the day. Almost immediately, a crisp system notification chimed in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, player. The halo effect has been activated, and you have triggered an additional critical hit reward. Ding. You have acquired a special item, hand cream of the male god. Upon hearing the consecutive system notifications, Tang Song was momentarily taken aback, his eyes brimming with delight. The one probability of the halo critical hit had indeed been activated. He swiftly opened the system interface, entering his inventory to examine the item details. Hand cream of the male god. Upon use, it effectively enhances the aesthetic appeal of the hands, rendering the skin smooth and delicate, devoid of roughness, optimizing muscle tone, contours, and nails, resulting in an overall hand shape that is elongated and elegant. Note, as the male god, your hand muscles are strong and elastic, capable of performing various intricate tasks, with fingers that are nimble and coordinated, highly favored by women. Incredible. Another item capable of modifying physical attributes. Although Tang Song's hands were not unattractive, they could not be deemed exceptional. They were merely passable, with proportions and lines that were average. The primary issue lay in the dryness, roughness, and dullness of his skin, occasionally accompanied by peeling or cracks. As he began his skincare transformation, he simultaneously initiated hand care, Yet the results were not prominent and required gradual nurturing. With the advent of the system item, he could now achieve remarkable results in one fell swoop, saving him a great deal of time and effort. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, he selected hand cream of the male god and clicked to use it immediately. Instantly, a cool sensation enveloped his hands as a milky, viscous liquid coated them thoroughly. Soon, his hands began to warm up, growing increasingly hot. Tang Song fixed his gaze on his hands, seated on the bed, anxiously awaiting the moment to witness a miracle. Approximately half an hour later, the milky liquid gradually faded, eventually disappearing completely. He raised his hands, scrutinizing them under the light, astonishment gleaming in his eyes. His fingers were elongated and even, knuckles distinctly defined, with skin that was fair and luminous, exuding a natural sheen. The lines between his palms and fingers flowed seamlessly, without any abruptness, and the proportions had undergone subtle adjustments, presenting a remarkably harmonious appearance. Moving his fingers, he could distinctly feel their enhanced agility, strength, and coordination. This was undoubtedly a pair of hands that would make any hand enthusiast envious. Chapter 53, A Sense of Relaxation. Tap, tap, tap. The mechanical keyboard clattered continuously as lines of text appeared on the screen. Typing speed, 135 words per minute. Tang Song let out a long breath, his eyes sparkling with excitement. His typing speed had been honed through practice, yet his previous record in full pinyin had only reached 106 words per minute. The higher he aimed, the more challenging it became. Often, his mind issued commands faster than his fingers could keep pace, and any attempt to speed up resulted in errors. The transformation brought about by hand cream of the male god exceeded his expectations. His dexterity, coordination, and precision had reached an exceptionally high level, rivaling that of professional surgeons. With such exceptional hands, even learning an instrument, painting, twirling a pen, or threading flowers would yield remarkable results. After admiring his hands for a while, Tang Song diligently trimmed his nails, feeling satisfied as he began his workout regimen, focusing on fat loss and posture correction. Gathering his belongings, he slung his empty backpack over his shoulders and grabbed the knife-edge-styled key to his BMW, jogging down the stairs. In the parking space, the sleek black BMW 330i stood out strikingly. The crystal-clear windows reflected the white clouds and azure sky, harmonizing beautifully with the emblem. Grasping the smooth door handle, the car lights flickered as it unlocked. Once inside, the engine roared to life. His fair, elongated hands gripped the black steering wheel, complemented by the dark-toned interior. From his perspective, the strong contrast created a powerful visual impact. Tang Song couldn't help but exclaim, "So handsome." If only the skin on his face were as flawless as his hands, he would undoubtedly be the epitome of charm. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If this were captured on video, the visual appeal and viral potential would far surpass the mere transformation. He pulled out his phone, activated the camera function, and recorded a brief clip lasting several seconds. After reviewing it multiple times, he adjusted the angle and exposure before filming again. This time, the contrast was even more pronounced, and the visual appeal improved, yet something still felt amiss. A light bulb went off. Tang Song snapped his fingers. He opened his phone, searched for music, and ultimately selected a popular track from QQ Speed titled Right Now. Connecting via Bluetooth to the car's audio system, he hit play. Adjusting the angle, he began recording. The 16 high-quality Harman Kardon speakers erupted with vibrant music. Tang Song's left hand grasped the three-spoke steering wheel, his fingers dancing lightly to the music's beat. He stopped recording and paused the music. Playing back the video, sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a warm glow on half of his hand, accentuating its fair and supple appearance. The high-tech LCD dashboard, head-up display, his defined cartoonish hands, the exquisite interior, the black steering wheel, and the pulsating music created a perfect tableau. "Marvelous," Tang Song exclaimed softly. Presently, his physique could only be described as proportionate, his hair and skin not particularly remarkable. The only standout feature was his hands. Paired with the new BMW 330i Night Edition's interior, the visual appeal was exceptional, undoubtedly a magnet for followers. As he prepared to upload the video on the Xiaohongshu app, Tang Song hesitated. On this platform, he had amassed 1,074 followers by adhering to advice for self-improvement. Establishing himself as a quintessential developmental blogger, his intention was to enhance his attractiveness under the scrutiny of online friends. However, suddenly shifting to flashy, ostentatious videos would contradict his original purpose. Moreover, Xiaohongshu and Douyin were entirely different platforms. Xiaohongshu placed greater emphasis on content stickiness and word-of-mouth dissemination, making it exceedingly difficult to gain followers. In contrast, Douyin aligned better with the fast-paced modern lifestyle, making such videos more likely to capture user attention. Thus far, his response on Douyin had been lukewarm, with only 110 followers. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Song resolved firmly. He would separate the operations of the two platforms. Xiaohongshu would focus on self-improvement and interaction with users, while Douyin would showcase his achievements and attract followers. Subsequently, he uploaded the recent 20-second video to Douyin. Description: the joy of gripping the steering wheel while listening to music. Tags: one-handed steering wheel, BMW 330i, cartoonish hands, a boy's dream, first-person perspective. He then deleted the 3 earlier transformation videos he had posted. Completing these tasks, Tang Song pressed the brake, shifted to drive, and headed towards the exit. Whether it was psychological or not, he felt the curious gazes of passers-by upon him. Once again, he stepped into the 20th floor of the Linjin building. The familiar corridor. The well-known company entrance, the recognizable flooring, the customary clocking machine, and the familiar reception background awaited him. Tang Song felt an entirely different mindset, akin to a third-party perspective. No longer identifying as a member of the company. "Good morning, Yuing," he greeted, flashing a smile at the receptionist after clocking in. Du Yuing was momentarily taken aback and quickly replied, "Good morning." This was the first time Tang Song had proactively greeted her, and his unusually bright expression left her momentarily speechless. Watching him walk away, Du Yuing blinked, realizing she had never noticed before how handsome this male colleague from the technical department was. Standing at over 6 feet tall, he possessed a well-proportioned physique, handsome features, and an upright posture, clad in a knitted cardigan paired with a white t-shirt. He was hardly inferior to Du Shaokai. What stood out was the relaxed aura he exuded, embodying the essence of a charming young man. Du Yuing took out her phone, contemplating whether to add him on WeChat. After a moment's hesitation, she abandoned the idea, deciding that since she could help him with his package, he would surely add her first. As a young lady of beauty, it was essential to maintain an air of modesty. "Good morning, Brother Zhang." "Morning, Lao Zhao." "Morning." Throughout the morning, Tang Song took the initiative to greet each colleague he encountered. Many turned to glance back, sensing that something about the young man from the technical department had changed. "Song Ge here." Colleague Zhao Yu tossed him a pack of crab-flavored broad beans, inquiring, "I know you're having your usual low-calorie breakfast. Thought you might enjoy a little treat." Tang Song grasped the package of beans, opened it, and sampled one, savoring its delightful crunch and rich aroma. He smiled at Zhao Yu, "Very nice." Catching a glimpse of Tang Song's warm smile and his long, fair fingers, Zhao Yu found herself momentarily lost in thought, her heart racing. It turned out that after losing weight, Song Ge was quite attractive. His attire, hairstyle, and demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. With a prominent nose, thin yet well-defined lips, and large, expressive eyes framed by perfectly shaped brows, he was striking. Particularly captivating were those hands, so beautiful. Her face flushed as she picked up an orange from her desk and gently placed it on Tang Song's table. Stealing glances at his hands, she said, "Song Ge, this jelly orange is delicious. You should try it." "Thank you, I appreciate it, beautiful." Tang Song casually retrieved a thick, dark beef sausage from his drawer and offered it to her. "Try this. It contains 27 protein, is low in calories, low in salt, low in sugar, and tastes quite good." "All right, thanks for the treat, Song Ge," Zhao Yu responded, signaling him with a heart gesture before briskly returning to her workstation. Tang Song shook his head and smiled. Strictly speaking, there had been no animosity between them. Their past relationship had always been amicable. Although Zhao Yu's penchant for keeping fish had been somewhat irksome, it wasn't excessively bothersome. She had never asked him for gifts or red envelopes, merely requesting assistance with debugging issues. Now that he was on the verge of leaving the company, he had no intention of holding grudges against the young woman. As the workday approached, more colleagues arrived, engaging in their usual discussions about news, gossip, and amusing anecdotes. "Have you seen the recently released Slam Dunk? If not, hurry and watch it. It's truly remarkable." "Coach, I want to play basketball." "Stop with the memes. It really is amazing. I was moved to tears, especially in the last few seconds." Nearby, Wang Xiaoyang patted Tang Song on the shoulder, excitedly suggesting, "Tang Song, how about we gather a group to watch it? It's a part of our youth." Tang Song winked at him, thinking that such outings were best shared with girls, not with a grown man like him. "Sure, as if you have someone to invite." Wang Xiaoyang retorted with a roll of his eyes. "You never know," Tang Song chuckled, opening WeChat and selecting Zhao Yaqian's chat. He left a message, "Teacher Zhao, the May Day holiday is approaching. Would you like to catch a movie together?" After sending the message and waiting a moment without a reply from his beautician friend, he set his phone aside and accessed the company's internal OA system to fill out his resignation application. Upon reviewing the approval chain, he noted the names of senior executives: Human Resources Officer Lu Huihui, Director Chen Yunting, HR Director Su Lin, and Executive Vice President Jiang Weiguo. Given the presence of high-ranking officials, it was clear that this process would not be resolved swiftly. Thus, he diligently began organizing his handover documents. At 2 in the afternoon, a notification popped up in his corporate email. OA reminder. Your resignation application submitted on April 25, 2023 has been approved. A few minutes later, his phone vibrated. Tang Song, your resignation application has been approved. I've printed it out. Please come by to sign. He stood up and headed toward the HR office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Upon pushing open the frosted glass door, Tang Song directed his keen gaze toward Tianjing. Today, she looked particularly stunning, her long, straight black hair framing her figure clad in a fitted round-neck t-shirt and white wide-leg pants, exuding a clean and refreshing appearance, both innocent and alluring. Tianjing carefully scrutinized Tang Song and, upon noticing the absence of any signs of distress on his face, let out a sigh of relief. She placed a stack of documents on the desk, speaking softly, "Just sign here. There are a total of 6 documents. By the way, I've already informed Hui Hui about your attendance. This month will be counted as full attendance." Lu Hui chimed in. "Our supervisor Tian is truly beautiful and kind-hearted. She has reminded me about your matters several times." Tianjing tapped the desk, playfully warning, Hui, speak respectfully, or I'll deduct your salary." "I wouldn't dare. I'm going to grab a cup of coffee. You two take your time." Tianjing pulled a black pen from the holder and handed it to Tang Song, with a sweet smile. "Use this." "Thank you," Tang Song replied, taking the pen. Their fingers brushed against each other. Tianjing's gaze inadvertently flicked to his hands, her eyes widening in astonishment. What exquisite hands, she thought. They resembled those of a male protagonist from an anime, with distinct knuckles, long and jade-like fingers, a slightly cool complexion, and nails shaped to the perfect crescent she adored. As a hand enthusiast, she found it utterly irresistible. With a slight pressure, his delicate fingertips moved gracefully. The sound of the pen gliding across the paper resonated in the quiet office. Unconsciously, Tianjing shifted her legs, her cheeks flushing, sensing something was amiss. "Is this sufficient?" Tang Song inquired softly after finishing all the agreements. Tianjing's gaze flickered away, drawing out a blank sheet of paper. "Please copy this passage below the confirmation letter. I need to keep a record." Tang Song paused, surprised at this additional step. Tianjing stood, a touch nervous, suggesting, "You can write it here." "All right." Tang Song accepted without objection, knowing that writing over 100 words would be no small feat settling onto the soft, warm cushion. A subtle fruity fragrance from her perfume filled the air. He could faintly detect hints of pear and apple. The scent was sophisticated, offering a refreshing ambience, truly delightful. Tang Song inhaled deeply, adjusting the A4 paper before diligently writing. "I have terminated my employment relationship with Yin Cheng Shio Trading Company, Limited." Hereinafter referred to as the company. Beside him, Tianjing took out her phone and opened the camera, snapping a clandestine shot of his hands. The shutter clicked, echoing sharply in the serene office. Tang Song looked up in surprise. Tianjing, startled, quickly captured several more photos. "Is this necessary? Do we need to document this?" "Hee. You know this is my first time doing this, and I'm afraid of making mistakes." Tianjing's face flushed and burned, her gaze flitting around restlessly. Tang Song didn't dwell on this, quietly finishing the remaining content. As he accepted the resignation letter and compensation agreement from Tianjing, he was about to leave when Du Shaokai barged in through the door. Cheerfully, he exclaimed, "Oh, Lao Song, finished with the tasks? Quite efficient, huh?" After this, he winked at him with a sense of pride and placed a beautifully packaged takeout on Tianjing's desk. "Supervisor Tian, your afternoon tea has arrived. Do give it a try. It's fresh fruit from Baiguoyan, all your favorites." "Thank you," Tianjing replied somewhat distractedly, her eyes wandering, occasionally glancing at Tang Song's relaxed hands. Observing Du Shaokai's enthusiastic demeanor, Tang Song raised an eyebrow and leaned closer to Tianjing, saying, "By the way, Xiao Jing, the May Day holiday is approaching. Don't forget our dinner plans." Tianjing's eyes flickered, her legs pressing tightly together as she murmured, "Sure, we can discuss the time and place later. Mainly because I'm not sure what you want to eat." "Okay," Tang Song nodded, feeling that this company goddess was quite admirable. She kept her word and didn't make grand promises. Before leaving, he patted Du Shaokai's shoulder casually, saying goodbye. Du Shaokai's lips twitched. "Xiao Jing, why do you want to have dinner with him?" "It was planned beforehand. I can't just go back on my word," Tianjing replied dismissively. Her gaze fixated on the computer screen, though her focus seemed somewhat scattered. "How could someone have such perfect hands? I wish I could touch them, or be pinched by them." Du Shaokai opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but seeing Tianjing's demeanor, he refrained. Once Du Shaokai left in a dejected manner, Tianjing hurriedly opened the chat group for her favorite anime. She messaged, "Today I saw a pair of truly comic book hands. Super beautiful. I'm mesmerized. The skin, texture, joints, and proportions could all score full marks. Perfect. Silk, I don't believe it. Hurry up and provide proof." Tagu. "Oh, calm down. I think Xiao Jing is just inexperienced and hasn't seen truly beautiful hands. One of my seniors has hands like a model. Every time I see him, I want to use them. Nanako, Xiaojing, do you have a picture? I want to see the picture. Licking her dry lips, Tianjing opened a photo, cropped the portion of the hands, and shared it in the group. She added, iPhone's original camera, no beautification at all. As soon as the photo was sent, the group erupted in excitement. Yes, I've already snuggled into my blankets. Such magnificent hands. I want to see them in person, touch them, lick them, snuggle them. Xiao Jingchan, please make sure to introduce me. Pretty please. Tianjing, her face flushed, chatted with her group friends about risky topics. Unable to resist, she opened her album again to admire the photo she had taken and suddenly felt a pressing urge to use the restroom. Chapter 55. The warmth and coldness of human relationships. At 3 p.m., sunlight streamed through the glass curtain wall from the west. Several colleagues rushed to grab a steaming cup of coffee, indulging in their daily distractions. The entire office area felt serene and warm. Suddenly, a new message pinged in the technical department's work group. Director Chen Yunting, back-end developer Tang Song, is officially leaving the company today. Thank you for your efforts over the past few months. Initially, only a few people noticed. Soon, the entire technical department office erupted into a clamor. Tang Song is leaving? What is going on? Didn't he just get confirmed not long ago? Why is he leaving? Tang Song, have you found a new job? Is the company facing financing issues? Are they going to target our technical department? Layoffs. Don't scare me. My wife just lost her job. Tang Song's resignation news came as a shock, seemingly out of nowhere. It instantly ignited this otherwise ordinary Tuesday afternoon. Some colleagues expressed concern for him, others feared the repercussions, and of course, some reveled in the drama. Just then, the thinning-haired director Chen Yunting emerged from his office. Everyone immediately fell silent, their gazes glued to their computer screens. Chen Yunting scanned the room, his tone unremarkable as he stated, Zhao Yang, please handle the work handover with Tang Song. After the May Day holiday, a new colleague will join, and you can pass the project on to him. Understood, Director Chen. Wang Zhaoyang replied promptly. Chen Yunting nodded lightly and turned to leave. Colleagues exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. Although Director Chen hadn't said anything overtly harsh, his demeanor and conduct suggested that Tang Song had certainly crossed him. In normal circumstances, when a colleague left, Director Chen would typically initiate a farewell gathering, perhaps for drinks or a meal. Yet this time, he appeared particularly indifferent, merely issuing a brief handover directive. The office atmosphere grew tense. Silence enveloping the space as no one dared to discuss the matter further. Ding dong, the departmental group received another message. Director Chen Yunting, everyone focus on your work and refrain from unnecessary speculation. The company is currently in a period of rapid development and has begun restructuring key departments. The technical support department will announce specific plans after the May Day holiday. This is a significant opportunity for everyone, so let us strive forward. After a moment, colleagues began to reply. Developer Du Xiaokai, received. Let us go for it. Frontin Zhao Yu understood. Let us go. Frontin Hu Mingli noted. This served as a reassurance to many, indicating that there would be no layoffs, and several breathed a sigh of relief. Jinxiu Trade is a large company with good benefits. Many had worked there for years, having settled into their comfort zones, and were understandably anxious about potential layoffs. Glancing at the messages in the group, Tang Song exited the chat. He proceeded to leave all other work groups as well. On WeChat, colleagues with whom he had good relations occasionally inquired about his resignation. Tang Song did not delve into the conflict with Du Xiaokai, merely mentioning the pay cut and layoffs briefly. As the end of the workday approached, HR Lu Huihui approached him. Tang Song turned in his company access card, laptop, mouse, and other office supplies, signing off on everything. The resignation process was complete. He opened his backpack, packing his water bottle, tissues, snacks, charger, and other personal items. Looking at the empty desk, a strange sense of loss washed over him, though more so was a feeling of ambition for the future. Xiao Song, let us find a place to gather. Guo Peng clapped him on the shoulder, looking wistful. I really don't want you to leave. You're great at your job, and if you go, I want to have anyone to help me keep an eye on the servers when I take leave. Tang Song smiled at Guo Peng, standing up. Folks, thank you all for your support over the years. I'll treat everyone to a meal at Lanting Teppanyaki. Those who want to join, sign up now. Hu Mingli immediately chimed in. Are you leaving or hitting the jackpot? A 299 yuan buffet is quite extravagant. I think we should just go to the nearby Northeast restaurant for some hot pot stew. It'll be lively. Guo Peng added, don't overdo it, buddy. You just bought a car, and now you're leaving your job? How are you going to manage? Tang Song shook his head with a smile. After leaving, opportunities to meet will be fewer. Treating everyone to a good meal is the least I can do. Don't worry, I still have some funds. I'm feeling unwell today, so I want to be able to make it. A colleague suddenly spoke up. I had arranged with my wife to take the child shopping, but alas, I cannot go. I have been on a weight loss journey recently, so you all should proceed without me, Xiao Song. We shall set a date for drinks, just the two of us another time. Others also voiced various reasons to decline the gathering. Xiao Yu hesitated for quite some time, her face reflecting regret as she said, Brother Song, I have a few bugs to fix on my end. If I manage to complete them before 7 p.m., I will join you all, but I fear that is unlikely. Enjoy your meal and drink well, and do take plenty of photos to share in the group. I would love to indulge vicariously. Her perception of Tang Song had just begun to shift positively. She had been contemplating a deeper connection, only to find out he was leaving and had also offended Director Chen. Although she felt a pang of regret, she ultimately made the most prudent choice. Tang Song scanned the room and noticed that most colleagues were avoiding eye contact. He could surmise the reason behind their reticence. The farewell dinner for the tech department was traditionally organized by Chen Yunting, and his silence on this occasion clearly indicated his disapproval of Tang Song. Given that the tech department was undergoing a crucial structural adjustment, everyone was vying for potential promotions. Being noticed by Chen Yunting for this matter could jeopardize their invaluable opportunities. Ultimately, they were merely colleagues, and since Tang Song had already resigned, they were understandably reluctant to take risks, such as the fickleness of human relationships. Tang Song pressed his lips together and smiled nonchalantly. No worries, those with matters to attend to should keep busy. For those who are ready, let us prepare to depart. Guopeng promptly closed his laptop and stood up, exclaiming, let us go. I've been wanting to try the Lan Ting teppanyaki buffet for ages, and today is finally my chance. Count me in. I haven't had the pleasure of riding in your Wuling Hongguang yet. We live close by, so I can catch a ride back with you. Hu Mingli waved her bag in enthusiasm. Out of a tech support team of 16, only these two were left, creating an atmosphere that was somewhat awkward. Du Shaokai extended his arm and cheerfully remarked, Old Song, don't forget to visit us when you have the time. I'll miss you. Wang Chuyang, feeling a bit sheepish, stood up to assist Tang Song with his lumbar support, adding, Tang Song, let me see you off and help you carry some things. He and Tang Song had joined the company at the same time and shared a good rapport. Now that Tang Song was leaving, it felt wrong not to see him off, especially given their good relationship. Hu Mingli patted Zhao Yu's shoulder and said, Xiao Yu, aren't you going to see him off? He has helped you plenty in the past. Glancing between Hu Mingli and Tang Song, Zhao Yu bit her lip and finally stood up, saying, then I shall accompany you too. I can return later to fix the bugs. Chapter 56, The Lost Heartbeat. While waiting for the elevator, Hu Mingli looked at Tang Song and exclaimed, you've changed so much in this past month. It's a complete transformation. You've truly become a handsome gentleman. She nudged Zhao Yu with her shoulder, raising her eyebrows playfully. By the way, Tang Song started his weight loss journey thanks to your advice. Doesn't that give you a sense of accomplishment? Zhao Yu was momentarily taken aback, recalling the night following the team-building event on April 1st, when she had said, Brother Song, you're quite exceptional. You possess outstanding abilities, have well-defined features, and a tall stature, but your weight is a bit above standard. Hurry up and lose some weight and gain muscle. The young ladies in our company will surely be vying for your attention. It seemed he had indeed taken her words to heart, as he had begun to lose weight, revamp his wardrobe, and style his hair. Now, he appeared notably slimmer and his skin had improved, making him quite striking. The only issue was his humble background, and now he was unemployed. She smiled, responding, I feel immensely accomplished. Brother Song is so outstanding. Once he joins a new company, those young ladies will undoubtedly be pursuing him. Keep it up. May you find love soon. Guopeng chimed in, with your skills, finding a job will be a breeze. You might even land a leadership position in your next role. The group exchanged light-hearted banter, attempting to comfort Tang Song, which lightened the mood considerably. Due to the rush hour, they had to wait for several elevators before finally squeezing in. After several stops, they arrived at the B2 parking lot. Exiting the elevator, they were greeted by a striking iceberry pink Audi A5. The sleek two-door coupe had a fluid, dynamic silhouette that was undeniably beautiful. Guopeng couldn't help but marvel. Manager Tian is truly impressive. A car worth over 400,000 yuan and such an excellent parking spot. Is that Manager Tian's car? It's gorgeous. I heard she lives in the Yanjing Huading neighborhood, in a spacious flat, Wang Chuyang remarked, his eyes reflecting deep envy and admiration. Being so young and already a compensation manager, a quintessential rich and beautiful woman. If he could win her over, it would save him 2 decades of hard work. Zhao Yu gritted her teeth, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Well, she must have been born with a silver spoon. We can't compete. Yet, inwardly, she vowed to find a boyfriend with a luxury car to reclaim her pride. The group followed Tang Song through the garage. Guopeng and Wang Chuyang, both car enthusiasts, occasionally nodded and commented on various vehicles. That Cadillac CT5 belongs to our director Zhou. He claims the steering wheel always drifts, leading him to the spa. The Mercedes-Benz E-Class looks quite impressive. That BMW is also nice, a pure black beauty, probably brand new. The paint is truly glossy. A man's life is incomplete without a 3 Series. Once I make my fortune, I'll definitely buy one. Noticing Tang Song suddenly stop, Hu Mingli curiously inquired, "Where's your car parked?" We haven't seen it yet. She had previously seen a photo of Tang Song's car in the group chat, and it should stand out in the Linjin Building's garage. However, it was nowhere to be seen. Guopeng glanced around but failed to spot the familiar Wuling. Tang Song chuckled and pointed to the sleek black BMW before them. "This is it. I just picked it up. Speaking of which, Mingli, you're its first passenger." Hu Mingli blinked, grinning. "What an honor. If you're able, let me actually sit inside." Guopeng jested, "Wow, Tang Song. I didn't realize you were a hidden rich second generation. This resignation isn't a ploy to take over the family business, is it?" Zhao Yu gazed longingly at the glossy black BMW, exclaiming, "This car is stunning. It doesn't look like an ordinary 3 Series. Wang Chuyong, a car aficionado, explained. Based on the bumper and the rims, it should be the 330 Sport Night Edition. With optional features, it costs just over 400,000, comparable to Manager Tion SA5, but significantly pricier than a standard BMW 3 Series. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu's eyes brightened, and she couldn't help but reach out to touch the emblem on the hood. Imagining herself opening the door and stepping out, she thought, if she could own such a car, she would surely overshadow Tianjing in the office. With that thought, Zhao Yu became even more resolute in her intentions. She would not settle for less in her quest for love. Tang Song took the lumbar support from Wang Chuyong and approached the car, stating, "Indeed, it's the 330i Night Edition, procured at an internal discount, totaling under 400,000. As he spoke, he placed his hand on the rear door handle. With a click, the vehicle unlocked, and the LED lights blinked. He opened the door, stuffing his backpack and lumbar support inside. With a firm slam, he closed the door and waved to Hu Mingli. "Sister Mingli, will you sit in the back or the passenger seat?" Hu Mingli opened her mouth in disbelief, exclaiming, "Wait. Tang Song, are you serious?" Wang Chuyong gulped heavily, incredulously stating, "No way. This is really your car?" Guopeng was somewhat taken aback. After all, he had chosen the Wuling Hongguang S with Tang Song, yet in the blink of an eye, it had been replaced by a BMW 330. Tang Song patted the car roof and chuckled. "It's the real deal. Just picked it up yesterday. Jet black with volcanic red. Isn't it magnificent?" At 20-something, young men often harbor a penchant for showing off. While Tang Song hadn't intended to impress his old colleagues, he couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction at their astonished and envious gazes. "Let us get going. I had a light lunch and I'm absolutely famished. Let us indulge in this buffet as a treat." Hu Mingli took a deep breath and slid into the passenger seat. "Wow, Xiao Song. You truly are a master of concealment." Guopeng rubbed his hands together, brimming with excitement. "I want to drive my car today. I'll hitch a ride in your BMW." With that, he hopped into the back seat, exploring every nook and cranny. Zhao Yu stared blankly at the car, then at Tang Song, her gaze slightly lost. The sleek black vehicle lay low and poised in the dimly lit garage, resembling a graceful predator. Its fluid lines sculpted a fashionable and dynamic silhouette, while the high-end paint shone with a myriad of glimmers. Standing beside the car, Tang Song exuded an air of elegance and poise. His demeanor radiated a relaxed confidence. Initially, Zhao Yu had believed he was merely pretending to be strong to mask the sorrow of being laid off, but it turned out he genuinely possessed a sense of assurance. Brother Song, a BMW worth 400,000, a hidden high flyer. Connecting these 3 keywords made Zhao Yu's heart race. "Chaoyong, Zhao Yu, you two should head back to work. Come by the office to hang out when you have time," Tang Song called out to them. Opening the car door and settling inside, the engine roared to life, and bright lights illuminated the space, startling Zhao Yu from her reverie. She quickly stepped aside. The tires screeched against the ground as Tang Song rolled down the window and waved goodbye to his old colleagues. His long, delicate fingers appeared exceptionally fair in the dimly lit garage, exuding an unusual beauty. Zhao Yu felt her heart skip a beat. She took a few steps forward, opened her mouth as if to say something, but the car had already vanished around the corner. Chapter 57. Introducing a match. Lanting Iron Plate Buffet Restaurant. This is a 3-story, standalone upscale dining establishment, with a beautiful environment and transparent kitchens. After settling into a private room, Hu Mingli took out her phone to snap pictures and check in, simultaneously posting on her social media. Tang Song accepted the tablet from the waiter and ordered 3 deluxe buffet packages priced at 399 yuan each: golden foie gras, lobster, grilled durian, abalone, wagyu beef, premium fruits, and beverages, all available in unlimited quantities for guests to enjoy at their leisure. Guopeng opened his mouth, initially intending to suggest that the 299 yuan package would suffice. But upon recalling Tang Song's BMW 330i, he wisely chose to remain silent. The three of them conferred for a while and ordered everything they desired. As they waited for their dishes, Guopeng couldn't help but express his thoughts. Chun is truly shameless. He stole your credit and pushed you out. Tang Song replied. I can roughly guess his intentions. He likely wants to seize this opportunity to ascend to the CTO position. Du Xiaokai's uncle is General Manager Li, who oversees channel operations, and he is probably trying to gather more votes. If they were to parachute in a CTO, Chun would undoubtedly be in a world of hurt. Hu Mingli raised her eyebrows and remarked, that's quite possible. He invested in our company. He wouldn't leave it devoid of personnel. I'm just hoping for a morally upright CTO to firmly rein Chun in. Hearing you say that makes me a bit excited. I'd love to see Chun's expression during that moment. Soon enough, the freshly prepared dishes began to arrive. The rich aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing their appetites. The melt-in-your-mouth foie gras was smooth and delicate, while the grilled wagyu was bursting with juices. The lively atmosphere of their small private room was filled with the mingling sense of food and laughter. After indulging, Guopeng held his round belly and inquired, Xiao Song, what are your plans after leaving your job? Entrepreneurship, Tang Song replied, wiping his hands with a smile. I already have a direction and have found a reliable partner. We're in the preparatory stages. Being my own boss means I won't have to endure any nonsense. If my family's circumstances allow and I have my own ideas, it's a good choice. Guopeng's eyes filled with contemplation as he continued. However, it's wise to be cautious initially. Don't invest too heavily given the current economic climate. Having encountered many individuals over the years, he knew several friends who were deep in debt due to entrepreneurship, and he couldn't help but offer a word of caution. Thank you, Brother Gua, for your sage advice. Hu Mingli chuckled, putting her phone down. I never realized before that Tang Song was the most outstanding guy in the company. Honestly, I regret not pursuing you more actively back then. Guopeng teased, it's too late now, regretting won't change anything. Why not consider me as a potential investment? Hu Mingli blinked and replied, Brother Gua, your stock is already in decline. It bears no resemblance to a potential stock. I fear my investment would go to waste. Haha. Mingli, you're also 27 this year, right? Your family must be quite anxious. Oh, Brother Gua, are you trying to hurt each other here? Tang Song listened to their playful banter, occasionally chiming in with laughter. At 8:30 in the evening, the three of them exited the restaurant. Guopeng shook his phone and laughed. The ride I called is almost here. No need for you to drop me off. You two are headed the same way. And it's unnecessary for you to delay for me. All right then, Brother Gua, take care on the road, and let us know when you get home. Sure thing, Guopeng said, giving Tang Song's shoulder a hearty pat. Don't forget to invite me for drinks, now that you've left your job. We're still in the same city, not too far apart. Tang Song nodded, grateful for Guopeng's care over the past few months, and promised to keep in touch. Stay in touch. Oh, my ride is here. Goodbye, Xiao Song by Mingli. Guopeng waved as he jogged to the roadside, getting into a new energy vehicle with its hazard lights flashing. Let us go. Hu Mingli stretched and stepped down the stairs. Due to the recent rain, the temperature had yet to rise. She tightened her short jacket. Turning back, she was about to say something witty when she suddenly froze in place. Tang Song, with one hand in his pocket, walked toward her against the cool April evening breeze. The orange glow of the streetlights illuminated half of his figure, casting his well-defined, handsome features in stark contrast, while his beige knitted cardigan swayed gently. He possessed an almost ethereal charm, much like the serene night itself, cool and tranquil. The effect of the night's coolness activates. Hu Mingli stood there, transfixed, gazing at this old colleague, her mind buzzing. Incredible. It was just weight loss and skincare. How could there be such a dramatic transformation? She admitted that Tang Song was indeed good-looking, but his skin had been poor, and his features lacked notable highlights. Not quite reaching the level of a true heartthrob. Yet at this moment, Tang Song's unique aura truly elevated his appeal, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded. What's wrong? Mingli Jia? Tang Song waved his right hand in front of her. Hu Mingli scrutinized him for a moment and exclaimed, Tang Song, you look truly dashing in that outfit. Walking in the wind, I'm practically swooning. If I didn't know my own worth, I'd seriously consider pursuing you. While she had previously teased at the dinner table, her thoughts had now taken a genuine turn. However, she was self-aware, recognizing that her figure and height paled in comparison to Zhao Yu. A high flyer like Tang Song would undoubtedly overlook her. Flattered by her compliment, Tang Song felt a blush creeping onto his face and shyly admitted, I must concede that. Hu Mingli could not help but let out a chuckle, and after a moment's thought, she suddenly proposed, Come, step in front of the car. I'll take a picture for you. Dear Mingli, you aren't planning to use my photo for some nefarious purpose, are you? He retorted jokingly. Get lost. Am I that desperate? Hu Mingli playfully nudged him, rolling her eyes. It's a good thing. I'll explain later. With a smile, Tang Song instinctively positioned himself in front of his BMW. Click. It's too dark. Shift a bit to the right. Perfect. Stay right there. Click. All right, this one will do. Now, look up a little for another shot. After a considerable amount of time, Hu Mingli finally expressed her satisfaction and settled into the car. Curiously, Tang Song asked, Mingli, what exactly do you intend to do with my photo? Hu Mingli blinked and countered, Tang Song, if I recall correctly, you have been single for a while. Haven't you? How can you just assume such things? I am not perpetually single. I have had a relationship before, and it wasn't as dreadful as you suggest. Tang Song corrected her earnestly. Indeed, he was not lying. During the summer after graduating high school, he had grown quite close to his first love. Though they never explicitly stated it, the tender emotions of youth were undeniably present. There was even a night when, after having a few too many drinks at KTV, he had embraced her for over an hour, and she had not shown any annoyance. The vivid recollections of that heart-fluttering first love still lingered in his mind. Hu Mingli chuckled. All right. What I meant was, since you're currently single, would you like me to introduce you to someone? Tang Song grimaced slightly, feeling somewhat at a loss. Aren't you currently focused on your fitness journey? My friend is also a fitness enthusiast, quite professional in fact, and could be of great assistance. After a brief silence, Tang Song considered his words carefully. Thank you for your kindness, Mingli, but I am currently dedicating myself entirely to my career. Perhaps it would be best to let this go. The complications that arise from friends attempting to set one up could easily leave all parties feeling uncomfortable. Besides, he was not lacking in exceptional women around him at the moment. Not to worry, you can take a look at her photo first before deciding, Hu Mingli said with a mysterious smile. Honestly, had I not seen how handsome you look today, I wouldn't have dared to suggest an introduction. My friend is somewhat of a visual connoisseur, quite discerning. Tang Song hesitated. Maybe we should wait until I've stabilized my situation? After all, I just left my job and have yet to embark on my entrepreneurial journey. It wouldn't sound too great to mention. Hu Mingli remained silent, her gaze fixed on her phone as she operated it. Chapter 58, Wen Ruan. Ding dong, Tang Song's phone vibrated. Hu Mingli beamed. I've sent you the photo via WeChat. Take a look and see if you like this one. We can discuss the rest later. All right, Tang Song nodded, picking up his phone to open the WeChat message and peruse the image. In the photo was a young woman clad in a light gray bodycon dress. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her appearance was both mature and striking. With a generous bosom, a slender waist, and a curvaceous figure, she embodied the classic hourglass shape. Overall, she exuded a voluptuous and alluring presence. Tang Song inhaled sharply. While her looks were acceptable, her figure seemed somewhat exaggerated, resembling the aesthetic of a Korean comic. Hu Mingli whispered, So what do you think, Tang Song? Would you like to consider it? I'll let you in on a secret. She has a visible abdominal line. With a crack, Tang Song opened the car door slightly, his eyes sparkling with determination. Mingli, how about we take another picture? I feel my previous pose was rather awkward. Huh, I think the last one was splendid. You exuded a remarkable charm, Hu Mingli replied, scrolling through her photo album. Just to clarify, I'm merely facilitating the introduction. I cannot guarantee it will lead to anything, as she has quite high standards. Not a problem. I simply wish to meet new friends and perhaps share some fitness insights with her. Hu Mingli retorted playfully. Oh please. I know exactly what is swirling around in that head of yours. Let us get moving. We can chat on the way. I still have to pull an all-nighter to revise some code when I return home. With a rumble, Tang Song started the car, the navigation set for Hu Mingli's residence. Mingli, could you perhaps provide some background on the lady in question? Her name is Wen Ruan, a former colleague from my previous company. We shared a rental for 2 years, so we are quite close friends. Currently, she works in marketing planning at a media company. Her character and capabilities are beyond reproach, as you can see from her looks. The only drawback is her age. She is 29 this year, and her parents are quite insistent about her marrying. Tang Song murmured. 29 is still acceptable. It's a woman's most alluring age. Goodness, what double standards you hold. Just a moment ago, you were lamenting about your own aging. Hu Mingli shot him a look before continuing. I'll send her your photo and WeChat details, and you two can chat on your own. She has quite high standards. And because she refuses to settle, she remains single. She has diverse interests, running, rock climbing, road cycling, music, and travel, and her personality is free-spirited. She speaks her mind without any pretensions. Since we began cohabitating, we've hardly quarreled, and she is always straightforward about her thoughts. The sleek black BMW 330 emerged from the parking lot, merging into the bustling flow of traffic. From a distance, the bright lights formed a golden thread along the street. Inside the quiet car, the two engaged in light conversation. Gradually, Tang Song began to form a clear image of Wen Ruan in his mind, gaining insight into the kind of person she was. After a brief drive, they arrived at their destination. All right, Tang Song. Remember to keep an eye out for WeChat friend requests when you get home. Goodbye. Hu Mingli said as she opened the car door and stepped out. Goodbye. Just then, Hu Mingli turned back suddenly, her face alight with a smile. That girl, Zhao Yu, is probably still sulking away her tears. You've helped her so much. And now that you're leaving, she won't even join your farewell gathering. How dull. Heh. I'll send your photo to the girls' group later to ensure she cries even harder. With that, she laughed and departed. Returning to his rented apartment, Tang Song tidied up his belongings from the office and took a hot shower. He picked up his phone to check for notifications, but found none. His beautician friend had not responded to his invitation to watch a movie either. Tang Song couldn't help but recall Zhao Yaqian's words from their last conversation. We will always be good friends, right? He wasn't oblivious. He understood the underlying implications of that statement. From what he knew of her, Zhao Yaqian's silence likely stemmed from her unwillingness to fabricate excuses to deceive him. Yet she also didn't know how to refuse him outright, so she simply chose to remain silent, much like when he had invited her to go shopping. Biting his lip, Tang Song chose not to pursue the matter further. He retrieved To Kill a Mockingbird from the bookshelf, propping himself against the headboard to continue reading. Often, emotions are reciprocal. Being kind to someone requires discernment, as unrelenting attempts to please and give do not necessarily foster closeness. Interpersonal relationships, especially between men and women, were still an uncharted territory for him, necessitating continual learning and exploration. This was precisely why he had selected The Weakness of Human Nature as the 8th book on his reading list. At 10 p.m., Tang Song set the book down. Leaning against the headboard, he opened the Douyin app to inspect the success of the video he had posted that morning. Before long, he was met with a striking 99 unread messages. Tang Song's heart raced as he hurried to his personal center. Follower count, 525. In just one day, he had gained 420 followers thanks to a single video. With the title of the popular me under his belt, he had netted a staggering 42,000 yuan. How astonishing. Upon opening the video, he noted the impressive statistics. 1,074 likes and 321 comments. For a newly established account, such figures are quite remarkable, especially without any promotional efforts. Curious, he delved into the comments section, where most remarks praised his handsomeness, while others discussed the car's interior. Tang Song scrolled through the comments for a while, feeling invigorated. Indeed, his strategy of operating separately was proving effective. His phone buzzed, signaling a new friend notification. The username read Wenruan, accompanied by an avatar depicting a bicycle. Tang Song quickly accepted the request, entering the chat interface, uncertain of what to say. The phone vibrated again. Wenruan, I've accepted your friend request. We can start chatting now. Tang Song raised an eyebrow, thinking, well, this feels a bit like a setup. How should he respond? He was not particularly adept at flirting and struggled to come up with suave remarks. After some contemplation, he mustered the courage to type, Hello, I am Tang Song, a former colleague of Ming Li. The phone buzzed once more. Wenruan. Hello, I am Wenruan, a former colleague of Ming Li. Upon reading her message, Tang Song couldn't help but smile, feeling more at ease. It was evident that this sister had a pleasant disposition. Their friendship was off to a casual start, suggesting that the conversation would not be awkward. After pondering for a moment, he replied, The secret code matches. It seems we are indeed kindred spirits. Wenruan, 6 flipped JPG. Wenruan, I heard from Li that you've lost 20 pounds in just over half a month. Is that true? Tang Song nods vigorously in agreement GIF. Tang Song, I am still actively working out. As a professional in this area, I hope you can guide me in the future. Wenruan, I'm merely a fitness enthusiast, not a professional. We can exchange tips when we have time. Thus, they conversed about weight loss and fitness, gradually shedding their initial unfamiliarity. Wenruan displayed remarkable restraint in her words, refraining from prying into his personal life. Seemingly just eager to get to know him. Wenruan, yawning JPG. Wenruan, it's time for sleep. Staying up late isn't good for the phone. Tang Song chuckled, sending a good night sticker, marking the conclusion of their first conversation. The exchange was unremarkable, yet left a positive impression. Tang Song clicked on her profile picture to explore her moments shared on social media. Only the past 3 days' content was displayed. Chapter 59, ready for takeoff. On April 26, 2023, a Wednesday, transitioning from sunny to partly cloudy, 11:20 a.m. After diligently completing his skincare routine, Tang Song stood in front of the mirror, scrutinizing his face. Thanks to the enhancement of the male god halo, LV2, his dark circles had vanished completely, and the puffiness around his eyes was now only faintly visible. The blemishes on his face had significantly faded, easily concealed with a layer of moisturizer. With Zhao Yaqian's assistance, the closed comedones on his chin had nearly disappeared. His complexion showed some improvement, though it remained slightly dull. Overall, among the males he interacted with, his skin was not subpar. Coupled with his pleasing facial features, balanced physique, and a height of 182 centimeters. He had essentially regained his sophomore year allure. With appropriate attire and a touch of concealer, he would undoubtedly be considered strikingly handsome, garnering attention as he walked down the street. Splendid. Tang Song took out his phone and snapped an authentic selfie, sharing it with Zhao Yeqian, commenting, "I feel my skin is in excellent condition now. Qian, could you advise on any adjustments needed?" It was 9 a.m. and Zhao Yeqian, likely on her way to work, responded swiftly. Zhao Yeqian, tremendous progress. Keep it up. I believe the most significant issue currently is enlarged pores. If that is resolved, your skin's appearance could elevate to another level. Tang Song, what should I do to improve that? Zhao Yeqian, regularly cleanse and exfoliate to open up pores for better absorption of moisture and nutrients. I've incorporated this step into the treatments I've done for you, so no need to worry. Zhao Yeqian, for you, it's essential to pay attention to sun protection and to use pore-tightening skincare products. I'll find suitable products for your skin type and share them with you later. Tang Song, all right, thank you. Zhao Yeqian, Song Go. No need to be polite with me. Feel free to reach out whenever you need anything. Smiley face. Upon reading this message, Tang Song smiled and replied, how about you share a selfie too? I'd love to see teacher Zhao's skin condition and today's outfit. After a considerable wait, Zhao Yeqian finally sent a photo. It appeared freshly taken as she sat on the bus, surrounded by several standing passengers. Sunlight streamed through the side window, illuminating her, highlighting her striking features. Her hair cascaded down, her skin was fair and radiant, and her collarbone was exquisitely delicate. She exuded warmth and beauty. Although he didn't see her signature wine-glass legs, Tang Song felt a sense of satisfaction. His mood noticeably lifted. This esthetician friend was quite amiable, and aside from her reluctance to develop their relationship further, she was refreshingly candid. After conversing with her for a while, Tang Song set his phone down and moved to his computer, resuming the organization of his entrepreneurial project documents. With the company's establishment imminent, the project feasibility report was due to play its part. At Lin Jin Building, Jinxiu Trading Company, Limited, Hu Mingli glanced at the adjacent empty seat. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Zhao Yu had indeed taken a day off, evidently overwhelmed by the impact of last night's photograph, likely having experienced insomnia until dawn. As they belonged to the same department and lived nearby, she was well acquainted with Zhao Yu. While not malicious, Zhao Yu did exhibit some green tea tendencies and self-serving behaviors. She was undoubtedly regretting her actions, pondering how to salvage her image in Tang Song's eyes. After nurturing her fish for so long, Tang Song had proven to be the most remarkable catch, yet she had failed to seize the opportunity. Regrettably, it was too late now, as when Ruan had already made her move. These two individuals, in terms of personality, appearance, capability, and physique, were simply not on the same level. With this thought, Hu Mingli opened WeChat and sent a message in the friends group. Zhuang, how's the conversation with Tang Song? Any progress? When Ruan, we only talked about fitness last night, just getting to know each other. He is quite nice. At least he didn't say anything inappropriate. Hu Mingli, he is indeed a good person. You should consider inviting him out to meet. As an older sister, you ought to take the initiative. From my observations, he hasn't been in a relationship yet. Zhuang Ziki, Zhuang, wow? A 25-year-old innocent young man, driving a BMW 330, with such outstanding temperament. He should align perfectly with your criteria. You should definitely seize the opportunity. When Ruan, let us keep chatting first. The main focus is on finding common interests. After exchanging a few more messages in the group, Hu Mingli's eyes darted, and she captured a screenshot of the chat history to share with Tang Song. Commenting, a promising start. Keep it up, Xiao Song. Put in more effort. Your sister believes in you. A few minutes later, the phone buzzed again. Tang Song. Mingli Jia, I've ordered a fresh fruit platter, a cappuccino, and an 8-inch durian millefeuille cake for you. Remember to pick it up later. Hu Mingli let out a soft chuckle, unable to suppress her admiration for Tang Song. Now, this is more like it. My kindness towards him is not in vain. She contemplated sharing more internal insights with him in the future to expedite his progress. Suddenly, her phone vibrated again. Tang Song, I just bought you a set of SK2 skincare products from JD, and it's being sent directly to the office. Thank you, Sister Mingli, for introducing me to a match. Goodness, Hu Mingli exclaimed in delight. Taking a deep breath, she began typing her reply. On pleasant days, I usually bike to work. Starting from the south gate of the Oasis Scenic Community, following the route of my favorite songs as I exercise at Rhythm Fitness, Huayan Building Branch, where I hold an annual membership. Just as she sent the message, she sensed a sudden movement in her ears. Quickly, she tucked away her phone and sat up straight. The sound of rapid footsteps echoed from the reception area, drawing closer to the office. Employees paused their tasks, turning their attention towards the source of the noise. In the corridor, a group of over 10 men and women clad in suits approached. Among them were Chairman Ren Huaning, President Feng Zhongping, and Vice President Li Zhonghua, accompanied by 7 or 8 unfamiliar faces, all exuding poise and professionalism, their hair impeccably styled. They conversed in hushed tones as they gradually vanished around the corner, entering the company's T1 conference room. Soon after, a suppressed murmur filled the office area. These must be the representatives from the investment institutions we've engaged, right? They seem quite serious. A notification had just been sent in the group chat. All conference rooms are unavailable today. What could be happening? Xiaokai, do you have any concrete information on your end? In the technology support department's vicinity, all eyes turned to Du Xiaokai. Everyone was well aware of his connections within the company. Otherwise, how could he navigate the workplace so comfortably with his ostentatious and showy demeanor? In a hushed tone, Du Xiaokai revealed, "We're holding a shareholders meeting today to appoint 2 new directors, both appointed by this investment firm. The company is truly on the verge of transformation." "Do you know which firm it is?" someone inquired. Du Xiaokai, with an air of mystery, replied, "You'll find out after the May Day holiday. Just be patient. Our company is about to take off." Chapter 60, Character Ascendancy. At 8 p.m., Tang Song paused his activities, stretching luxuriously. After a week of intermittent effort, he had finally compiled a comprehensive explanatory report. It encompassed the company's positioning and objectives, market expansion strategies, product selection, and service systems, essentially detailing the future plans he and Gao Mengting had envisioned for the company. The moment of witnessing a miracle was upon him. Tang Song adjusted his hands, opened the system interface, and entered the warehouse. Selecting the project feasibility report, he activated it immediately. A blank sheet materialized before him, surrounded by a soft blue glow that appeared almost ethereal. System prompt: please enter the details of the project to be implemented. This was his first time utilizing such an item in the real world. He glanced at the computer screen, intending to input the information word by word with his mind. However, upon seeing the first page of the Word document, lines of text promptly appeared on the floating sheet. The direct scanning input proved even more convenient than he had imagined. As Tang Song focused on the screen, he scrolled down with the mouse. Within a minute, all the information was recorded. He clicked the confirmation button, and the light screen flickered. Project feasibility report generation in progress. Completed. Would you like to extract it now? He clicked extract now. Instantly, the white sheet transformed into a beam of light, vanishing before his eyes. A sensation stirred within him, as if new knowledge had been bestowed upon his mind. Just as this thought emerged, a complete report vividly materialized in his memory. It not only articulated the project's feasibility from a macro perspective, but also meticulously justified the optimal development direction and strategies. Tang Song closed his eyes, recalling it carefully, his expression lighting up with surprise. As expected of the system, this was nothing short of a complete development strategy for the company. It detailed innovations in live streaming content, brand building, financial planning, product selection strategies, team formation, and cost control. It even specified the number of personnel required for roles such as anchors, scene controllers, operations, and customer service, along with their job requirements. With this project feasibility report, the company would swiftly get on the right track, avoiding numerous detours. Excitedly, he paced around his room for a while. Then, he changed into sportswear and began jogging around the community. Once he could no longer continue, he gradually slowed to a stop. Sitting by the flower bed, he opened his phone to check his stats. His average pace was 6:11 per kilometer, totaling 5 kilometers in 52 minutes and 33 seconds. Thanks to the enhancement from the lung strengthening agent, his athletic abilities had significantly improved, and as he adapted, his running performance continued to excel. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Song decided to share a screenshot of his running trajectory with Wen Ruan, the fitness enthusiast. He left a message: "I've noticed my body fat percentage has been declining rather slowly lately. Do you have any good suggestions?" According to Hu Mingli, Wen Ruan was a running aficionado, capable of completing a half marathon. It was hard to fathom that someone with her physique could possess such remarkable endurance. Her talent was indeed impressive. Ding dong. Wen Ruan, if you're keen on maximizing fat loss efficiency, in addition to running and skipping rope for cardio, consider incorporating 1 or 2 sessions of anaerobic exercise each week. Wen Ruan, ideally, do this at the gym using professional equipment. You can reduce fat while also shaping your physique. Tang Song replied, "Thank you for the suggestions. I'd like to ask, if I want to complete a half marathon, what pace should I aim for over 5 kilometers? Wen Ruan, if you aim to finish within 2 hours, a pace of 5 minutes and 30 seconds per kilometer would suffice." Tang Song wiped the sweat from his brow, leaning forward with his elbows resting on his knees, enjoying the cool evening breeze as he engaged in a lively conversation with Wen Ruan about running and music. April 26, 2023, Thursday, sunny. At 11 a.m., within Yunqi Building, Tang Song parked his bike and jogged into the elevator area. While waiting for the elevator, his hands alternated between being relaxed and tense. his gaze fixated on the LED screen displaying the floor numbers. He swiftly stepped into the elevator. After a series of stops, he finally reached the 30th floor. Swiping his card to enter the company, he bypassed the reception and immediately spotted Gao Mingting diligently working on her laptop at her desk. Noticing Tang Song's entrance, Gao Mingting quickly stood up. Perhaps to celebrate this unusual day, her attire was particularly exquisite. With a subtly toned makeup look, her features appeared even more refined and graceful. She wore a white traditional-style blouse paired with a form-fitting skirt, black stockings, and beige high heels. Standing in the spacious and well-lit office, she radiated elegance, creating a captivating atmosphere. She greeted him with a bright smile, her right hand raised and waving at him. For a brief moment, Tang Song was momentarily entranced by her appearance. Her outfit, demeanor, and expression, combined with the setting, reminded him of a character from a game, a golden secretary. Shaking his head to dispel the thought, Tang Song extended his right hand and took a few quick steps forward. With a clap, their palms met, producing a crisp sound. Gao Mingting pointed to the thick folder on the table and smiled. President Tang, everything is here. The original and duplicate copies of the business license, the organizational code certificate, the company seal, the tax registration certificate, the bank contract, and the investment shield. Tang Song reached out to examine each item, feeling a surge of excitement. Songmei Apparel Trade Company, Limited had a registered capital of 1 million RMB. Tang Song held 75 of the shares, while Gao Mingting held 25, concurrently acting as the legal representative. The company was registered yesterday, and the tax registration was just completed this morning. They would be able to transfer funds externally in 3 days. You've worked hard, Mingting, Tang Song said, giving her a thumbs up. It's even faster than I imagined. To be honest, I have contemplated starting a business since my university days, and now it has finally come to fruition. It feels quite rewarding. The long march has only just begun, and many challenges await us. Let's persevere. Gao Mingting leaned against the solid wood desk, her demeanor cheerful as she gazed at him. I shall first fulfill my promise. Tang Song opened the bank contract and located the company as corporate account. Using the China Merchants Bank app, he transferred the system-provided investment of 1 million, adding a note indicating it was the paid-in capital. After completing this, Tang Song smiled. The promised 1 million has been transferred to the corporate account. Next, the office renovation, equipment purchases, recruitment, and the 160,000 yuan I promised you will all be drawn from the company account. He paused momentarily before adding, let's give it our all, partner. Let us do it, Gao Mingting said, biting her lip as she stood before the south-facing floor-to-ceiling window. Tang Song took a deep breath and stood beside her, both looking out at the breathtaking cityscape. The system interface unfurled once more. On April 26, 2023, after prolonged preparation, planning, and effort, you established your first enterprise, turning your ideals and visions into reality. Simultaneously, you will face more challenges and opportunities, beginning to contemplate issues from the perspective of a manager, a novel experience. Filled with both excitement and apprehension, you have completed the planned task. Your role has ascended. President of Songmei Apparel Trade Company, Limited. As a commerce development engineer, the new role is now effective, accompanied by the special effect leader. Leader, when making personnel decisions for Songmei Apparel Trade Company, Limited, you will possess heightened intuition and insight, along with a strong risk awareness, enabling you to identify and assess potential risks in employees and interviewees. Chapter 61, A Subtle Contest Among Women. In the warm and tranquil office, the two individuals standing before the floor-to-ceiling window fell into an unspoken silence, each savoring the joy and aspirations that filled their hearts at that moment. After a considerable pause, Gao Mingting broke the silence. President Tang, what's next? Ah, indeed. It feels different after the company's establishment. Your words carry such gravitas, she said, crossing her arms and glancing at him. What are the next arrangements? The first order of business is to expedite the recruitment of the necessary staff, finance, human resources, hosts, operations, planning, and customer service. Gao Mingting pondered for a moment before responding. Our initial operations are quite straightforward. We can hire a part-time accountant for finance. As for the hosts, operations, and human resources, I can manage those myself, which would save a significant amount of expenses. The revenue during the initial phase is quite low, and we might even incur some losses. She had traversed this path with many obstacles in her way and had developed certain expectations, but Tang Song was embarking on his first entrepreneurial venture. She hoped to minimize costs as much as possible, preventing Tang Song from losing motivation due to financial setbacks. Tang Song replied earnestly, you need not worry about the finances. Since we have established the company, we should operate more formally. After all, one person's energy is limited, and I hope the company can quickly get on the right track. Gao Mingting bit her lower lip gently and nodded, I understand. Based on our previous discussions about the entrepreneurial plan, I have organized a very detailed development strategy, which I will send to you shortly to see if there are any issues. All right, President Tang. Hearing this title again, Tang Song's lips curled into a broad smile, and his mood soared to unprecedented heights. This is the advantage of being one's own boss, being able to formulate the company's strategic plans and directions according to one's wishes. He had felt this sensation while playing the game Male God Growth Plan. In fact, to smoothly progress through the game's plot, he had research management, finance, economics, and market-related knowledge. However, it was still far from sufficient. It was merely theoretical knowledge. Now, being involved in the creation, planning, and development of a company from start to finish was quite fascinating. Moreover, having such a capable and attractive partner made the collaboration all the more delightful. With this thought in mind, Tang Song recalled Secretary Jean. In the game, she had accompanied him throughout his entrepreneurial journey. Though her title was secretary, she resembled more of a partner. In reality, that role had shifted to Gao Mingting. Tang Song turned to meet her gaze, smiling. Our company will surpass your expectations in the future. You won't regret your decision. I believe so, Gao Mingting replied, momentarily averting her gaze, biting her lip as she looked out the window. The first time she had seen him was at the Mingjun Auto Repair Factory. In her memory, he was an ordinary young man with an average demeanor, someone she had encountered many times before. Yet, at this moment, Tang Song had transformed entirely. Not only did he appear more handsome and poised, but he also exuded an inexplicable charisma. This aura was familiar to her. She had once possessed it herself. It was confidence, an overwhelming, effervescent self-assurance. Such a man, regardless of his disheveled appearance, would still radiate an undeniable distinctiveness upon making eye contact. Gao Mingting had never been one to judge by appearances. She placed greater importance on a man's intellect and capabilities. The current Tang Song, however, emanated a captivating charm. Snap! Tang Song snapped his fingers crisply, grinning at Gao Mingting. It's almost mealtime. Let us go, partner. I'll treat you to a feast. Then I must indulge you. She replied, her burdens lifted, and with the company freshly established, her spirits were buoyant. She opened her tote bag, stowed the company documents inside, closed her laptop, and followed Tang Song out of the office. While waiting for the elevator, they discussed their dining destination. Having worked in the area for 3 years, Gao Mingting was well acquainted with the local restaurants. On such a celebratory day, she chose a highly rated upscale Western restaurant without hesitation. Entering the spacious and bright elevator, they pressed the B2 button. Leaning against the silver wall inside, they quietly discussed the recruitment matters. Ding! The elevator came to a steady halt on the 19th floor. As the doors slowly opened, a wave of refreshing, moist fragrance wafted in, reminiscent of sea breezes and the scent of rain-soaked air. Tang Song instinctively lifted his head, his nostrils flaring, and beheld a somewhat familiar figure. She was dressed in a deep gray women's suit, perched atop black stilettos, her bare legs long and fair, and she held a blue name tag in her hand. As he recognized her striking face, memories flooded back. It was that girl Xiaoxua, whom he had encountered while dining at Shenwei Pavilion. What left a lasting impression was the stark contrast she had presented before, with friends driving a Porsche, claiming a friend with a Mercedes G-Class was coming to pick her up, only to end up in a Corolla. Unexpectedly, I encountered her today at the Yunxi building. It seems she also works here, which is quite a serendipitous coincidence. Tang Song peered into the corridor through the open elevator doors. Yinxing Rongxin Venture Capital Company, Limited. The scale appears to be considerable, occupying an entire floor of office space. Upon entering the elevator, noticing the sparse presence of people, Xiaoxua stepped directly in front of the mirror. Unconcerned, she swayed side to side, retrieving her phone from her pocket to strike a few poses for selfies. Aware of Tang Song's gaze, the nearby Gao Mingting also turned to glance at Xiaoxua. With large, expressive eyes, a high nose bridge, straight brows, a pointed chin, and fair skin, she stood slightly taller, approximately 173 centimeters, and with her high heels, the fitted suit skirt accentuated her tall and alluring figure. Embodying the essence of an urban white-collar elite, Gao Mingting raised an eyebrow, instinctively straightening her posture. Her attire today was also meticulously curated, and with her curvaceous physique, she held her own quite well. However, her beauty leaned toward a softer elegance, contrasting with the more ostentatious allure of Xiaoxua's influencer-like visage, lacking the same assertive aura. Xiaoxua seemed to sense something, lowering her phone, her left hand resting on her right elbow, revealing a dazzling platinum watch on her wrist. The elevator came to a gradual halt on the first floor. With a smile playing on her lips, Xiaoxua cast a sidelong glance at Gao Mingting. Her chin slightly raised as she gracefully exited. Her exquisite posture and swaying hips instantly attracted the attention of several men. Gao Mingting's eyes twitched slightly, her gaze subtly shifting to find Tang Song still fixated on Xiaoxua's retreating figure, a sense of inexplicable defeat washing over her. She glanced down at her own slender legs clad in stockings, contemplating if she was not lacking in allure herself. Let us go, Mingting. Oh, Gao Mingting replied, following Tang Song out. Click. She opened the car door and slid into the passenger seat. Closing the door, Tang Song turned to her with a smile. I thought you would be surprised. My attempt at impressing you has failed, haha. Gao Mingting shot him a sidelong glance, her face lighting up with a smile. I am indeed quite surprised. Considering your status, I expected at least a Bentley, yet here you are in a 3 Series. Tang Song's lips twitched. At a loss for words, Gao Mingting blinked, adjusting her seat and fastening her seatbelt, extending her legs. Her legs, enveloped in black stockings, crossed delicately, revealing a subtle sheen of her skin. The contours flowed seamlessly, exuding an aura of health and vitality. Tang Song's gaze gradually descended, unable to resist stealing a few more glances. Let us head out, Mr. Tang. Gao Mingting smiled, placing her large tote bag on her lap, blocking his line of sight. Chapter 62, The Beginning of Dreams. After finishing lunch, the two returned to the office, officially commencing their work. They created accounts, registered a Douyin store, and submitted for review. They discussed the decoration and planning of the live streaming room, selecting office equipment and supplies, computers and accessories, printers, water dispensers, refrigerators, microwaves, live streaming equipment, and consumables. These essentials needed to be prepared before the employees' onboarding. Given the company's modest size and the limited number of initial employees, the total expenditure amounted to 90,000 yuan. Gao Mingting suggested purchasing second-hand items, but Tang Song promptly dismissed the idea, as the company account would only be able to make external payments 3 days later. They merely selected items online for now, planning to place the order in a couple of days when they could use the remittance identification code for payment. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Tang Song leaned against the wall on a cloud-like sofa, admiring the profile of Gao Mingting as she diligently worked. Isn't it time to clock out? Just give me 10 more minutes, Gao Mingting replied, continuing. The front desk logo wall is crucial as it directly represents the company's brand image. I just contacted a junior from my university to help design it. Do you have any specific requirements for the Suame apparel logo? Requirements? Tang Song stroked his chin, responding, it should be simple and aesthetically pleasing. Perhaps we should consider hiring a professional design firm? Gao Mingting swiveled her ergonomic chair to face him, smiling. My junior possesses considerable talent in art and design. She previously helped me with logos and packaging, and her work is quite spirited, rivaling that of professional designers. The key is her dedication. Let us give her a try. And if you're not satisfied, we can always switch. All right, Miss Gao, I'll defer to your judgment. Tang Song waved his hand in acquiescence. Gao Mingting's lips curved upward, her high heels gently lifting. A while later, Gao Mingting closed her laptop, rising with a hint of excitement. Let us go. Time to clock out. Having been directly involved in entrepreneurship since graduation, she had never truly experienced the novelty of leaving work at a designated time. After a brief tidying up, they headed toward the exit. Upon reaching the reception area, Gao Mingting suddenly halted, saying, Wait for me a moment. I almost forgot something important. What important matter? Tang Song inquired curiously. Gao Mingting pulled out her phone, first snapping several photos of the office area, then beckoning Tang Song over. Let us take a commemorative photo to mark the establishment of our company. Indeed, we should capture this moment, Tang Song nodded, positioning himself to the left of Gao Mingting. Behind them stood the company's reception area. Though empty, it exuded a modern and elegant ambience. Gao Mingting raised her phone, angling it horizontally before them. She hesitated for a moment, extending her left hand to encircle Tang Song's right arm, tilting her head slightly to the left. Tang Song stiffened momentarily before regaining his composure. The warmth of her touch and a faint scent enveloped him. Standing in her high heels, her head was level with his nose. Say cheese. Click. Their first photograph together was captured. Gao Mingting released his arm, stepping forward a few paces to face him directly, her smile radiant. Tang Song, years from now, when Some Apparel has successfully gone public and we ring the bell at the exchange, we'll look back at this photo. This marks the inception of our dreams. By then, we won't just be a small live streaming sales company. We will have our own office building, a fashion brand, a design firm, and a production factory. Our branches will span across the nation, establishing us as a leading domestic fashion brand. We will launch our luxury line, recruit the most prominent celebrities as endorsers, and sponsor various reality shows and concerts. As she spoke of her beautiful aspirations for the future, her voice was gentle yet resolute. She had never lacked the courage and belief to ascend, and now, with opportunities at hand, her desire for success was palpable. Tang Song inhaled deeply, feeling inspired by her words. This moment was not far off. If Gao Mingting was merely envisioning, he was sincerely anticipating the arrival of such a moment. With a system at his disposal, vast assets awaiting inheritance, and a cadre of meticulously trained elite talents. He was on the path to fulfilling the three great life goals of a man: business, money, and women. Gao Mingting resided in the Zhuxi community in the Chaoxi district, conveniently near the Mingjun auto repair factory. After parking the car downstairs, Gao Mingting inquired, "Would you like to come up for dinner? I often cook for myself, and my culinary skills are quite commendable." "Then I would be delighted," Tang Song readily agreed. "Haha, I thought you would be more polite." Tang Song turned off the engine and unbuckled his seatbelt. Turning her head with a smile, she remarked, "There is a saying in a book I am currently reading: you can never truly understand someone unless you walk a mile in their shoes. I wish to gain a deeper understanding of my partner, hence my desire to step into her shoes." Gao Mingting chuckled and replied, "Micom Town has been around for quite some time. In my earliest memories, it was a sleepy old town. During college, I was quite fond of Harper Lee's To Kill a Mockingbird, having read it 3 times. I also cherish this book, and it would be delightful for us to share our thoughts on it this evening." Under the dim light, Gao Mingting's face suddenly flushed. With a soft hum, she pushed open the car door and stepped out. They took the elevator to the 12th floor. Clap! Tang Song applauded, activating the voice-controlled lights. Gao Mingting fumbled to retrieve her keys from her tote bag, unlocked the door, and illuminated the living room. A plethora of shoes adorned the shoe cabinet at the entrance, in various styles and colors. There were also 2 pairs of slippers, albeit both were women's and quite small in size. "No need to change shoes. You can come right in," Gao Mingting said, her expression slightly awkward. "Very well." Tang Song smiled and entered directly. The apartment consisted of 2 bedrooms and a living room, with a reasonably spacious living area. The decor was remarkably simple, featuring plain white walls, white floor tiles, and furniture styled in an IKEA aesthetic. In the corner of the south-facing balcony, there was a uniquely designed wooden bookshelf brimming with books. Gao Mingting hung her bag on the coat rack and turned to ask, "Would you like something to drink? Hot water, cola, mango juice, or sparkling water?" "A cola will suffice." Gao Mingting retrieved a 300 milliliters can of red cola from the refrigerator and handed it over. "There aren't many dishes at home, so unfortunately, you won't be able to order out today. I'll handle it. Do you need any help?" Tang Song took the cola, opened it, and took a sip. "No, I can manage on my own. Please relax on the sofa for a bit. By the way, I have some buns my mom sent over, filled with pork and radish. Slightly spicy. Would you like to try some? I absolutely adore pork and radish buns. It seems I'm in for a treat today." "All right then, I won't steam rice. I'll stir-fry a couple of vegetable dishes to accompany the meat buns, and it will be ready in no time." As she spoke, Gao Mingting tied on an apron and busied herself in the kitchen. Tang Song stepped over to the bookshelf, casually pulling out a few books to peruse, all bearing evident signs of being well-read. It was clear that Gao Mingting had a genuine passion for reading, a habit she had maintained for quite some time. Among them, he found the next book he intended to read, The Weakness of Human Nature. Sitting down on the gray fabric sofa, Tang Song embraced the book and began to read. The extractor hood buzzed to life. The sizzling of vegetables meeting hot oil filled the air, accompanied by the clattering of spatula against metal pan. A delicate aroma began to waft through the space. Tang Song's nose twitched as he caught the scent of tomato scrambled eggs. Through the kitchen door, he could see the undulating silhouette of his partner and the shapely legs encased in stockings. The red apron cinched her slender waist, creating an elegant curve with her pert posterior. Tang Song gently closed the book, quietly savoring the scene before him. Chapter 63. "Actually, you're quite handsome. Dinner will be ready shortly. Remember to wash your hands first. The bathroom is around the corner over there." "All right." Tang Song placed the book back on the shelf and walked to the bathroom, switching on the light. The space spanned approximately 4 to 5 square meters and was impeccably tidy. Numerous shelves lined the walls, neatly arranged with various toiletries, skincare products, and bath towels. It was evident that Gao Mingting was a meticulous and cleanliness-loving individual. After thoroughly washing his hands, he returned to the living room just as Gao Mingting approached with a steaming plate of buns. "The extractor hood is a bit old, so the house tends to retain some cooking smells. I hope you don't mind." "It smells delightful. I don't mind at all." Gao Mingting smiled as she gently set down the plate, then pulled back the curtains on the balcony, opening the windows wide. A refreshing evening breeze swept in, instantly revitalizing the air. On the simple wooden dining table, 3 dishes were arranged: tomato scrambled eggs, mushroom and bok choy stir-fry, and smashed cucumber. Under the warm lighting, it appeared inviting. "Come on, Tang Song, try my cooking and see if it's to your liking." "Thank you for your efforts. It looks incredibly appetizing." Accepting the chopsticks Gao Mingting offered, Tang Song sampled each dish in turn. The eggs, enveloped in tomato juice, were perfectly seasoned, tender, and delectable. The rich aroma of mushrooms harmonized beautifully with the fresh taste of bok choy, creating a rich flavor profile. The cucumber was crisp and juicy, refreshing with a hint of sourness and spice. Though they were simple home-cooked dishes, They brought an extraordinary sense of comfort. Tang Song gave a thumbs up, sincerely praising, absolutely delicious. Gao Mingting, feeling a bit shy, replied, I don't know many recipes. These 3 are my specialties, and they're quite simple to prepare. Do give the buns a try. My mom is an excellent pastry maker. Ouch, it's scalding. Tang Song grinned as he took a bite, his eyes lighting up instantly. So flavorful. The spice level is just right. Mingting, I'm tempted to stay here indefinitely. We are partners. Are you trying to make me your housekeeper? Gao Mingting's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze instinctively averting. There are still 8 buns left in the fridge. I'll pack some for you to take home later. Taking them all would be too much. Just 4 will suffice. Just then, the sound of a guitar filled the air from outside the balcony, accompanied by a captivating voice. BGM, you are the essence of daily life, the morning rice porridge. You understand the changing seasons and know how to be a steadfast companion. Your eyes are a tapestry of colors. Gao Mingting's eyes sparkled as she pointed to the wall behind her, saying, it's the neighbor next door singing. Because the balconies are close, I often get to enjoy free live performances. They sing quite well and play the guitar beautifully. Tang Song also enjoyed music in the past. He had even attempted to learn the guitar to impress his crush, only to find himself lacking in talent. He is a resident singer at a bar and quite a sensation online, very impressive. Amidst the melodious singing, the two continued to eat and chat, transitioning from discussing cooking To Kill a Mockingbird and eventually delving into the fashion industry. During their conversation, Gao Mingting's phone would occasionally light up with new messages. Most of the time, she merely glanced at it, rarely responding. After finishing dinner and tidying up the kitchen, Gao Mingting brushed her teeth in the bathroom, then prepared a fruit platter to set before Tang Song. They leaned back on the fabric sofa in the living room, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Suddenly, the sound of a WeChat call rang out. Gao Mingting hesitated for a moment, but ultimately answered. Hello, Rua. I'm doing well, thank you. I've improved a lot. I appreciate your concern. How have you been? Congratulations. That's wonderful. It seems I shall have to address you as supervisorly from now on. If I visit Magic City, I will definitely come to see you. Just don't mind me mooching off you. I still have friends here, so let's chat later. Goodbye. After hanging up, Gao Mingting let out a long sigh and rubbed her temples. Tang Song inquired with concern, are you all right? Leaning against the armrest of the sofa, Gao Mingting gazed at the ceiling and said, Mom once remarked that much of the concern shown is merely to ascertain how miserable you truly are. This statement encapsulates my current situation. Those female classmates, with whom I lost contact after graduation, have begun to reach out to me, incessantly inquiring about my current circumstances. At this juncture, she shook her head with self-deprecation. Perhaps my previous exuberance had garnered too much attention, leaving them feeling unsettled. One can only conclude that your exceptional qualities are the reason I chose you as my partner. Tang Song shifted his position slightly, leaning closer to her, his gaze sincere as it rested upon her graceful visage. Gao Mingting's lips curled into a smile as she replied, Thank you for your acknowledgement, President Tang. I shall not disappoint you. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Gao Mingting quickly rose, raising her voice. Who is it? Miss Gao, it's me. Here to return the book, came a somewhat familiar voice from outside. Just a moment. Gao Mingting peered through the peephole and then slowly opened the door. Standing outside was a handsome young man in his early 20s, with medium-length hair and dressed in all black, exuding a distinctive personality. Thank you for the book. I have finished reading the first volume of Gone with the Wind, and it left a profound impact on me, the young man said softly, handing her a blue-black book. I came not only to return it, but also to borrow the second volume. If that's all right? Sure, just a moment, Gao Mingting replied, taking the book and walking towards the bookshelf. The young man's gaze followed her silhouette, and he soon noticed Tang Song seated on the sofa. Their eyes met, and he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Gao Mingting returned swiftly with the book in hand. Here you go. Your singing just now was quite impressive. Thank you, the young man replied, gesturing towards the interior. Did you have friends over today? Gao Mingting beamed with a radiant smile. Yes, a good friend. Seeing her smile, the young man nodded. Then I shall take my leave. Thank you, Miss Gao, for the book. If you have any songs you'd like to hear, do let me know. All right, goodbye. Goodbye. As she closed the door, Gao Mingting casually explained, he is the neighbor who was singing on the balcony just now, Lu Winning. He moved in not long ago. Quite a handsome lad. Tang Song had an instinctive feeling that Lu Winning harbored an interest in his partner, as he had initially intended to frequent the place under the pretense of borrowing books. However, this was entirely understandable. Gao Mingting, with her striking appearance, physique, and demeanor, was undoubtedly not lacking in admirers. Gao Mingting pursed her full lips and remarked, Actually, you are quite handsome as well. Tang Song, taken aback, replied earnestly, I prefer to engage with individuals who possess such discerning taste as yours. Gao Mingting chuckled softly, taking a seat on the arm of the sofa near the balcony. her long legs gently swaying in the cool evening breeze as they delved into discussions about literature. Tang Song, though not particularly knowledgeable in this field, primarily listened and observed. Chapter 64. Shaojing, Private Marseille. At 9 p.m., Tang Song returned to the Qingxin Garden community. After a brief session of fat-burning exercise and a refreshing shower, he comfortably laid down on his bed. The system's display gradually unfolded, allowing him to check his personal information. Player, Tang Song, 37 foot. Role, President of Songmei Fashion. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Constitution, 59. Stamina, 57. Agility, 51. Insight, 76. Financial status, balance, 380. 000 yuan. Enterprise, Songmei Fashion Property. 200 square meters of office space in Yunxi building vehicle. BMW 330i. With the official establishment of the company, his role had ascended, and his charm rating had soared to 37. Should he successfully recruit staff and achieve profitability, it would undoubtedly surpass 40, unlocking the next stage of assets. The thought stirred a sense of excitement within him. Glancing at his pitiful balance, Tang Song chuckled softly, reassuring himself that it would soon increase. He checked the details of his title, the popular me. Current cash reward, 112, 600 yuan. Total, 214, 600 yuan. He clicked to withdraw. A notification pinged. China Merchants Bank, your account ending in 6800 received 11, 260, 000 yuan on April 27th at 21:51. Balance, 15.06 million yuan. His available balance had finally surpassed 100,000 yuan, marking a complete farewell to a frugal existence. Staring at the lengthy numbers in his bank account, Tang Song felt a wave of emotion. He recalled the last time he visited home, when his mother had pulled him into the room and presented a brochure filled with figures, discussing it for over half an hour. The newly opened Qingxin Garden community, located on the southern ring of the county, boasted a separation of pedestrians and vehicles, nearby hospitals, and was situated within a school district. Priced at 5,000 yuan per square meter, a 100 square meter two-bedroom apartment required a down payment of 150,000 yuan. Due to its high value for money, sales were booming, and it was said that only a few units remained. Tang Song vividly remembered the longing and disappointment in his mother's eyes. At that time, the family had just cleared their debts and simply could not scrape together that amount. With a long sigh, Tang Song found himself unable to sleep. He propped up his pillow against the headboard and picked up his phone. Opening the Douyin app, he entered his personal center, where his follower count stood at 1,037. It was nearing the number of followers he had on Zaihongshu, but the growth had slowed. It was time to prepare for the filming of a new video. As his primary source of cash flow, it needed to be prioritized. Lying in bed, he pondered for a moment, then searched Douyin for topics related to hands and driving, studying the filming techniques and content of trending viral videos. After a considerable selection process, he finally determined the filming theme, a first-person driving video featuring one-handed steering while turning, complemented by dazzling city nightscapes. This would greatly enhance the visual appeal of the video and serve as an extension of his previous work. With the concept solidified, Tang Song opened a shopping app to procure filming equipment, a car sunroof mount, and a professional action camera. His current smartphone was sufficient for daytime shooting, but to capture night scenes effectively, a professional camera was essential. After jotting down his filming ideas in a memo, Tang Song casually opened his social media feed to catch up on his friend's recent activities. To his surprise, the first post he encountered served as a speed bump for him. 1 Ruan, recent snippets of life. Accompanying it were several photos, showcasing the gym, cycling, work, and social gatherings. Tang Song clicked on a gym photo, zooming in to examine the details. He couldn't help but acknowledge Wen Ruan's impressive talents. Her gluteal muscles were remarkable, and her physique was exquisite, even in conservative gym attire. She radiated allure, surpassing those fitness influencers he followed. He saved the image to his album and casually liked the post. Continuing to scroll down, he came across another post. Zhao Yaqian. Today's takeaway. The vendor sent an extra braised egg. How delightful. Authentic beef banh mi and JPG. His beauty therapist friend remained easily satisfied. Tang Song smiled and commented, just mooching off your happiness. El Kai. The new outdoor barbecue in Xinqing Alley is officially open. Share this post to collect 50 likes for an 80 discount. Plus, free drinks. Seeking likes. Seeking likes. Here are a few promotional photographs that exude a camping ambience. Featuring attendants clad in traditional Hanfu, lush greenery and vibrant flowers adorning the surroundings, an artfully designed backdrop, and barbecued meats enveloped in an array of spices. It indeed appears splendid. I gave a thumbs up to my university classmate, and Tang Song was reminded of her friend, the beautician, who had been incessantly lamenting about indulging in barbecued meats and steaks once her salary was dispersed each mention leaving her salivating. Tang Song shared the restaurant's promotional images with Zhao Yaqian, leaving a message: "The May Day holiday is approaching. Shall I treat you to barbecue?" After perusing her social media feed for a while, her phone buzzed. "Zhao Yaqian, Brother Song has helped me so much. I feel bad about letting you treat me again. This Sunday marks the end of the month, and our boss promised to pay our salaries. Once I get my paycheck, I'll treat you. How about that?" Upon reading this reply, Tang Song paused momentarily before responding, "All right." Just then, her phone buzzed again. "Tianjing, I've finally wrapped up the company matters, and the May Day holiday is almost here. What about you? Any restaurants you wish to visit? I'll treat you in Yinqing." Sunglasses emoji. Tang Song raised an eyebrow. This goddess from the company is indeed a woman of her word, even taking the initiative to extend an invitation. She promptly replied, "Xinqing Outdoor Barbecue JPG. This new establishment looks quite impressive. Shall we try it together?" "Tianjing, sounds great. How about 7 p.m. the day after tomorrow?" Just then, a crisp notification sound chimed in her ear. "Ding. You have triggered the challenge task, First Date Experience. Please visit the task center for details." In the Yanjing Garden Community, building number 1, on a fluffy pink circular bed, Tianjing lay on the quilt in a nightgown, her fair legs playfully kicking. "Ding dong. Tang Song. Then I'll see you the day after tomorrow." "Tang Song. Looking forward to it, GIF." Tianjing chuckled softly, opening a delightful chat group. She messaged, "All set. I've managed to arrange a date with that man who possesses the hands of a god. Wait for my photo updates." After sending the message, she tossed her phone aside. Tianjing pulled a book about palmistry from beneath her pillow, browsing through its pages while contemplating how to seamlessly suggest offering him a palm reading. Her phone vibrated intermittently with lively chatter in the group. Tilting her head, she seemed to have an idea. Quietly, she slipped out of bed. Click. The door was locked from the inside. Barefoot, she snuggled back under the covers, dimming the room lights to a warm nighttime hue. She picked up her phone, opened the photo gallery, and located the pictures taken in the office earlier. The screen's glow illuminated her fair face, rosy and utterly charming. Tianjing bit her plump, moist lips and whispered, "I'm sorry." Chapter 65, Lingling's WeChat. After replying to Tianjing's message, Tang Song hurriedly opened the system interface to review the task details for First Date Experience. Task description: as a well-to-do individual at the helm of a burgeoning company, you have received a date invitation from a beautiful girl, filling you with anticipation and joy. As a gentleman, you should pay heed to your attire, speech, and demeanor, showcasing your confidence and charm while listening to her thoughts and affording her ample care and respect. The challenge lies in ensuring your date enjoys a delightful experience. Task reward: Date Gift Pack 1. Satisfaction, 0-100. Note: the higher the date partner's satisfaction peak during the outing, the more abundant the reward pack will be. After restraint and perseverance, I have finally triggered another challenge task. Unlike other tasks, challenge tasks resemble a test of skill for the player. The better you perform, the greater the rewards. The only regret is that the date partner is not Zhao Yaqian. I know little about Tianjing, the former compensation supervisor from the company, and our interactions have been limited. Moreover, as a quintessential affluent beauty, she lacks neither wealth nor praise. It will be quite challenging to ensure she has the best dating experience. If it were Zhao Yaqian, I would have absolute confidence in achieving a satisfaction rating of 100. Oh, my beautician friend, why must you be so unambitious? If given the opportunity in the future, I shall surely give you a good spanking, at least 50 times. After pondering for a moment, an idea struck Tang Song. How could I have forgotten you, my dear cyber strategists? It is your time to shine. It was also time to update my notes, as I would be uploading my transformation results tomorrow while seeking their advice. Dating the former company goddess is indeed a brilliant hook, capable of attracting traffic and boosting follower engagement. A win-win situation. With a firm clench of his hands, Tang Song declared, "Lights off, lay down, cover myself with the blanket, and sleep." April 28, 2023, Friday, overcast, 11:23 a.m. After completing a 50-minute posture correction session, Tang Song meticulously began his skincare routine and styled his hair. After rummaging through his wardrobe, he finally selected a casual outfit, a gray knit sweater paired with black sweatpants. This was the same ensemble he had worn on the first day of his transformation on April 2nd. Nearly a month into the transformation, he thought it fitting to take a comparative photo. Fixing his phone on a stand, he set it to automatically capture a photo after a countdown. Positioning himself in the same spot, taking a deep breath, Tang Song straightened his posture, raised his chin, relaxed his body, and gazed forward. Click. A raw, unedited photo appeared in his album. Tang Song reviewed it with satisfaction, nodding his approval. Having shed 20 pounds, the outfit now hung loosely on him. Yet his well-proportioned physique remained evident. Without a mask, his handsome features and increasingly defined jawline were becoming clearer, along with a slimmer neck. while his skin was average. He bore no dark circles, blemishes, or prominent eye bags. Under the natural camera, he could be deemed handsome. With a touch-up, he could certainly step into the realm of internet celebrities. Reflecting on the embarrassment of deleting photos just a month prior, Tang Song felt a wave of emotion. He no longer needed to wear a mask. A casual snapshot revealed a refreshing, vibrant young man. To better solicit advice from his cyber strategists, he refrained from wearing a mask for the new photo. After all, he was no longer something to be ashamed of. He opened the photo taken on April 2nd, utilizing Photoshop to create a collage, dividing the two images with a subtle blue lightning bolt. The before and after comparison became more striking and vivid, and he had a strong premonition that this post would surely gain traction. He also compiled recent workout and posture correction photos. Tang Song opened the Xiaohongshu app. His follower count was notably unique, 1111. Due to a lack of updates in recent days, follower growth had been sluggish, and the number of comments and likes had significantly diminished. Just as he was about to create a new note, several unread private messages caught his eye. The avatars strikingly familiar. Yao Ling. Hey there, why haven't you updated recently? You're not giving up, are you? I'm eagerly awaiting your transformation and comeback. Yao Ling. I made a bet with my roommate. If you give up midway, I'll have to treat them to a month's worth of snail noodles. Yao Ling. Don't be disheartened. If you encounter any difficulties, let's connect on WeChat, and I can offer you some guidance. My WeChat ID is YLL01. She sent 3 messages intermittently from the night before last to last night. Since Tang Song had not logged in for a while, he had not seen them until now. It was evident that she was quite anxious, even sharing her WeChat ID. Tang Song chuckled softly, opened WeChat, added a friend, and searched for the account. The nickname was Ling Ling, and the profile picture featured a playful selfie with a plush toy. He sent a friend request with the message, Hello, Yao Ling, I am April, a Xiaohongshu blogger. Returning to the Xiaohongshu app, Tang Song continued to create a note. He uploaded the several images he had prepared, placing the transformation comparison picture at the forefront. Title: Day 26 of Following Advice on Transformation. Seeking suggestions for a date with a beautiful rich girl. Content: Following everyone's advice. Besides skincare, I have also started correcting my posture recently, and I feel the results are quite satisfactory. My skin has noticeably improved, and issues like forward head posture, slouched shoulders, and hunchback have also been alleviated. Moreover, I have a date with the goddess of our company the night after tomorrow. She is the epitome of a beautiful rich girl, and I feel immense pressure. I wish to present myself better and ensure she has a pleasant experience. What do you think I should do? Topic: Transformation, following advice, date, goddess. Click to publish. Sitting at the computer, he transcribed the project feasibility report provided by the system at a typing speed of 135 characters per minute and sent it to Gao Mengting's email. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 9 o'clock, time to head to work. Being the boss had its perks. There was no need to clock in at a specific time. After gathering his belongings, Tang Song hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to take the keys to the Wuling Hongguang. The warehouse rented by Gao Mengting was relatively remote, and once the company began operations, he would need to transport clothing to Yunxi building frequently. This vehicle could be left at the company for his partner's use. Once the company expands, he could purchase a dedicated small delivery truck. Hurry up, don't put on lipstick, we're going to be late. It's not my fault you insisted on having me binge-watch dramas, which kept me up all night. Ling Ling, one must have a sense of conscience. I went to bed at midnight, while you scrolled until 2 a.m. All right, let us go, Shumin, I'm ready. After changing into her shoes, grabbing her bag and helmet, the two hurried downstairs. Rushing to the parking shed, Yao Lingling quickly pulled out the electric scooter keys and started the vehicle. Li Shumin hurriedly jumped onto the back seat, wrapping her arms around Lingling's waist and giving her legs a tight squeeze. She shouted, Go, go, go. It's the last working day of the month. I can't afford to lose my perfect attendance. Don't worry, we still have 18 minutes. We're perfectly fine. Yao Lingling lifted the visor of her helmet and twisted the throttle. The black and white electric scooter surged forward instantly. She leaned slightly forward, resembling a knight charging into battle. Chapter 66, An Embrace in the Evening Breeze. Due to the morning rush hour, the roads were somewhat congested. She locked the scooter downstairs at the company and checked the time. Only 3 minutes left. Shumin, we're going to be late. Yao Lingling shouted and began to sprint. Li Shumin, dressed in a floral dress and high heels, turned pale, shouting, Wait for me. Lingling glanced back, waving her hand, and in the blink of an eye, dashed into the office building. Swiping the access card, the elevator lobby was teeming with people, with crowds gathered outside every elevator door. Shenyuan building had been constructed for over a decade, and there was no distinction between high and low zones, making peak hours a test of patience. Glancing at the time, only 2 minutes remained. Hurry up, brother. Yao Lingling was anxiously stamping her feet. Ding! An elevator arrived in the corner. Yao Lingling hurriedly joined the throng, but unfortunately, she still couldn't squeeze in. My shiny 200 yuan perfect attendance is slipping away. No, please. Ding. Another elevator arrived. Yao Lingling pressed her bag against her body, gritting her teeth as she forced her way inside. Watching the doors slowly close, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Checking the time again, only 1 minute left. Hurry, hurry, hurry. After a series of starts and stops, she finally reached the 8th floor. She was so anxious she felt the urge to use the restroom. Although the time on her phone still read 9 o'clock, Yao Lingling knew her time was running out. With a tense expression, she dashed through the company entrance, pressing her finger firmly on the fingerprint recognition area. Beep. Clock-in successful. Looking at the clock-in machine, it showed 9:01. Yao Lingling nervously rubbed her hands, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Was it a clock-in at 9 o'clock or 9:01? The difference was slight, yet it held a value of 200. With her mind preoccupied, she returned to her workstation. A few A4 sheets thudded onto her desk. Designer Liang Jiani frowned and said, Yao Lingling, didn't I tell you to use material A for the chest pocket cover? The cuff should have a 5 cm elastic. Yao Lingling quickly stood up, explaining softly, Sister Liang, you didn't mark it on the latest version of the list. I thought it was consistent with the previous version. Can't you just ask? Liang Jiani bit her lip, sternly instructing, redraw the version list for me, with detailed flat diagrams, process descriptions, and materials. The more detailed, the better. Don't let me see such elementary mistakes in the next sample. Understood, Sister Liang. Watching the designer depart, Yao Lingling's expression immediately fell. What is this? Whenever there's a problem, they come looking for me, the assistant, while it's clearly the pattern maker's fault. She tidied her desk and headed to the restroom. Pulling out her phone, she began her routine of enjoying a paid break. A new friend request? Tang Song. Yao Lingling muttered, clicking to check. Goodness, April. You've finally shown yourself. She accepted the request and messaged, Hey, hurry up and update your notes. I'm looking forward to your transformation. Ding. Tang Song. Thank you for your support. Zia Hongshu has been updated. Feel free to offer suggestions. Yao Lingling's eyes brightened, quickly opening the Zia Hongshu app and finding April in her following list. Indeed, it had been updated. My wallet is safe. Seeing the before and after transformation pictures in the note, Yao Lingling blinked. Is this really him? He seems quite impressive. Previously, she had discussed with others in April's comment section, and they all believed he probably felt a bit bashful about showing his face, which was why he wore a mask. Clicking to view the details and enlarging the image. The transformation was astonishing. On the left, that man. On the right, this handsome guy. Beyond the enhancement of his facial features, he also boasted a well-proportioned and upright physique. Exuding vitality. Especially when he smiled, he appeared rather charming. While he may not be a top-tier heartthrob, he was certainly of a caliber that could attract approaches in real life. Witnessing the fruits of her nurturing efforts, Yao Lingling's face lit up with joy. After admiring for a while, she began to read the content. Company goddess? Beautiful rich girl? A date? Let me count. This is the third one, right? Goodness. I thought you were just a naive admirer, but it turns out you're a wolf in sheep's clothing. She opened the comment section to take a look. Moonlit whispers. April, you are gradually becoming an unattainable figure to me. Next stop, paradise. Your appearance exceeds expectations by a great margin. Momo, this is the most successful transformation I have personally overseen, as well as the one with the highest execution capability. Blank bubble, exactly. After nurturing this electronic pet for so long, I have finally succeeded. It feels wonderful. Everyone is praising his transformation results and appearance, yet there are few dissenting opinions. Yao Lingling shifted in her seat, adjusting her posture. She typed a comment. The transformation is exceedingly successful. If one wishes to perform better on a date, simple makeup could be considered. The specific steps are as follows. Step 1. Yunchi Building, 30th floor, Songmei Apparel. Why are you staring at me? Do I have something on my face? Tang Song inquired, bewildered. Gao Mingting opened her mouth, glanced at her notebook, then at Tang Song. After a moment of silence, she spoke. Your project feasibility report makes me feel like a novice. The analysis of the target market is incredibly detailed, especially the operational strategies during the company's initial phase. Financial management and team building. It's practically a model answer. Gao Mingting took a deep breath, looking at him with admiration. As long as we follow this plan step by step, we will soon establish a firm foothold and grow stronger. Mr. Tang, I admit I underestimated you. Tang Song's face flushed slightly. As long as you think it's fine. That's all that matters. The entire day, the two organized the recruitment information for the initial team and posted it sequentially on major job recruitment websites. They also began selecting the first batch of merchandise for sale from Gao Mingting's inventory list. At 7 p.m., they took the elevator to the B2 parking lot. Tang Song pulled out the key to the Wuling Hongguang from his pocket and waved it. Thank you. Gao Mingting instinctively reached out, catching it securely. They got into the car and fastened their seatbelts. Tang Song set the navigation and smiled. First, take me home. This car will serve as our public transport. Given its ample trunk space, perfect for transporting clothes from the warehouse. Gao Mingting hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right. I want to be pretentious with you. Let us go? The vehicle emerged from the underground garage, merging into the congested city traffic. Tang Song reclined comfortably in his seat, quietly admiring his partner behind the wheel. Her attire today bore a resemblance to Xiao Shui's from yesterday, a tailored women's suit, a white V-neck top, and a gray pencil skirt. She appeared both elegant and competent, truly beautiful. Noticing his gaze, Gao Mingting awkwardly shifted in her seat, instinctively sitting up straighter. Seizing the opportunity while waiting at a traffic light, she opened the car's music player. The rhythmic melodies filled the air, easing her mood. The night before the May Day holiday, Yin City was particularly congested. It took over half an hour to reach their destination amidst the stop-and-go traffic. Gao Mingting surveyed the neighborhood against the cool evening breeze. It was not quite the upscale community she had imagined. Tang Song stood beside her and invited. Would you like to come up for a visit? No, I need to go back and organize the inventory list. And see if anyone has submitted a resume. Gao Mingting smiled, turning to embrace the Wuling Hongguang. Thank you for allowing me to drive it home. It truly means a lot. Tang Song jokingly remarked. How about giving me a hug too? That would be even more sincere. The evening wind tousled her hair. And Gao Mingting pressed her lips together, her face lighting up. Sure, partner. With that, she stepped forward and gently embraced him. Tang Song shivered slightly, feeling her warmth and the faint scent of her body mingled with shampoo. Chapter 67. Keep going. My esthetician friend. As he watched the Wuling Hongguang disappear from sight, Tang Song found himself reminiscing about that recent embrace, feeling a pang of regret. He realized he had been somewhat awkward and should have suggested giving her a hug in that moment. There was no denying that Gao Mingting had a delightful personality, generous and natural, a truly pleasant friend. Soon after, Tang Song thought of his esthetician friend, Zhao Yeqian. He opened the system interface to check the item, betting agreement. Remaining time, 9 days. On April 8th, he obtained this item, which gave him the courage to befriend Zhao Yeqian. In the blink of an eye, 21 days had passed. They had transformed from strangers into friends, chatting, skincare, dining, and traveling together. Zhao Yeqian was candid and somewhat endearing, never scheming or petty, and she treated him quite well, even if he was not romantically interested in her. Tang Song genuinely appreciated her friendship. Alas, she had never developed feelings for him. He couldn't help but recall Zhao Yeqian's words from their last conversation. We will always be good friends, right? He was no fool. He understood the underlying implication of that statement. Taking a deep breath, Tang Song climbed into his BMW 330 and set off for Yinxing Plaza. This visit was primarily for a facial treatment, but he also intended to discuss matters with the esthetician. If she truly held no romantic inclinations, he could simply terminate the betting agreement and withdraw the wager. With the title of Popular Me, the allure of the 300,000 from the betting agreement had diminished. Moreover, without the constraints of this item, their relationship could become simpler. After parking outside Yinxing Plaza, Tang Song joined the bustling crowd and made his way to the familiar handmade skewer shop. He ordered some skewers, Zhao Yeqian's favorites, and bought 2 cups of fruit tea. Strolling along the familiar pedestrian street, he lifted his gaze to the darkened storefront and neon sign, furrowing his brow. The Yitzi Beauty and Hair Salon usually closed after 9 p.m., and even if it was closed, the sign would remain lit. It was only 8 p.m. Tang Song's heart raced. Could it be that the place had gone out of business? He picked up his phone and sent Zhao Yeqian a voice call invitation. After a prolonged wait, the call finally connected. Hello, Songgo, I'm here. Although she tried to mask it, her voice was somewhat muffled, suggesting she had recently been crying. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Tang Song bit his lip, gently asking, Qian, are you all right? There was a pause on the other end before Zhao Yeqian's sobs filled the air. Songgo, Yitzi Beauty has closed down, and I can't refund your membership card. I'm so sorry. Tang Song quickly reassured her. Don't cry. It's not a big deal. You can just find another beauty salon to continue working. My membership card is inconsequential. As long as you keep guiding me, that's all that matters. He could hear her sniffles through the receiver as Zhao Yeqian choked out. Before closing, the boss only paid 1 month's salary. He still owes me for 2 months. It all happened this afternoon. The equipment from the shop was taken away, and I only managed to grab a box of skincare products and a few small devices. Songgo, I'll send you some masks and serums later. I'm really sorry. Tang Song softly replied. You don't need to apologize. It's not your fault. Blame it on your scoundrel of a boss. Exactly. It's all that old bastard's fault. Zhao Yeqian exclaimed. Fuming, A few of my colleagues and I are planning to apply for labor arbitration together, but it might be challenging to recover the money. He is deep in debt and is essentially a deadbeat. When she began recounting the heartless boss who had withheld her wages, Zhao Yaqian's grievances poured forth without end. Overwhelmed by her emotions, she began to vent to Tang Song about the unfair treatment she had endured during her 6 months of work, vehemently condemning her boss. Tang Song stood outside the Yitzi Beauty and Hair Salon, observing the ebb and flow of passers-by, occasionally offering words of comfort and agreement. After a span of 10 minutes, Zhao Yaqian let out a long sigh, as if she had finally regained her composure. Song-ge, I'm all right now. Thank you for your understanding and for listening to my grievances for so long. My cousin is working overtime today, and it's been quite suffocating to keep it all inside. Sharing it with you has lightened my burden. Please feel free to call me whenever you encounter issues. Tang Song, carrying some fried skewers, turned towards the exit. A refreshing evening breeze brushing against him. I just didn't want to disturb your work, especially since you're usually quite busy. It wouldn't be right to burden you with my negative energy. Not at all, Zhao Yaqian replied, her voice tinged with melancholy. I'm uncertain about what to do next. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the May Day holiday. I plan to prepare thoroughly in the coming days and strive to secure a position at a reputable beauty salon, one that offers comprehensive insurance. Taking a deep breath, Tang Song encouraged her, endure the lengthy valleys of life. It has its own timing. You can do it. My dear beautician friend, if you truly struggle to find work, you can always come to me. I'll support you. Zhao Yaqian erupted into laughter. Oh, I'm not easy to sustain. Skincare products, cosmetics, rent, clothing. My monthly expenses easily run into thousands. A mere few thousand? That seems rather modest, Tang Song teased. As my cousin would say, supporting you is more challenging than paying a mortgage. As they continued their conversation, Tang Song gradually approached the center of Yunqing Square. The area was bustling with people. Many held up their phones to livestream, while couples embraced, kissed, and held hands. Stopping in his tracks, Tang Song cheerfully asked Zhao Yaqian, "Do you have feelings for me? I mean, of the romantic kind." Came the startled gasp from the receiver, followed by an extended silence and ragged breaths. Clearly, she was taken aback by his sudden directness. Looking up at the vast sky, reminiscent of expansive blue satin, he smiled at the radiant moon. Since the arrival of the game system, his life had been utterly transformed, and he had traversed numerous experiences: physical metamorphosis, restraint, and perseverance, mastering the art of smiling. Awakening of consciousness, acquiring a car and home, unlocking the first phase of rewards, resigning, and embarking on entrepreneurship. Growth has never been ostentatious. It is a process of sedimentation and self-renewal after experiences. The man he is now is markedly different from who he was just a month ago. At this moment, he could confidently and openly express his desires. On the line, there was only the sound of breathing. "Are you still there?" Tang Song inquired. "I'm here," she replied softly, her voice husky, accompanied by the sound of her tongue licking her lips. "Song-gu." After a lengthy pause, she still could not articulate her thoughts. Feeling flustered? "Well, I think I understand your answer," he chuckled lightly, resuming his walk. "I only wish to confirm this with you. You must be quite tired today. Get a good night's sleep. Goodbye." "Goodbye," she replied. After ending the call, Tang Song glanced at the fried skewers and milk tea in his hands. He snapped a photo to share with Zhao Yaqian before stepping inside his car. As he bit into a juicy skewer, slightly cooled but still delectable, he leaned back in his seat, savoring a few more. After wiping his hands clean with a wet wipe, he started the car. Just as a crisp system notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Bet agreement. Condition 3 has been fulfilled. The current bet amount has escalated to 300,000 yuan. Tang Song blinked, momentarily at a loss. What was happening? The requirement for earning Zhao Yaqian's affection was stringent, necessitating romantic feelings that could not be feigned. So why had she been silent just moments ago? After wrestling with his thoughts for a while, he decided to abandon his overthinking. This was, after all, a positive development, indicating that their relationship was beginning to evolve. With a smile, recalling Zhao Yaqian's elegant legs, Tang Song opened his music player. As harmonious melodies filled the air, he clicked to withdraw his funds. The notification pinged again. 300,000 yuan from the bet successfully credited. Chapter 68. Commencing the subplot. Returning to the Qinxin Garden community. He brought in the JD package he had purchased the previous day. One by one, he unwrapped the items. The black phone holder was well-crafted and stable, while the action camera was compact and exquisite with high playability. After familiarizing himself with its functions, he set up the night photography parameters according to an online tutorial. Standing on the balcony, he recorded a video of the distant city skyline. The quality was indeed far superior to that of his phone, presenting a clear and stable image. However, given the heavy traffic, he decided to wait until later to capture the footage, as the visuals would be more picturesque then. He plugged in the action camera to charge. Seated on the sofa, Tang Song opened Zaihongshu and was immediately greeted by a striking notification of 99 unread messages. Upon reviewing the details, he found that his latest post had garnered close to 20,000 views, 900 likes, and 400 comments. Indeed, the recent entry had gone viral. The compelling transformation before and after images, coupled with trending topics such as goddess and rich beauty, had yielded remarkable results. Sitting at his desk, he meticulously organized the dating advice provided by netizens into 4 categories: gifts, conversation techniques, makeup, and hairstyles. According to the community, makeup is a form of personal expression and self-enhancement, accessible to all genders to accentuate their strengths and conceal flaws. Although his skin still bore imperfections, he could certainly consider applying light makeup to elevate his appearance. Furthermore, with his weight returning to normal, his facial shape had undergone significant change. And as his hair grew naturally, the previously trendy American-style spikes no longer suited him. It was time for a new look. However, he was a novice in makeup, and his past experiences with hairstyling had been less than favorable. Glancing once more at the comment section, Tang Song opened WeChat and messaged his newly added friend, Lingling. "Hello, miss. I read your comment, and it was very professional and detailed, but there are some aspects I don't quite understand. Could you provide some online guidance tomorrow?" Yao Ling was a small influencer with over 1,000 followers, occasionally posting tutorials on makeup and fashion, appearing quite knowledgeable, so consulting her should be a safe bet. After sending the message, Tang Song immersed himself in studying the conversation techniques sent by his advisors. His phone vibrated with a buzz. "Zhao Yu, Song Go. Tomorrow marks the holiday. I discovered an amazing hidden restaurant with the best stir-fried meat. Isn't that your favorite dish? Want to go check it out together? Tempting. Zhao Yu. Cute selfie with a facepalm JPG. Zhao Yu, Dear Ming Restaurant JPG." Gazing at the overly beautified photo, Tang Song smirked, somewhat speechless. He had seen her in person before. Was such an exaggeration truly necessary? After some contemplation, he replied, "I've been particularly busy lately and genuinely don't have the time. Let's definitely plan to go together some other time. Zhao Yu, I heard from Mingli that you've started your own business, which is incredible. Keep it up. Zhao Yu. Also, I've encountered a few minor issues at work recently and would like to consult you about them." Noticing her eagerness to continue the conversation, he felt a mix of amusement and intrigue. Tang Song's eyes flickered as he replied, "By the way, Zhao Yu, there's something I would like to consult you about. Do you happen to know if Tianjing has any particular favorite things?" Once the message was sent, it immediately invoked a silence effect. After a considerable pause, the phone vibrated again. "Lingling, sure, feel free to reach out if you have any questions. I will respond as soon as I see it." Tang Song expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you very much. Is your friend Min Min available? I would appreciate her advice regarding a new hairstyle." He provided the address, Xingchen Huayuan Community, Building 8, Apartment 501. Yao Lingling and Li Shumin were sitting together, engrossed in a drama, their faces painted with displeasure. Zhang Jiahong remarked with a chuckle, "It's just a loss of the attendance award. Let's strive harder next month." Li Shumin shot a disgruntled glance at Yao Lingling, lamenting, "After putting in 29 days of effort, I was dragged down on the last day. I am absolutely certain I will be sleepless tonight." Yao Lingling recoiled slightly. Attempting to defend herself, one could only say it was a stroke of misfortune. Had we crossed the traffic lights more smoothly, we wouldn't have been late. It's all your fault. All your fault. The two of them engaged in a playful tussle on the sofa. Suddenly, a notification lit up on their phones. Yao Lingling quickly withdrew her mischievous hand and picked up her phone to check. It was a transformation blogger from Zaihongshu, asking for her assistance with makeup tips. "Hey, he made an appearance in his notes today. He's quite a handsome young man." Zhang Jiahong exclaimed in surprise. "You've even added him on WeChat? Are you two possibly going to meet in person?" Yao Lingling laughed. "Now that you mention it, I do feel a tad excited. He-s and Yinqing too. Perhaps we could meet offline and become friends. This young man seems quite ambitious and possesses remarkable execution skills." Li Shumin teased, giving her a playful pat. "Just don't know how good his stamina is, whether he can keep up with you. Perverted men." Yao Lingling's face flushed. "Watch less inappropriate Japanese films. I have Mandarin once. How about I sneak into your bed tonight, and we can watch together for you to learn some experience in advance?" "I don't need that," Yao Lingling replied, giving her a light tap on the forehead. "This young man wants to change his hairstyle, so I'll create a group chat for suggestions." She promptly added Tang Song and her 2 roommates into the conversation. She sent a message, "Tang Song, these 2 are my friends. You should have seen them in the comments. If you have any questions, feel free to post in the group, and we will respond when we see it." Dings from their phones echoed as all 3 received notifications. "Tang Song, thank you very much. I appreciate your help." Zhang Jiahong retorted, "I don't have that much free time. I still need to prepare for civil service exams." Li Shuman shook her head. I'm feeling down. I won't bother. Lingling. You take care of it. Ding. Tang Song. Red envelope. Wow. A red envelope. Yao Lingling's reflexes were swift as she clicked to receive it, her eyes widening in surprise. No way, it's so large. Zhang Jiahong and Li Shuman immediately gathered closer, exclaiming in unison, that's huge. They hastily grabbed their phones and opened their red envelopes. Cheers erupted in the living room. 200 yuan. This young man is truly generous. My attendance award is back. I can go shopping tomorrow. Li Shuman exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. Yao Lingling, fuming, said, weren't you reluctant to help? Hurry and return the red envelope to him. This handsome guy is great character. I'm now a fan. Who said I wasn't willing to help? Lingling, don't speak nonsense. I'm a diehard fan of April. Li Shuman affirmed with conviction. I'll find a hairstyle that suits him. He must look dashing. At 10 p.m., Tang Song returned to his rented apartment, exporting the videos recorded on his action camera. He attentively reviewed them several times on the big screen. Inside the car, the graceful hands of the young man contrasted against the dark-toned interior, highlighted by the vibrant car system and dashboard. Outside the vehicle, the city's towering skyscrapers sparkled with neon lights, creating a dazzling spectacle. The juxtaposition was striking. Though the color tone still required some refinement, it would be best to enhance it using post-production software. Lacking experience in this area, he decided to search for information online. Glancing at the time, he ultimately abandoned the idea of an all-nighter, prioritizing rest instead. After a quick wash, he turned off the lights and lay down in bed, opening the system panel to find a wave of security wash over him. Balance, 740 yuan. A sudden thought crossed his mind as he entered the system warehouse to check his items. Simulation subplot generation card. Upon use, it opens a realistic narrative subplot, allowing players to enter the subplot in dream form, randomly assigning roles and exploring the storyline. Upon completion, overall assessments will be made based on performance, with higher scores yielding more substantial rewards. In the male god growth plan, the difficulty of the subplot increases with the rise of charm value. With a balance of 440,000 yuan, it should suffice for early subplots, ensuring at least a successful run. With this in mind, excitement and anticipation glimmered in Tang Song's eyes. It was time to embark on the first simulation subplot. Tonight, Chapter 69, Experience the plot, reap the rewards. Tang Song adjusted his sleeping posture and tucked himself under the covers. He selected the simulation subplot generation card and used it immediately. A vibrant aura enveloped the system interface, unveiling a grand concert scene. The lights dazzled, and glow sticks formed a river of stars. Fireworks burst in the sky, colorful and magnificent. Following this, lines of text sprang forth. Dreams are expressions and explorations from the depths of the human soul. In dreams, one can escape the shackles of reality, traverse time and space, and encounter fantastical sights never before witnessed. You will enter a realm of free and magical imagination, filled with infinite possibilities and creativity. Players are encouraged to unleash their full potential. April 28, 2023, 22:34. You have activated the first narrative subplot. Loading plot. Assigning roles. Welcome to the narrative subplot, Tomorrow's Superstar. Chapter 1. Elimination Round in Adversity. Commencing shortly, as the light screen transformed into starlight and faded. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. Tang Song's body relaxed rapidly, and his breathing became rhythmic and deep. I was born into an ordinary working-class family, though not affluent. My family was healthy and harmonious. In the 3rd grade of elementary school, a very cute girl transferred to my class and was seated next to me. She was exceptionally bright, grasping everything the teacher taught with ease, scoring full marks on every exam, and excelling in drawing, playing the piano, and dancing. She loved reading and often shared fascinating stories with me. Unbeknownst to us, we became very good friends. Upon entering middle school, we attended different schools and formed new circles of friends, leading to diminished contact, with only occasional encounters in libraries, stationery stores, or on the street. In high school, we were classmates again, though not in the same class. We often chatted on the playground, in stairwells, or under the shade of trees. She continued to excel, consistently ranking among the top 3 in her studies, while I hovered just above average. She enjoyed listening to music while solving math problems, and I, using my saved allowance, purchased a guitar and began self-studying. To my surprise, I discovered a profound musical talent. My guitar skills were impressive, and I could sing beautifully. In college, we once again parted ways, this time separated by more than 350 kilometers. I joined a music club, where I was introduced to a wider array of instruments. I have embarked upon the journey of composing my own songs, performing them, and producing videos to be shared on short video applications, ultimately sharing them with her. An entertainment company has approached me, captivated by my musical talent and striking appearance, expressing a desire to sign me as a vocalist. I acquiesced. driven by my passion for music and my yearning to prove myself and attain stardom. After undergoing professional training and guidance, my musical prowess surged to new heights. My manager arranged for me to participate in a program titled Tomorrow's Superstar, a globally renowned music talent show and currently one of the hottest entertainment spectacles. She gifted me an exquisite guitar, encouraging me to persevere. I successfully advanced through the preliminary and selective rounds, entering the elimination stage for the Huaxia region, which signified my long-awaited opportunity to grace the screen and shine in this sensational program. However, the impending first round of competition appears to be quite daunting, and I may face elimination. Plot task: maintain persona and successfully advance through the first elimination round. Evaluation criteria: stage performance ability, personal charm display, role compatibility. Tang Song slowly opened his eyes, rubbing his face. Moments ago, he felt as though he had lived the life of another person. It seemed fleeting, yet he could vividly immerse himself in it without any sense of dissonance. A fervent love for music, extraordinary talent, and a remarkable vocal quality, complemented by proficiency in various instruments. His guitar skills were particularly refined, sufficient to form a band. He was indeed a powerhouse of talent, which enabled him to stand out in the Huaxia competition. However, in the first round of elimination, he encountered a VIP contestant, perhaps wary of his abilities. The contestant's management company orchestrated the competition to be held at a music festival in Sakura province. Contestants would perform, and the audience, along with the judges, would cast their votes. Although the people here speak Mandarin, the local dialect of Japanese remains prevalent. This VIP contestant hailed from Sakura province and excelled in singing Japanese songs. Ding! The dungeon shop has been activated. Purchased items and skill books are only usable within this dungeon. Here it comes. The equipment for the dungeon has finally been released. Although my opponent is a VIP, I am a formidable contender. In my dreams, I cannot allow myself to be bullied. Opening the system interface, I entered the newly available dungeon shop and browsed the item details sequentially. Hit Japanese Song 1. Grants one popular Japanese song's lyrics, melody, and arrangement upon use. Priced at 100,000 yuan. Japanese Skill Book. Grants mastery of Japanese phonetic rules, vocabulary, grammar, and pronunciation, enabling fluent listening, speaking, reading, and writing at a professional translation level. Priced at 200,000 yuan. Restoration Potion 10. Rapidly restores energy to peak condition, aiding in competition preparation. Priced at 300,000 yuan. Tang Song did not continue to peruse further, as he currently possessed only 440,000 yuan in savings. Ding! You have acquired Hit Japanese Song. Ding! You have acquired Japanese Skill Book. The 300,000 yuan wager he had just proposed vanished in an instant, causing him a slight pang of regret. However, there was no alternative. To navigate the dungeon successfully, he needed the appropriate equipment. Accessing the system warehouse, he selected the Japanese Skill Book and used it immediately. After a moment's contemplation, a multitude of phrases, pronunciations, and grammar flooded his mind, allowing him to effortlessly converse in fluent Japanese. Regrettably, this skill was temporary, usable only within this dungeon. Otherwise, he could enjoy watching anime and dramas without subtitles, indulging in raw content directly, greatly enhancing his experience. After a moment of reflection, he selected Hit Japanese Song and used it immediately. In an instant, the complete score and arrangement appeared in his mind. Drawing upon the musical talent bestowed by his dreams, he swiftly grasped and understood the song. Picking up his guitar, he effortlessly strummed a few lines, flowing seamlessly. Gently setting the guitar down, Tang Song stepped to the window, gazing outside to admire the scenery of Osaka's streets. Towering skyscrapers, rail transport, vibrant billboards, and young women in JK uniforms, with elements of the two-dimensional world visible everywhere. Although this dreamscape bore many differences from reality, it also shared numerous similarities. Despite his desire to immerse himself in the unique foreign culture and converse with the beautiful Sakura girls, he ultimately decided against it, considering his current persona. In the following 2 days, Tang Song diligently adhered to the established rhythm, striving to play his role effectively. He adjusted his mindset, refined his songs, trained his voice, learned stage presence, and prepared for the competition. As the competition results were announced, the scene before Tang Song crystallized in an instant. The deep brown guitar, the dazzling stage, the bright spotlight, the audience's cheers, applause, and shouts. The system's light curtain unfolded. Plot dungeon cleared. Evaluation settlement in progress. Comprehensive evaluation. Excellent. You have received a tribute reward. Insight 1. You have received language reward. Basic Japanese. You have received skill reward. Guitar performance. Chapter 70. Dungeon cleared. Yinqing. Tianji Barbecue Restaurant. Tang Song patted his flushed face, exhaling a breath laced with the scent of alcohol. He turned on the faucet, splashing cool water on his face. Pulling out his phone to check the time. 2202. This day-long departmental team-building event was finally coming to a close. Returning to the private room, he feigned quick integration into the discussions among his colleagues. Wearing an innocuous smile, Tang Song occasionally chimed in. The atmosphere was vibrant and harmonious. Director Chen Yunting raised his glass, glowing with warmth, delivering a few obligatory remarks, and casually sketching a grand vision, thus perfectly concluding today's team-building activities. Stepping out of the barbecue restaurant, a slightly chilly evening breeze greeted him, as colleagues exchanged farewells. See you on Monday, goodbye. Don't forget to message in the group once you're home. Be careful on the road, Director Chun, goodbye. Let's go, Tang Song, we're on the same route. In the black Nissan Tina, two female colleagues chatted animatedly in the back seat. Tang Song leaned against the passenger seat, half closing his eyes, his expression neutral. Having been with Jinxiu Trading for over 4 months, he had devoted all his energy to the development of the company's new SCM, supply chain management system. Shouldering multiple roles, he independently handled everything from demand analysis, system architecture, to functionality development and code deployment. After the system went live, it significantly enhanced work efficiency and effectively reduced procurement costs, earning him high praise from the company's top executives. This filled Tang Song, as a new employee, with a sense of accomplishment, envisioning the promised promotion and salary increase. However, reality dealt him a heavy blow. The success of the SCM system ultimately became the credit of Director Chun, resulting in accolades, promotions, and, reportedly, stock options. The maintenance of the project was handed over to his colleague Du Xiaokai, who had connections, while Tang Song was assigned to the development of a new project. Continuing to shine for the company, a series of unfair treatments left him feeling deeply disheartened, sowing the seeds of resignation in his mind. Perhaps sensing his thoughts. During today's team-building event, Director Chen privately expressed his intention to apply for a salary increase of 10 next month. He assured that if Tang Song worked diligently, he would not be neglected in the future. After much internal conflict, Tang Song ultimately acquiesced. Having recently completed his probationary period and rented an apartment near the company, he had purchased an electric bike and established camaraderie with his colleagues. The prospect of resigning now seemed daunting, as the sunk cost was too high. Moreover, given the current unfavorable economic climate, Jinxiu Trading had become his most ideal option. A couple of days ago, his mother called to inform him about a new housing development in their hometown and urged him to visit when he had the opportunity. While he pondered this, Zhao Yu from the back seat suddenly tapped him on the shoulder and remarked, "Song-gu, you seem rather listless today. Could it be that you've experienced a heartbreak?" Tang Song concealed his emotions and retorted with a hint of self-mockery. "First, I need to have a partner." Zhao Yu chuckled behind her hand. "Actually, you're quite exceptional. Song-gu, talented, handsome, tall, though perhaps a tad overweight. You should really lose some weight and build muscle. The young women in our company would surely flock to you." Tang Song patted his substantial belly and sighed. "I'll do my best." "Go for it," Zhao Yu encouraged, making a playful fist. Nearby, Hu Mingli winked and teased. "Xiao Yu, with such a promising candidate as Tang Song, why aren't you making a move?" "Sister Mingli, I suspect you're testing my resolve. You wouldn't have feelings for Song-gu, would you? Haha, how about we compete fairly? In that case, I must concede, as you are quite formidable." The two slightly inebriated female colleagues playfully nudged each other, but none took it seriously. Tang Song was indeed a commendable individual, enthusiastic, earnest, and ambitious, with an impressive work ethic. He had previously worked at a large internet company in the capital, recognized as the best back-end developer in his department. However, his family background was somewhat lacking. He was an ordinary rural youth, with homeownership in Yinxing a distant dream. His appearance lacked distinction, his attire was casual, his hairstyle unkempt, and he carried a bit of extra weight. As a colleague or friend, he was undoubtedly acceptable, but as for deeper development, that was another story. In the Qinxin Jiyuan community, Tang Song tossed his backpack aside and collapsed onto his bed. The effects of alcohol began to wash over him, and feelings of exhaustion and disappointment enveloped him. After some time, he turned on his side, opened WeChat, and announced in the department group, "I'm home." He then clicked on a lucky red envelope sent by Director Chun, claiming 3 yuan and 20 cents, and sent a thank you, boss sticker in response. Opening his moments, he aimlessly scrolled through the screen, feeling like an outsider as he silently observed the updates of both familiar and unfamiliar friends. Some shared daily life, others showcased their partners. Some enjoyed a tranquil existence, while others were striving for success. It seemed that everyone, except for him, was living joyfully. Unbeknownst to him, a familiar photo caught his eye. "Deng Yazi, accidentally stumbled upon our high school graduation photo. How are you all, old classmates?" His scrolling finger paused involuntarily. Tang Song quickly spotted himself in the picture, his gaze momentarily lost in thought. Back then, he was on the brink of entering university, brimming with youth, optimism, and surrounded by his idealized partner. Feeling as though life was filled with promise, And now at 25, single, overweight, without a car or a home, and his life a chaotic mess. He casually liked the post, set his phone down, and sat at his computer desk, donning his headphones to unwind with some gaming. Each stage of life holds its own unique insights. Over the years since graduation, he had come to terms with reality, and life had softened his edges. To phrase it more eloquently, he had matured. The things he once cherished remained dear, but he no longer felt the need to pursue them fervently. Thus he departed from the capital, bidding farewell to his idealized partner. The things he detested still elicited disdain, yet he had learned to tolerate them, allowing him to integrate into the group and accept unfairness. The game Godly Growth Plan had unexpectedly appeared on Tang Song's computer during his senior year. Perhaps it was downloaded inadvertently while browsing for study materials. Its large, white icon prompted Tang Song to enter with a critical mindset, eager to explore. Little did he know, he would become engrossed for 3 years, a significant factor in his weight gain. This simulation game centered around male idol cultivation featured stunning visuals, top-notch sound effects, comprehensive settings, and unique gameplay, all without requiring monetary transactions. The game's narrative was rooted in the real world, encompassing maps, events, financial markets, corporations, policies, and environments that mirrored reality. Notably, the game's timeline commenced in 2016. Now, in 2020, armed with a search engine, Tang Song possessed a prophetic advantage within the game. He was aware of stock and futures trends, knew the impending industry booms, and could predict which companies would become unicorns, as well as which films, songs, and artists would achieve great success in the future. Each character within the game had its own storyline, allowing players to witness their growth, lives, and tribulations, which enhanced the immersive experience. Within the game, Tang Song realized his dream of becoming an idol, fully enjoying the pleasures of being a billionaire, surrounded by beauty and wielding immense power. Yet, a game is merely a game. In reality, he was just an overworked employee, lacking a home, a car, or a girlfriend, with his life in utter disarray, enduring indignities at work. Shaking his head, Tang Song resolved to cease his wandering thoughts. He entered the game, checked unread notifications, claimed task rewards, and purchased new items. After deftly navigating these tasks, he returned to the main interface. Tang Song's hand hovered over the mouse, his gaze drawn to the game's timeline. April 1st, 2023. Meanwhile, the current online time was April 1st, 2023, 11:50 p.m. Due to the differing flow of time, the game and reality's timelines were about to converge. As a game set in the real world, Tang Song was curious about how the narrative would unfold next. He licked his dry lips, casually grabbed a bottle of soda, and summoned his beloved assistant to report on work. While sipping his drink, he admired the beautiful legs, slender waist, and shapely rear of the virtual character on screen. All worries dissipated, his mood brightened instantly. Although everything in the game was fictitious, the joy it brought him was genuine. As the clock struck midnight, the rhythmic background music abruptly ceased, and the in-game date changed to April 2nd, 2023. Following this, the screen began to play exquisite game animations. Starting from the story of 2016, characters emerged, and captivating plotlines unfolded, showcasing achievements, titles, badges, and items that scrolled by. The entire gaming journey was recapped. Gradually, the visuals calmed, leaving only the sound of approaching footsteps. The player Tang Song walked into view from off-screen, dressed in a perfectly tailored suit. His demeanor was elegant and poised, exuding confidence as he approached the floor-to-ceiling window of a skyscraper, gazing down at the dazzling city lights below, radiating an indescribable charm. The camera panned from above, ultimately focusing on his silhouette. A striking line of text appeared in the center of the screen. It seems this story has reached its conclusion. You awaken from a long dream, embracing the real world once more. Congratulations, player. What the hell? Could it be that I've completed the game? Is this really the end? Tang Song was taken aback, leaning forward as he frantically clicked the mouse a few times, then struck the keyboard with force. Yet, the game screen remained unchanged. A chill swept through his heart. He had poured profound emotions into this game. The realistic backdrop and unique sense of immersion made him feel as if he were genuinely nurturing elites, developing enterprises, amassing wealth, and enhancing himself. But now, the captivating narrative that had unfolded within the game came to an abrupt halt, severing his connection with the vivid characters he had come to know. A wave of intense despondency and disconnection surged over him, making his breath feel heavy. Suddenly, a crisp notification chime echoed. The game on the computer screen vanished, replaced by the Windows desktop. For a fleeting moment, Tang Song's vision blurred. With a whoosh, a sci-fi-like luminescent curtain unfurled before him. Player confirmed. System resources loading 150,100. Completed. Chapter 70. Light makeup, short layered hair. April 29th, 2023, Saturday, sunny, 12:23 p.m. As dawn broke at 6 o'clock, Tang Song slowly opened his eyes. only to be enveloped by a profound sense of temporal dislocation, both hazy and lucid, both liberating and melancholic. He sat up, a smile gracing his face. Accompanied by the melodious ping of a text message, he swiftly extricated himself from the depths of a profound dream. Glancing around, everything appeared remarkably vivid and tangible. The simulated instance was indeed magical. When immersed within it, there was a palpable urgency and sense of immersion, yet upon returning to the real world, one could instantly cast aside those emotions. It felt akin to having truly experienced a dream. Of course, the rewards were quite tangible. Perhaps due to it being his first foray into the instance, not only was the difficulty exceedingly low, but the rewards were also exceptionally generous. Firstly, his most challenging foundational attribute, comprehension, had increased by 1 point. Additionally, he had gained basic proficiency in Japanese and guitar performance. The beginner-level Japanese obtained from the instance was likely at the N4 level of the Japanese Language Proficiency Test, JLPT, merely encompassing fundamental pronunciation, basic vocabulary, and simple grammar, sufficient for rudimentary daily conversations and reading, yet far from the proficiency he had achieved in the dream. Conversely, his guitar performance skills had retained the full level attained within the instance, reaching a performance-grade standard. Tang Song reflected earnestly, his mind still brimming with the experiences and sensations of his rigorous practice and performances in the dream, as if they were memories of his own. His skills were not mere ephemeral impositions, but the invaluable fruits of talent, passion, and diligence. With his long, fair fingers moving through the air, he simulated the vibrations of guitar strings, and in his mind, the clear sound of the guitar seemed to resonate in synchrony. Blessed with the godly hands, his fingers exhibited greater agility, precision, strength, and endurance than those of the character he had embodied in the dream. For a moment, Tang Song felt an irresistible urge to acquire a suitable guitar. After showering, he stood before the mirror, admiring his reflection. His abdomen had flattened completely, and with a slight flex, he could discern some muscle definition. The fat on his arms and thighs had considerably diminished. It felt as though his entire body had rejuvenated. After meticulously completing his skincare routine and donning his clothes, Tang Song drove to the barbershop he had visited last time, seeking out the familiar stylist, Tony. He promptly pulled up the photo Min Min had sent him and handed it to Tony, saying, "I'd like to try this short layered hairstyle. But please don't make the sides too close cropped. The top should be 6 to 7 centimeters, with a bit of volume and texture on top." Tony examined the photo attentively, nodding in agreement. "No problem, this hairstyle will suit you well. However, to achieve the best effect, we'll need to add a bit of a perm. Is that acceptable?" "Certainly, let us proceed." The sounds of snipping and buzzing filled the air. Nearly 2 hours later, Tony finished blow-drying his hair and setting the style, smiling as he asked, "How does it look?" "I think it turned out quite well." Tang Song opened his eyes and turned his head from side to side. The result exceeded his expectations. The unevenly layered hair appeared effortlessly stylish. With the addition of the perm, it possessed an air of sophisticated volume, with smooth and rich layers. Upon leaving the barbershop, Tang Song headed directly to Yinxing Plaza. He wandered through the beauty section on the first floor for quite some time, gathering all the cosmetics from the list sent by Yao Yao Ling. Unlike girls who pursued intricate makeup, boys simply needed to perfect their base. So the items required were minimal and quite common. Returning to Qingxin Garden, Tang Song snapped a photo of the cosmetics and sent it to the group chat, commenting, "Ling Ling, I've acquired all the gear. Let me know when you're free. I'll need your guidance via video." The response came swiftly. "Ling Ling, sure thing. We're currently dining at the mall, and we'll head home shortly." Tang Song, "No rush, take your time." At 1 p.m., the notification sound for a WeChat video call rang out. Tang Song accepted the call, positioning his phone on a stand to face his own visage. Almost immediately, a girl's face appeared on the screen, peering in with curiosity. During her first video call, Yao Yao Ling seemed a bit shy, far less exuberant and bold than she appeared online. Tang Song waved at the front-facing camera, "Good afternoon, Ling Ling." Before Yao Ling could respond, another girl leaned in, pushing her aside. "Hello, I'm Min Min. Your new hairstyle really suits you. Honestly, you look even more handsome on video than in your photos." Ling Ling is blushing. "Get out of here." Yao Ling playfully shoved her head aside, her slightly flushed face coming into view. She had an oval face, a high ponytail, and a fresh, unpretentious appearance with even skin tone and gentle features. Although not conventionally beautiful, she exuded a comfortable and pleasing aura. Yao Ling blinked and smiled. "All right, handsome. Let us get down to business. We should start now." "Sure." Tang Song quickly arranged the cosmetics in front of him, placing the newly purchased mirror beside his phone. "First, let us brighten your complexion. I'll squeeze out a pump of foundation. This lightweight, quick-drying formula is quite suitable for boys." He evenly spread it with his fingers, yes, just like that, gently patting it on the central areas. "The next step is concealer. Let us compare colors to find the one closest to your skin tone." "All right." We're done with the base. The subsequent contouring was a tad complex and would take some time to master, so this will suffice for now. Shortly after, the other two girls gathered around. Li Shumin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Wow, you look so different with makeup. You're incredibly handsome. It's all about that good base. You were already handsome to begin with." Tang Song turned towards the window, examining his reflection in the mirror. With a light touch of makeup, his skin appeared even and fair, erasing small blemishes, spots, and blackheads. It was as if he had activated some beautifying filter, subtle, yet remarkably effective. Coupled with his freshly styled short hair, he looked refreshingly handsome. Surely, this would impress Tiansheng, the affluent beauty, enhancing his allure for their date. Tang Song gave a thumbs up to the camera, exclaiming, "This is better than I anticipated. Thank you, beautiful Ling Ling, for your assistance." Yao Ling cupped her chin with her hands, grinning widely. "No need for thanks. Watching your transformation is quite gratifying. Keep up the good work." After ending the video call, Tang Song casually sent a red envelope in the group chat, stating, "I apologize for interrupting your shopping. Here is a treat for some milk tea. Min Min, thank you. Boss Jiff. Little Red Riding Hood, thank you, Boss Jiff. Ling Ling, thank you, Boss Jiff. Min Min, sly smile. Ling Ling, you only have 4, while I have 10 times that. Hee hee. Little Red Riding Hood, Ling Ling, I have 14 times what you have. Ling Ling, I don't care, the handsome guy is treating us to milk tea. So this 100 yuan should be considered as our collective milk tea fund, and we'll calculate it together." As a red envelope was sent out, the group chat instantly erupted with lively chatter. Tang Song observed the spirited banter among the three girls and couldn't help but chuckle. After some contemplation, he clicked on Ling Ling's avatar and sent her a small red envelope separately. This user had been following him since his very first post, offering numerous valuable suggestions along the way. Today, she even took the time to guide him through a video call, deserving of special recognition. Chapter 71, The Watch. At 4 p.m., in the Tianqua Garden community. "Qianqian, why do you seem so lost today? It's just being unemployed, prepare well, and your new job will surely be better. Cheer up." He Lighting gently patted her head. Zhao Yaqian responded with an "oh," then flopped onto the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. Sigh. He Lighting rubbed her temples and continued to comfort her. "At least you received a month's salary, right? You now have over 5,000 yuan saved up, making you a little affluent lady. How about we go shopping? Perhaps enjoy a lavish meal? I don't want to move." Zhao Yaqian rolled over and picked up her phone from the coffee table. Somehow, she opened Tang Song's chat window. Her gaze fixated on the picture of fried skewers and milk tea. It was evident that he had brought her favorite food to see her last night, only to discover the closure of Iji Beauty Salon. Then he called to express his concern and offer comfort. As she reminisced, Tang Song's words echoed in her mind. "Zhao Yaqian, do you have feelings for me? I mean like a romantic relationship." What a dilemma. Fine. I think I know the answer. For some inexplicable reason, every time she recalled that last line, a flutter of anxiety surged within her, akin to the feeling of having flunked an exam, a mixture of fear and trepidation, even fantasizing about a chance to retake it. But if she could retake it, what would the right answer be? Zhao Yaqian ran her fingers through her hair, her eyes drooping, her lips pouting in a pitiful expression. Moments later, she abruptly stood up from the sofa, startling He Lighting. "Tingzi, let us head to Liyuan Mall. I'll take a quick shower first." He Lighting smiled. "Have you come to a realization? That is more like it. I'll help you style your hair later." Zhao Yaqian let out a breath, but her thoughts were already on the men's watch she had previously admired. Tang Song had once gifted her a Swarovski bracelet, and she had been contemplating what to return the favor with. While shopping with friends, she had kept an eye out for it. However, she had previously lacked the funds to purchase it. Now, for reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming urge to buy it as a gift for him. After doing her makeup and hairstyle, He Lighting remarked, "Qianqian, you haven't bought new clothes in 2 months. Your seasonal wear is still from last year. This trip to Liyuan Mall is a perfect opportunity to pick out a new outfit. The store we frequent is having a big sale for Labor Day. Let us see how it goes." Zhao Yaqian replied absently, trying on the selected clothes and then putting on the bracelet Tang Song had given her. She wore a fitted gray top, loose denim jeans, and black and white sneakers. Her figure was striking, and even in a simple outfit, she exuded a sexy and beautiful aura. The two of them headed downstairs, exiting the community and walking along the tree-lined path. Liyuan Mall was less than a kilometer away, a 10-minute walk. He Lighting noticed Zhao Yaqian's unusual demeanor and tried to lighten the mood by sharing amusing stories from her workplace, hoping to cheer her up. Her distant cousin, usually carefree and a bit brash, had never appeared so muted and despondent, which worried He Lighting. As they surged into the bustling mall crowd, Zhao Yaqian had a clear destination and headed straight for the southeast corner on the first floor. He Lighting paused momentarily before hastily following her. Upon entering the citizen watch counter, Zhao Yaqian peered through the glass display, scanning the array of timepieces. He Lighting curiously asked, Chanqian, what made you think of buying a watch? I'm buying it as a gift. Zhao Yiqian bit her lip, then directly approached a sales associate. Hello. I was interested in a men's watch, but I can't recall the model. It was located here, with a date display, priced at 899 yuan. But I don't see it in the display. The sales associate smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, miss, that particular watch was on a special deal, and there were only 1 or 2 available. It has already sold out. Zhao Yiqian's expression froze, her eyes reddening as she murmured, how could it be sold out? He Lighting's eyes flickered as she said, Chanqian, you must be buying the watch as a gift for that programmer friend of yours, right? If the watch is out of stock, let us forget about it and buy it next time during a sale. I'll take another look. Zhao Yiqian pursed her lips, leaning forward to continue browsing. After a deep breath, she pointed at one of the watches. I'd like to see this one. The sales associate retrieved the watch and presented it to her enthusiastically. This is one of our best sellers this year, a 40mm mechanical watch, featuring a reinforced glass face, a stainless steel case, and a calfskin strap, also with a date display, priced at 1,099 yuan, an excellent choice. He Lighting quickly tugged at her arm, signaling her with her eyes. Given that she was already in debt, purchasing such an expensive gift as a return for the bracelet seemed inappropriate. Zhao Yiqian carefully examined the watch, trying it on, and then took a deep breath, declaring, I'll take this one, please wrap it in a gift box. Great choice. Miss, your taste is impeccable. After completing the payment of 1,099 yuan, Zhao Yiqian felt a wave of relief wash over her, a smile blooming on her face as she admired the exquisite black gift bag in her hands. For some reason, if she didn't do something, her heart felt particularly heavy. In the Yanjing Huating, a spacious flat, as Tianjing stepped through the door with several shopping bags, her father, Tianqingye, called out to her from the living room, Jing, come here, I need to talk to you. Tianjing approached with a cheerful stride and a playful expression. What is up, old Tian? The new board of directors for Jingxiu Commerce has been elected, and the first board meeting will be held next Thursday, right after the Labor Day holiday. Upon hearing it was about work, Tianjing's smile vanished instantly. Dad, I've been working so hard. I finally get a break. And you, as a shareholder, want to assign me more work? It's so annoying. Ignoring his daughter's complaints, Tianqingye took a sip from his teacup and replied with a grin, this meeting will comprehensively adjust the company's development strategy. And Jingxiu Commerce will undergo a personnel adjustment, of which you, as the head of compensation, will play a crucial role. Once he finally paused, Tianjing quickly stood up and exclaimed, Dad, I've got it all noted down by. With that, she grabbed her shopping bag and dashed into her room. Bang! The door was forcefully shut and locked behind her. Tianjing tossed the shopping bag onto her bed and pulled out a delicate watch box from inside. She opened the package and examined the contents with a satisfied smile on her face. The Longines Fashion Series men's watch elegantly amalgamates elements of business and style, characterized by its minimalist design, refined sophistication, and crafted entirely from stainless steel, boasting waterproof capabilities. Priced just above 10,000, it is hardly exorbitant. Initially, she merely intended to casually purchase a men's bracelet, seizing the opportunity to suggest a little palmistry under the guise of helping him wear it. However, she could not find anything that met her standards. After all, his hands were so exquisite that anything subpar would simply be incompatible. Ultimately, she decided to proceed directly and select something visually appealing. Following this, she pulled out a white dress from another shopping bag, a new Burberry cocktail dress, stunning in its beauty. She embraced the dress and flopped onto the pale pink circular bed, her mind drifting to the hand of the young man she was to meet that day. After a while, she rolled over on the soft bed and stood barefoot on the plush rug beside it. The sound of rustling clothes filled the air. Her luminescent white skin brightened the bedroom even further. She held the dress up in front of her, twirling gracefully in front of the full-length mirror, admiring her figure. Rising onto her toes, she hummed a tune as she made her way to the bathroom to indulge in a bath, skincare, and makeup. Chapter 72. Not good enough. On the second floor of Liyuan Mall, after purchasing the watch, Zhao Yiqian felt invigorated and even took the initiative to link arms with He Lighting, urging her to browse for clothes in the store. Let me try on this dress. It happens to be in my size. Zhao Yiqian handed her bag and the watch's gift bag to He Lighting and dashed into the fitting room with the dress. After a considerable wait, she emerged, radiantly cheerful. Standing in the bustling aisle, she swayed left and right in front of the mirror. The black floral dress fell to mid-thigh, exuding a strong drape, and the fitted waist accentuated her graceful silhouette. As May approached, bringing warmer temperatures, this dress was just perfect. Tingzi, does it look good? Is the back fitting well? Zhao Yiqian twirled in front of He Lighting. He Lighting nodded. It truly suits you, enhancing your complexion and figure. Zhao Yiqian beamed, snapping a photo with her phone, thinking, no matter how I look at it, I am simply beautiful. Yet, For some reason, she felt a twinge of desire to share it with Song Go. After changing back into her original outfit and purchasing the dress for 230 yuan, Zhao Yaqian's smile grew even brighter. They continued to stroll, helping He Lighting pick out an outfit before arriving at a milk tea shop on the first floor. Zhao Yaqian ordered a steaming cup of pearl milk tea and savored it with delight. He Lighting hesitated for a moment before quietly asking, Qian, tell me the truth. Was your earlier unhappiness because of that Tang Song? She had a keen understanding of her cousin and had sensed the underlying issue from a series of reactions. Zhao Yaqian's hand trembled slightly as she lowered her head to sip her milk tea. No, it's just that I was feeling down. You seem off. He Lighting observed sharply. Even if you don't say anything, I can guess. Qian, we're not just relatives, we're close friends. Is there anything you can't share with me? Zhao Yaqian bit her lip and murmured, I don't know what is going on. It's just that he said some things to me last night, and I've felt anxious ever since. It's a feeling I've never experienced before. What did he say? Zhao Yaqian, her brow furrowed, briefly recounted the previous night's events. So it was a confession. He Lighting's face lit up with understanding. Rejecting him was the right choice. After all, you two aren't a match. But you've had plenty of boys confess to you growing up. So why the big reaction this time? Zhao Yaqian's gaze faltered, and she stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. He Lighting gently tapped her forehead and said, You're not developing feelings for that programmer friend, are you? What is it about him that captivates you? Zhao Yaqian took a deep sip of her milk tea, cradling her cheeks in her hands. After a long silence, she dreamily replied, Perhaps I have a fondness for him. When I'm with him, I can always sense something indescribable. Perhaps it's a feeling of safety. When we travel, he meticulously arranges everything and prepares delightful surprises. He worries about my commute when it rains, sending red envelopes and driving me around. He brings me my favorite fried snacks and milk tea during treatments. Moreover, he frequently checks in on my work and life. There's an undeniable sense of ease and calm about him. He seems confident and purposeful about the future. Being around him is simply infectious. Upon hearing her words, He Lighting pinched her cheek gently. Stay composed. You've just entered the workforce. You'll encounter many exceptional men in the future. Song Go is quite impressive as well. His work capabilities are outstanding, and he has a wealth of knowledge. He has successfully lost weight, and his skin has improved significantly. I think he looks quite handsome. Zhao Yaqian passionately listed many of Tang Song's merits, seemingly attempting to counter her friend's assertions. He Lighting took Zhao Yaqian's phone and glanced at the recent photos of Tang Song. Indeed, he has changed quite a bit. He appears significantly younger now, and his looks are quite acceptable. That is partly due to my influence. Zhao Yaqian raised an eyebrow, brimming with pride. He Lighting shook her head. That alone isn't sufficient. Just as Zhao Yaqian was about to respond, her expression suddenly shifted, and she stood up abruptly. What's wrong? Qian? Zhao Yaqian clasped her legs together, embarrassed. I've got my period, and I didn't bring any sanitary pads. He Lighting quickly retrieved a small pack of tissues and handed them to her. Use this for now. Thanks. Zhao Yaqian took the tissues and hurried toward the mall's restroom. Thankfully, the warm drink she had earlier would suffice. Had it been iced, her stomach would have been in turmoil these few days. When a still shaken Zhao Yaqian returned to the milk tea shop, He Lighting's phone rang at that moment. She answered, Hello, we go. My friend and I are at the Mishui City on the first floor of the mall. My friend isn't feeling well, and we're about to head home. All right, thank you for your help. We'll wait for you by the roadside on Shimen Road. It's spacious for parking. After hanging up, He Lighting winked at her and said, A colleague who recently joined our company has been pursuing me fervently. I posted something on my moments, and he rushed over. Oh. Zhao Yaqian inquired with curiosity. What is he like? How far have you two progressed? He Lighting chuckled. We've only just met. So how far can we go? It's just a regular colleague relationship. As for him, he has a car and a house in Yinqing, and he is quite handsome. Better than your programmer friend. Haha. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yaqian pouted, feeling that her cousin's words were laced with implication. Let us go. It's perfect for him to drive you home. So you don't catch a chill and worsen your stomach. He Lighting smiled, wrapping her arm around Zhao Yaqian's. As they exited the mall's south entrance, twilight was gradually descending. A gentle evening breeze swept in, prompting Zhao Yaqian, who had just started her period, to shield her abdomen with her bag. The two stood by the roadside, waiting for a short while before a white Accord cruised up and came to a slow stop in front of them. Shortly after, a young man, around 26 or 27, emerged from the driver's seat. Dressed in a light-colored casual suit, he was quite handsome, standing about 175 centimeters tall. Lighting, he called out with a smile. You look as beautiful as ever today. I spotted you right away. As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Zhao Yaqian. A fitted base layer paired with denim jeans accentuates the exquisite curves of her waist, with gently wavy long hair and strikingly radiant features. Complemented by her imposing height of 180 centimeters, she indeed stands out more than He Lighting. He Lighting chuckled. Allow me to introduce my dear friend, Zhao Yaqian. Thank you, Hui Gu, for taking the trouble to drop by, she added. It's merely a small effort, Li Xinghui replied with a smile, extending a warm greeting. Hello Yaqian. I am Li Xinghui, Lighting's colleague. Hello, Hui Gu, she responded. After exchanging pleasantries, the trio settled into the car. As Li Xinghui drove, he suggested, it's almost mealtime. How about I treat you two lovely ladies to a grand feast? You can head home afterward. Zhao Yaqian quickly shook her head. I want to be joining. I'm not feeling well. The blood was steadily trickling, and she feared it might seep through, which would be quite embarrassing. In that case, it's best to return and rest properly, He Lighting advised. There is a newly opened outdoor barbecue near the office that has received excellent reviews. And several colleagues have been there. They say the ambience is fantastic. Shall we indulge? Noticing her hesitation in the rearview mirror, Li Xinghui pressed on. I've made the effort to come all this way. You wouldn't turn me down, would you? He Lighting bit her lip and replied, then thank you, Hui Gu. No need for such formality, he chuckled. Chapter 73, A Turmoil of Emotions. At 6 in the evening, Tang Song saved his work documents and sent a message to Gao Mengting on WeChat before rising to change his attire. The rendezvous was set at an outdoor venue. Dressed for the cool night, which would be quite fitting. With the enhancement of special effects, it would undoubtedly elevate Tianjing's satisfaction on their date. Standing before the mirror, he assessed his appearance. The deep apricot cardigan was loose-fitting, with a V-neck, worn over a slightly tailored round-neck white t-shirt, paired with gray-black casual trousers, creating a tall and slender silhouette. Next, he spritzed a hint of men's fragrance onto himself, a sophisticated woody scent that was quite pleasant. Having gathered his belongings, Tang Song picked up a small gift he had prepared and hastened downstairs. Following the advice of his strategists, it was best not to present overly extravagant gifts on a first date, as it could convey desperation and potentially lead to rejection. A modest trinket, cosmetic, or practical item would be more appropriate. In the end, he opted for a pair of Gucci sunglasses, priced at 2,000 yuan. It was not considered extravagant for someone like Tianjing, a wealthy beauty, and it possessed both utility and aesthetic appeal, making it a suitable gift among friends. With the roar of the engine, the sleek black BMW 330i navigated through the towering buildings, basking in the resplendent glow of the sunset as it approached its destination. The white Honda Accord came to a halt at Tianqi Garden. The two young women alighted from the vehicle. He Lighting handed her shopping bag to Zhao Yaqian and leaned closer to whisper, Qianqian, it's quite fine to regard him merely as a friend. Relationships are about mutual choice, and it can only be said that he is currently not exceptional enough. Don't overthink it, return home, rest well, and enjoy some warm soup to soothe your stomach. Zhao Yaqian softly acknowledged with a drawn-out "oh" as she leisurely entered the building. Li Xinghui withdrew his gaze and cheerfully said, let us go, Lighting, get in. He Lighting smiled, opened the passenger door, and settled into her seat, adjusting it comfortably. I've heard that barbecue place has a camping theme, a 3-story standalone rooftop, with a coffee shop and bar downstairs, facing the park. The ambience is splendid. I checked with Yuan and the others, and they said the beef brisket and cheesy baked sweet potatoes are absolutely delicious. As they drove, Li Xinghui narrated the details of the restaurant. Passing through a bustling commercial district, he pointed to a distant cluster of red high-rises and casually remarked, my home is over there, in the Shandong Huafu community. I currently live with my parents. I enjoy rock music, which drives them crazy. They're considering buying me a new apartment to push me out. He Lighting gazed enviously at the magnificent cityscape bathed in the sunset, exclaiming, how wonderful. A property costs at least over $1 million. The Tianqi Garden, where she and her cousin resided, was a typical old community, consisting of 6-story buildings without elevators. The buildings were somewhat dilapidated, with poor greenery, facilities, and property management. Yet, even such a modest community demanded $1.2 million for an 80-square-meter 2-bedroom unit. It was clear that they could never afford it on their own. Li Xinghui's gaze swept over He Lighting's curvaceous figure as he smirked. I would never buy a house in the suburbs, old, broken, and small. If I were to purchase, it would be in the city center, in a popular commercial area, with complete amenities, and close to the subway, supermarkets, and hospitals. Your family is truly supportive. I envy you. What is there to envy? You ladies don't need to buy houses, just choose the right boyfriend. Approximately 20 minutes later, the vehicle gradually entered Chunyuan Road, where they could see a standalone building adorned with LED light strips in the distance. The orange-yellow walls and translucent light signs were quite striking. At this hour, it was peak time, and parking spaces along the roadside were scarce. After circling around without finding a spot, Li Xinghui had no choice but to park at a paid parking lot a bit farther away. All right, we're only about 300 meters from the barbecue restaurant. Just a short walk, he announced. They exited the car and strolled along the sidewalk westward. The sun gradually descended toward the horizon, casting long shadows of everything around them. Approaching the entrance of the new alley restaurant, Li Xinghui pointed to a parking space ahead, saying, "We're a bit unlucky. This spot was empty just moments ago." "It's all right. The weather is pleasant now. A walk is quite enjoyable," she replied. A black BMW zoomed past them, turned a corner, and parked in the vacant space. The pristine black body shimmered like obsidian, reflecting a profound sheen in the orange-red glow of the sunset. As they reached the car, the door swung open, revealing a tall figure emerging, clutching a vintage green gift box emblazoned with the Gucci logo. Thud! The young man casually closed the car door. With tousled hair and an apricot cardigan gently swaying in the evening breeze, his profile resembled a majestic mountain range, with a high nose and distinct lip line. He Lighting's eyes filled with envy. Driving a BMW 330 and presenting a Gucci gift. Along with his tall and handsome stature, she wondered which fortunate girl was lucky enough to be with him. She bit her lip, passing by the BMW. Yet couldn't he help but glance back at his handsome face. His features were striking, with a well-balanced complexion and an impressive height, exuding an aura of charm. There was something vaguely familiar about him. He Lighting's heart raced, and she abruptly halted, turning to gaze intently at the young man. He locked his car and walked toward them, illuminated by the twilight glow, embodying a captivating interplay of light and shadow. Li Xinghui furrowed his brow, subtly blocking her view. He Lighting took a deep breath, glancing at the BMW 330 nearby, and then back at the figure they had just brushed past. Her mind was a tumult of confusion. Tang Song. Although slightly different from the photo, it was undoubtedly him. Yet hadn't Ti Qianqian mentioned that he drove a Wuling Hong Wang and lived in a rental with a monthly salary of just a few thousand? Lighting, what's wrong? Li Xinghui gently prompted. Let us head upstairs quickly. It's almost dark, and we can still enjoy the sunset. I just suddenly feel a bit dizzy. Perhaps it's motion sickness, He Lighting replied absently, her mind buzzing. Then let us go up and have a warm drink to rest. Ascending the wooden staircase adorned with luminous strips to the third floor, Tang Song reported his reservation via mobile to the attendant before being escorted to his seat. The ambience was infused with camping elements, vibrant flowers, verdant plants, rustic wooden tables, canvas chairs, and warm-hued lighting. Above each seating area, a canvas embellished with graffiti was meticulously stretched. Along one side of the restaurant, a small stage with an industrial flair exuded an artistic atmosphere. Tang Song casually snapped a photo to share with Tian Jing, captioning it, "Xiao Jing, I've arrived." Setting his phone down, he was struck by an odd sensation, as if someone were surreptitiously observing him. As he surveyed his surroundings, a familiar figure caught his eye, his university classmate, Lu Kai. It had been 3 years since they last met. He appeared to have gained considerable weight, and his hairline had receded. Curiously, it was upon seeing a likes notification on Lu Kai's social media that Tang Song had decided to visit this place. Today marked the first day of the holiday, so their encounter felt almost serendipitous. Chapter 74. The girl he had arranged to meet. Their eyes locked. Lu Kai widened his eyes, scrutinizing him intently. Seemingly unable to recognize him at first, Tang Song chuckled lightly and approached his table, giving Lu Kai a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Long time no see, Kai Go." "Wow, Tang Song. It's truly you," Lu Kai exclaimed, rising abruptly, his face a mask of disbelief. "I didn't dare to recognize you when I saw you come in. Have you been to Korea, or something?" Before graduating, Tang Song was always disheveled, a stark contrast to his now fashionable appearance. Since returning from the capital, he had committed to fitness and weight loss, yielding noticeable results. Results? This is more like an evolution. They both took their seats and exchanged pleasantries about their recent lives. Lu Kai, with a hint of nostalgia, remarked, "Back in university. You were so diligent. We all thought you would stay in the capital. But returning to Yin City isn't bad either. The pressure isn't as intense. With your abilities, you could thrive anywhere." During their university days, Tang Song had been a prominent figure in their department. Diligent, outstanding, often elusive amidst his studies. Everyone assumed he would surely excel in the graduate entrance examinations and pursue an academic career. In truth, he had registered for the exams that year, but unexpectedly, he did not participate and instead headed to an internet giant in the capital for an internship. After a brief hesitation, Lu Kai inquired, "Shall we share a table? I have an 80 discount coupon. It's quite suitable. Let us hold off today. I'm meeting a girl." Tang Song quickly declined. He and Tian Jing were not very familiar, and the presence of an old classmate would complicate matters, diminishing the quality of the date experience. "Oh, so you're on the lookout for a partner now? Is she pretty?" Lu Kai teased, raising an eyebrow. Tang Song blinked, replying, "Quite beautiful." Lu Kai chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eye. "How fortuitous. I've also arranged to meet a girl. She's rather attractive and someone you know." "Hee hee. Oh, who is it?" Lu Kai's face lit up with excitement. "Do you remember Zhang Xinrui?" The beauty from the electronic information engineering major? We now work at the same company. And our relationship is quite pleasant. Tang Song's mind raced, conjuring an image of a girl, not tall, slightly plump, with a cute appearance and a ponytail. Since they were from the same department and often attended lectures together, his recollection was vivid. Tang Song skeptically remarked, I recall you were quite taken with her during university. Often complimenting her looks. Kai Gu, you didn't seek out job opportunities just to get close to her, did you? Lu Kai's face flushed. It's not as sordid as you think. We've kept in touch since graduation. I understand. Make your move. Lu Kai nodded enthusiastically, then suddenly sprang to his feet. Waving his hand excitedly, she's here. Tang Song instinctively vacated his seat, turning to observe. Dressed in a blouse, a skirt, and high heels. With a full face of makeup, she appeared significantly more mature. Though her figure had slimmed slightly, she still maintained a hint of roundness. Approaching, the girl said, Kai Go. Sorry, I got stuck in traffic. No worries. After all, it is a holiday. There's bound to be more cars on the road, Lu Kai replied cheerfully. Then turned to Tang Song, nudging him. What do you think? Isn't Xinrui even more beautiful than back in university? Tang Song nodded with a smile, greeting Zhang Xinrui. Long time no see. Do you still remember me? Zhang Xinrui looked at the tall and handsome boy beside her, racking her brain for recognition, but failing to recall. You seem somewhat familiar. Are you an alumnus from our university? Considering his appearance, she thought he should have been the talk of the girls' dormitory during their university days. It was perplexing that she couldn't remember him. Lu Kai interjected, Haha, this is Tang Song. He was the top student in our major, the most reserved one. Zhang Xinrui's eyes widened in realization. Oh, it's you. What a transformation. Li Ting, feeling better now? Yes, much improved. I've added a few signature dishes. See if there's anything else you'd like. Li Ting casually marked a vegetable on the menu. This will do. I don't have a big appetite. Any more would be wasteful. All right. Li Xinghui handed the menu to the server and began discussing the restaurant's ambience with her. Li Ting's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Tang Song, who was conversing with a man. He appeared entirely different from her expectations, exuding a refined demeanor. And his attire and looks were quite appealing. She pondered whether that BMW was indeed his. If so, he would certainly qualify as a remarkable young man. As this thought crossed her mind, she lifted her phone to capture a photo, hesitating before deciding not to send it to Zhao Yaqian. Given her already fragile emotional state, discovering Tang Song dining with another girl would likely upset her. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder what the girl he was meeting looked like. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she noticed a girl approaching Tang Song, engaging him in conversation. Li Ting's heart skipped a beat as she observed the girl closely. Instantly relieved, she noted that the girl was not tall, and even in heels, barely reached 6 feet. Her figure was slightly plump, and while her looks were decent, they paled in comparison to her cousin, who would undoubtedly outshine her. It seemed that due to Qian's indecisiveness, Tang Song had been compelled to lower his standards. Taking another photo, Li Ting's eyes sparkled. If Tang Song truly turned out to be the way he appeared today, then they might indeed have a chance. With Qian's figure and looks, she could certainly win him back. Ding! Her phone chimed. Tang Song picked it up to see, the person I'm meeting is almost here. I'll head back now. We can catch up later. Go on. Lu Kai urged playfully. I'm genuinely curious about what she looks like. As Tang Song returned to his seat, Zhang Xinrui's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Kai Gu, what does Tang Song do for work now? He was employed in the capital but returned to Yin City to work in a trade company as a developer. However, he just resigned a few days ago. Oh, I see. Zhang Xinrui nodded lightly. Come on, Xinrui, you should order. It's getting dark, and we'll have a musical performance soon. Let us enjoy some barbecue while listening to music and taking in the scenery. Lu Kai handed over the menu, his gaze drifting toward the entrance. He was genuinely curious about who could compel the usually reticent Tang Song to be so proactive. At this peak hour, stylishly dressed young women strolled in and out, creating a visually delightful scene. After a brief moment, a flash of white light captured his gaze. Lu Kai's eyelids fluttered slightly, and his expression became somewhat dazed. The white evening gown shimmered with a meteor-like brilliance, and the exposed skin radiated a healthy, cool whiteness. As dusk descended, the lights of the terrace restaurant illuminated the rooftop in warm hues, making the young woman appear particularly resplendent. Coupled with her sweet features, soft bangs, slender, alabaster neck, and long, straight legs, she exuded an aura reminiscent of a protagonist from an anime. It was simply breathtaking. Lu Kai couldn't help but exclaim internally, she is stunning. The outfit was evidently quite expensive, complemented by a sparkling handbag she carried. An absolute embodiment of a wealthy beauty, the quintessential ideal for any man. He soon watched, eyes wide, as the ethereal beauty approached the table where Tang Song was seated, greeting him with a sweet smile. Chapter 75, Emptying the Blood Tank. On the terrace, Tianjing's entrance resembled a radiant white moon descending into a shadowy lake, effortlessly radiating light and drawing numerous gazes. I apologize for the wait. I had quite the search for a parking spot, she said with a sweet smile, settling into the camping chair across from him, her legs elegantly inclined to one side. Unlike her demeanor at the office, she now appeared more flamboyant and expressive. Her exquisite little dress, lovely shawl, and sparkling jewelry exuded an overflowing elegance and opulence. Especially in the slightly dim environment, gazing at her face-to-face intensified the perception of her stunning charm. It is indeed difficult to find parking here, Tang Song remarked. Pressing his lips together, genuinely complimenting her, I must say, you look absolutely beautiful today. That gown suits you perfectly. It's a recent purchase, and I adore it. Tianjing replied, gently swaying her pale figure before fixing her gaze on Tang Song with curiosity. It feels like you've become more handsome since we last met. Tang Song instinctively touched his face and chuckled. Dining with a beauty like you is a bit pressuring, so I opted for a light makeup. Thank you for the compliment. Hearing that truly makes me happy and appreciated, Tianjing winked at him, playfully tossing her silky long hair over her shoulder. Tang Song's heart raced. Her fresh, sweet visage, delicate yet graceful arms, refined collarbone, and a waist that could be clasped with a single hand left him spellbound. No wonder her former colleagues referred to her as the archetypal JK beauty. Such a physique would undoubtedly feel delightful to embrace. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Tang Song picked up the menu and a pen to pass over to her. Let us see what you'd like to eat. Tianjing's eyes sparkled as she sweetly suggested, I just had my nails done. How about I choose, and you can mark them? Sounds good. Just as the words left his lips, Tianjing stood and sauntered over to his side. The subtle fragrance of fruity perfume wafted into his nostrils as Tang Song inhaled deeply, gripping the pen. The beef brisket here is quite good. Can you manage that? Absolutely. And let us add the large prawns, and, a portion of the beef flank, too, Tianjing casually remarked, her gaze deftly honing in on his hand. The curves and proportions were impeccable, long and slender with distinct knuckles, perfection akin to something drawn. Watching his fingers move animatedly, Tianjing couldn't help but press her legs together, her cheeks tinged with color. Isn't that a bit much, Xiaojing? Tang Song looked at the densely packed checkmarks. Feeling overwhelmed. This was not ordering, it was reciting a menu. Tianjing stuck out her rosy tongue and whispered, then I'll just add a few more. Let us skip the baked corn and honey butter bread. They meandered for several minutes before finally finalizing their order. Tianjing gleefully returned to her seat. Just as she prepared to reach into her bag for a gift she had bought, she noticed Tang Song placing a green gift bag in front of her. A little present for you. I hope you like it. Tianjing paused momentarily, realizing the serendipity of the moment. Accepting the gift box with grace, she smiled brightly. Thank you. I didn't know you had a surprise in store. How thoughtful. As she opened the box, revealing a stunning pair of Gucci sunglasses. She found them to be light, with the iconic double G logo on the temples, both simple and stylish, bursting with personality. Placing the sunglasses on her face, she snapped a few selfies using her phone's front camera, satisfied, declaring, I absolutely love them. Coincidentally, I have a small gift for you as well. With that, she retrieved a black box from her handbag, extending it towards him with both hands. Tang Song accepted the gift, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected luxury of the present. This was a stark contrast to what he had anticipated. The box was square, exuding quality, adorned with a familiar logo and the letters Longines. However, he couldn't immediately recall the brand. Go on, open it. Tianjing urged, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Tang Song gently lifted the lid, revealing a sleek, elegant silver watch. The matte white dial paired with polished silver hands and crafted entirely from stainless steel exuded exceptional quality. Upon seeing the watch, the logo triggered a memory, Longines. His landlord and university classmate, Lu Ziming, owned one and frequently posted about it on social media. As a renowned Swiss brand, its price typically exceeded 10,000 yuan. Tang Song was momentarily dazed by the unexpected value of the gift. The affluent Tianjing undoubtedly presented him with a genuine item. The crucial point was, they were not particularly close. Their relationship had only been that of ordinary colleagues. He had merely put in the effort for the system task titled First Date Experience. So, what did this mean? Could it be that she has taken an interest in him? Experiencing such attention for the first time, Tang Song felt his heart race. Isn't it beautiful? It's from Longines fashion series. I have one too. Tianjing playfully winked at him. Tang Song licked his dry lips and whispered, Xiaojing, is this a bit too extravagant? It's all right. It's not expensive for me. Plus, you gifted me the Gucci sunglasses, so we're exchanging gifts, Tianjing replied. Rising to sit beside him, her eagerness palpable. This is a folding clasp. Let me help you put it on. Sure. Tang Song obediently placed his left hand on the table. Although he was uncertain about the reasons behind her actions, it didn't seem to be a negative situation. Tianjing grasped his fingers and gently tugged him closer. The soft, delicate pads of her fingers brushed against his palm. Feigning surprise, she exclaimed, "Wow, Song, your palm lines are quite unique. They resemble those depicted in a book I read. I must examine them closely." Then, as if uncovering a great secret, she intertwined her fingers with his, cradling his palm before her, her eyes sparkling as she scrutinized it from top to bottom. Tang Song trembled slightly. Apart from the white moonlight, this was his first experience holding hands with a girl. The sensation was delicate and smooth, akin to the gentle warmth of early spring sunshine, soft yet not overwhelming. Taking a deep breath, Tang Song's fingers began to move as well. This shouldn't be considered taking advantage, especially since it was she who initiated it. Healy Ting stared blankly in Tang Song's direction, her mind a complete void. Initially, she was relieved that his date seemed to pale in comparison to Qian Qian, but she was soon taken aback by the appearance of a significant rival. He was tall and striking, and his attire was evidently impressive. She had just surreptitiously snapped a photo to investigate further. The bag she carelessly placed on the table is a Chanel 22 bag, valued at over 50,000. The dress she wears is a new design from Burberry this year, which several female celebrities have donned, making it a sensation online, with a price tag exceeding 30,000. The shawl is untraceable, yet its texture unmistakably indicates it is anything but inexpensive. Additionally, she sports a complete set of necklace, earrings, and hair accessories. The ensemble is worth no less than 100,000, one would presume. Furthermore, this girl appears to be exceptionally well protected, exuding elegance and fashion, with a pure and cheerful disposition, embodying the ideal type that would undoubtedly captivate any normal young man. In stark contrast, Qian Qian, an unemployed beautician without a college education, lacks any competitive edge and would be completely overshadowed in their meeting. Witnessing the exchange of gifts between the two, particularly the watch presented by the affluent beauty, He Lighting was momentarily dazed. The citizen watch that Qian Qian had painstakingly purchased would likely remain ungifted now. Chapter 76. Shallow Eyelids. Brother Kai, I've placed the order. Zhang Xinrui gently called out to him twice. Oh, all right. Lu Kai's expression was markedly stiff. He swallowed hard, feeling as if he had bitten into a whole lemon, too sour. After handing the menu to the waiter, Zhang Xinrui turned to gaze at the table where Tang Song sat, seemingly curious to see the girl he had invited. She soon found herself momentarily stunned, her expression betraying her surprise. That girl is stunning. They make quite the pair. Indeed. Lu Kai nodded vigorously, realizing that Tang Song was quite the enigma, quietly securing such an exceptional girlfriend. Reflecting on how he had just boasted about Zhang Xinrui, Lu Kai felt a flush of embarrassment. During their university days, the gender ratio in their college was skewed, with males outnumbering females. Even a hint of beauty was enough to earn someone the title of goddess. Zhang Xinrui, majoring in electronic information engineering, was relatively among the more outstanding. However, she could not hold a candle to that fair-skinned girl. Yet, Lu Kai was self-aware enough not to harbor any yearning thoughts for such a girl. At most, he would feel a twinge of envy. Comparatively, the girl he had secretly admired during university felt more genuine. At that moment, the waiter brought their meal to the table. Lu Kai placed several slices of beef on the grill, enthusiastically urging, Come, let us eat. I'll do the grilling, you just enjoy. I think grilling meat is quite fun, let us do it together. Zhang Xinrui smiled, taking the tongs and beginning to operate them. Don't move. I must take a photo, Tianjing said with a serious demeanor as she pulled out her phone. Yes, both hands out, more natural, fingers relaxed. Click, click. The three major lines are common in palmistry, and yours are particularly unique. And the surrounding chaotic, winding lines possess certain pathological significance, hinting at some bodily issues, such as this star pattern. You know so much about palmistry. Let me see your palm for comparison. Sure. Tang Song took her hand, gliding over her skin's contours, grasping her soft, slender fingers. The sensation was delightful, accompanied by a unique fragrance that tempted one to take a bite. Tianjing shivered slightly, a flush of excitement spreading across her face. Being held firmly by her crush was a thrilling experience. Plates of ingredients began to arrive at the side table. Time slipped by unnoticed, surpassing 7:30 p.m., with the sun fully dipping below the horizon, and darkness enveloping the surroundings. The aroma of barbecue wafted throughout the terrace. The two individuals, harboring secret affections, finally ceased their palmistry explorations. Tianjing cautiously placed the watch on his wrist, snapping a few photos before contentedly returning to her seat. As they grilled, casual conversation flowed effortlessly. Having thoroughly enjoyed the hand-holding and photo-taking, Tianjing was in high spirits. She offered to assist him in job hunting, promising that the salary would be no less than what he could earn at Jinsho Trading. As a second-generation wealthy individual, she had numerous friends working in family businesses, making it quite feasible to help him secure employment. Upon hearing his aspirations to start his own venture, Tianjing raised her drink for a toast, encouragingly proclaiming, "Wishing you swift success. Go for it." "Thank you. This cheese-baked sweet potato is exquisite. The savory richness of the cheese complements the natural sweetness of the sweet potato perfectly. The beef brisket here is remarkably fresh, requiring minimal grilling time to achieve that perfect charred exterior and tender interior. Do give it a try." Throughout the meal, Tang Song exhibited gentlemanly attentiveness, eagerly assisting with grilling and pouring drinks. Having prepared in advance, he was well acquainted with the restaurant's signature dishes. The luminous moon gradually illuminated the starry sky, rendering the night even more enchanting. The smile on Tianjing's face remained unwavering. Their relationship unknowingly drew closer, evolving into genuine friendship. On the rooftop stage, a few individuals had appeared without notice. The surrounding diners instantly buzzed with excitement. A live music performance is about to commence. I believe it's from the resident singer at the bar downstairs. Live performance, I love it. Quickly, open your phones to take photos and videos. I want to post on my social media later. On stage, the dashing restaurant manager raised the microphone, announcing loudly, "Good evening, everyone. Thank you for visiting Xinjiang. Tonight, we have our dear friend Carl performing for you. He is a free-spirited Sagittarius, skilled in blues, pop, and folk music. Our Douyin live stream is also broadcasting the performance. Feel free to request songs. Come on." As his enthusiastic introduction resonated, the music burst forth. A singer clad in a leather jacket and jeans took the stage, guitar in hand. Tianjing curiously gazed toward the stage, commenting, "The dining industry is increasingly competitive. Without some unique flair, it's truly challenging to stand out. Even an outdoor barbecue place has hired a live singer. But it's quite nice to enjoy music while dining." "Indeed, it's competitive," Tang Song nodded. Though his gaze was fixated on the guitar in the leather-clad man's hands, a yearning to play stirring within him. Emerging from the dream realm, he retained all his experiences, insights, and skills related to the guitar, making him a true musical prodigy. Now, gazing at the guitar not far away, he felt an irresistible urge. As the singer Carl tuned his instrument, the melodious strumming of the guitar echoed through the speakers. He bowed his head slightly, his voice deep and resonant as he declared, "This song, You Are the April Day of the Human Realm, is dedicated to everyone. I hope that this April, you can all gather with those you cherish." As his words faded, a soft and melodious prelude commenced. BGM, crossing mountains and rivers to embrace you, no matter the storms. We are together, hearing the most beautiful memories about you, all your news. The melody was lively and flowing, the lyrics beautifully crafted, easy to sing along with. Audience members raised their phones, some even chiming in softly with the tune. Tianjing snapped a few photos, remarking, "Delightful. The guitar playing is fantastic." Afterward, she joined in, singing a few lines, her voice fresh and melodic, truly enchanting. Tang Song placed a slice of meat onto her plate, inquiring, "You sing beautifully. You must enjoy music quite a bit, right?" "Yes. Our department often goes karaoke for team building. Occasionally, Du Shaokai from your department joins us. Honestly, he is quite bold. Using our department's team-building funds, haha." Tang Song nodded gently, a plan forming in his mind. In the task titled First Experience of Dating, it is clearly indicated that the higher the satisfaction peak of the date partner during the outing, the more abundant the rewards will be. The satisfaction level of the partner during the date is essentially gauged by the extent of surprise experienced by the other party. Presently, my appearance, wealth, and intellect seem rather unremarkable in front of Tianjing. The only aspect that stands out is the guitar-playing skill and talent that I have brought back from my dreams. With this thought, Tang Song's gaze towards Xiao Jing ignited with fervor. "Oh, my affluent and beautiful friend, your perception is still quite shallow. Having never encountered a true guitar virtuoso." Chapter 77. Brief yet profound affection. BGM, I fear I might fall for you. Daring not to draw too close. On stage, the singer Carl had already transitioned through several songs. The repertoire included pop and folk melodies, all of which were soothing and perfectly suited to the ambience of the venue. On this late April night in Yen City, amidst a barbecue gathering, the two engaged in conversations that flowed from music to manga, and then to the Japanese language. Upon hearing a few simple phrases of Japanese tumble from Tang Song's lips, Tianjing's eyes sparkled, and she joined in with a few lines from anime dialogues. She had taken an interest in Japanese during her university days, but her lack of diligence had left her proficiency abysmal. Noticing her intrigue, Tang Song continued to explore this topic. Both of their Japanese skills were rather modest, yet their conversation blossomed into a delightful exchange filled with laughter. As the music gradually faded, the handsome manager reappeared, microphone in hand, announcing, "We all know that true talent lies among the masses. I am certain that there are hidden gems among our patrons tonight." He then introduced a game, inviting diners to sing, accompanied by our musician Carl. "Rest assured, it need not be an entire song. A segment of lyrics will suffice. The table with the most outstanding performance will have their entire bill waived tonight. The moment he finished speaking, applause, cheers, and whistles erupted throughout the room. All right, our staff will now circulate with microphones. If anyone wishes to participate, simply raise your hand to seize the mic. We encourage everyone to join in. The game commenced swiftly, with 2 staff members and Carl making their way through the diners. Me, over here. Look this way. The patrons, mostly young couples, displayed a casual boldness in this vibrant atmosphere. Soon, a round-faced girl snatched the microphone and, after a brief exchange with Carl, the crisp strumming of a guitar filled the air. Winking at her boyfriend across the table, she sang, "I have a dream like a rainbow after the rain," exchanging all my tears for a smile. Clearly, the first to seize the mic possessed considerable talent. Her voice was melodious and steady, undoubtedly at a KTV superstar level. As her song concluded, the audience erupted into applause. Following her, several young people eagerly took the mic, most only singing the climactic portions of their chosen songs, yet they ignited the atmosphere further. Laughter, melodies, and the sound of cameras snapping filled the air. Watching the staff approach, Tang Song's keen eyes were drawn to the guitar in Carl's hands. Initially, he had planned to borrow it during a break in the performance, but now that seemed unnecessary. He turned to the sparkling-eyed Tianjing and suggested, "Xiao Jing, would you like to join in? After all, you are our host today. Winning a free meal in this manner could be quite entertaining. Besides, with your beauty and sweet voice, I believe the odds are in your favor." Tianjing bit her lip and smiled brightly, "Sure." With that, she stood up, tiptoed, and waved to the staff, "Over here. Handsome, look this way." She wasn't particularly concerned about the free meal. Rather, she found the idea of participating in a singing game amidst such a lively atmosphere exhilarating. Winning the contest would only add to the thrill. Dressed in a white party dress, the charming and sweet Tianjing naturally became the center of attention as her voice resonated. All eyes turned her way, and some took the opportunity to capture the moment on camera. The staff's eyes lit up. Their intent was to enhance customer engagement and promote the restaurant through this event. With such a stunning beauty participating, the buzz and visibility would skyrocket. They quickly approached her table, offering the microphone without any need for competition. Carl, guitar slung over his shoulder, wore an expression of excitement. He had noticed this girl while on stage, and now that he was closer, her beauty was even more striking. Particularly, she exuded a vibe of a demure rich girl, which was his preferred type. With a confident smile, Carl inquired, "Miss, what song would you like to sing? As long as it's not too obscure, I can provide accompaniment." Tianjing pondered for a moment, biting her lip, and replied with a smile, "How about a simple one, brief yet profound affection? Is that all right?" "Of course." Carl flicked his hair back. The female version of that song was also delightful, and he looked forward to her performance. Just then, Tang Song interjected, "Excuse me, may I accompany my friend on guitar?" The host paused, then nodded enthusiastically, "Absolutely. We warmly welcome that." After all, he was serving a customer, and the request would enhance the entertainment value of the show. He had no reason to decline. Tianjing blinked her sparkling eyes in surprise. "Song, you can play the guitar too? Shall we collaborate and win this?" Tang Song gestured with his fingers, and she found it delightful. Her gaze instinctively fell upon Tang Song's hands of a god, her legs gently brushing together beneath her skirt. Such beautiful hands that could play the guitar, how nimble and strong they must be. It was simply enchanting. Meanwhile, the smile on Carl's face began to fade. Under the host's signal, he passed his guitar over, scrutinizing Tang Song with a discerning gaze. Solo performances were manageable. One could always recover if they strayed off key. However, accompanying someone else was a different matter. If one faltered in rhythm, the entire performance could collapse, resulting in a disastrous outcome. As Tang Song received the guitar from Carl and lowered his head to gently caress the strings, a wave of genuine joy and familiarity surged within him. The 41-inch electric acoustic guitar, connected directly to the sound system, produced a vibrant and clear sound, perfectly suited for this performance setting. A gentle breeze began to stir on the terrace, causing the canvas above the dining table to sway lightly. Tang Song settled into a chair, placing the guitar on his lap, the neck facing forward, and the body at a 45-degree angle to his body. His left hand pressed the strings while his right hand hovered near the sound hole. The movements were natural, confident, and relaxed, exuding an effortless charm. The myriad performances in the dream world had instilled in him an unshakable composure, allowing him to ignore the gazes around him as he focused intently on the guitar. Simultaneously, the April evening breeze tousled his hair and the hem of his clothing. As special effects activated, under the warm yellow lights, Tang Song, holding the guitar, appeared serene and tranquil, with a touch of melancholy. A unique artistic aura enveloped him. The patrons, who had previously been lively, gradually quieted down, all eyes now fixated on the distinguished Tang Song. "I'm ready." He nodded towards her, his tone steady and calm. Tianjing gently nodded, stepping forward to stand opposite Tang Song, seemingly eager to watch him play. The brightly lit city skyline, the pristine moonlight, and the deep, shimmering starlit sky all served as his backdrop. The enchanting melody began to play. Pure and crystalline notes flowed from the fingertips, with coherent and precise chords imbued with profound emotions. Tianjing's heartbeat began to quicken, her grip on the microphone tightening slightly. What was happening? Why did it feel as though she had acquired a transformative artifact akin to Ultraman upon receiving the guitar from Tang Song? Chapter 78. A sense of achievement. A passage that could be deemed perfect concluded, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Tang Song nodded gently at Tianjing. Following this, a fresh and melodious female voice resonated through the speakers. You accompany me into the cicada summer, transcending the city's clamor. Tianjing's singing was quite commendable. Coupled with her familiarity with the song, her pitch and rhythm were impeccably executed. The only shortcoming lay in her emotional expression, as she had not personally experienced any poignant romance and could only rely on imagination and empathy. In contrast, Tang Song, infused with the guitar-playing prowess from his dreams, effortlessly blended technique with emotion, employing arpeggiated accompaniments that created a flowing musicality while fully conveying the song's heartfelt longing and helplessness. As the focal point of the crowd, Tianjing listened to the gentle and passionate guitar tones, gradually infusing her voice with emotion. I truly miss you. In every rainy season, good music possesses a profound infectiousness, especially in such intimate live performances. The diners gradually quieted, focusing intently on the song. Many turned their gazes from the dazzling Tianjing to Tang Song, who sat on a stool. At this moment, he resembled a serene spring flowing through the mountains, cool and pure, exuding an aura of restraint. Their eyes met, and a slight tremor emerged in Tianjing's voice. Due to her fair complexion, a vivid blush blossomed on her cheeks and neck. Noticing her unusual reaction, Tang Song bestowed upon her a warm smile. After all, this date was tied to a system task, with the primary aim of ensuring Tianjing's happiness. He then rose from his chair, moving closer to her. Breathing in her fragrant scent and gazing into her sparkling eyes, he began to hum softly. You accompany me into the cicada summer, transcending the city's clamor. The song continues to wander, your pomegranate-like eyes. Instantly, Tianjing relaxed, her face lighting up with a broad smile as she swayed gently while singing. A light breeze tousled her delicate bangs, her crystal-clear complexion outshining the moon of that night. Tang Song followed the rhythm of the song, strumming and tapping with remarkable precision. The bright guitar notes, accompanied by the rhythmic tapping of the wooden guitar, created a unique cadence. Harmony serves as the body, while rhythm is the soul. An excellent rhythmic flow invigorates the performance with dynamism and vitality. Tang Song spontaneously incorporated entirely different rhythmic elements, instantly refreshing the entire piece. As the guitar's flowing notes culminated, applause and cheers erupted from the terrace. Enjoying barbecued food, basking in the evening breeze, and listening to such splendid music made the outing utterly worthwhile. Many had already begun posting on social media platforms like WeChat and Douyin. The on-site host took the microphone, exclaiming, "Our patrons truly are hidden talents. The performances of these two handsome individuals were simply spectacular. This is also a privilege for our new alley restaurant. Let's continue the games, and we hope everyone will join in the challenges." Tang Song handed the guitar to Carl, expressed his gratitude, and gradually detached himself from the emotions of the recent performance. He smiled at the lovely Tianjing across from him. It was a delightful collaboration. You sang splendidly. All credit goes to you. Tianjing stuck out her tongue playfully, realizing he was a hidden virtuoso, adept at playing the guitar, capable of embarking on a career right there. Only a guitarist one tea suffice. How about we form a duo and release an album? Sounds great. Let's name it Sweet Sugar. It's settled then. At the dining table, Lighting's dazed expression gradually returned to normal, her heart swirling with mixed emotions. Although she could not play the guitar, Carl's expressions and reactions during the performance clearly indicated his exceptional skill. Driving a BMW, tall and handsome, a masterful guitarist with an outstanding demeanor, he was undoubtedly an extraordinary young man, the most captivating she had encountered. Previously, she had earnestly advised her to steer clear of Tang Song, presenting facts and reasoning to minimize their interactions. Reflecting on this now, a wave of guilt surged within her. Yet, last night, Qian had already turned down Tang Song, and now he had a beautiful, affluent companion. It was all too late. Li Xinghui observed the lively crowd beside him and suggested, "Lighting, I remember you sing quite well. Why not join in and liven things up?" "No thanks." Lighting replied absently, before adding, "We go. I'm not feeling well, so I might head home to rest soon." Li Xinghui paused. "Oh really? Then let me drive you back." No, it's quite a hassle. Besides, we still have plenty of food left. I'll just take a taxi home." After saying this, Lighting picked up her bag and stood. "All right then, be careful on your way home. Let me know when you arrive." Li Xinghui did not press further. They had not known each other long, merely colleagues, and He Lighting's resolute refusal left him with no option but to let her go. He Lighting cast one last glance in Tang Song's direction and waved, "Thank you for today, we go. I'll treat you to a meal later. I'm off now, goodbye." After another 10 minutes, the restaurant's games concluded, and the charming manager took the stage again, inviting everyone to leave comments and vote in the Douyin livestream. Without a doubt, Tianjing emerged victorious, successfully earning a complimentary meal card to use at checkout. The two raised their glasses in a small celebration. Once they had nearly finished eating, Tianjing moved beside him, requesting Tang Song to teach her some guitar fingerings. After all, she had been a music enthusiast since childhood and had learned a few days of guitar but had never had a skilled teacher to guide her. Tang Song readily agreed, personally demonstrating the motions while holding her hands in midair. Tianjing's face grew increasingly warm as she watched his hands, softly saying, "I just saw how cool your strumming and tapping motions were. Could you show me a few times?" With that, she slightly turned her body, presenting her hands. "Of course. No problem," Tang Song replied, biting his lip, gently grasping her hands from behind. Her silky long hair, slender shoulders, delicate waist, and soft back evoked a surge of delight, stirring his emotions. His impression of Tianjing, the goddess of the company, remained vivid. Every Friday afternoon tea, she was the most stunning sight in the activity area. Dressed in exquisite clothes, wielding a knife to serve cake to everyone. Her sweet and charming speech endeared her to many male colleagues. However, she maintained a sense of propriety in social interactions, always keeping a certain distance from her male counterparts. Even Du Shaokai, who courted her daily, found it challenging to get close to her. At that time, Tang Song could only steal a few glances and engage in casual conversations in the group, never imagining he would share such intimate moments with her. Yet, now, in this close contact, he felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Tianjing exhibited remarkable cooperation, seemingly oblivious to his rapid breaths and racing heartbeat, mirroring his movements with an animated enthusiasm. Chapter 79, A Misguided Direction. As the clock approached 9 in the evening, their dinner was drawing to a close. After tidying up, Tang Song rose and gestured towards a direction where two of his university classmates were seated, intending to bid them farewell before departing. Tianjing also picked up her handbag and Gucci gift bag, sweetly chiming, "Let us go together." Upon reaching the table, Tang Song had yet to speak when Lu Kai abruptly stood up, giving him a thumbs up with an excited expression. "I had no idea you could play the guitar. Impressive, you've really got the star quality," he exclaimed, casting a furtive glance at the well-behaved Tianjing and playfully winking at her. Tang Song chuckled and took the initiative to introduce them, saying, "This is my friend Tianjing. Xiaojing, meet my university classmates Lu Kai and Zhang Xinrui." The trio exchanged pleasantries and engaged in light conversation. Tang Song waved his hand with a smile. "Kai, Xinrui, we're heading off now. Let us get together sometime." Tianjing followed suit, waving goodbye. "Kai, Xinrui, bye. Bye-bye." As they watched the two handsome figures depart together, Lu Kai couldn't hide his envious gaze. He stroked his double chin and glanced at Zhang Xinrui across the table, resolving to prioritize fitness and weight loss, to revamp his hairstyle, and to learn about fashion. He thought to himself that while finding a girlfriend like Tianjing might be a stretch, he at least wanted to win over the girl he had admired during his university days. Exiting the New Lane restaurant, the two walked along the sidewalk, a gentle breeze brushing against them. "Hey, Song, I must confess, my impression of you was rather faint at first," Tianjing playfully remarked. "I only remembered seeing you busy during the Friday afternoon tea gatherings. It wasn't until President Chun needed to reprimand you that I took the time to look you up." "I know," Tang Song nodded lightly. "You're not upset, are you?" "Not at all. I've been buried in project development and have had little interaction with female colleagues, especially with a goddess like you from the company." Hearing him refer to her as a goddess made Tianjing quite pleased. "Well, that is not inaccurate, after all. I am the face of Jinxiu commerce," she said, gesturing to her chin. "Haha, that is widely acknowledged. The girls in our little office group often discuss male colleagues, and sometimes the remarks can be quite harsh. Did they say anything about me?" As they continued chatting about the nuances of their workplace, the atmosphere remained delightful. After strolling leisurely for over 10 minutes, Tang Song suddenly halted, his face displaying surprise. "By the way, Xiaojing, where's your car parked? Why haven't we arrived yet?" "Oh, where's my car?" Tianjing feigned confusion, unable to recall. "It should be in that direction, or perhaps we could check the car's location on the app. I came in my mother's car today, so I don't have the app. What should we do?" "Well, we can only walk and press the car key to locate it," he replied, looking bemused. Unable to contain herself, Tianjing burst into laughter. "I just remembered. The car is parked on the other side of New Lane restaurant. It seems we've taken the wrong direction. No wonder I haven't seen it." With that, she clasped her handbag in front of her, turning to him with a sheepish expression. "Song, you won't hold this against me, will you?" "It's all right. A post-dinner stroll isn't too bad, as long as you're not in a hurry to get home. Tang Song felt a peculiar urge to re-evaluate this friend. In the office, she was the sweet and kind female colleague, a diligent payroll supervisor. During their date, she had been a glamorous and affluent beauty, presenting him with an exquisite watch worth over 10,000 and discussing palmistry with him. Now, she had transformed into a little actress, leaving him curious about her true self. Thank you. You're so kind. Tianjing smiled sweetly. Let us go. Hom. Just as they turned around and had taken a few steps, Tianjing abruptly halted with a soft "oh." Leaning against the car, her brows knitted in discomfort, she said, "It seems we walked quite a distance. My ankles are hurting badly in these heels. Could you help me massage them?" "Oh, of course." Though he suspected she was merely feigning, Tang Song couldn't help but kneeled down to assist her. Following her guidance, he helped her remove her shoe, revealing her delicate, fair left foot, exquisite and perfectly shaped, with smooth skin and a subtle sheen. Even without being a foot enthusiast, he had to admit her feet were beautiful. "Is it here?" Yes, right there." "It hurts so much." Tang Song took a deep breath, gently kneading her heel. Tianjing quickly covered her mouth, though a soft moan escaped. "I'm fine. Just apply a bit more pressure." As he felt the warmth of his hands soothing her, Tianjing's eyes began to glisten with moisture. Stealthily, she retrieved her phone, silencing it, and began to take pictures. "The hands of a male god are massaging my feet. Hee. If I share this in the group, those infatuated girls will surely be envious." After a considerable time, Tang Song expanded his ministrations, even beginning to apply pressure to her Achilles tendon. Tianjing felt a growing warmth coursing through her body, an uncontrollable tremor overtaking her. Okay, that's enough. Initially, her interest had only been in his hands, a simple desire to touch them. However, after the series of events today, she found herself inexplicably drawn to him as a whole. If he continued this, things could escalate. Tang Song squeezed her calf one last time before reluctantly assisting her in donning her high heel again. "Is it feeling better?" Tianjing bit her moist lip and nodded gently. "Much better, thank you, Song." As they resumed their walk along the sidewalk, Tianjing grew particularly quiet, seemingly lost in thought. Tang Song observed her and suddenly inquired, "Can I ask you something? Why do you always call me Song?" Their first communication had been during a salary adjustment phone call, where she had addressed him in such a familiar manner, bordering on overly intimate. That's the question." Tianjing paused before smiling, her eyes sparkling. "It's because I know you so well. Before our call, I specifically pulled up your employment form to check. And your English name is Song. I have a habit of using colleagues' English names when discussing work with those I'm not well acquainted with." I see." They passed by the entrance of the New Lane restaurant once again. After walking a bit further, Tianjing retrieved her car keys from her bag and pressed the button. A Porsche Cayenne lit up in the nearby parking space. "Well, this is it. I'm heading home now. I had a wonderful time tonight." "Thank you, brother." Tianjing held her bag tightly, lifting her gaze to him with her eyes sparkling like stars under the soft glow of the streetlight. "Drive safely on the way home." Tang Song hesitated for a moment before opening his arms to embrace her. He wasn't some oblivious protagonist from an anime. He could certainly sense the affection Xiaojing harbored for him. An embrace at parting would not be unwelcome. Indeed, it is no surprise that she embodies the essence of a JK, with a figure that is both supple and slender, and a particularly alluring décolletage. Coupled with an exquisite fragrance that envelopes her, the experience of embracing her is utterly delightful. Tianjing's cheeks flushed, and she cautioned to be careful on the way. Bidding farewell. Chapter 80. A new stance from a beautician friend. In the somewhat dated Tianquo Garden community, an old security door creaked open gently. He lighting, with a bag slung over her shoulder and shopping bags in hand, stepped inside. After placing her belongings down, she cracked open the door to the second bedroom. Noticing the light still on, she realized her cousin had not yet retired for the night. "Qian," she called softly, stepping into the room. In the under 10 square meter space, Zhao Yaqian was clad in a newly purchased dress, resting her chin on the table while staring vacantly at a citizen wristwatch. Upon seeing He Lighting enter, Zhao Yaqian quickly straightened up and hastily tucked the watch into her makeup bag. He Lighting's heart raced, biting her lip in surprise. It was evident that comparisons between individuals were futile. The girl whom Tang Song was dating tonight wore a Burberry gown worth over 30,000 and casually possessed a watch worth over 10,000. In contrast, Qian could only afford a discounted dress priced at a couple of hundred and would deliberate for ages before considering a watch worth 1,000. Noticing her silence, Zhao Yaqian, with a look of grievance, asked, "Did you bring me any delicious treats? I cooked myself an egg soup for dinner, but I still feel hungry. I bought you some snacks. They are on the coffee table. Go help yourself," He Lighting replied. Zhao Yaqian's eyes lit up instantly, and in her slippers, she dashed toward the living room. A moment later, an exclamation of delight erupted. "Oh my goodness! AD calcium milk, red dates stuffed with walnuts, dried mango, preserves, and tofu. He Lighting took a deep breath and stepped out of the bedroom, stating, "It's all yours, feel free to indulge." With a cheer, Zhao Yaqian rushed back, embracing He Lighting tightly and showering her with affectionate kisses on the cheek. "Sister, I love you. Once I earn a fortune, I'll treat you to a meal at a 5-star hotel." He Lighting wiped the remnants of food and saliva from her face, chuckling, "You've promised that dozens of times." In the presence of her family, Zhao Yaqian was unabashed, exclaiming, "That just shows my sincerity. Don't let the AD calcium milk get cold. Remember to warm it up." I know. Zhao Yaqian replied, warming the milk with hot water before suddenly remembering something. "Tingzi, I have good news to share." "What good news?" "Do you remember that Ms. Li who took me under her wing?" "Yes, the one who fled with a bucket, and you were asked to empathize with her?" Zhao Yaqian chewed on some dried tofu, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "She has joined a professional beauty salon that only caters to female clients. They are currently in need of staff, and since business is booming during the May Day holiday, the manager has agreed to let me try for 2 weeks. If I perform well, there's a chance I could stay on." He Lighting paused for a moment, then ruffled her hair encouragingly. "That truly is a splendid opportunity. Go for it." Yes. They use high-end skincare products and offer excellent pay, plus meal and communication allowances. After 3 months of probation, they even provide 5 social insurances. Zhao Yaqian leaned back against the sofa, daydreaming. "If I can secure a permanent position, I'll have a local health insurance card, and my monthly earnings will surpass those at Yitzi by a significant margin. I told you, you would undoubtedly find a better job." As they sat on the sofa, Zhao Yaqian munched on her snacks while sharing her aspirations for the future. Her goals were straightforward and not overly ambitious. First, she aimed to repay her debts, then treat herself to numerous beautiful outfits and cosmetics, and finally host dinners for friends and offer gifts. However, when she mentioned Tang Song, her voice involuntarily softened. "Ever since that incident last night, he hasn't contacted me. He didn't even chat with me about skincare this morning or send me any selfies. Tingzi, do you think our relationship can ever return to how it was?" This matter had weighed heavily on her heart for quite some time. She longed to mend her relationship with Tang Song, yet felt uncertain about how to approach it, which was also the reason for her desperate purchase of a watch that afternoon. He Lighting bit her lip, her voice dry as she replied, "Qian. I think Tang Song is quite a good guy. Pursuing a relationship with him is certainly a possibility. Why not engage in more conversations with him on WeChat to gauge his current feelings towards you?" Zhao Yaqian stared blankly at her cousin, confused by her meaning. She had always told herself that being with him would only lead to his downfall, and that there would be better prospects ahead. How had her perspective suddenly shifted? An awkward silence enveloped the living room. He Lighting, having warmed the AD calcium milk, inserted a straw and took a large sip before passing it to Zhao Yaqian. She spoke softly, "Since you care so much about him and don't wish to lose him as a friend, perhaps you should first restore your relationship to its original state. I may have been too one-sided in my previous remarks, especially since I've never interacted with him. You should get to know him better before making any decisions." She still hesitated to reveal the photos of Tang Song on their date. If Qian were to see that beautiful, wealthy girl, it would likely devastate her. After all, she was the one who had initially rejected Tang Song, making it even harder to muster the courage to approach him again. Zhao Yaqian took a sip of the milk and instinctively asked, "What should I do? Since he hasn't reached out to you, why not take the initiative to message him? For instance, is there something you'd like to share with him?" Zhao Yaqian blurted out, "I have a new dress that's lovely, and I want him to see it. Then send a photo. This could be a good way to ease the tension between you two." Oh. Zhao Yaqian nodded, setting aside her snacks and striding into the bedroom. After a quick touch-up on her makeup and a quick adjustment of her hair, she emerged holding her phone. "Tingzi, help me take a picture." He Lighting took the phone, adjusted the angle and exposure, capturing a stunning full-body shot of her. In terms of figure and appearance, she was hardly lacking compared to that wealthy beauty. It was merely a matter of style. One could argue that many young men might even prefer Zhao Yaqian's strikingly long legs. After a moment's thought, He Lighting continued, "You look gorgeous, Qian. Now, sit on the sofa, and I'll take another one." "Sure. Be natural. Why are you covering your thigh with your hand? Just lift your dress a bit." Zhao Yaqian blushed, exclaiming, Hey, I'm just sharing my outfit. Besides, I'm not wearing any tights. So if I lift it too much, it might be too revealing. Just lower your hand, lift your skirt a bit, extend your legs, and I'll adjust the angle. There we go. Let us see how it turned out." "Oh dear. You're taking this way too suggestively. My backside is practically exposed. Why don't you take a picture of yourself instead? If you want to send a picture of my legs to Tang Song, I wouldn't mind." How shameless. As the Porsche Cayenne slowly departed, Tang Song returned to his car along the street. Just as he was about to start the engine, his phone vibrated multiple times. "Zhao Yaqian. Smiley face. I just bought a new skirt today. I'd like your opinion on how it looks." Zhao Yaqian. Full body standing JPG. Zhao Yaqian, leg exposure on the sofa JPG. Tang Song inhaled sharply. What is going on, beautician friend? The first image was acceptable, but the second one was rather excessive. Who taught her to take such photos? Tang Song double-tapped to inspect the details. Her smooth and voluptuous thighs showcased distinct muscle definition, while her calves were long and slender, forming a classic hourglass shape. It was the first time he had comprehensively appreciated Zhao Yaqian after all this time. He took a deep breath and quickly replied, "You look stunning from the front. It suits you perfectly. Could I see the back as well?" After a brief wait. Buzz. 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 Once more, the phone vibrated. Zhao Yaqian, lying on the bed, JPG. Tang Song felt a surge of emotions. Could this be the newly unlocked posture that arises after developing an affinity?